Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. For those who are new, the highly engaging Part 1 video, which is nearly 12 hours long, is already available on the channel. I've pinned the playlist link in both the description and the comments below. So make sure to binge watch it first so you don't miss a beat. In the previous part, we witnessed Su Ping's spectacular transformation. From an obscure shop owner, he used the system to turn trash pets into god-tier monsters, while completely shocking the entire breeder association with his heaven-defying abilities. So what earth-shattering secrets will his secret meeting with Elder Bai immediately afterward reveal? What dark forces are pulling the strings behind the beast tides in the wilderness? And what crazy trump cards will Boss Su unleash to crush anyone standing in his way? Without further ado, let's dive straight into the thrilling events of Part 2 right now. Curiosity was written all over his face. Could this young man be Vice President Bai's disciple? After moving to a quieter place, old Bai finally spoke. "Please take off your mask, honored guest from Longzhong," he chuckled. "Haha, no need to be surprised. There are only a handful of unfamiliar young men with such skills, so it's easy to recognize you. The cultivator of the little skeleton, the owner of the Dark Dragon Hound and the Silver Prosperity Star Moon Dragon, and the proprietor of the Yu Su bottle." Su Ping asked coldly, "You've done your homework, what do you want from me?" His expression immediately turned serious as he probed. "Have you heard of the Four Kings?" Old Bai then explained to Su Ping. The Four Kings were the four sovereign beasts, the most powerful ferocious beasts in the history of Blue Star's good and evil. They were the Abyss Lord, the Seven Sins and the Other Shore. Extremely cunning and fluent in human speech, they had destroyed countless cities and strongholds, flattening towering walls with a single stomp, and their bloodshed was enough to flood mountains and rivers. They were the #1 mortal enemy of the human race on Blue Star. After speaking, he looked at you. "Each of the Four Kings possesses strength no less than the Heavenly Fate Realm," you replied. "The Heavenly Fate Realm is the highest of the 3 legendary realms." Su Ping thought to himself that such powerful monsters existed on Blue Star's territory, and even his full effort only barely placed him in the vast sea realm, the entry level of the legendary. You pressed him for information. "If those guys are so dangerous, why have I never heard of them attacking human territories?" Old Bai explained that long ago, the Four Kings were severely wounded by a human emperor, who sealed them beneath the Abyss Rift with his life. Now, legendary-level youths sent by the 4 major regions guard them, and they shouldn't be bothering our territories. The more you spoke, the more suspicious you became. Had the Abyss Rift fallen? He denied it, saying no, because if it had, every stronghold city on Blue Star would be on high alert. His voice dropped a notch. The problem was that everything was normal at the Abyss Rift, but the wilderness had detected abnormal migrations of ferocious beasts. Then Su Ping suddenly remembered that he had encountered the same anomaly on his way here. The entire train nearly got destroyed. Old Bai's face darkened. Has it already started threatening civilian safety? It seems the security level of some stronghold cities needs to be upgraded. It's precisely because I suspect something unusual behind this anomaly that I used this cultivator conference to send out a call for heroes, gathering experts to prepare a countermeasure. You asked curiously, "Isn't your cultivator association overstepping its bounds?" Old Bai affirmed, "Of course, you should have sensed it during the assessment. Cultivators focus more on controlling objects than battle pet masters, studying every move and technique in combat, which means decision-making and wielding power. After all, we cultivators are the ones who grant strength." You were quite skeptical. "Then why not just send people to investigate the wilderness directly?" he said. "After discovering the situation, I immediately ordered all major stronghold cities to send out exploration teams, but the wilderness is vast and teeming with ferocious beasts, so results won't come quickly. Do you have any leads on this matter?" Su Ping glanced at him and said, "There are too few clues right now. Forget it. Instead of racking my brains here, I'd better focus on boosting my combat power. I want to learn the cultivator's spirit opening skill, but why can't I find it anywhere in the Tianlong library?" Old Bai burst into laughter. "Haha, young people are truly formidable. Spirit opening is a secret art that only those with 9th rank peak cultivator qualifications can learn at the Cultivator Association headquarters. We learned it back at the Tianlong Academy library, so of course it's not there." You looked at him helplessly, unsure of his meaning. "So, do you think I'm qualified?" He praised your abilities. "Based purely on strength, you definitely are, and you might even become the 2nd person in history to master both battle pets and cultivation, simultaneously touching the legendary and holy levels." Su Ping was very surprised by the story he told and asked doubtfully, "The 2nd? Then who was the 1st?" Old Bai replied. "That's right. The only person in history to reach both the legendary and holy levels was the human emperor who single-handedly fought the 4 kings." You felt quite excited. "Single-handedly fought the 4 kings," you urged him quickly. "Then there's no time to lose. Let me learn spirit opening now. He raised a hand to refuse. No, you only have 6th rank cultivator qualifications now. According to the rules, to reach the 7th rank, besides the assessment, you need to write a 50,000-word thesis. To reach the 8th rank, you need 2 theses. For the 9th, 3. Just hearing this exhausted Su Ping, you forced a smile at him. Since you think so highly of me, why not just pull some strings? Once I become humanity's beacon, writing such secret manuals will be a breeze, right? Old Bai immediately refused. No, the more critical the moment, the more we must follow the rules. If all those in power act by might alone, the weak will have no room to survive and the whole world will descend into chaos. Then what humanity's beacon would there be? Su Ping had to concede. This old stickler really sticks to his principles. I'm good at fighting but sitting down to write 7 theses. When will I ever finish them? Suddenly, you thought of someone. Right, it seems Zhang Lingtong is good at this. I'll go find her for ideas. At that moment, in a dim room with no light, crumpled paper was strewn all over the floor. Lingtong held her head dizzily. Surrounded by piles of untouched thick books, she thought hard, hastily wrote a passage, then immediately crossed it out in dissatisfaction. Her face was full of despair. Still no good, too few real combat examples. I can't complete this topic with just my own experience. The scene shifted elsewhere. Changfeng was lounging with his legs crossed over a female student. I'll take your wine. Aged 20 years, truly mellow. The teacher knows how to drink, Mentor Ding Changfeng. Then about the matter I asked you before, I'll prioritize giving you mission authority. Xiao Yu bowed respectfully to him. Teacher Ding, he smiled at her. Xiao Yu, any good news for me? Xiao Yu timidly reported. I'm really sorry, he's extremely strong and hides himself too well. I couldn't see his information. As soon as she finished, he lifted his foot and viciously stomped on the female student, making her spit out blood. Changfeng glared at Xiao Yu and coldly shouted, useless. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what can I count on you for? She grew even more nervous and stammered an explanation. He started the assessment from the 1st rank and easily passed the 7th. He raised his wine glass, took a sip and asked, I already know all this without you telling me. Anything else? She remembered something important and said, in the end he was taken away by Old Bai. Upon hearing this, Changfeng muttered his name. Old Bai. Have those old farts in the Cultivator Association also set their sights on this golden egg? It seems I've been too patient, he then ordered her. Withdraw, yes. Then he immediately summoned someone. Longshan appeared instantly before him and said in a deep voice, Here, Changfeng said meaningfully, a golden egg is about to fly away. Follow the old rules and go persuade him for me, by any means necessary. He understood his intent, revealed a sinister smile, knelt on one knee and replied, Yes. Su Ping stared at the system panel before him, thinking, Although I don't know what the future holds, I'll start by saving up some points. The beast traps sold in the system store are definitely worth it. The system panel displayed information about the beast traps, he thought. Although advanced beast traps are pricey, only one company can produce traps capable of capturing king beasts, so it's worth refreshing twice a day. Su Ping pressed the device on his hand to find Lingtong, then went to look for that girl. He found her classroom address, and her mentor's ID card read, Tianyu Class 8. Longshan appeared out of nowhere, rudely slapping Su Ping on the shoulder to strike up a conversation. Hey buddy, he lowered his voice and threatened. What did you talk about with that old man Bai from the Cultivator Association? You remained calm and replied, I don't think I know you, do I? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Longshan was annoyed by your indifferent attitude. Looks like you don't understand the situation. Onlookers murmured, Look at that big guy, his energy fluctuations are so strong, he's a titled level expert. That kid's in trouble. He's run into a titled level. But just as Longshan was most off guard, you threw him forward with your bare hands, his face frozen in shock. Su Ping's grip was so strong that the spot where Longshan lay was deformed, forming a pit that perfectly fit his massive body. He was dazed, not understanding what had happened, and for a moment didn't react. The crowd watched in astonishment. What just happened? That titled level got taken down? Longshan finally snapped out of it and sneered. Can't detect his cultivation level. Using a secret technique to hide his strength, he struggled up from the ground and shouted, I won't be careless again. With that, he opened a space to summon several of his battle pets. A flash of extreme excitement crossed his eyes as he said fiercely, You're barely a worthy opponent. Come out. Obeying his command, several lion-shaped battle pets leaped out of the space. Su Ping muttered as he looked at them. Red Gold Lion, the curious onlookers added. That's a 9th rank bloodline. The Red Gold Lion is called the King of Beasts, but it's supposed to be a 6-element pet. Why does it have wings? All 4 have wings, Longshan shouted proudly. That's because since it was young, I infused it with 1,000th concentration of the tyrant-winged Nether Dragon Emperor's bloodline. Cultivating this breed, it was already unbeatable in battle, and now it's even more formidable. No one can escape alive from their 4 bloodthirsty mouths. Su Ping casually reminded him, then quickly summoned his own pet. Is that so? Then remember to keep your composure. Go." Under his summon, the Grand Evolution Heavenly Dragonhound appeared. A majestic battle pet radiating divine golden light, it lifted its paw and lightly flicked, hitting Longshan's lion-shaped pet, causing it to let out a few unexpected whines. "Oh woo!" Longshan rushed to it anxiously. Red Gold Lion, the Heavenly Dragonhound, swiftly defeated the Red Gold Lion. It let out a massive roar. He struggled to raise his hand to block the roar's power. Then Peng Huang recognized his own Red Gold Lion. How could it be so easily suppressed by a dog? How is this possible, this terrifying aura? Could it be a king beast? As soon as he finished, Su Ping sneered mockingly. "Keep barking." "Why did you stop?" "Got a heart, lion." Longshan was drenched in cold sweat and stammered. "Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Old Bai stood in the distance, taking in the whole scene, finding it amusing. "What's that dog doing?" Then came his piercing scream. "Don't come near." The scene shifted to the Tianzi Class 8 teacher's exclusive lab building. In an iron cage, a wild 5th-rank battle pet juvenile dragon was locked inside. The students immediately reported to Changfeng. "Mentor, the battle pet for tomorrow's assessment has arrived." He nodded in response. He opened a peculiar purple test tube box and drew the liquid inside with a syringe. Changfeng approached the juvenile dragon and injected it. The sudden injection made it protest with a few cries, "woo-woo," as the liquid entered its body. The battle pet instantly became more berserk. Roars filled the entire room. Longshan slowly walked in from outside. Recognizing him, he asked, "Lion King, why so fast this time? How's that golden egg?" As soon as he stepped through the door, Longshan collapsed unconscious, sitting on the ground with his eyes rolled back, then fell over, foaming at the mouth as if poisoned. Su Ping then spoke, "The golden egg has come to see you." Changfeng saw that you had already arrived and glanced at you secretly without speaking. Suddenly his demeanor changed, quickly switching from a hostile stance back to his usual harmless, harmonious smile. "We meet again, Boss Shu." Changfeng greeted softly, asking how you'd been these past 2 days. But behind his back his hands were rapidly performing some covert operation. Su Ping seemed to sense his intent. He raised his hand and crushed the surveillance device, then calmly replied, "Everything's fine except for being watched. I just wonder what your students would think if they saw their mentor doping the assessment battle pets." He looked at the poor beast wailing miserably nearby. Changfeng acted as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous and burst out laughing. "Doping?" He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked a male student in the stomach. The student cried out in pain. Without stopping, he turned and slapped the female student across the face. As if this were perfectly normal, Changfeng pretended to be worried. "Oh dear," the teacher was careless. "What now?" The 2 students immediately knelt and flattered. "Mentor, we'll take care of it for you." Su Ping watched his inhumane treatment of the students, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Changfeng asked softly, "Do you blame the teacher?" The 2 students quickly defended. "The mentor hit us for our own good. If we can't handle this little hardship, how can we survive in the cruel outside world?" "Mentor, we can't live without you." Satisfied with the answer, he smiled harmlessly at you. Outside, hurried footsteps grew closer, approaching the basement. Su Ping was surrounded by a group of people, all clearly not weak. Yu sighed. "Seeing your other side, I suddenly find that old stickler much more agreeable. Calling so many people, are you trying to silence me?" Changfeng still replied softly, "I don't need to silence you because no matter what you say to others, everyone will believe me, a 9th-rank peak cultivator. I just want you to understand. But it means that battle pet masters are like flowing water, and battle pet masters are like forging iron, even a titled level. What of it? Don't they still have to beg me humbly for training?" He tempted you with sweet words. "Want to taste the power in your hands? Join us. You have talent, and I can make you the strongest cultivator in history." As soon as he finished, Su Ping rushed forward, tightly gripping his face to stop him from uttering any more disgusting words. You pressed his head to the ground, cracking the floor, holding him down firmly. There was no emotion in your eyes as you said coldly, "Shut up. Every word you say makes me sick." Changfeng's men immediately charged. "How dare you? Release Master Ding. If anything happens to him, you'll die horribly." Su Ping glanced at the thugs and said contemptuously, "With you, if you don't want to die, get lost. If you want to die, come fight." As he spoke, a powerful golden light burst from his entire body. The bodyguards were stunned. What? How can that kid emit an aura comparable to the 9th rank? Careful, he's a titled level expert. Changfeng was still pinned down, frowning in displeasure at the useless group. He transmitted a command, "Kill this mad dog. Reward 1 year of cultivation. Keep it alive, and the reward is 3 years of cultivation. I want this dog to suffer worse than death." The group immediately got excited upon hearing this. "It's Master Ding's energy transmission. 3 years of cultivation. I can use this chance to break through to 9th rank peak combat power." They channeled their energy, opened space to summon their battle pets and laughed as they asked, "As long as it's still breathing right, all in, don't give it any chance." Before they could finish, the speaker was beheaded on the spot. He was stunned. "Hey, the little skeleton acted too fast. 1 move and they're out." Su Ping raised his hand to create a barrier to avoid getting dirty. Then he coldly looked down at Changfeng, whose eyes were wide open and his expression utterly out of control. Blood splattered on his sweat-drenched face. Su Ping finally spoke, "Last chance. If you want to die, take a step forward. Let's see how effective your power really is." The little skeleton stood behind him, exuding a chilling, killing intent. The bodyguard said in terror, "Fall back." The Lone Star Flame Lord Strongman, a top-tier 9th-level wild assassin, was killed in an instant. What is that little skeleton? I feel like I've seen that dark little skeleton somewhere." They recognized it. The little skeleton from the Asian Regional Elite Tournament had killed many strong members of the Starry Sky organization. "Oh my god, I think I saw this online too. I can't believe it's true." Changfeng couldn't believe his eyes either, trembling as he looked at him. That young man was a divine-level battle pet master. The Su Ping before him, his true self, suddenly seemed 10,000 times more terrifying than before. He quickly knelt to apologize. "I was blind to offend you. Please spare my worthless life." "I'll give you anything you want," Su Ping asked suspiciously. "Spare you and you'll give me anything," he nodded repeatedly. He said coldly and directly, "Then if you die, won't everything you have become mine? Isn't that right?" Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. Su Ping reached out and grabbed Changfeng by the collar, who was terrified. He simply threw him far away, making him roll a few times on the ground. Su Ping spoke. "If anyone has heard of me, they probably know about the pet shop I run. This little skeleton is a battle pet I raised myself." With that, he gave them a fierce grin. The bodyguards exclaimed in awe that the little skeleton, comparable to a perfect king beast, was raised by him personally. Even Master Ding couldn't raise such a powerful battle pet. In fact, the entire Tianlong Academy doesn't have a trainer capable of such a fate-defying transformation. Changfeng wondered to himself, what is that guy trying to do? Su Ping took a scroll from his space. "If you want to have such a powerful battle pet, the rest is up to you to figure out." He reached into the scroll as if searching for something. Su Ping pulled out over a dozen knives and threw them in front of them, saying, "Next, anyone who doesn't want to continue with this can leave." They looked confused. "Come on," he said, turning to leave. "If you want to follow me, show me what you've got. Don't make me wait too long," the group murmured among themselves. "Raising such a strong battle pet means he wants us to betray Master Ding." "What Master Ding?" "The last time Li Changfeng promised to train for me, there's still no sign of it. He even pawned my pet off to his students to handle casually. I think aside from the rare 9th-level strongman pets he brought, he never took anyone else's battle pets seriously." Changfeng immediately scolded, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking? A bunch of ungrateful, profit-driven bastards. Not only do you not repay my kindness, but you want to betray me?" The bodyguards picked up the knives and said angrily, "That Ding guy hits people if he's slightly displeased. I've been sick of you for a long time. Just because you're a trainer, you think you're something? You dump all the hard and dirty work on us battle pet masters and then we get blamed for it." "Exactly." Changfeng frantically ordered them to back off. "Are you disobeying my orders? Back off." One of them quickly grabbed a knife and charged at him. Anger was written all over his face. "Go to hell, you scumbag." He streamed in pain. The group, as if finding an outlet for their rage, kept stabbing Changfeng. He let out a miserable scream, after dealing with him. The bodyguard respectfully handed a token to Su Ping. "Master Su, this is Changfeng's identity pass that he always carries. This card can be used to exercise the authority of a 9th-level instructor within the school." Su Ping immediately refused. "I dare not accept the title of master." He reminded them, "From now on, just call me Boss Su. Now that each of you has the blood of a 9th-level trainer on your hands, do you know what to do?" They looked at each other, understanding his meaning. The bodyguards then respectfully replied, "Yes, Boss Su. Today we were never here, we never saw Ding Changfeng, and we never saw Boss Su. We know nothing." Su Ping smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to summon his pet. Good, his dragon pet emerged from the space. It spewed a burst of flame, burning Changfeng's body. "This hell bamboo dragon will incinerate everything." The scene shifts to the dormitory of Class 8's Heavenly students. It's morning. Mei Mei sighed as she looked at her plate. "Sigh, I can't even bring myself to eat my favorite roast chicken." She knocked worriedly on Ling Tong's door. "Tong Tong, you haven't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, your body won't be able to take it." Ling Tong let her call out. Ling Tong held her head in exhaustion. She blamed herself for making no progress. "What should I do? The thesis for the new project is due tomorrow. If I can't hand it in, Teacher Ding will definitely punish me severely." The principal slammed the table hard, seemingly extremely angry. He scolded, "I specifically told you all last night not to miss the meeting. What's wrong with Class 8? Are they deaf?" With that, the principal looked at Changfeng's empty seat. The secretary reported while looking at the computer screen, "Teacher Ding's communicator isn't responding. His emergency contact says they haven't seen him since yesterday." He frowned and asked the secretary, Location, use my authority to check his location, the secretary replied. Yes, after a while, the principal grew more impatient. Where is he? The secretary searched for a moment before replying, the location is unclear. Teacher Ding is probably missing, he glanced over, finding it hard to believe. Missing, a 9th-level senior instructor has to report even when leaving the school gate. How could he just disappear for no reason? Several instructors whispered and snickered. Do you think that old fox who bullies students every day finally got his comeuppance? Don't joke around. The bodyguards around a 9th-level instructor are sealed title battle pet masters. Forget about making a move. If anyone dares to disrespect an instructor, at best they get suppressed, at worst they get killed on the spot. Who would dare to lay a hand on a 9th-level instructor? The principal immediately used his spiritual power to cast a search spell. A Bagua array appeared, and he manipulated his fingers through it to search for Changfeng. The compass spun for a while, as if lost, unable to find him. The principal suddenly opened his eyes wide, his voice filled with surprise. Within 1,000,000 miles, I can't sense even a trace of his aura. He immediately shouted, Come! A group of men in black quickly knelt and said respectfully, At your service. The principal gritted his teeth and ordered. Someone has kidnapped the 9th-level instructor Ding Changfeng in broad daylight. Investigate everyone he has been in contact with recently. How dare they openly oppose my Tianlong Academy? They are unforgivable. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. The men in black replied in unison. Understood. Suddenly his communicator signaled. It's Vice President Bai of the Trainer Association. He answered the call. Don't make a sound, I'm taking an important call, the principal asked respectfully. Greetings, Elder Bai. May I ask what instructions you have for your visit? He spoke to remind them. Regarding the disappearance today, I advise you not to investigate. He was puzzled. Not investigate, then he thought to himself. What? The person Ding Changfeng offended is someone like Elder Bai who can restrict the school with just one word? The principal lowered his head and replied, I will follow Elder Bai's advice. Please forgive my offense. Ding Changfeng dared to offend you. He must have been out of his mind. That Ding guy usually bullies students and tramples on good talents. His death is not worth regretting, he said with a fawning smile. Elder Bai, I should thank you for cleaning up the mess for me. The principal sternly questioned him. Since you were fully aware of his actions, why did you never punish him? The principal stammered for a moment, unable to answer. He bowed his head in admission. Elder Bai is right to scold me. Those 9th-level instructors hold high positions and over time, their thinking inevitably becomes lax. From today on, I will rectify the school's atmosphere. He scolded them. You'd better remember what you said. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, I won't be able to protect you. The principal hesitated before replying. Ah yes, the storm is coming. Protecting the good talents is your responsibility as seniors. Don't forget. With that, Elder Bai hung up the phone. He said, Understood. The scene shifts to outside the academy, where students are standing in front of the bulletin board. The announcement reads, Teacher Ding Changfeng, instructor of Heavenly Class 8, has taken early retirement. Students of Class 8 will undergo a placement exam during the teacher exchange meeting. Those with excellent results will enter the other 7 heavenly classes. Those with unstable results will be demoted to Earth classes. Exam registration location, Tianlong Library. Students who fail to register for the exam within the specified period will be considered withdrawn. One student said happily, Great, no need to study. Another student hit him. Idiot, you have to pass to continue studying. If you fail, you'll end up in the crappy Earth class. The two chatted enthusiastically. They heard that Earth class students are responsible for cleaning up the poop of wild pets on campus. They all stink like salted fish. Mei sighed. No way, I worked so hard to get into the heavenly class. It would be terrible if I fall down, Lingtong asked herself in confusion. What's going on? Yiliang looked at her and sneered. Why is that coward here too? Haha. I heard your thesis fell through, that guy chimed in. This is a good chance for you to roll down to the Earth class. The heavenly class isn't for you. Mei stepped forward to retort. Don't think that just because you used to suck up to Teacher Ding you're something special. Why don't you go to the Earth class? He said. Oh, standing up for her are you? Did I say something wrong? You can't even tame a pet in the arena. You're a disgrace to our heavenly class. The two turned and left. Let's go, don't bother with these two losers. Anyway, after the teacher exchange meeting, we won't see them anymore, she added. Who gets kicked out is still up in the air, just wait and see. Lingtong smiled wearily. Thanks for speaking up for me, but we should go our separate ways. I'm afraid you'll be targeted. Mei comforted her. I'm not afraid. Don't listen to their nonsense, she encouraged Lingtong. You were the one who taught me the theory of taming in the first place. They're just jealous that you got first in the class back then. She turned to leave. That was when we first enrolled. Now I feel like I can't do anything right. Let me be alone for a while. Suddenly, Mei reached out and wrapped her arm around her waist. Lingtong was startled. "Ha," she said, "let's just register for the placement exam first." The scene shifts to the library. Su Ping was holding a stack of books and said, "Hello, I'd like to borrow these." The staff replied, "Swipe your card here." Mei Mei pushed Ling Tong past him. She said frantically, "Let go of me first." Mei Mei replied firmly, "No, I need to see you register to feel at ease." Su Ping and Ling Tong locked eyes instantly. Both were stunned for a moment. It's you, Su Ping spoke. "You two don't look so good," Mei Mei sighed. "Don't even mention it." Not only did Instructor Ding ruin the thesis she had worked so hard on, but he also assigned some kind of death cultivation research project. She asked him angrily, "Tell me who would be unlucky enough to get this project?" "What, death cultivation? What a wild idea," he agreed. "Yeah, how could such a theory come about? It doesn't make sense." Ling Tong barely held back a laugh. Mei Mei asked her in confusion, Did I say something strange?" Su Ping then suggested. "Ahem, regarding the thesis, I happen to be looking for an experienced scholar who doesn't mind co-authoring. Do you two know anyone like that?" Ling Tong refused dejectedly. I'd really like to collaborate with you on this cultivation project. But we're about to be split into different classes." He looked puzzled and asked her, "Split into classes?" The two explained the situation to Su Ping. He thought to himself, strange. Killing a 9th-level trainer didn't cause a school-wide uproar, and they just take it in stride. Did someone step in to suppress this? Su Ping tentatively asked the two. "Don't you find it strange that the instructor suddenly retired and such a big thing happened in the class?" Mei Mei replied, "I heard from the school that it was a conduct issue. Someone from the trainer association took teacher Ding away for investigation." He immediately thought of Elder Bai from the trainer association. "So that's it. I can rest easy, just pretend nothing happened." Su Ping then asked, "Is this placement exam very difficult?" Ling Tong replied dejectedly, "Actually, the Heavenly class has had placement exams before, but only 30 out of 100 people get selected by teachers from other classes. The rest are pushed to the Earth class for various reasons." Mei Mei put her hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Have confidence in yourself. We'll definitely pass." The more she spoke, the more disappointed Ling Tong became with herself. "But now I really feel like I can't do anything right." Su Ping remembered the moment Chung Feng tempted the student and thought, "It seems this girl has been deeply poisoned." Su Ping asked Mei Mei again, "What kind of class is the Earth class?" She replied, "I've been in the Earth class before. The living conditions there are very basic and we often had to do heavy labor. The school euphemistically called it training. The most important thing is that one instructor is in charge of thousands of students, and we hardly ever get any guidance on cultivation practice throughout the year. If it weren't for Tong Tong, I'd still be shoveling poop in the Earth class now," Ling Tong added. "Actually, I only taught you some basic cultivation techniques. The important thing is that you have good ability, which is why you got into the Heavenly class." Mei Mei sighed to herself. "You've been in the Earth class. Who doesn't want to work hard to get into the Heavenly class? But how many people are lucky enough to meet someone who can guide them?" Su Ping thought for a moment and asked for their opinion. "After you two register, could you take me to see the Earth class?" Mei Mei became even more curious. "Hey, why do you want to go to a place like that?" They immediately moved elsewhere. On one side was the Heavenly District where Heavenly class teachers and students lived, and on the other was the area where Earth class students and cleaners resided. Ling Tong and Mei Mei took Su Ping there. A convoy of vehicles passed by them one after another. Suddenly he noticed a convoy that had just passed. He looked into the vehicles and vaguely saw the corpses of pets, their limbs broken, looking extremely disgusting. The vehicles lined up. They drove to a designated spot. Upon arrival, the vehicles dumped the pet corpses one after another, piling them up. The students were waiting for this moment. They swarmed forward, scrambling for them. "The pets are here, hurry up," the students urged each other. "If you're slow, you'll miss out. Hope we can find something useful this time." One student picked up a dead dog. "Got it. I need this for my research on fur. It's a bit toxic, but after it cools down and is cleaned, it's still usable." Among those pets there was also a live pig pet. It squealed, "Oink, oink." Another person saw it and shouted, "A live pet. Look, I'm so lucky today. It was injured during a pet competition. It's a miracle it's still alive. Let's treat it quickly. From now on we can practice pet taming techniques every day." The Heavenly class students watching said, "You Earth class students can only pick up our leftover teaching materials. How pitiful. Isn't it because you lack ability? They should think about why they weren't admitted to the Heavenly class in the first place. We're the pitiful ones, eating poorly and sleeping poorly, running all this way just to earn some credits." Mei Mei turned to Su Ping and asked, "Why are you spacing out? Didn't you want to come here?" He replied, "It's fine, keep going. I'm right behind you." Ling Tong sensed his thoughts and hesitated, asking, "Do you care about those things?" Su Ping spoke up, saying, "Given the scale of the Tianlong Academy, it's already the top of the top where I'm from. Maybe it's not right to let so many students keep dragging on like this." "Has it always been like this?" she answered. "I don't know, it was already like this when I arrived. It was only after Mei Mei reminded her that she remembered. Back then, every time Dong Dong delivered his pets, he would stay behind to teach us some cultivation techniques and beast language skills. It was thanks to him that we were able to advance to the heaven class. Suddenly, a person appeared out of nowhere. He looked severely injured and shouted loudly. Ah! A student was kicking him repeatedly, taunting. Louder, let me hear it, brother Xiao Shi. This guy is really stubborn. Feng Hu walked over from a distance, holding a stick and raising it to hit him. Move aside, punching and kicking is boring. Ling Tong and Mei Mei watched in shock, panicking. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to kill him? He swung his hand down fiercely, a cruel smile on his face. But just as the stick was about to hit the student, it suddenly vanished. Feng Hu was stunned for a moment, then turned to ask Su Ping. Who are you? How dare you interrupt my fun? He replied calmly. Just an ordinary passerby. Is bullying an unarmed person fun? The two of them laughed mockingly at his words. Bullying? Ha ha ha. Feng Hu grabbed the student by the hair and lifted him up. Idiot, this guy is completely willing. Mind your own business, the student pleaded earnestly. They promised to teach me cultivation techniques and help me pass the class promotion exam. I'm just one step away from the heaven class gate. Please leave, he sneered at Su Ping. With just a little resources you can dominate the Earth Zone. You've never experienced that, have you? Ling Tong was stunned. That's too much. How can this be? Mei Mei fumed inwardly. These beasts aren't afraid of someone coming to get revenge. I bet he can't teach anything good. Su Ping casually dropped the stick and asked for her opinion. If you think it's too much, why don't you teach real cultivation techniques? How about it? Ling Tong was at a loss. You're right, the student then threatened. Hey, what are you saying? Looking for trouble? Our brother Xiao Feng Hu is a representative of the Heaven Class 4 Cultivation Department. I suggest you know your place and act accordingly. Su Ping smiled confidently at them. Then let's make a bet. If we win, he's ours. Feng Hu was getting impatient, but if you lose, don't think you'll get off scot-free. You'll take his place. Dare you? Ling Tong and Mei Mei hesitated, trying to dissuade Su Ping. A bet? He's a top student from class 4. This bet is a huge loss, she said fearfully. I can't win, Mei Mei also urged. Dong Dong's current state can't handle a match. Let's just apologize. We'll go back and prepare for the class placement exam. Feng Hu sneered. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a few stray dogs from class 8. The student rudely said, You guys messed with my brother Xiao. You think you can leave that easily? Su Ping comforted Ling Tong. Trust me, these weaklings are no match for you. Besides, isn't saving people what you want to do? He then looked down at the pitiful student. In an instant, Ling Tong was swayed by his words. Unsure of what to do, he nodded at her, giving her a firm promise. Ling Tong closed her eyes gently as if she had made a decision. She clenched her fists and said firmly to him, I understand, I'll compete. Feng Hu said contemptuously. Useless thing, all talk. I'll show you what real ruthlessness is. Follow me, I know a good place. With that, Su Ping and the others followed Feng Hu to a strange alley. Ling Tong and Mei Mei looked around fearfully, the group staring at them with wide eyes. There were locked iron cages containing ferocious pets, seemingly ownerless. The two held hands tightly, showing how nervous they were. Su Ping released a killing intent toward them, then reassured them, Don't worry, no one here can touch you. Just focus on the match. Ling Tong nodded in agreement. They entered a beast fighting arena, and Feng Hu said, Same rules, beast taming versus beast fighting. He laughed as he spoke. First half, tame a wild pet. Second half, defeat the opponent's pet to win. Best of 3 wins. Ling Tong answered confidently, as if she knew Su Ping would always ensure her safety. One by one, pets were brought out, locked in cages that couldn't hide their ferocity. Seeing them, she stepped back in fear. They looked extremely hard to tame. He showed a sinister smile. HMPH, this is the most chaotic and dangerous underground beast fighting arena in the Earth Zone. Don't expect to use such docile pets down here. You delicate flowers are probably about to wet yourselves. Ling Tong breathed heavily, likely from tension and fear. She remembered being attacked by a bear pet that made her arm bleed. At that memory, Ling Tong instinctively gripped her injured arm. The onlookers shouted discontentedly, Get off the stage, useless, don't just stand there like a log. Mei Mei worriedly said, Oh no, Dong Dong has been through too much, she shouldn't be on stage. Su Ping denied her. No, she's trying to overcome it. She frowned at him. You're just a stranger I met on the train. You don't know her situation at all, he suddenly asked her. Have you heard the story of the bottle and the fish? Mei Mei didn't understand, puzzled. What are you talking about? Su Ping explained, Someone put a fish in a transparent bottle. The fish couldn't see the glass and just wanted to swim out, but it hit its head countless times until it bled with no result. The fish had to believe the world outside the bottle was fake, impossible to reach. In the end, the fish lived its whole life in the bottle. The story's over, Mei Mei said confusedly. What are you trying to say with that story? If we lose, we'll get beaten. Su Ping looked at Ling Tong on stage, imagining the bottle slowly opening. He stared ahead with golden pupils, thinking, Now the bottle is gone. Just take one step and walk out. Ling Tong still faced her mental crisis silently. It seemed he was thinking the fish was Ling Tong. It had already broken free from the bottle. Feng Hu and Mei Mei looked at her for a moment, their eyes widening in surprise. It would be the moment of transformation into a dragon. Ling Tong had already put on her gloves, her aura boiling and powerful like a dragon behind her. Let's begin. Feng Hu wondered to himself, what's going on? This cold aura is completely different from before. He said arrogantly, don't get cocky, watch me beat you. They both reached for their pets simultaneously, shouting in unison, tame? A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Most of the wild pets used for taming in the Earth Zone have been eliminated by the Heaven Zone. They're old stock that's been tamed or cultivated multiple times. Old stock has developed resistance to beast language and cultivation techniques. Only regulars in the Earth Zone know this. You can't beat me, Ling Tong suddenly announced. I've finished taming. Feng Hu asked in surprise. What? How is that possible? How do you know how to handle old stock? Mei Mei watched from her seat and couldn't help laughing. How could it not be possible? Every time Dong Dong delivers pets, she teaches us beast language. Great, the old Dong Dong is back. Feng Hu nodded to his accomplice. I've finished taming too. Next is cultivation. The student understood and pressed a blue button on the stage. Instantly, the fence around the stage crackled with electric sparks. Su Ping thought, the entire arena's railings have been secretly electrified. If a pet hits the railing during the fight, it'll get shocked and lose. I need to use telepathic transmission to warn Ling Tong. Ling Tong reached for a yellow material, and he suddenly understood, looks like I was overthinking. After a while, both sides finished cultivation, and Feng Hu ordered his pet to attack. Go, violent bear, Ling Tong agilely commanded her pet to charge. Blue butterfly beast, Feng Hu's pet charged straight at the blue flame beast, and with a flash of electric light it let out a cry. Suddenly his pet's entire body emitted electric light during the attack. Mei Mei was surprised. There's electricity, he laughed confidently. My violent bear has completed the process of converting part of its body into thunder elements. Electricity will only cause minor damage. You're doomed, Mei Mei cursed him. So despicable, using dirty tricks, Su Ping calmly replied. Don't speak too soon. It's not just thunder attributes that can resist electricity. A layer of shell suddenly appeared on Ling Tong's pet's body, covering it. Feng Hu was relentless. That's a rock-type shell. All the electricity is being grounded. It swung its claws to attack his pet. Rock-crushing claw, its claws pinned his pet firmly to the stage. Ah, tiger, the referee announced. Ling Tong wins. Ling Tong turned to him seriously and said, you lost. As agreed, that Earth-class student is ours. Lost? His accomplice was stunned. How is that possible? Brother Shao actually lost. The injured student was overjoyed. Great, no more beatings. Mei Mei cheered for her friend happily. Dong Dong, you did it. Feng Hu gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how could I lose to a woman? He pulled out a thin, sharp stick from his pocket, thinking, I won't allow this. Don't think you can leave so easily. He suddenly charged at Ling Tong with the stick. Su Ping sensed his malicious intent, and immediately used his mental energy to stop him. Suddenly, a monkey appeared and quickly pinned Feng Hu down, controlling his movements. Su Ping was slightly surprised, not expecting someone else to act for him. HMPH, a senior student led a group over and said sternly, can't win, so you resort to violence. That's too bullying. Mei Mei immediately recognized him as the senior. She curiously asked him, is he also from the Heaven class? She introduced him. He's the oldest student in the electronics class and the leader of the gang here. We all call him senior. Legend has it no one knows how many years he's stayed. Feng Hu struggled and shouted, let me go. Now that Class 8 is gone, only Class 7 provides pet resources. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure Class 4's pet resources are destroyed rather than given to your people. Senior, think carefully. I'm from the Shao family. I mean what I say. The monkey pet suddenly swung and slapped him. Feng Hu was stunned, then cursed. Damn it, you dare hit me. Senior glanced at him. Little Tong has helped us a lot here. In the Earth Zone we advocate using everything available, but we can still tell basic right from wrong. And our people have benefited a lot from her. The injured student choked up. Senior. As soon as he spoke, the monkey hit harder. He begged for mercy. Stop. His accomplice panicked. Brother Shao. Feng Hu's face was beaten pitifully. He quickly knelt and begged. Senior, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare me. Senior coldly ordered. Get lost. If you ever set foot in the Earth Zone again, I'll beat you every time I see you. His pet jumped and cheered happily while they scrambled away. Yes, Ling Tong politely thanked him. Senior. Thank you for your help, he replied. You're welcome, Senior said happily. Our people have improved a lot thanks to your guidance. I should be the one thanking you. She felt guilty and sad, but we've angered Shao Fenggu from Class 4. He really might cut off the pet resource supply. Sigh, if only Class 8 could help with pet resources. Don't worry about it. We've been short on pets for a long time. The barefoot aren't afraid of the shod. We won't take his crap, Senior said optimistically with a laugh. When the class placement exam comes, don't be embarrassed if you get demoted. Just join me directly. I've already saved a prime spot for everyone. Ha ha ha, Ling Tong excitedly asked. Really? Mei Mei, standing nearby, said helplessly. Say less, you jinx. Dong Dong, you're in good spirits now. Su Ping suddenly interrupted. May I ask, does the Earth Zone have money? Senior chatted for a while before finally turning to notice him. He asked him, Brother, I haven't asked your name, he humbly replied. Just an ordinary pet trader. I heard there's a market here, so I did some research, he explained briefly. Let's put it this way. Anyone who can enter the academy for training and teaching cultivation techniques comes from families with considerable means. Those assigned to the Earth class are just average in talent or lack connections. But if you're thinking of taking shortcuts because of this, I advise you to give up. That money is scraped together by families to help their kids succeed. If it falls into my hands, you'll end up like that guy. Ling Tong stepped in to stop him. Senior, you've misunderstood. Boss Su has taught me a few times. He's not a bad person. Su Ping didn't mind much and smiled. She's right, I just wanted to see if the people here can afford my pet rental service. Ling Tong was puzzled. Pet rental? Do you have a way to get pets? Senior sighed. You're not from this school, are you? Selling pets on campus is completely monopolized by the school. Unless you have connections, there's no way to bring them in. He looked at him and replied, As long as I have a shop, I can bring pets in, unlimited quantity, any level, top quality. Senior was skeptical after hearing this. If he could really solve the pet resource problem, it would be a godsend. How can he be so confident? He asked him. What's your method? Su Ping acted mysterious and cleverly said, Trade secret. Just let me try. You've got nothing to lose, right? Let's move to your Earth Zone. At that moment, an old man looked at them and said, Not for sale. Senior said to the old man, Sir, if you won't sell the shop, you can rent it. Name your price. The old man firmly refused. This is a family shop passed down from my grandfather. Su Ping looked at him helplessly. This is a prime commercial area. Aren't you the gang leader here? Why isn't it working? He scratched his head and explained. Even a gang leader can't bully an old man. He made a call to legend. Then he ordered, Let me try. The chief counselor will handle it for me. Get it done quickly. He respectfully replied, Yes. A skyscraper quickly appeared on the device screen. Su Ping negotiated with the old man. Sir, this is a top-tier shop in the Holy Light Bay City area. Renting the whole building for a year would be enough to support you for several lifetimes. Deal? The old man was stunned. Then he jumped up from his chair excitedly. What? Deal, I'll take it. If you propose the swap, sign this contract. The senior standing nearby was also shocked. Wow, superpower. Can you make that much money in the pet business and in a place smaller than a sesame seed? What does he plan to do? Su Ping mused to himself. Once the contract expires, this shop will be mine. I want to integrate it into the pet beast branch system and then activate the chaotic green lotus spirit pool. With that thought, his smile fully emerged. The scene shifted to the fourth-year mentor's office. Hao Kai asked Feng Hu. Feng Hu, who gave you those injuries, he recounted pitifully. Reporting to you, mentor, it was the Earth-class people. They have no regard for rules and bully others with their power. Hao Kai found it odd. Earth-class people, why did they hit you? He shamelessly replied. I don't know either. I was just passing through the electric zone when I got beaten up out of nowhere. They even said, we'll beat you every time we see you from now on. Mentor, you have to stand up for me. Hao Kai thought to himself, if this spoiled brat hadn't stirred up trouble, would he have been beaten like this? But the Shao family was a major clan in the city. If he swallowed this insult, no prestigious family would want to take him as a mentor in the future. Anyway, punishing those nobodies from the Earth Zone was no big deal. With that, he comforted Feng Hu. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll teach the Earth Zone a harsh lesson and get justice for you. Feng Hu smirked inwardly. Thank you for your trouble, mentor. I'll be sure to present you with a generous gift in the future. Hao Kai replied, you may leave. As Feng Hu walked out of the room, Hao Kai made a phone call. Immediately, a group of people appeared on a virtual screen. They asked in unison, Old Shi, what do you need from us? Hao Kai announced coolly, the disposal of all useless pets for the next half semester will be handled by our Class 4. The scene shifted elsewhere. At that moment, a convoy transporting useless pet beasts was heading to the assembly point. The vehicles quickly unloaded dead or worthless pet beasts, piling them into a mountain that emitted a foul stench. Then a bear pet beast spewed a massive flame, burning all those discarded pets to ashes. A student struggled to break free from the security guards, watching helplessly as his pet beast was dragged away, lamenting, Kei Lizu, on what grounds are you taking my pet? Old Lei knelt on the ground, pleading, Master Shi of Heaven Class 4, tell your people to stop. The Breeder Conference is about to begin, and the Breeder Association will select outstanding students to join. What you're doing is no different from burning someone's exam papers a month before the college entrance exam. Hao Kai questioned him expressionlessly. You injured my student and still expect good results? How do you plan to account for Feng Hu's injuries? Feng Hu chimed in. That's right, your student maliciously hurt me. If he doesn't come out and apologize, this isn't over. Old Lei was baffled and muttered in reply, "My student hurt you." Frustrated, he turned to the two students beside him and ordered, "Who was it? Tell him to come out and apologize." They shook their heads repeatedly. "We don't know, teacher, we don't know who it was either." Feng Hu accused sharply, "Don't play dumb with me, it was your senior," growing more impatient. He grabbed one student by the collar and threatened, "Call him out. If he keeps being stubborn, you'll take the punishment. Let's see how long you can hold out." At that moment, the senior was carrying a box over and asked Old Lei in confusion, "Teacher, why is everyone gathered here? Don't we have class?" Old Lei shouted, "How dare you touch a heaven class student? They've brought their mentor to demand an explanation. Come over and apologize, or we'll all have our futures ruined because of you." A student immediately warned him, "Senior, run, they're here to get revenge on you." Feng Hu flashed a sinister smile, "Finally showing your face? I'll make sure you learn the consequences of crossing me." The senior remained calm and cursed him, "Xiao Feng Hu, you're truly despicable." Before he could finish, Feng Hu ordered his men to attack him. "Go, don't let him escape." But no matter how outnumbered he was, the senior effortlessly knocked them down with his bare hands. He retorted bluntly, "Dream on." The remaining bodyguards charged at him recklessly. "Where do you think you're going?" The senior set down the cardboard box, and surprisingly there were pet beasts inside. He grinned and commanded, "Go bite them." The crowd gasped. "Whoa!" Feng Hu stared wide-eyed at him. The box contained pet beasts. Old Lei was also astonished and asked him, "There are even 3 of them. Where did you get these pet beasts?" The senior smiled at him, "Teacher, times have changed. We don't have to bow to them anymore. Now we have high-quality pet beast resources." Feng Hu thought he was talking nonsense and said skeptically, "What are you talking about?" Old Lei was already stunned speechless by the news he brought. The scene shifted to a luxury commercial street. In front of Su Ping's shop, a long line of students stood saying, "Thank you, boss." The senior walked over with Old Lei and said, "Look, the students are really happy. You can see the joy on every face, and they're all holding healthy pet beasts." Old Lei jumped for joy. "Everyone really has a pet beast now." Feng Hu questioned himself doubtfully, "Where did so many healthy pet beast resources come from?" "Impossible. The Earth Zone is restricted. There shouldn't be any new pet beast shops." The senior turned around, smiled confidently, and replied, "Then I'll tell you, now there is. And not just pet beasts, but all kinds of pet beast food too." With that, he glanced at the raw materials in the shop. Feng Hu was even more confused. "That's advanced pet beast food only used in our heaven-class professional training. Where did this shop come from?" The senior answered calmly, "These pet beast foods and pet beasts can be bought at below market prices, and their quality is no less than what the school provides." Old Lei was secretly delighted. "Great, the students now have access to top-tier resources and don't have to worry about the upcoming exams. This shop owner isn't running a business, he's practically doing charity." Feng Hu refused to accept reality. "Mentor, there's something wrong with this shop. Definitely something wrong. The school's pet beast food and beasts are all registered. This shop must be operating illegally," Hao Kai simply replied. He then ordered, "You there? Trash this shop and confiscate those unlicensed black market pet beasts." A group of black-clad bodyguards headed straight for the shop. "Yes?" Su Ping's pet beast heard the commotion and slightly opened its eyes. It glared with golden eyes at the rude group. Then it stood up. The bodyguard sensed a massive shadow moving and turned to look. The pet beast let out a roar, threatening them, stopping anyone from approaching the shop. They were terrified. "That giant dog is standing up." Feng Hu covered his ears in fear. "That's a dragon's roar. What kind of being is this golden dragon dog? It can unleash such an astonishing aura." Just then the shop door opened, and Su Ping asked softly, "What's all the noise out here?" Feng Hu recognized the voice and stared wide-eyed at him. "It's you." Su Ping asked calmly, "What are you all doing surrounding my guard dog?" The pet beast spread its limbs, showing off to the bodyguards. They warned each other. "A guard dog that looks like a dragon, fall back." Sensing trouble, Feng Hu said to Hao Kai, "These useless fools can't even beat a strange dog. Mentor, send out your guards." Su Ping replied nonchalantly, "So when the young ones can't handle it, the old ones step in." The pet beast behind him stared wide-eyed at them, exuding an undeniable authority. Hao Chi's mind was already in turmoil. His dragon dog faintly revealed the aura of a beast king, and he had never seen this person at the school before. Legend had it that only those from the Breeder Association knew the secrets of taming beast kings. Whether in strength or background, this person was definitely a tough nut to crack. So he smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Here's the thing. I received a report from a student that he was beaten up in the electric zone. So I came to mediate. Can you give us an explanation?" Feng Hu was completely frozen. "Hey," the senior sneered inwardly, "wasn't your mentor acting all high and mighty just now? Why is he talking so meekly now?" Feng Hu glared at him. "You," Ling Tong turned to comfort the injured student. "Don't be afraid. The boss promised to protect you. Let's tell Mentor Shi of Class 4 the whole story." The student nodded. Feng Hu smirked inwardly. "No matter how you explain, it's useless. Our Shao family donates so much money to the school every year. The mentor will definitely stand up for justice. That earlier act was just courtesy before force, a setup for a bigger blow. Hao Kai calmly stated what he thought was a reasonable idea. Both sides got beaten, that's fair. Feng Hu thought he had misheard, and froze. Ha, Hao Kai then scolded him. And besides, you failed in your ambush after the match, so you still owe them an apology. Feng Hu asked in bewilderment, Mentor, why are you helping them? Who's your student here? The two of them watched him ramble on. It's not about who's my student, it's about fairness and justice. Even if the emperor does something wrong, he has to compensate and apologize. Hao Kai shamelessly used him as a scapegoat. In addition to the apology, the medical expenses for the beaten student will also be covered by Xiao Feng Hu. Is everyone satisfied with this mediation? He exclaimed in shock. What? Su Ping and the others agreed. We have no objections. The senior heard this and taunted Feng Hu. Hear that? Apologize now, he fumed. Humiliation, and you want me to apologize? The senior replied calmly. We're just stating what you did. Is that humiliating you? He pressed a button on the device as he spoke. This is outrageous, just wait. If the mentor won't help me with such a small matter, I'll have to use my family's people. Then he shouted loudly, Come out, unexpectedly. Dozens of black-clad experts appeared behind him. They glared fiercely at Su Ping's group and asked respectfully, Young master, what do you need us for? Feng Hu accused, These rats publicly humiliated me. Seeing their agility, Old Lei exclaimed, Flying through the air, these three are all title-level experts. Hao Kai turned and reminded him, Take the out. They've already agreed to settle. Think it over, he stubbornly insisted. I can't swallow this. I want blood. Mentor, team up with me. That strange dog is no match for us. Ling Tong clenched his fists in worry. Damn, 3 title-level experts are already tough enough. If they get more help, the senior frowned, finding it tricky. They could throw a feast in the latter half. Su Ping glared at them and warned, Those 3 title levels are just minor characters who've barely stepped into the 9th rank. The real strong one is still up there. The senior looked up at the sky where a shadow silently observed them from afar. What? There's another expert? Xiao Si hovered in the air, finally chiming in. Noticing this old man's presence is worth praise. Feng Hu looked at him guiltily, his face tense with sweat. Damn, it's 4th grandfather. Why are you here? Xiao Si glanced at him and scolded coldly. Deploying the Xiao family's forbidden guards right under my nose, do you take me for a blind man? Seeing Xiao Si, Feng Hu was already terrified, his face quickly darkening. He quickly tattled. 4th grandfather, they bullied me. The injuries on me are from them. The mentor didn't do anything, so I had no choice. You have to get justice for me. The senior retorted indignantly. Hey, you started it. Suddenly, a hidden notification popped up on the system panel for Su Ping. He glanced at it and mused. Coupon? Doesn't seem like I see any tasks. The spirit pool at level 3 produces 1,000 energy per use. With a 50 discount, I'd earn 500 per use. Not a huge profit, but upgrading the pool might unlock some amazing effects. I'll accept it. Just then, an extremely violent tremor shook the ground, causing the senior and Ling Tong to stagger. What's happening? A massive green hand appeared across the sky. The senior recognized it and hesitated. It's the Essence Giant Palm, Xiao Si growled. You people bullying my Xiao family. Feng Hu flashed a sinister grin. Heh, with 4th grandfather stepping in, it's settled. He's a 9th rank upper-tier genius in both breeding and battle pets, the strongest in our Xiao family in 100 years. Old Lei looked up and begged him. Old senior, please wait, hear us out. Xiao Si ignored all words and waved his hand to attack them. Take this old man's palm first. Suddenly, an enormous dragon appeared, blocking his move. He widened his eyes in shock. What? Feng Hu froze. Is that big dog an incarnation of the golden dragon? Su Ping cursed coldly. Old fool, bullying the weak. You deserve a beating. Before he finished, the golden dragon swung its claw at Xiao Si, catching him off guard and landing a full blow. HMPH, he crashed straight into the ground, creating a loud boom upon impact. Feng Hu shouted in worry. 4th grandfather? The senior stared in disbelief at the scene. A 9th rank expert defeated so easily by a single roar? Ling Tong agreed. Incredible. Xiao Si staggered to his feet and demanded, Feng Hu, how did you provoke such an expert? He replied frantically. I don't know either. He just looks like an ordinary shopkeeper. Who would have thought? Su Ping approached them and asked softly, Can you calm down and listen now? He turned to Hao Kai. Aren't you the mentor of Class 4? Hao Kai spoke timidly. Yes, that's me. Let me explain this. He smiled and explained. Senior Xiao, I swear on my honor as a mentor that this incident was indeed started by young Master Xiao. The boss was just helping out of a sense of justice. This student here is the one involved. Young Master Xiao even tried to incite me to retaliate, but I kept persuading him. Xiao Si couldn't believe his eyes, and said angrily, What, Xiao Feng Hu, is this what you meant by being bullied? Feng Hu, terrified by his fury, quickly knelt to beg for forgiveness. 4th grandfather, I was wrong. I didn't mean to deceive you. I won't dare do it again. Xiao Si's face darkened. My century of cultivation nearly got me killed here because of you. Men drag him back. Family punishment. break his legs and confine him for 5 years so he doesn't cause trouble again. Feng Hu was then dragged away by the guards, struggling desperately. No, please, no, fourth grandfather, I know I was wrong. Shao Si walked up to Su Ping and asked respectfully, esteemed expert, it's my failure in discipline that led to this offense. May I ask your name? I'm willing to compensate you handsomely. The students murmured among themselves, a centenarian calling him you. Who would have thought the arrogant Shao family would end up like this? Su Ping leaned down and whispered to Shao Si, making sure only he could hear, my surname is Su, figure out the rest yourself. Shao Si pondered for a moment. Su, there's never been a Su family here. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and he widened his eyes in shock. The Su family from out of town, could it be Su Ping from Dragon River? The system panel then suddenly notified. Congratulations to the host for the reputation boost. The task progress has reached 47,100. Old Lei and the others smiled gratefully at Su Ping. Boss, thank you. If you hadn't stood up for us, we really don't know how badly that young master would have bullied us, he replied politely. Ensuring customer safety is our store's duty. If you want to thank me, just remember to come by more often. Once you grow stronger, no one will dare look down on you. The trainees behind him cheered in response. The boss is absolutely right, and everything in the store is solid value. Buying it is a steal, the senior then asked him. Boss, do you need any help in the store? Please let me lend a hand. Ling Tong also chimed in. Ah, boss, I want to help too. Su Ping refused. You should focus on preparing for your exams. I'm used to working alone. Having others around would be inconvenient. The two reluctantly gave up. Seeing this, he hinted, but if I'm out on business, the store does need someone. They perked up. Great. The scene shifted to the next morning. Kai Hao held a golden box and smiled obsequiously at him. Boss, please accept this. Su Ping tested him. What is this? He quickly explained. This is a small token of our appreciation, hoping to make up for yesterday's misunderstanding. Shao Si added. I've already given that rebellious son Shao Feng a good beating. Su Ping turned and walked away without a word. I'm busy. What do you want to buy? If nothing, please leave. The two were stunned. Didn't the boss like gold? The trainees outside asked him. Boss, do you have any more pet feed? He waved back. Come, a new batch just arrived last night. A peculiar purple herb quickly appeared in Su Ping's hand. The trainees stared for a while, then curiously asked him. This ginseng is so strange, I've never seen it in textbooks. Boss, what kind of feed is this? Ling Tong leaned in to look, murmuring a guess. Purple aura, swirling color like ancient bronze, tail like a dragon's whisker. Could this be the purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng? Shao Si exclaimed in surprise. What? The purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng? Kai Hao was also stunned. I never thought I'd see a legendary pet feed that's been extinct for 1,000 years in a store like this. Ling Tong stared at it and asked him. Boss, how much is this? He replied. 330,000 crystal coins, no haggling. She smiled slightly. Okay, suddenly a voice interrupted. Hold on. Both of them simultaneously stopped Ling Tong from buying. He said confidently, Boss, sell this ginseng to me. The other also vied. No, boss, sell it to me instead. He then helped her out. Move aside, move aside. First come, first served. You two come early tomorrow, he thought to himself. With such a precious item appearing, waiting until tomorrow was impossible. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So both simultaneously bid for him to sell it to them. Sell it to me. I'm willing to exchange half a year's profit of the family's listed company for it, just half a year. Better sell it to me. I'll trade 5 years of usage rights to a top-tier research institute under my name, the trainees murmured. The Shao Group is the leading enterprise in that city. Half a year's profit is at least 10 small targets. My God, that's too exaggerated. Such generosity, truly the Shao family. The research institute under a 4th-tier mentor is no simple thing. It's a top-level institute built to the strict standards of a 9th-tier breeder, equipped with the city's most advanced equipment. If I could use it for just one day, I'd be satisfied. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Ping's face. He asked them, spending so much, what do you plan to do with it? Kai Hao laughed. Through my connections, countless people will come to see this ginseng that's been extinct for 1,000 years. Even the Breeder Association will have to respect us for it. We'll instantly become top figures in the breeding world. Shao Si also replied, I'll fully leverage its commercial value. Turning it into a 10 billion project is no problem, and you'll get your share. Su Ping then turned to ask Ling Tong's opinion. What about you? She replied timidly. Boss, I might not be able to bring you that much profit. He comforted her. It's okay, go ahead, I want to hear. She then told Su Ping enthusiastically, Have you ever heard of the ancient dragon race, the purple blood heavenly dragon? Many breeding masters once tried to restore the bloodline and inherited dragon skills of the purple blood heavenly dragon, but they stalled due to a lack of materials. And this purple cloud heavenly dragon ginseng is exactly the pet feed from that era. With this feed, not only would research break through, but it could even advance the entire project field. he asked curiously. Is this kind of resource scarcity affecting the development of breeding techniques common? She frowned. Very common. Almost all breeding techniques involving ancient times have been unable to unearth useful things due to the dangers of the wilderness areas. Development has gradually stagnated, he sighed and explained. Indeed, some scholars have assessed that ancient pet beasts were far more powerful than those on Blue Star today. But the difficulty of restoration is too great, a single thing can't change much, and it might all be in vain. Su Ping then revealed a meaningful smile. Who said it's just one thing? Wait for me, I'll go pick some more for you. With that he turned and walked toward the door behind him, stepping inside, leaving them still dazed. Xiao Si also wondered, did my boss just say pick some more? Ling Tong, hearing this, noticed their address for him, and thought to herself, Boss Su, isn't Boss Shu called Shu Kuang? About half an hour later, from the room he entered, faint electric light spread outward. Su Ping held a deep purple ginseng in each hand, raised them in front of them and said, Here. Their eyes nearly popped out as they exclaimed, What? He reminded them that everyone had a share and to pay quickly. Kai Hao, seeing this, said with pain, Boss, be gentle, he said with distress. This is a 1,000-year-old relic, how can you grab it like vegetables? He replied calmly. Don't worry, it's not that precious. I have plenty more in my bag. The two were too shocked to speak. Ling Tong noticed blood on him and asked curiously, Boss, you're bleeding a lot, are you okay? He replied, It's someone else's blood, I'm fine. Kai Hao and Xiao Si whispered, What kind of family could have such depth? Unfathomable. I've lived for 100 years and never seen such a scene. She stepped forward to wipe him. Let me help you clean it. He reached out to stop her. Hold on, let me do it. He sighed regretfully. Mom, old fox, in public like this, you're being too rude. He glanced at him, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Xiao Si lifted Su Ping's shoe tip to wipe it. Call it rude or perverted, I don't care. Boss, your shoe is a bit dirty, let me wipe it for you. Su Ping said helplessly, Get up quickly, I'm afraid others will misunderstand. Pay up and don't forget the benefits you promised, he replied with a smile. No problem, I'll pay right away. Kai Hao also spoke. Boss and me. Su Ping suddenly turned to ask Ling Tong's opinion. By the way, I found a few other types. Do you think they're useful? She murmured at the items in his hand. This is Bodhi 100 Grass Dew, Jade Dragon 7-colored Orchid and Spirit Demon Soul Grass, all extinct pet feeds. Su Ping was quite impressed by her knowledge. You know a lot, want to buy? She regretfully declined. Maybe next time, I really want to, but the Purple Cloud Heavenly Dragon Ginseng already used up my food money for this year. Kai Hao sighed and mocked. After all, it used to be a breeding family, but I heard the higher-ups are obsessed with research and bad at management, to the point where they can't even afford materials now. How lamentable. At that moment the system panel suddenly warned him. Detected host using the store to obtain external financial gains. He immediately responded, Who said I'm taking it? He suddenly pointed at her and suggested, Mentor Xiao, please transfer your big gift to her. Ling Tong was astonished. Huh? She pointed at herself and stammered, To me. The two also turned to Ling Tong in surprise. To her, Su Ping said calmly. That's right, to her. Let the money and the house be used for her to buy research resources and as a research space. Any problem? Xiao Si then complained. Boss, you're being foolish. If you hand over all the pet feed to me, managed with the Xiao family's help, I guarantee you'll be on the global wealth list within a year. She timidly declined. I can't offer such generous returns. Is it worth it? At that moment the system panel issued another notice, warning the host's action is suspected of using a manager to obtain excessive financial income. Don't try to fool this system. Su Ping's face darkened as he reasoned with them. Since when can worth be judged by money? He shouted. The Xiao family, as a breeding family, only wants to monopolize the money circle. The mentor only cares about power and status with no pity for the plight of the electrical class students, and even wants to bully the weak. Do your actions match your positions? Hearing his emotional outburst made them a bit nervous too. Yes, boss, you're right. I feel deeply ashamed. The trainees behind him responded with support. As expected of the boss, even the Xiao family's elder and the mentor are left speechless. Finally, someone speaks for us. The boss is great, well said, the senior praised with a smile. Awesome. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Then Kai Hao and Xiao Si smiled obsequiously at him. I didn't expect the boss to be so principled. A hero doesn't care about profit. As long as the boss's pet feed is in place, I can actually do a good job as a teacher. Same for me, I can also respect the elderly, care for the young, and help the needy. He sighed inwardly. These guys really think I don't want to squeeze every bit of favor out of you. Dividends can't be converted into energy. More is just waste paper. Besides, high-level pet feed isn't easy to sell, and they want to monopolize my sales channels, asking for trouble, Su Ping thought with a smile. System, listen up. Investing in Ling Tong first allows a small portion of pet feed to enter the public eye and open the market. Second, it can unlock new pet skills and breeding techniques. The death training method I use relies too much on and drains potential. I need other training methods to boost combat power faster. Third, Ling Tong's research can produce papers. Then I'll just put my name on them and solve the need for enlightenment learning. This is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone, all to cultivate the strongest pet beasts. Where does the manager's profit come from? Seeing his reasoning, the system had no response. The scene shifted to another place. Early the next morning in the study room of Class 8 Heaven, a few trainees were chatting and laughing. That video just now was so boring. I feel the author is outdated. Mei asked Ling Tong's opinion. Tong, should we take the books back to the dorm first or? She replied with a smile. Let's just bring them over there, we have a place to sleep anyway. We'll stay there until the placement exam. Mei nodded. Okay, Yi Liang and his group were chatting, and when they saw Ling Tong pass by they were tired of scrolling on their phones. What to play later? I found something fun. He jumped down from the table, greeting with a mocking intent. Isn't this the busybody Zhang Ling Tong? Seeing Yi Liang blocking her way, she frowned in displeasure. Feng Yi Liang, please move aside. He approached her, saying harsh words. The exam is coming up and you're not in the classroom studying. Could it be you've given up and stopped trying? No trash allowed here. Get back to the electrical class. Mei felt Yi Liang was going too far and stepped in to stop him. Ling Tong calmly walked past him, expressionless. She returned to her seat and quickly packed up her books and belongings. The other trainees mocked him. Haha, she's playing hard to get, ignoring you. Mei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Peeved, he angrily walked to Ling Tong's spot and snatched the book from her hand. What are you pretending for? Yi Liang held the book high, not letting her take it, and said coldly, Didn't you hear me talking to you? She replied impatiently. Please give me back the book. That trainee joined in the teasing. So obedient. She speaks when told to. Mei angrily stopped them. Stop it. Are you elementary school kids? How boring? He pushed further, insulting her a few times. You want it? Apologize and I'll give it back. Weren't you best at apologizing before? He said flippantly. Hurry up, I can't wait to see you cry. Suddenly a black-clad bodyguard stood behind him, snatched the book from his hand. Yi Liang was startled, recognized the person, and stammered as he was dragged away. Hey, are you our class mentor's guard? The moment he finished, the guard grabbed him by the collar and flung him, making him hit the ground hard. Ouch, the guard said coolly to comfort her. Ignore them, let's go. Ling Tong politely thanked him. Thank you. That trainee quickly left his seat and ran over to ask him, Hey, are you okay? Yi Luang glared at the guard. HMPH, the trainee whispered strangely. Strange, why is Mentor Ding's guard protecting Zhang Ling Tong? He suddenly realized. Ah, I get it. She and the mentor have that kind of relationship, the other spat. No wonder her attitude is different, she has backing. He flashed a sinister smile and urged the other, follow them, take photos later and see how I deal with her. The scene shifted to a large research institute building in the city center. Yi Liang and his group muttered, That's a mentor-level research institute. What's she doing there? What else? They're really playing around? Come on, let's go in and see. Inside, modern giant machines and research facilities gradually came into view. A trainee approached Ling Tong and greeted her. Sister Tong, you're finally here. She asked. What's wrong? The person replied. When I was raising a baby 100-trick fox beast, its claws kept bleeding a lot, and I don't know why. Yi Liang, seeing this, wondered, so many Earth-class students here, what's going on? Ling Tong reached out to diagnose the pet beast and asked, Did you use too much brave spirit grass without clearing the claw meridians? The trainee nodded. Ah yes, she smiled. Sister knows the problem. Do this first. Like this, the trainee beside him exclaimed. Wow, this is where mentors do advanced research, but they're using it for such basic breeding academics. He secretly recorded it as evidence. Bold. Definitely stealing school property illegally. I need to record this and hand it over to the school to make them pay. The guard suddenly appeared behind them. Grabbing Liang, who was up to some sneaky business, he said, You two again, skulking around here. What are you doing? Pointing at them, he tattled. Guard, I have something to report. The scum from Class Earth are illegally occupying the research lab. The guard sneered. Illegally occupying, idiot. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Lingtong demanded, Feng Yiliang, what are you doing here? She threatened him. Zhang Lingtong, I've already filmed your class lightning crew occupying the lab. Using mentor-level equipment without permission is a serious offense. If you don't want to be suspended, I suggest you. Without a word, she quickly pressed a few buttons on her device. See for yourself, the data stream showed. Party A, Hao Sichi Special Research Lab Transfer Agreement. Party B, Zhang Lingtong Training Resource Donation Agreement. Party A, Xiao Si. Party B, Zhang Lingtong. He was stunned. What? The lab was a gift from Instructor Shi of Class 4 and the money for the training resources was paid by the Xiao family. Mei grabbed her hand and urged. Tong, don't waste time with them. We still need to get busy restarting the Purple Blood Celestial Dragon project. She smiled and nodded. All right, I'll take my leave then, the two of them finally realized. Restarting the Purple Blood Celestial Dragon. If Zhang Lingtong's research yields results, even without taking the placement exam, a bunch of instructors will be fighting over her. So that's why she never goes to class. In the lab, a massive groaning snail appeared before them, leaving everyone stunned. People snapped photos. This groaning snail is huge, the researcher who developed it said. This is a pet I cultivated using octoploid breeding techniques. Its strength and endurance are both superior to the original. If you're interested, feel free to learn more and invest. The judges nodded approvingly. Even with an enlarged body, it maintains its endurance, no localized deformities, and the individual's mood is stable. It's a successful cultivation. The researcher grinned foolishly and asked, Hee, since you all appreciate my breeding technique so much, what score do you think I'll get in this competition? They raised their signs together. About this much. Together, this is the highest score I can give. He was dumbfounded, thinking he'd misread it. A what? The highest is just 2 points, judges. After scoring, they turned and left. He reached out to stop them. Please wait. Is there a mistake? One judge replied coldly. This kind of thing has been common for 100 years. Aside from its pitiful practicality, it shows no creativity or progress. The judge continued impatiently. This is a gathering of the city's top elite breeders. No room for opportunists. The host quickly announced. The moment has come. Once every 3 years, the focus of all breeders. The Breeders' Conference begins. This year, we're at Tianlong Academy, ranked 5th among the light strongholds. Thanks to the school for providing the venue. As he spoke, the camera panned to the principals. The principal waved. It's an honor. The city's top talents are gathered at our school. I hope everyone can give their all, achieve good rankings, and find investors. I also thank Elder Bai for taking time out of his busy schedule to attend. Elder Bai picked up the thread. Hey, as usual, 3 judges will score the competition. Outstanding performers, besides the conference rewards, will also qualify for membership and receive training from the association. The contestants were surprised. Membership training. No student in history has been selected as a 9th rank breeder. The last one reached the 8th rank at just 19. Their faces were full of regret. So jealous. I'd love to enter the Breeders' Association for advanced training. Forget it. How many wealthy people have tried to bribe their way in and failed? If they let everyone learn for free, wouldn't they go bankrupt? The scene shifted to the viewing platform, where Chen Ka was already waiting. Everyone quickly entered the area. They raised their confirmation tokens, and he said, Please take your seats in the celestial level competition viewing area. After they sat down, they began chatting. How's it going? Which family's prodigy has arrived? Not yet. The Breeders' Association hasn't made a move either. Those old-timers only pick the best seedlings. They act fast, haha. If you could really take the best seedling as a disciple, even the principal would have to call you brother. HMPH, don't forget old Ding isn't here this time. One less competitor increases the odds. Right, I need to seize this opportunity too. Su Ping overheard their conversation from behind. He walked to the seating area, silent, and slowly sat down. The group became curious about his identity. Who's that young man? How dare he sit in a 9th rank instructor's seat? Maybe someone the association invited. So young and already has 9th rank breeding ability. Hao Ji glanced over, just smiling silently. HMPH, keep being clueless, saves me from competing for resources. Nearby, a breeder was utterly despairing. He asked blankly, How is my optical camouflage stealth pet skill only scoring 3 points? The judge turned to point out the flaw. Painting invisible paint on a pet isn't a skill, and an invisible pet is easily exposed by detection psychic power. However, invisibility is useful in wilderness reconnaissance, so progressiveness gets 3 points. I suggest redoing it. The investor shook his head in disappointment. Since the judge says so, I'm pulling out of this project's investment. The breeder scrambled. Wait, investor, the nearby audience whispered. Tisk, the scoring at this breeders' conference is strict. No one scored above 6 yet, but with Elder Bai personally overseeing this time, the old tricks won't work. The judge overheard them and glanced over. You few want to be scored? Those who hadn't been scored by the end of the conference would be considered absent. The group waved their hands frantically. A judge, please go check elsewhere. I am not ready yet, the judge sneered. HMPH. Disappointing. Isn't there anyone useful? Ling Tong had been observing from the side for a while and suddenly spoke up. I am. The people around looked toward her. Her gaze was still firm, her words full of confidence. Please come this way. The crowd buzzed. Who's that? A girl daring to show off at a time like this. She's fearless. The stern judge remarked. Courage is commendable. Lead the way. The 3 judges followed her slowly to where she displayed her research results. The curious crowd followed with some sneering. This exhibition area is terrible. Yeah, no sense of technology at all. Compared to ours, it's like a ridiculous slum. What results could come from a place like this? The judge's face quickly darkened, and he warned coldly, If you're trying to score high by playing on sympathy, give up now. Ling Tong remained confident, denying his words. Rest assured, I have no such intention. We're here. With that, she reached for her pet. She took a purple test tube sample from Mei. Everyone's eyes followed her movements, wondering what it was. What's that? What's she going to do with it? Purple blood. Ling Tong's gaze sharpened. She opened the test tube cap and held it up to her eyes. Watch closely. Then she poured the blood onto her pet and introduced it. This is an unrefined 4th-rank juvenile dragon beast. Ling Tong and Mei put on gloves together, exchanging a confident look as if no one could deny their efforts. They both reached out to the pet and shouted, "Dragon blood vein severance technique." As the words fell, the beast emitted a strange purple light. Their pupils dilated as they stared at it in shock. What happens after absorbing that purple test tube? Behind the pet, a massive purple dragon appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure. As the dragon emerged, a purple beam shot into the sky, quickly darkening the heavens. The onlookers clutched their heads in pain. "The pressure's too strong, my head's splitting, it's coming out. Something terrifying seems to be awakening." Elder Bai stared at the purple dragon in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "That's the purple blood celestial dragon, extinct 9,000 years ago." After appearing briefly in the sky, the dragon quickly dissipated and vanished. The judges still couldn't believe their eyes. "It's gone," they muttered blankly. The host, equally stunned, exclaimed excitedly, "What did I just see in that instant? Was it my imagination?" Ling Tong quickly recorded data with her pen. Mei scratched her head in disappointment. "Sigh, it's far from what I imagined. I should have tested it first. I thought it would get bigger." Fenggu and Yiliang frowned. "What just happened? Who knows? The dragon blood vein severance technique is just a fantasy. Looks like Zhang Ningtong can't produce anything major either." They mocked her. "With such high standards at this conference, she's bound to get a low score. HMPH, drawing so many people over, just waiting to humiliate herself." Several instructors rushed to say, "Director, rewind that part. I want to see who was breeding just now. Move aside, let me see first." "No way, I want that person first. It should be me." Fenggu and Yiliang were astonished. "What?" The screen cut to Ling Tong. The host said, "Several instructors from Tianlong Academy are very interested in this contestant." They asked curiously, "Who is she?" "A student from Tianlong Academy?" "A girl?" Seeing her, the instructors were surprised. "Isn't that the little girl from Class 8? How did we never notice her talent before? Old Ding really hid her well. Surname seems to be Zhang or something." They quickly looked up Ling Tong's info. Class 8 student data, quick check. Zhang Tong, 17 years old, 6th rank breeder, measurements, weight, hobbies, reading ancient books, researching breeding. Many offered tempting conditions to recruit her. "Join my sect, teacher. I have a library with various ancient books not found in Tianlong's library. Use them freely. Choose me, teacher. I'll teach you exclusive breeding methods. Come with me, teacher. Free afternoon tea every day. Choose me, teacher." "Teacher." Suddenly, 2 beams of cyan and yellow light appeared in the sky. The instructors looked up in surprise. It was Elder Bai and the principal. He said, "Apologies, everyone. This old man will go first." They cursed. "Old Li," the host smiled helplessly. "Oh dear, even Vice President Elder Bai of the Breeders' Association and the Dean of Tianlong Academy." The principal glanced at Elder Bai and frowned. "Vice President, why are you in such a hurry?" He laughed. "Haha, this old bones are too lazy, just getting some exercise." "Principal, you're strong and healthy. Are you as outwardly strong but inwardly weak as me?" He grew more wary of this seemingly harmless remark. "Lying to ghosts? Clearly trying to steal my person." "Caught." Elder Bai wasn't flustered. He smiled. "Oh, caught me." The principal cursed him and went all out. With a sudden stop, he used the 9 heavens teleportation technique. Elder Bai was no pushover either. He calmly responded, "War without fear of fire, 9th rank secret technique, Earth Aid." Both accelerated to their limits, racing for the person. The host was speechless. They arrived simultaneously. "Finally here," they ordered the judges. "Everyone go elsewhere." They respectfully replied. "Yes." Elder Bai stroked his beard and asked, "May I see the pet you cultivated?" Ling Tong smiled and nodded. "Of course, please come in, Elder Bai." Mei was still astonished. "Oh, we've been mentioned by a big shot like Elder Bai. Oh my future is set." The surrounding audience looked at them enviously. "Wow, Elder Bai is personally scoring those 2 girls. Only rare geniuses get that treatment, right? Don't get too excited. Maybe Elder Bai's standards are stricter than the proctors," the pet called out as he approached. Home, he mused. "Legend says the purple blood celestial dragon is the ancestor of all dragons, the pinnacle of bloodlines. Even the Blue Star Dragon clan's top-ranked golden dragon can't compare." Elder Bai observed its various parts and commented, "Wings faintly shimmering with purple lightning, scales crystal clear and full of dragon aura, eyes exuding a kingly presence. Without a doubt, this dragon beast has successfully fused the bloodline of the purple blood celestial dragon." He spoke with extreme excitement. "This method can greatly enhance the bloodline limit of dragon beasts, allowing block dragon beasts to easily break through their combat power." The principal laughed heartily. "Haha, excellent. Truly a talent cultivated by our school." Elder Bai then scored it. "Though there are some flaws, the result is undeniable. I give it 9.5 points." The host was stunned. 9.5 points, the highest score of the entire conference has appeared. Elder Bai offered her a suggestion. Come with me, little girl. With the full support of the Breeders' Association and my teachings, you'll surely achieve even greater results in the breeding world. The principal also patted his chest in assurance. Zhang Ningtong, don't go with him. You were cultivated by our school. You should stay and contribute here. Come with me, teacher. Teacher can give you the best resources in the entire school. You can pick any instructor you want, research whatever you like. The audience was stunned. Wow, sparing no expense to recruit that girl. That's the highest offer the principal has ever made. But getting Elder Bai's legacy is also incredibly tempting. Learning just a fraction of his secret techniques would be enough to establish yourself in the breeding world. Fenggu and Yiliang couldn't accept reality. She's really gone from sparrow to phoenix. I can't take it. Sigh, if I could do it over, I'd definitely get on her good side. Lingtong clenched her hands and softly called out, Elder Bai, principal. They both spoke in unison. Made up your mind so soon? She looked at them with a firm gaze. Yes, I've made my choice, the host said nervously. Who will become the new star of the breeding world? The instructors guessed the principal had a better chance. Who could refuse the power in their hands? I'm not so sure. Allying with Elder Bai as a true disciple would lead to a much higher status in a decade or so. Stop guessing. The little girl will definitely choose me. No matter who she picks, her future is bright. Su Ping, who had been sitting and observing Lingtong, revealed a satisfied smile. He stood up, supporting himself with his hands, and muttered to himself. Time to head back and prepare the goods. Lingtong then made her decision. Elder Bai, principal, thank you both for your kindness. I've decided to devote my life to my boss, Xu Kuang. Su Ping's body stiffened, momentarily stunned. He recalled introducing himself to Shang Chengfeng with a fake name. My name is Xu Kuang. Everyone was baffled. Xu Kuang, who's that? Never heard of him. How dare he snatch a disciple from Elder Bai and the principal? Quick, investigate. Dig up everything. I want all his info within 10 minutes, the host said. After Zhang Lingtong chose a stranger, the scene briefly descended into chaos. Su Ping cleared his throat twice and raised his hand with some effort. Ahem, she must be referring to me. The camera then turned to Su Ping and the crowd grew curious. It's him. He's Xu Kuang. He looks too young. Zhang Lingtong chose him. Elder Bai said calmly, has someone beaten us to it? Haha, the principal can't accept being questioned like this. Is this for real? Who is he? Xiao Tong, why did you pick him? Lingtong explained. Every time I faced difficulties, Boss Xu lent a hand. All the funding for my research materials came from him. Without him, I might never have achieved what I have today. Feng Hu and Jing Lei were stunned. What? It's him. The audience began to catch on. But the materials used in the Purple Blood Dragon project should have gone extinct long ago. So it turns out these materials were restored by this person. Su Ping asked her seriously in return, I'll be leaving this place for a while. Even so, are you determined to follow me? Lingtong stood firm in her decision. As long as I can work for Boss Xu, I'll go anywhere. The principal immediately objected. No, absolutely not. Starlight is a global cultivation sanctuary, and also an A-class base city. There's no better environment for a cultivator's growth. Taking her away would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to a budding talent. Lingtong spoke up. Principal, you've always taught us that traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 1,000 books. Although Starlight Base City has long been hailed as a cultivation sanctuary, there are still many unique cultivation methods not recorded. The death cultivation method Boss Xu uses is one example. She looked at him as she spoke. The others murmured among themselves, death cultivation method, never heard of it. What if he's a fraud? Losing such a promising talent would be a huge loss, the principal stubbornly challenged him. Exactly how can we let him take her so easily? Only a top-tier cultivator is worthy of being Zhang Lingtong's teacher. Compete with me and if you win, you can take her. Su Ping turned to the people beside him. Elder Bai, Mentor Shi, won't you put in a good word for me? He smiled harmlessly. Actually, we'd like to see your true skills firsthand. He sighed helplessly. Fine, but I won't fight this match for nothing, the old man asked doubtfully. What else do you want? Su Ping said. This match will be broadcast live across the entire city. As soon as he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from his body. The audience was already staring at him in amazement. Look at that guy, it's like he's walking down an air staircase. Idiot, that's aerial flight, a level of essence control only for titled experts. Wow, he's that young and already a titled expert, the principal replied cheerfully. Haha, no problem. I'd love for the whole city to see our school's genius. Follow me, we have live streaming equipment specifically for cultivator battles. The screen immediately connected to the entire city and they whispered among themselves, who is this young man? How dare he challenge the principal of Tianlong Academy? That challenger looks familiar. I think I've seen him online. Interesting, the old man proposed to Su Ping. Let's settle this with a beast-taming battle, he said calmly. No problem. Iron cages holding wild beasts were brought out one after another, looking ferocious. The audience was terrified just watching. This cage is creaking, it's too scary. Do they need to use such dangerous things for the match? The principal smiled and warned, haha, our school's 9th tier beasts are all extremely fierce. If you're not confident, I can swap them for lower tier ones. Don't worry about the live stream, young man. Su Ping scanned the beasts and declined his offer. This is fine. As he spoke, a pressure radiated from his entire body, suppressing their sharp gazes. A golden phantom appeared behind him, emitting a majestic and sacred golden light. The beasts, which had been glaring at Su Ping a second ago, immediately retracted all their killing intent. They knelt one by one under his aura, afraid to confront this master. He walked up to an iron cage and said to it, "You're the one, stand up." The ice scythe iron armor beast, upon hearing Su Ping's command, stood up and let out a deafening roar. The audience stared blankly at the scene. Sit when told, stand when told. He had tamed all 9th tier wild beasts without even lifting a finger. Oh my god, how did he do it? Is this the pinnacle of beast taming? Elder Bai said slowly. It's not just taming. Those strategically matched beasts, though carefully selected by the school, still have varying talents. He picked the one with the highest insight among them in one glance, the host chimed in. Incredible. The duel between masters starts with such fine details. The principal then flashed a sinister smile. HMPH. Your ice scythe iron armor beast may have high talent, but my flame fire spirit beast is no slouch either. He reached out to transmit mana to it. The host frowned and said, using a flame fire dragon beast against an ice scythe iron armor beast, a true water fire duel. But isn't it unwise to use a countered fire type when the opponent chose an ice type first? Elder Bai denied this. Dragon type skills aren't afraid of elemental counters. Moreover, the strength of dragon bloodline can compensate for talent gaps, if cultivated properly. It could even easily suppress that ice scythe iron armor beast. He squinted and continued, and most importantly, Tianlong Academy's specialty is dragon type beasts. The Dragon Slumber Spirit Condensation art has impressed many experts in the association. The principal confirmed with a laugh. Haha, as expected, I can't hide it from the vice president. I plan to teach the Dragon Slumber Spirit Condensation art to Zhang Lingtang after taking her as my disciple. He suddenly took out a bagua-shaped sachet and said meaningfully, young man, now let me show you something. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, 100 burn dragon bone, and instantly a long bone appeared. The principal quickly performed an engraving operation, and the bone joint immediately burned in cyan flames. As the skeleton vanished, the dragon gradually took shape. The host exclaimed in surprise, the dragon bone faintly reveals a dragon soul, unbelievable. The mentors chuckled secretly. 100-year dragon bone is a rare, genuine item used up in one go. Tisk, going all out like this. How long has it been since the principal got serious? It seems Zhang Lingtang is destined for him. The cyan dragon phantom immediately merged into his beast. The audience was startled by its terror. Ah, the aura is too terrifying. I can't even imagine how terrifying the upcoming beast-taming battle will be. Speaking of which, why is there no movement on the other side? Su Ping was slowly feeding medicinal herbs to his beast. Eat slowly, don't choke. The host wondered aloud. Contestant Shu is feeding a large amount of Buddha heartgrass. This herb slightly boosts a beast's insight. Eating so much, is he hoping the ice scythe iron armor beast will randomly learn a skill in battle? Su Ping looked at his beast's stats panel and smiled contentedly. Alright, that's about enough. He suddenly reached forward, a layer of blue magic appearing over his body, and shouted, Thunderpath, engrave. As soon as he spoke, a massive black vortex appeared in the sky. The host panicked. What's happening outside? The weather was fine. Why the sudden thunder? Elder Bai, who had been calm all along, now stared wide-eyed at the sky. Could it be a saint spirit posture? Su Ping shouted again, and blue lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each bolt struck straight at the beast as he continued casting. 766 Thunderpath, Flying Flash, Shadow Instant. His beast emerged from a hazy skeleton, its eyes radiating authority and an immensely powerful aura. Su Ping looked at his creation with satisfaction and announced to them, I'm done too. The audience hadn't yet grasped what happened. What just happened too fast? The host asked. Has contestant Shu's cultivation finished so quickly? She then announced, Flame Fire Dragon Beast versus Ice Scythe Iron Armor Beast. Both sides' beast cultivation is complete. Speed is a tie. Everyone found it strange. Fast, yes, but that Ice Scythe Iron Armor Beast doesn't look any different. I think that young titled cultivator's skill is just so-so. Though youth beats age, cultivation isn't something solved overnight. His experience and technique still can't match the principal of Tianlong Academy. Exactly. If he could make the Ice Scythe Iron Armor Beast, then he might have a chance to win. Elder Bai thought to himself, the lightning he summoned just now wasn't ordinary. It was something close to the origin of lightning elements. He looked at him. Only cultivators with Saint Spirit talent can touch the origin. Su Ping, I thought you were far from Saint Spirit, but it turns out you're so close, the host then loudly announced. Next up is the most exciting part, the beast taming battle. Round 1, begin. As soon as she spoke, the principal's beast launched the first attack. Flame C. Su Ping's beast agilely dodged the lava-like attack. The old man's beast's flames quickly spread across the entire arena, forming a circle. The host continued, the Flame Fire Dragon beast has seized the initiative. It used the 8th tier skill Flame C to create a favorable position. The arena temperature has now reached 600 degrees. If the Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast doesn't act soon, the surging heat might burn its lungs. She watched the battle as she spoke. The principal's dragon-type beast launched the next attack. Dragon Breath Shadow Slash. Sickle-like attacks struck Su Ping's beast in succession. The host grew excited. The assault is too fierce. The 9th tier skill Dragon Breath Shadow Slash leaves the Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast no escape. Is it over? The audience was thrilled. No, the fighting spirit is too intense, super deadly. As expected of a beast cultivated by the principal. Old indeed is still the best. Principal, are you still taking disciples? The principal said proudly. HMPH Xiao Tong, look how many people want to learn but can't. The teacher chose you. You need to cherish this opportunity. Ling Tong forced a smile but didn't forget to remind him. Principal, it seems the match isn't over yet. The old man suddenly sensed something wrong and slightly opened his closed eyes. Su Ping's beast, seemingly injured, dissipated in his dragon's attack. That was an afterimage. The principal's dragon-type beast searched back and forth, unable to find its enemy. The entire arena showed no trace of Su Ping's beast, he exclaimed in surprise. The Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast is gone. Su Ping smiled confidently and reminded them. Right here. Suddenly, a strong wind from an unknown source blew out the flames encircling the arena. The host said in panic, what's happening? The sudden strong wind in the arena has instantly extinguished the Flame Sea. The principal immediately used his eyesight, playing tricks. The Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast's aura is still in the arena. 9th tier vision enhancement. You can't escape my eyes. He suddenly froze in shock as if unable to believe it. What? The host was also curious about what the principal saw. Elder Bai laughed and interjected. Haha, as they say, seeing is believing. Switch to a high-speed camera and you'll understand. The host responded. Okay, let me have the director cut that out. The camera immediately adjusted its position. The audience in front of the screens rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. They were stunned. The camera immediately replayed the moment in slow motion. Before the wind started, a blue light path suddenly flashed, spinning in circles across the arena at incredible speed. Only when magnified could they see what it was. The Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast is flying. According to the high-speed camera, even when captured, the beast's form was still unclear. The audience finally realized. Turns out this wind was caused by high-speed movement. What kind of insane speed is this? Too terrifying. Is this the strength of that young cultivator? The principal's dragon-type beast suddenly let out a pained cry and its horn broke off and fell. He turned back in a daze, his flame fire dragon beast unable to strike. Su Ping snapped his fingers, commanding his beast, and then asked him, stop. Do we need to continue? At his command it immediately halted its speed. Its sharp claws were already pressed against the dragon's neck. It trembled in fear. Woo! The principal slumped to the ground in a daze. Is the gap this big? No more, I concede, the host announced. The Ice Scythe Iron Armor beast wins by overwhelming dominance. The victor of this beast-taming battle is contestant Xu Kuang. No, Elder Bai suddenly interrupted and loudly declared to everyone, listen up everyone, his name isn't Xu Kuang. He's from Longjiang Base City, and his name is Su Ping, he finished with a slight smile. And seeing Su Ping's figure on the big screen, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Ping from Longjiang, is that the one who fought against the stars online? At least legendary level, right? So young, his talent is monstrous. And his cultivation technique is so exquisite. The shop under his name is said to be fast and good at cultivation. It seems true. The crowd in the stands was in an uproar. Though the old principal is strong, he's no match for Su Ping. He can't challenge him in combat or cultivation skill. Exactly, the best choice for Zhang Lingtong's teacher is him, Mei Mei sighed. Wow, so he's such an amazing person, the senior grinned proudly. Hee, I told you he wasn't ordinary. The system panel showed initial reputation gained in this city, progress 100,100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Please claim your reward. Chaos Spirit Pool 1 day 50 off coupon. Su Ping smiled slightly and reached out to click the claim button. Done. The principal extended his hand to him with a friendly smile. Legend Su, I've long admired you. I admit defeat willingly. May I ask what cultivation technique you just used? Where did you learn it? Could you offer some guidance? Su Ping responded calmly to the principal. It's called Thunderpath engraving, something I grasped by chance. But I haven't fully mastered it yet. For now I can only use it, not teach it. The principal was a bit dejected. What a shame. If this technique, which is like a miracle, could be upgraded, it would surely change the entire cultivation landscape. Su Ping glanced at his hand. You don't need to tell me that. Once I deepen my understanding of the thunder path in the future, I'll find a way to record it. The people above were astonished. He's willing to share his secret technique? Great. I'll definitely support it then. Even if Legend Sus Masterpiece is expensive, I'd be happy to buy it. He lowered his head slightly. My cultivation technique won't be charged. I'll share it online for free when the time comes. Hearing this, they gaped in surprise. Free sharing, such a good thing exists? His eyes darkened a little. That's right. But this wasn't for everyone. It was so that all could equally learn advanced cultivation techniques. The senior was moved to tears, remembering that they hadn't forgotten him. HNGU Boss Su, I'll follow you even to death. Beside him, Mei pulled Ling Tong's hand and said, meeting a wise teacher is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Tong, go pay your respects quickly, don't keep them waiting. Lin Tong nodded in reply. I'm going. You all take care too, Mei said cheerfully. Hee, don't worry. Thanks to you, quite a few masters have already contacted me. Old Bai walked over with a teacup. Zhang Lingtong, kneel and offer tea to formally take him as your master. He cautioned carefully. From now on, serve your master like your own father. Attend to his meals and daily needs with all your heart. Lingtong knelt on one knee holding the teacup. Yes. She followed Old Bai's instructions. Su Ping took the cup from her hand and said, no need for such grand formalities. The two turned to him in confusion. In terms of age, I'm not much older than Zhang Lingtong. When she refused, the others had already made their stance clear. Su Ping lifted the lid from the cup. Besides, I have hands and feet. Why would I need someone to serve me? Old Bai said sternly. Hey, a teacher for a day is a father for life. That's tradition, we can't break the rules. He bit the edge of the teacup and reached out to Lingtong. Funny thing, my rule is to not follow old customs. Today, Zhang Lingtong doesn't have to kneel to me, and she won't have to kneel to anyone else in the future. Old Bai looked at Su Ping. With me, there's only one thing you need to do. He calmly interrupted Old Bai and said to Lingtong, and that is to do what you're best at until you become the one and only in that field. How about it? Dare you? Lingtong was silent for a moment, then slowly stepped forward, firmly reaching out to take his hand. Yes, Old Bai shook his head helplessly. Do as you please. Suddenly, Su Ping called out to him. Old Bai, one more thing, he grinned, pointing at Lingtong. With Zhang Lingtong's help, my Thunder Dao heart will be cracked soon, plus the pioneering of ancient cultivation techniques. My thesis is definitely solid, so he lowered his voice. You little rascal wants to learn spirit opening first, right? He replied happily. Ha, Old Bai really gets me. Old Bai glared. Dream on. Finish your thesis first. I may not control your disciple, but I can still handle you, Su Ping said helplessly. TCH, you old fox. A person entered from outside, knelt respectfully, and reported, Vice President, the pioneering survey team you dispatched has returned to the city. Old Bai turned around. How many came back? The person clasped their hands. The whole team returned, no losses. Su Ping stood behind and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Old Bai explained. This pioneering team once lost contact. I thought they'd perished. It's a great relief they're back safely. After the Cultivator Conference concludes tonight, we'll hold a report meeting to discuss the survey results on the anomalies in the wild zone and decide on countermeasures. Strong fighters from all cities are here. You'll definitely have a seat. Su Ping nodded seriously. I'm at the Cultivator Association headquarters. The space was noisy. Hey, did you all encounter the anomalies Old Bai mentioned when you came? Many spirit beasts appeared where they shouldn't be, as if fleeing from something. Something that can stir up such a wide range of beasts. A person crossed their arms and spoke up. Could it be the 4 kings? The person beside them was somewhat silent. Not sure, hopefully not. Remember, the 4 kings are all at the heavenly fate level, the pinnacle of legend. Even the Wind Tower might not have a chance. Suddenly a stern voice rang out. Now, the Cultivator Association's direct pioneering survey team will report the results. This is the team leader, Lu Hongqiao. After some time, our team conducted a thorough investigation and cross-checked with survey teams from other cities. We found no information whatsoever related to the 4 kings. The crowd was astonished. What? No news of the 4 kings? Then what's causing the anomalies in the wild zone? Why did you lose contact? He raised a glowing stone in his hand. It's because of this, someone exclaimed. That's some kind of ore, Hongqiao chuckled lightly. This isn't ordinary stone, meanwhile. A nearby spirit beast put the stone in its mouth, its eyes flickering. It roared, its body covered in strange, bulging veins, the person exclaimed. A 9th-rank lower bloodline 100 devouring silver wolf after using this unknown stone erupted with 9th-rank mid-tier combat power, Old Bai interjected. And unlike the temporary attribute boost in battle, this is a permanent increase in combat power. A surprised voice rang out. What? Breaking through from 9th rank lower to mid-tier usually takes at least 3 or 4 years, right? Hongqiao crossed his arms and said seriously, Exactly, everyone should be able to guess the cause of the anomalies. A new spatial rift has appeared in the wild zone. On the other side of that rift is a planet rich in this energy ore. he frowned. The rift has attracted a large number of powerful ferocious beasts, enough to destroy an ordinary B-level base city. Extremely dangerous. The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. So that's it. In that case, did the survey team lose contact because they entered the rift to investigate? This energy ore has high strategic value. We must deal with the gathered beasts. Exactly. Those beasts not only hinder pioneering but also threaten the safety of surrounding base cities. Establishing a stronghold near the rift is urgent. Hong Chao put his hands on his hips. If we eliminate those beasts, our team has a small path to the rift, allowing us to seize favorable terrain. But we'll need to gather some high combat elites to help, someone pointed behind them. High combat elites, we've got a suitable candidate right here. Their gazes fell on the calm Su Ping. Right, Brother Su, please step in. Hong Chao frowned in doubt. Him? So young, is he strong enough? Su Ping resumed a serious expression. I suggest sending one of these ores and a spirit beast that's used it for examination first. Before we understand the safety and side effects of these ores, don't act rashly. Hong Chao retorted, displeased. Brother, we've used these crystals for dozens of days with no adverse reactions. If there were a problem, would we have risked our lives to bring them back? Su Ping replied calmly. I'm not doubting you, but dozens of days aren't enough to rule out the possibility of chronic cumulative toxins. Old Bai raised his hand in agreement. Exactly. We need to consider not just the good side but also the bad. This time, I agree with Su Ping's view. Hong Chao picked up a stone defiantly. HMPH, take it. Old Bai, since when does our association let a young man call the shots? Old Bai squinted one eye and laughed. Ha. The waves behind drive the waves ahead. Occasionally, we have to give the younger generation a chance to shine. 5 hours later, a subordinate reported with a stack of papers. Vice President, the results are out. This ore is now uniformly called energy crystal. After dozens of testing methods, no harmful substances were found in the energy crystal, with almost zero side effects. Hong Chao crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. See, giving him a chance was pointless, completely unnecessary. We're old pioneers who've worked for the association for decades. Would our judgment be wrong? The crowd also turned to persuade Su Ping. Yeah, Brother Su, letting an amateur direct a professional is a big mistake. After all, Captain Lu is the expert here. Better to follow his advice. Hong Chao grinned. Well, any more questions? Su Ping's expression didn't change. What's the world on the other side of the rift like? Are there natives? What's their combat power? He immediately checked the device in his hand. As you can see, that world has strong magnetic interference, so imaging is impossible. As for natives, we haven't encountered any yet, so we don't know. He glanced, no useful information at all. It was almost a total blank. Su Ping thought to himself, if he could accurately know the appearance of that world, he could safely explore it in the system's cultivation grounds. Such an effective resource must be secured. The whole room watched as he stood up. I can go with you to deal with those beasts. Hong Chao covered his mouth and laughed. Old Bai, this officer is too green. I can't even sense any spiritual energy emanating from him. Please at least assign me 15 ninth rank upper tier titled Battle Pet Masters. Old Bai just chuckled lightly. Ha, Captain Lu, you've been in the wild zones for years, so you might not know the recent situation in our base cities. Let me introduce you. He turned to Su Ping. This young man is the newly promoted legendary Battle Pet Master, Su Ping, a powerhouse who can take on many alone. Hong Chao was stunned. What, a legendary Battle Pet Master? He quickly clasped his hands and smiled apologetically. My apologies, I spoke too loudly earlier. To have such strength at such a young age, you must be exceptionally gifted with Brother Su's help. Just give me 3 titled Battle Pet Masters and I'll wipe out the beast's lair. Old Bai raised his hand to stop him. Good, we can gather the team tonight, prepare for battle, rest for one night, and set out tomorrow morning. Over a vast red forest, a combat helicopter descended slightly. A report came through. We've arrived above the target. The cabin was silent. Yin Xiao observed the situation and announced, Captain Lu, is the rift in this forest? Why can't satellites confirm its location? Han Ling replied solemnly. Exactly. Didn't you say there's a small path flying straight in is too conspicuous? Hong Chao stood aside with his arms crossed. The rift is hidden in a cave. It's normal for satellites to miss it. There's dense forest below. Walking would make it easy to get lost. He turned back with a slight smile. I've worked for the association for decades. 2 titled masters don't trust me yet. Suddenly he was startled. Su Ping frowned slightly, thinking this guy always seems to be hiding something. A laser shot straight at the helicopter from below, and someone shouted, Enemy attack, scatter! Everyone immediately left the aircraft. Hong Chao yelled, Everyone into battle mode. Han Ling frowned. Armor that can defend against 9th rank lower beast attacks was pierced in one hit. The group of beasts charged quickly toward them. Is it them? They opened their mouths and shot lasers. Yin Xiao frowned deeply. Too many. You block, I'll attack. Han Ling immediately created a shield. Okay. Yin Xiao waved his hand. Eagle Claw 100/fist. A series of powerful strikes rained down, heavily hitting the trees. A head poked out from behind a tree, revealing a sly grin. Yin Xiao growled, HMPH, these cunning beasts sure know how to hide. Hanling noticed a problem. Your eagle claw 100/fist can cut through iron like mud, but it only leaves scratches. These trees are abnormal too. The group of beasts leaped up from behind Yin Xiao, startling her. Su Ping shouted, watch your back, demon suppression. But other beasts quickly entangled him too. Yin Xiao grabbed the tail wrapped around her neck. Senior Su, don't worry too much about me and Hanling. Though these monsters are tough, they can't threaten us 9th rank upper tier battle pet masters. Please take care of yourself first. Hanling sighed while fighting. Fighting in the air is really disadvantageous. They can dodge and we're just sitting ducks. Hangzhou suddenly spoke up. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Since these beasts aren't that strong, let's split up to deal with them and then regroup. Yin Xiao grinned. Agreed. I've had enough, Hanling said excitedly. Watch me subdue you with my battle pets. Su Ping quickly stopped them worriedly. Wait, splitting up without knowing the details is too dangerous, a voice said. Senior Su, don't worry. We've tested enough. We can handle it. He frowned. I hope so. Su Ping's eyes turned cold as he summoned his pet. Little skeleton, come out. Let's finish this quickly. The skeleton opened its mouth wide, exuding killing intent. Little skeleton charged straight ahead with its sword, swinging it fiercely, the blade wrapped in red power. One slash cut into the group of beasts and they screamed in agony. HMPH, ah! Their heads were instantly severed, leaving only howls. Their heads rapidly regenerated, surrounded by golden light, and they roared in terror. Su Ping curled his lips and clapped. Take this too. A massive golden phantom appeared behind Su Ping, mimicking his movements. Several beasts fell freely downward. He clasped his hands and raised them high, shouting, ha ha. At the same time, the golden bird struck down fiercely. Dual dragon demon extermination. A tremendous force blasted downward, creating a crater below. The battered beast was still snarling. Su Ping clenched his fist, frowning deeply. What can withstand that blow? Su Ping looked at the sharp object that had fallen to the ground, shaped like a horn. He asked himself, is this a horn or a spine? Why do these never-before-seen beasts have this inside them? A piercing scream made him look up in shock. Ah, Su Ping lowered his body. That's Hanling and the others. Little skeleton, let's go. Before the words faded, two figures sped off swiftly. In the center was a massive beast. Su Ping was slightly startled when he saw its movements. It grabbed those people and shoved them into its mouth, grinning smugly. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Damn it, he gathered a huge force and struck fiercely. Get out of the way. The golden bird's fist shot forward, sending the group of beasts flying. HMPH, ah, only the leader remained. It bared its teeth and blocked the attack with its hand. It opened a massive mouth on its abdomen as if gathering power. Hee. Su Ping watched in shock as a powerful red light shot out. He immediately summoned his pet to create a shield. Su Ping frowned and thought, the second move of Demon Suppression Fist. Subdue can instantly kill a powerhouse who's just stepped into the boundless sea realm, yet this beast easily blocked it. This beast isn't just strong. He watched as the leader counterattacked the pet group, and it seemed to have let out something like a human laugh earlier. Was that my imagination? The Dragon King roared, gathering power. Dragon form technique. The beast also growled low, irritably flinging off the surrounding pets, a cold glint flashing in its eyes, its voice hoarse. Scared? Su Ping was stunned, his face full of disbelief. The beast swung its hand and struck the Dragon King hard. Su Ping stood below, observing everything. This guy is definitely not simple. He grinned with interest. I have to take you back and figure out what's going on. The system panel displayed intermediate capture rings with various types. Su Ping summoned a pile of items in his hand. Lucky I scanned a few intermediate capture rings. The advanced rings cost me a lot of energy. Red trash, he glanced at the beast. Once I catch you and bring you back to the shop, no matter how powerful you are, you'll have to surrender. Suddenly, Su Ping spotted two other beasts leaping out and charging at him. Su Ping stood in the air surrounded by the beast group. He stepped back slightly and shouted at them, "Don't get in my way." Su Ping waved his hand and the massive golden bird phantom behind him mimicked the motion. The leader beast was tightly pinned down by the pet group, still struggling to break free. Su Ping quickly turned his hand and shouted at the beast, "Go!" It stared blankly as a bunch of small rings shot straight toward it. It extended its tail and swung it fiercely, shattering the rings upon impact. It bared its teeth with a sinister grin. Ha! Su Ping pressed a device in his hand seriously. Coordinates sent. The device emitted a red laser, calibrating the target. A beam of light shot down from high above, illuminating a patch of sky. The beast looked dazedly as the arm tightly gripped by the pet group loosened. The light struck it directly like blazing red flames. Its entire body was engulfed in fire, and it howled incessantly. Ha! In the sea of flames it vaguely saw a figure. It stared in shock as Little Skeleton suddenly appeared, charging with its sword. A sword light slashed down. The beast tried to block with its hand. HMPH. The Dragon King and the Black Dragon also appeared. Power gathering in their hands, they attacked simultaneously, and the teeth on the beast's abdomen shattered. Ha ha! The beast ground its teeth and flung the sword away with a wave of its hand. It clenched its fists and turned angrily towards the Black Dragon. The light slashed down again. The spirit beast dodged nimbly. The beast clenched its fists, furious. Seeing the dark shadow charging again, it hurriedly raised its hand to block. It roared, "I won't fall for that again." It struck with force, and flames exploded into a circle. Immediately, the ring flew into it. The beast opened its mouth in surprise. Staring at the ring before it, it quickly shut its eyes tight and instinctively raised its hand to block. It frowned as it watched the ring dissipate on its own after falling. The little skeleton jumped up and shot a series of rings at the beast. The rings hit it, but it paid no heed. It laughed arrogantly. Ha! Suddenly, another ring struck it, making it frown. The little skeleton grinned slyly. "Laugh while you still can, you red-skinned fatty." Countless iron chains emerged from the front of the ring, quickly entangling it. It collapsed and screamed. The beast let out an unwilling roar and vanished, leaving only the stretched-out chains. How is this possible? The remaining beast, seeing this, fled in terror. Su Ping landed slowly. He bowed his head and knelt on one knee. Not far behind him was the little skeleton, staring at the broken, blood-stained armor on the ground. Su Ping thought of Yin Xiao and Han Lang, burning with rage. Damn it, still too late. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Boss Su, Boss Su." He glanced slightly at the person calling him. Hong Zhao, supporting the injured Yin Xiao, asked curiously, "Did you drive off those beasts just now?" Su Ping glanced at him, then looked at the armor on Yin Xiao and then at the two pieces of armor on the ground. He put his hands in his pockets and stood up. He walked towards the armor. A few exceptionally powerful beasts. He placed his hand on his spirit beast's leg. Even the hell bamboo dragon beast, which was usually untouchable, couldn't stop them now, Su Ping said quietly. "I had to use all my strength to stop them too." Hong Zhao couldn't help but blame himself. "It's all my fault for misjudging the power of these beasts. That's why Yin Xiao spoke with difficulty. "Senior Su, I'm sorry, I've already let Senior Wang Zhen. Before we even entered the Starry Rift, only the three of us were left in the team." He glanced at the armor fragments at his feet. Su Ping turned his head. "Yin Xiao, do you remember, before the plane crashed, what did you say to Han Lang?" Yin Xiao frowned. "I said we didn't find the Starry Rift that Captain Lu mentioned on the satellite." Han Lang asked why we had to use a plane. "It was too redundant." Hong Zhao was surprised. "Brother Su, are you concerned about this?" Hong Zhao laughed. "I admit that was my fault, and I deeply apologize. Look, both Yin Xiao and I are seriously injured." Su Ping immediately interrupted. Let's go back to the base area and discuss it in detail." Hong Zhao was a bit surprised. "All right." Hong Zhao turned and helped Yin Xiao leave. He looked back and smiled. "The heroes have agreed. Let's go. We'll go back and bring more reinforcements, gather more strong people to eliminate these beasts. Come on." Suddenly, the two were grabbed by a giant hand. The black dragon grabbed them and flew away. Hong Zhao panicked. "Brother, this is..." Su Ping stood on the Dragon King's back and explained calmly, "Those monsters have many tricks. For your safety on the way back to the base, you two will have to bear with it." Hong Zhao couldn't move and forced a smile. "That makes sense," Su Ping thought seriously, "although I really want to enter the Starry Rift that Lu Gongchao mentioned and see its true face. I don't know how many red-faced monkeys are still in this forest. There are too many doubts about the whole thing. I can't take the risk." The two spirit beasts flew away quickly and they returned to the square. Old Bai and a group of subordinates stood below. "Old Bai, they're back. HMPH, I can only sense the auras of 3 people." The black dragon landed gently below. Seeing Hong Zhao and Yin Xiao, they couldn't help but rush forward. "Captain Lu and Yin Xiao are injured. Legend Su, please have your spirit beast release them. They need to be sent for treatment." Su Ping walked out of the dimensional space and ordered, "Prepare a separate treatment room for each of them with armed guards of rank 9 or above. Without my permission, they are not allowed any correspondence with the outside world, and seal their cultivation." The two frowned in surprise. "What?" Old Bai said in a deep voice. "You want to put them under house arrest?" The subordinates were also stunned. "Only dangerous criminals need house arrest. Captain Lu and Yin Xiao are veteran battle pet masters with over 10 years of service and numerous achievements. Legend Su, what crime have they committed?" Hong Zhao quickly tried to dissuade him. "Yes, Brother Su, although I did underestimate you before the mission, there's no need for personal revenge, right?" Yin Xiao endured the pain and said, "Senior, it was my unauthorized action that led to the failure." I accept any punishment," the subordinates advised him. "Legend Su, if you can't prove they did anything to harm the team, then it's hard to do it your way." Su Ping frowned slightly. "I don't have concrete evidence right now, but the enemy this time is exceptionally powerful. We cannot afford the slightest mistake. Please give me some time and everyone's trust." Old Bai closed his eyes. "Do as he says." The man quickly stopped him. "Old Bai, this is too unreasonable." Old Bai said sternly, "Do it." "Yes." In the room, Old Bai stood with his back to Su Ping. "Lu Gongchao and Yin Xiao have been arranged as you requested. Not everyone below us is as free as you. Tell me what happened during this expedition." Su Ping raised his voice. "I haven't agreed to be your subordinate yet, you stubborn old man. This operation should be the first time you've dispatched battle pet masters directly under the association, right?" Old Bai turned his head, looking somewhat surprised. "That's right, Yin Xiao and Han Lang were the first batch." Su Ping brought up the images of the 2 pieces of armor he had seen. Are these the breastplates of our direct battle pet masters? Old Bai asked in surprise. Han Lang, how do you have two? His eyes turned cold. I witnessed the sacrifice of Yin Xiao and Han Lang with my own eyes. These two breastplates are exactly the same as theirs, Su Ping stated his speculation. I suspect the man who looks like Yin Xiao now. At this moment, Yin Xiao was tied to a hospital bed, still unconscious, is a fake. There's something fishy about this expedition. A man in black suddenly appeared and reported, Old Bai, urgent news. The two looked surprised after hearing the news. Many expedition teams from the base area had brought back news about energy crystals. Currently, major bases have decided to send more expedition teams to mine the energy crystals. In the Extreme Dao base city, two spirit beasts were fighting. The red one was pinning the orange one's head firmly to the ground. Haha, a person exclaimed in panic, what's going on? These two battle pets were evenly matched before. How did their combat power suddenly become so disparate? The people around shouted at the two inside. Stop beating around the bush, what exactly do you want? The green-haired youth held a glowing stone in his hand and snorted. All thanks to this. This is an ore my brother brought back from a newly appeared starry rift. After eating it, whether human or spirit beast, their combat power can permanently skyrocket. Everyone marveled. This ore is amazing. I'll give you money. Tell me where that starry rift is. No problem. Someone else told me anyway. Want to go mine the ore together? Let's go. Hearing this, the youth outside also got excited. Count me in. The girl beside him gently advised. Are you really going? That newly appeared starry rift might still hide some danger. The youth frowned. Didn't you see how a stone that small could boost combat power so much? My combat power has been stuck at rank 6 for years. No team wants me, and the heavenly treasures that can speed up cultivation are all in the Federation's expedition warehouses. He stepped away and waved back. Just a little risk and I can get the cultivation I would only have at 50. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? Don't worry, I'll dig a few extra pieces to bring back. In front of him was a large gate, the city exit registration office. Two arms blocked the crowd. Please go back. Everyone was surprised. What? The two voices were stern. The blood forest you want to go to is now a restricted area. The Breeder Association has ordered that there are unidentified dangers there. Until the official investigation is complete, individuals are not allowed to go there for expeditions. One person retorted, but many expedition teams have already gone there to mine and come back. The man immediately frowned, releasing an oppressive aura. From now on, expedition teams are also forbidden from going. Those who have already mined will be subject to official interrogation and investigation one by one. Any more questions? The crowd struggled to speak. It's the spiritual pressure of a rank 9 powerhouse. It's too heavy, I can barely breathe. Very sorry for the offense, we'll leave right away. They turned and left dejectedly, complaining. Damn it, still too late. As expected, good things never come to us. I even spent a fortune on expedition gear, what a loss. The person next to him lamented. We have to give up? That guard is a rank 9 powerhouse, what else can we do? Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone, he clenched his fist, his expression sympathetic. The people from the Breeder Association are too unreasonable. My friend was arrested by them just for digging up an ore. They didn't hesitate to torture him to get the ore in his hands. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Are you talking about the owner who fed the ore to his battle pet just now? What did you say? Could it be that the unidentified danger the Breeder Association guy mentioned is just an excuse? Monopolizing the ore is the real goal. He immediately chimed in. That's right, heavenly treasures have always ended up in the pockets of the officials or big families, but this opportunity is right in front of us, yet it's being snatched away. Can we swallow this? One person shouted indignantly. How can we swallow it? If it weren't for those selfish bastards above blocking all the paths, we'd dream of improving our cultivation and becoming someone above the masses. He spread his hands, acting chivalrous. All right, I won't hold back either. I know a small path to leave the city bypassing the controls. Just follow me and we can go to the Blood Forest for expeditions. The crowd raised their hands in response. Really? Great. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. We'll leave it to you then. I have a few more brothers, I'll call them right away. I'll go contact my team too. The youth from earlier turned around, his face full of joy. Thank you so much. I thought I'd have to go back and train hard for a lifetime with no chance to rise. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. He smiled slightly. Let me think, just call me Appy. In a tall building. A hand pressed a button on the display panel. Communication ended. Old Bai sat in his chair and dialed someone's phone. I've just issued a global ban on the base cities. It should help to some extent. On the other end of the line was Su Ping, who frowned. Not necessarily. If the news about the energy crystals was deliberately spread, this ban will likely soon be twisted into a cover-up, Old Bai responded. That's right. As long as people keep bringing back energy crystals, it will be extremely attractive. Whether to strong people who are slow to advance or weak people who crave promotion, take a look at the thing in your hand. We must find out the truth as soon as possible. Old Bai asked back. I've already sent people to interrogate Lu Gongchao and Yin Xiao. What are your plans? He replied calmly. I also have someone to interrogate here. Su Ping then unlocked the chains on the leader beast. It was a bit surprised, but soon looked at him with gritted teeth. Damn human, I'll tear you to pieces. Its hand reached out and Su Ping immediately extended his hand. I'm a pretty straightforward person too. He squeezed its hand hard, so let's make it short. It broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Su Ping held its hands tightly and interrogated. What are those energy crystals? Where did you get them? It growled angrily. Damn human, were you hiding your strength before? Su Ping grinned. Guess. Answer the question, don't make me ask twice. It tore off its own hands and laughed loudly. Haha, don't make me laugh. Its hands quickly regenerated, its eyes sharp. Human, either kill me or wait for me to devour you alive. Suddenly, Su Ping flew over and grabbed its head, stunning it. He said in a deep voice, teleport, immediately. A prompt sounded, deducting 10,000 energy points. He swept past it and landed behind. It frowned in annoyance. What trick is this again? A group of people appeared before it. They looked at it and exclaimed, wow, what a burly humanoid spirit beast. Boss Su, is this a new item on the shelf? Su Ping, when did you get back? It reached out towards the crowd, showing a sinister smile. Hee hee, so many lambs to the slaughter. A sword flew swiftly, slicing through it, stunning it. Anna approached slowly. Is letting guests walk into the tiger's mouth some kind of cutting-edge marketing tactic? Su Ping glanced at her and smiled helplessly. Anyway, be careful not to kill this guy. I still need your soul extraction technique to pull its memories. Su Ping looked at the trembling red ghost. Same old rules. He glanced at Anna. 2 employee points. Use the super soul refraction technique to extract its memories. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry. She calmly refused. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't comply this time. Su Ping frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Anna, this monster shouldn't be hard for you, right? Hearing this, Anna smiled. Of course it's not hard for me, but it's very hard for you. You're at your wit's end and came to me, didn't you? She continued calmly. The power to set the price is no longer in your hands now. For this transaction, I need 20 points. Anna held up 2 more fingers. And from now on, as long as it's not something this god can't solve, the price will be double the previous one each time. Su Ping smiled slightly. Naive Anna, I'm the shop owner. The employee handbook clearly states you must obey the shop owner's orders. Aren't you afraid I'll deduct your points for setting such a price? Anna chuckled lightly. Obeying the shop owner's orders is only valid within the scope of the pet shop's operations, right? Supreme, omniscient, compassionate, and wise power. The system immediately appeared and confirmed. Of course. Su Ping was stunned. Huh? She explained in a mocking tone. While you were away, this god has seen through the laws set by the supreme power. This god is just an employee of the shop, not your personal slave, you small fry shop owner. Su Ping was shocked. Damn, even the shop owner gets teased. System, take a look at her expression. The system instead said, the host must grow quickly and not rely too much on others to solve problems. Besides, what she said isn't wrong. From now on, call me Supreme, Omniscient, Compassionate, and Wise System, he thought with a headache. Cut the crap. Fine, Anna, if you ever really become my slave, don't complain. After a moment, Su Ping calmed down. Anna quoted 20 points for the first time, 40 for the second, and 80 for the third. In just 3 times, her total points would exceed 200, meeting the requirements for an excellent employee. That means if I can't get stronger after asking Anna to solve 3 things I'm helpless about, I'll have to honestly send her to the Supreme God City. Will our contract also be terminated? Anna smiled happily, her expression good. It seems you've made up your mind to do the deal. The red ghost was startled by the dazzling light, panicking, turning around to flee immediately. HMPH, but before he could run a few steps, a stab hit his back and he rolled to the ground. The red fiend, unwilling to give up, crawled and roared incessantly. Roar. In the blink of an eye, Anna appeared before him, casting soul capture at that moment elsewhere as if sensing something. Over there, the people around approached and asked Han with concern, what's wrong with you? He patted his head while soothing them. I'm fine, he said in a low voice, reminding everyone. Let's keep moving, we're almost there. He lowered his head, hiding his blood-red pupils, never expecting such a strong individual among humans. He clenched his fist, trying to sense the energy from earlier again. Was it heading toward Dragon River Base City? The red fiend's body suddenly burst. You killed it, Anna pondered as she replied. It seemed a force had controlled it before it could divert its mind to retrieve memories. The beast had self-destructed. He frowned in irritation and cursed. Damn, wasted 20 points and got no intel at all. She withdrew her staff. This time, the guy she provoked was quite cunning, and his strength was far beyond those insignificant ants from before. After speaking, Anna calmly added, though it's still far from my true self's level. Su Ping glanced slightly. I already knew all this. If there's nothing else, I'd like to request a refund. She interrupted helplessly. Don't rush. As compensation, I can use tens of thousands of years of experience and knowledge to answer another question for you. Hearing this, Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, silently pondering. After some deliberation, he finally remembered the existence of that stone. Su Ping brought up the image of the stone. We call this thing an energy crystal. Devouring it can drastically boost strength. Many beast tamers have been tempted, risking their lives to dig it up. Where does this ore come from? Tell me the source. Anna found it amusing and covered her mouth with her hand. Or, digging, are you playing dumb or have you lost your memory? What's with your impatient urging? Don't beat around the bush. Many innocent people have already suffered because of this thing. And who knows how many are still on their way to die. She looked directly at Su Ping and replied, You've eaten plenty of similar things back in our place, can't you recognize them? Cha, Anna said directly. Or has the raw material been swapped for something similar? She joked humorously. Can't accept it? Hearing this, Su Ping widened his eyes in shock. Something similar. Think back to the original raw material. Su Ping hesitated as she spoke. Are these energy crystals man-made? By then, Pai had already slaughtered everyone. Just then, Su Ping's wristband rang with a notification. It was from Old Bai. Old Bai, any progress? Old Bai on the other end asked urgently. Something just happened. The silver monkey suddenly exploded and died. What happened? Did you do it? Su Ping was stunned. Was your lead silenced too? Old Bai was surprised. What? Your lead's also dead? Who has such ability? He frowned. I don't know either. But one thing is certain. Someone is setting traps to lure out and kill large numbers of beast tamers. As he spoke, Su Ping turned the screen toward the pool of blood on the ground. Those energy crystals are condensed from the lives of beast tamers. The few people around Old Bai started discussing. Really? Never heard of such an ability. Do you have any evidence? Old Bai lightly scolded. Quiet? There seems to be something in the blood pool. Su Ping, take it out and show us. Su Ping immediately complied. All right. Suddenly, the red fiend's horn appeared in the center of the blood pool. Then it gradually floated up. Old Bai pondered and asked, when you were attacked in the blood forest, did the beast that attacked you also leave behind a similar spike-like part? Su Ping confirmed. Yes, but it was only the size of a fingertip. Old Bai judged. After the silver monkey died, it also left behind a biological part similar to the spiky plant you described. I couldn't confirm it then, but seeing this now I'm certain, he said slowly. All these biological parts belong to, a figure emerged in Old Bai's mind, and he spoke word by word. The plant king among the four kings. Bion, the people around Old Bai cried out in shock. Bion, impossible. Old Bai, the four kings are all suppressed in the abyss. There's absolutely no way they can set foot on earth. Su Ping was puzzled upon hearing this. The abyss? The four kings have the strength of the heavenly fate realm, the highest level of legend. With a gesture, they can move mountains and drain seas. With a step, they can level everything. With Earth's current facilities, what door could hold the four kings? One of them suddenly turned serious. Legend, Su, you misunderstand. The abyss isn't a facility like a city gate, he explained. On the northern edge of the wasteland, there's a man-made depression with an average depth of 8,000 meters, that person continued. At its bottom, lies hidden in a rift in the starry sky. The image of Lin Yuan flashed through his mind. The planet the rift leads to is called the Abyss, the cage imprisoning the four kings. After hearing this, Su Ping suddenly understood. Right, why didn't I think of using the world the starry rift leads to as space? He rubbed his chin. But the door issue isn't solved yet. Wait, you said it was man-made. That person continued to explain to Su Ping. Exactly. A depression thousands of meters deep couldn't form naturally. Also, this is why the four kings can't interfere with Earth through the space rift. He narrated. Covering the rift is a star sea, composed of countless powerful star forces, formed by a human emperor sacrificing himself and pouring all his power to suppress it, violently squeezing the ground inward. Su Ping was now utterly shocked. That's terrifying. Just thinking about it is suffocating. The pressure from star forces on this scale would indeed instantly reduce anything coming out of the rift to dust. Old Bai looked worried. Even so, star forces will eventually dissipate, especially if, as you said, they might have evolved a way to refine star forces over there. If it's just things coming out, it's manageable. His voice grew heavy. What I fear most is that the other four kings have also broken their seals and descended on Earth. Everyone exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. What? One of them spoke up. But Old Bai, the abyss entrance, he said firmly, is guarded by four legendary beast tamers. His tone was very certain. If the four kings made any move, they couldn't possibly stay silent. Su Ping's expression turned worried, and he countered. Old Bai, do you mean? Su Ping proposed his speculation. Those guarding legendary beast tamers have already been sacrificed, and what's on the surveillance feeds now are all bionic creatures from Bion? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hand was pulling at spikes similar to the one Su Ping found. A Pai carefully pieced together the fragments of Bion. The spikes were peeled off one by one, falling to the ground. A bizarrely shaped head was crafted. A Pai said to the bionic creature kneeling before him, "A powerful being wants to probe me." A tentacle handed out a crystal, accompanied by a Pai's command. It's piqued my interest, The location is Dragon River Base City. The beings below all took the stones, bowing their heads respectfully. He stroked the tentacle and smiled slightly. Go, my children. Back here, everyone present was at a loss. Old Bai, if this assumption holds, how should we respond? Old Bai turned to look at them. First, urgently recall all beast tamers who left the wasteland after the crystals appeared. Detain them and verify their identities, doing our best to weed out bionic creatures hidden among humans, including the legendary beast tamers guarding the abyss, he reminded. Also, strengthen the campaign against the energy crystal scam. We can't afford to lose more combat power. Finally, we need to seek help from the Seal Tower organization. We need strong individuals to confirm the current state of the abyss. Everyone there acknowledged the orders. Yes, Su Ping spoke. Is there anything I can do? Old Bai looked at him on the screen. Bion has the strength of the heavenly fate realm. To put it bluntly, before it, we're no different from ants, he frowned. Logically, it shouldn't need to play such dirty tricks with us. You're in charge of investigating this. The reason behind it might be the decisive turning point. Su Ping followed his instructions. Yes, Old Bai said loudly and hung up. Meeting adjourned. The call ended. Anna walked over to Su Ping. Looks like you're facing a catastrophe. Want me to help? Just 40 minutes, whether it's 4 kings or 8 kings. I'll clean them up for you. He glanced at her. Dream on. It's not at the point where I can't do without you. I'll figure it out myself. You just need to take me to leech off heavenly tribulations and soak in divine springs as usual. Anna went along with Su Ping's words. How cold? Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you want. Su Ping pressed the dial button while thinking before heading to Guangyao Base City. He had entrusted Su Lingyue and Shu Kuang to Yi Chenshin's vanguard team. Beep calling. Wonder where they are in the wasteland. Hope nothing's wrong. The next second the two appeared before Su Ping. Shu Kuang waved happily in greeting. Master, you're looking for us? Yu asked curiously. Brother, when did you get back? He was stunned to see them. So fast, aren't you two in the wasteland? Lingyue said to him. Yeah, some strange things have been happening in the wasteland lately. Captain Yi told us to stay in the city and not go out. They began exchanging information. Su Ping rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. Yi Chenshin's caution had been a big help, Shu Kuang said enthusiastically. Actually, Master's pet shop has been a huge help too. Just coming in daily for training brings massive progress. So in our Dragon River, hardly anyone got tricked into going to the wasteland. Lingyue was full of excitement. Brother, what do you think about opening branches in other cities while we have this chance? She raised her hand to calculate. I've already scouted it out. The neighboring cities are drooling over our shop's training results. They've offered to let us open low-cost branches there. Some even estimated the market and directly offered money to win us over. Su Ping crossed his arms and grinned. Oh, this is a great opportunity to push our shop to global base cities. Not bad. When did you get a business mind? Lingyue blushed at the tease. HMPH, while you were away I wasn't just sitting around. Su Ping ruffled her hair, his eyes full of affection. I'll leave the expansion to you. I trust you. Just call me when it's set up, little boss lady. Lingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice soft. Got it, you pest, you're messing up my hair. Suddenly, Su Ping received a call notification from Zhang Lingtong. He answered, and a concerned greeting came through the device. Teacher, did you encounter any danger on your mission? I searched for a long time but couldn't find you, Su Ping replied. I'm fine. Just a small setback but nothing serious. I'm in another base city now. Anything else? Lingtong got to the point. Teacher, do you remember the Dragon Blood Pulse severance method I restarted? Su Ping replied calmly. Yes, it enhances a dragon-type pet's power by modifying its bloodline. Her tone turned serious. Right? Exactly. But the modified serum produced back then was limited, only able to modify about one of the purple blood heavenly dragon's bloodline, Lingtong reported. Now mass production technology for the modified serum has broken through. The Dragon Blood Pulse severance method can modify a dragon-type pet's bloodline to over 50, conservatively estimated. The combat power of modified level 9 and below pets can increase by 80. Su Ping was delighted with the result. Great, I just happen to have a level 9 pet that needs upgrading. Where are you now? Lingtong leaned against the wall. I'm at your shop. He was curious. Research on pet technology usually takes time. Why so fast this time? Lingtong explained. Because this technology wasn't started from scratch, it was restarting previous research. With the materials you provided after breaking through the bottleneck, I just went with the flow and completed it, Su Ping praised. Oh, I didn't expect those materials to be so useful. Wait for me 2 minutes, I'll be right back, she agreed calmly. No problem. Hey, 2 minutes, Su Ping turned and quickly left. I have something to take care of. You two watch the shop. They waved goodbye to him. Shu Kuang asked Lingyue. Oh, what were Master and them talking about just now? Dragon something forge, purple something, she guessed. I don't understand, but it sounds impressive, the system sounded, deducting 1,000 energy points. In an instant, Su Ping teleported to the shop. Hey, I'm back. Lingtong was stunned. Oh, that was really fast, he looked at her. What's the next technology you plan to restart? I'll help you gather materials." Lingtong raised her hand. She hadn't actually decided on the next direction for the technology. One direction was to continue researching the purple blood heavenly dragon's bloodline, ultimately reviving the extinct ancient purple blood heavenly dragon. Another direction was to research contracts, ultimately unlocking binding contracts. Pets under contract would feed back part of their strength to the contractor when they improved. Contractors would also feed back part of their strength to the pet when they improved. A gleam of insight flashed in Su Ping's eyes as if he realized something. Feedback upon improvement. His great evolution heavenly dragon dog had been sealed with 3 seals when receiving the Dragon King inheritance. Each time a seal was unlocked, its level and combat power skyrocketed. If I had the feedback effect of this contract, wouldn't it take off directly? Su Ping pointed decisively. No need to hesitate. Your next technology should focus on the contract direction. Before them stood a tall building. Someone's voice sounded extremely apologetic. A police officer stood at attention and saluted. 4 legendary seniors guarding the abyss. He produced a pair of strange handcuffs. These 4 pairs of handcuffs will only temporarily seal star power, with no other harmful effects. They'll be removed immediately afterward. Others quickly put the handcuffs on the offending seniors. One of the legendary seniors replied heartily. "No big deal, no need to be nervous," the person said politely. "Thank you all very much for cooperating with the investigation." Suddenly, a beast lunged at the police officer, terrifying him. The beast's shadow was cast on the wall, and the floor was already covered in blood. A scream of terror. He was strangled by the beast's tentacles, reaching out for help. "Help, report to headquarters quickly." Before he could finish, the tentacles invaded his body, forming a glowing orb that stunned the imprisoned people. So this is what the Breeder Association was talking about. A monster. The young man had already turned into a dried corpse. He struggled to press a button on the device. Run. His body immediately became nothing but a dried corpse, and a stone fell to the ground. Everyone stared in shock at the stone on the floor. Lin was overjoyed. Great. He didn't let us wait here to die. Feng stared blankly at the stone. "This is the energy crystal the Breeder Association talked about," Lin urged urgently. "Stop staring, run." Feng quickly replied, "Yeah." He reached out to grab the stone. Lin looked back worriedly. How hurry up, those monsters are coming." He watched in horror as Feng tried to shove the stone into his mouth, quickly grabbing Feng's hand and shouting, "This thing is made from human lives." Feng's eyes turned red and he violently shook off the hand. "What the hell? It's not like this is your first time impersonating a pioneer. Is it really necessary?" He burst out. Veins bulging, a power several times stronger than mine surged through my body. "I can't believe this is my strength. Is there anything more efficient than this in the world?" Feng turned his head to look at Lin, who had just slammed heavily into the wall. "Don't you think so?" a deep voice replied. "That's right." It calmly extracted the stone from Lin's body while explaining. "Legend has it that in your mythology the Buddha once sacrificed his body to feed an eagle. Isn't this exactly seeking what one desires?" Feng watched it warily. "Monster. What do you want? You want to eat me too?" It laughed out loud and handed the stone to Feng. "Eat you? Ha 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 ha, you fool. If you behave well, I might even reward you." The helicopter flew through the falling snow surrounded by mountains. A voice sounded, "Stop at the foot of the mountain." The helicopter landed and 2 people got off. The latter asked doubtfully, "The foot of the mountain? But isn't the wind tower at the summit?" The former said calmly, "We'll walk up the mountain." The latter was stunned. "What? There's a blizzard right now." The former remained composed. "This is the wind tower's requirement. Petitioners must ascend on foot." The young man grumbled discontentedly. "Don't they know we're from the Breeders' Association?" The man said helplessly. "It's the same for everyone. All members of the wind tower are legendary level. No one in the world can defy them." The 2 stopped before a barrier. The young man touched something in front of him. "It feels like something is blocking us." The person beside him recognized it as the Wind Mountain barrier. He knelt and shouted, "Legendary Senior Drunken Immortal, we were sent by Elder Bai to provide support. Please let us enter to meet the Wind Tower Master. The other shore may have already broken the abyss's shackles on Blue Star." He bowed and pleaded, "Legendary Senior Drunken Immortal, please save us." The old man still lay calmly on his gourd, observing. He remained leisurely on his side, then angrily slammed his palm on the table. "Damn it." A group of people observing in front of the table. One reported, "Elder Bai, none of the 3 orders you issued can be carried out smoothly. Not only that, but a sinister organization has split off from the populace, strengthening itself by hunting humans. In summary, the other shore has developed its forces and escalated from covert deception to open plunder. The upper echelons of many base cities are being reshuffled. The once prestigious major families are being divided and eroded. The situation has fallen into chaos, and many base cities have lost contact." Falling into a state of chaos, Elder Bai was silent. He frowned and asked, What about Su Ping's investigation? Haven't heard his report for days. Dad, see what he's been up to lately? The person quickly typed on the keyboard. Yes, he turned back to reply. Elder Bai, Dad, it's done. Recently, Legend Su has been moving frequently between various base cities. Elder Bai stroked his beard. Is he traveling for the investigation? That's understandable. His voice lowered. After all, that's the other shore, known for its cunning and deceit. We don't even know where its true body is. After all these years, its appearance must have changed a lot. Trying to investigate it, it's harder than reaching the sky. Maybe I shouldn't rush him. I should give him some time. The person smiled bitterly. Elder Bai, his travels don't seem to be for investigation but for stocking his stores. Elder Bai was taken aback. The person quickly explained. Recently, Legend Su has opened many branches in a base city, he exclaimed in surprise. What, opening branches at such a critical moment? Meanwhile, Su Ping was leisurely picking flowers and plants. In a pet store in the Niu Hai base city, many hands reached for something glowing. One person grabbed it and raised it high, shouting, "Haha, I got it." The ones behind grumbled in frustration. Damn it, this nether fruit lotus is the last pet food. Sigh, too late again. Even this inconspicuous pet food is so hard to snatch. The crowd in front of the store was noisy. I'll pay triple, let me have it. Dream on, this is a rare genuine item. I queued all day to get it. I'll pay 5 times, I'll pay 10 times. Su Ping pushed through the crowd. Excuse me please, everyone step away from the goods. The young man beside him was startled. Are you Su Ping? He smirked, swung his palm and made the flowers and plants appear. It's the store owner's restocking time. They flew into their empty spots. Watching the neatly arranged items on the shelves, the young man gaped in awe. Wow, amazing. He looked around and in the blink of an eye the shelves were full. Hey, where did he go? In an instant, Su Ping had moved to the Shihu base city. He used a teleport command. Su Ping continued restocking. He said to the crowd, excuse me please. Store owner restocking. Others turned back habitually. Boss Su, you're here again. I've seen you 3 times today, Su Ping grinned. 3 times is still few. The killing pavilion in your neighboring Machuan base city has been restocked 7 times today. The device in his hand beeped. It was Su Lingyue calling. He answered, what's up? Busy restocking this store. Lingyue quickly asked him, the stores in the big base cities like Quanxi, Yangkai and Huquan are short-staffed. Should we hire locally? Su Ping frowned slightly. No, all employees must be our own people. Lingyue was puzzled. Our own people, he replied. That's right now in the Longjiang base city besides the main store, the dozens of branches are all run by people from the Qin, Zhou, Tang, Mu, Lu and Yi families. Thinking of that group, Su Ping smirked. We've accumulated quite a few experienced people over this time. The store management authority has been handed to you. You can directly order experienced people to other base cities. For the vacancies, these 6 families will send new people to fill them. From now on, Longjiang will be the training base for employees. Lingyue immediately responded, yes. Suddenly, the Breeders' Association command notification sounded. Su Ping said to Lingyue, a call. Wait for me. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end seemed ready to jump in front of him and demand, Legend Su, what are you doing? Su Ping was taken aback. Actively thinking of ways to counter the other shore, that group shouted. Liar, you're clearly opening stores, Su Ping asked doubtfully. Can't I open stores? The person on the other end typed while reminding him, this is a life and death moment. Legend Su, look at this data. Across the 4 continental regions of the world, over 200 base cities, a desolate scene. Half have lost order due to the other shore's influence and fallen into chaos. On the other side, people were fleeing monsters in panic. Base cities were in chaos, with hundreds of battle pet masters being captured and eaten every day. A group of people with sinister grins. The worst part is, people can only watch helplessly as the beasts hunt. This tragedy of hunting battle pet masters is caused by higher-level battle pet masters colluding internally and externally. Those who don't join get devoured. Greedy eyes gathered around. Devouring others makes you stronger. The other shore's forces spread like a plague, sweeping through half the world's base cities in just a few days. The person looked at him. So at this critical moment, is it time to get rich by opening stores? What do you think? Su Ping rubbed his chin. Go investigate the departure rate. He was stunned. Departure rate? Elder Bai, standing behind, sent something and ordered a comparison of the number of pioneers in each base city, with the number of missing and dead pioneers. Yes, he looked at the data table and reported. Reporting to Elder Bai, 13 base cities have particularly low departure rates, 12 of which are in the Asia continent region. Elder Bai said in a low voice, and the last one is here, right? I thought so. The common feature of these base cities is that they all have Su Ping's pet stores. He took a deep breath. You're absolutely right. It's hard to believe these pet stores are like sanctuaries. But Legend Su, how do you manage so many stores of all sizes so efficiently? At that moment, Lingyue stretched and spoke. Sounds like someone's talking about me. The store manager is right here. He was startled, looking at Lingyue waving, store manager? How are you in our video call? Su Ping explained. Just happened to mention her, so I brought her in to meet you. She introduced herself. I'm Su Lingyue, nice to meet you. Su Ping added. By the way, the sanctuary he mentioned was her idea. The person on the other end exclaimed in surprise. So many stores are run by one girl. Another recognized her. Su Lingyue, I heard Legend Su has a sister. Is it her? He marveled. No wonder you're a young prodigy at the legendary level. Your sister is also amazing. Su Ping got back to the point. You mentioned that half the world's base cities are in chaos. Since it's chaos, it means not everyone has fully sided with the other shore, right? We can rescue those who oppose the other shore from the major base cities and place them in sanctuaries within my store's sphere of influence. He held up 2 fingers. Then, for those who sided with the other shore after losing their food source, they only have 2 choices to get stronger. Either turn back and devour weaker companions, or surrender to us before being devoured by their companions. Either way, it will reduce the other shore's numbers. By then, we just need to slowly reclaim those base cities and rebuild. Elder Bai frowned at him. This method is good but impractical at this stage. We've already lost many strong fighters, and the enemy has the other shore's support. We, on the other hand, have no support from the top tower. If the other shore forces directly attack these 13 sanctuaries, it's hard to guarantee safety. Su Ping asked doubtfully. The top tower was mentioned to you last time. What is that? Can it counter the other shore? Elder Bai explained. The top tower consists of over a dozen legendary-level battle pet masters. It's the strongest organization on Blue Star, known only to a very few. If they're willing to act, they'd definitely be a huge help in defeating the other shore. Su Ping was somewhat surprised. Over a dozen legendary-level Blue Star has 4 continents in total. Doesn't each continent only have 2 or 3 legends? How did so many suddenly appear? Lingyue agreed. Yeah, this is my first time hearing about it too. And Grandpa, why did you say they won't come to support us? Elder Bai stroked his beard. The claim that each continent only has 2 or 3 legends is inaccurate. The truth is, each continent only has 2 or 3 legends willing to serve the human institutions of Blue Star. Normally, they enjoy the top resources and supreme glory of all Blue Star. In times of war, they unconditionally follow our orders to go on campaigns, Su Ping said seriously. So those old monsters on the top tower take no responsibility without benefits, and all their actions depend on their mood, Elder Bai replied. Pretty much that's it. Lingyue covered her mouth in surprise. How can this be, Grandpa? Would they just watch us die? He said helplessly. I'm just an ordinary man who has lived 300 years. His voice was low. In front of legends with 1,000-year lifespans, I'm nothing but a wet behind-the-ears kid. How could I know what those esteemed individuals are thinking? Suddenly, an alarm light flashed. One person quickly turned to report, detecting several king beasts and a large number of high-level beasts gathering. Elder Bai, it's a beast tide. He glanced at the location near the Longzhong base city in the Asia continent region. As soon as he finished, Su Ping and Lingyu's expressions changed. The alarm sounded. Longzhong base city may be hit by a beast tide. Repeat, Longzhong base city may be hit by a beast tide. Outside, a large group of beasts roared as they surged forward. In a busy office, Longzhong, that's the key location of Legend Sus main store. Elder Bai, do we need to dispatch troops for support? The person standing behind Elder Bai looked at them hesitantly. What do you two think? From the connected screen, Lingyue appeared. Our Longzhong base city is B-class. It can originally withstand a beast tide led by a few king beasts. Plus, with my brother's store here, the average level of battle pet masters in the city is already higher than other base cities. This beast tide can be repelled without support. He frowned slightly. That said, the timing of this beast tide makes Elder Bai think there might be other reasons. His words reminded her of something. Could it be the other shore? Elder Bai, you mean besides the obvious beast tide, we also need to watch out for the hidden other shore forces? Elder Bai nodded approvingly with a serious look. Smart. Currently, we don't know how far the other shore forces have developed. According to his speculation, if we miss the timing and they join forces with the beast tide to attack, by then, even trying to support Longzhong would be futile. Lingyue turned to the person sitting there and asked, how long until the beast tide reaches Longzhong? He looked at her worriedly. Estimated 2 days. Another person provided information. The wild areas are extremely dangerous now. If we need to dispatch troops for support, it would take at least 2 days. Hearing this, Lingyue quickly interjected. So we must send troops immediately. Su Ping's phone rang. Wait. Both she and the old man were startled. He spoke slowly. Everyone listen to me. At another location, the 43rd continent region, a C-class base city, someone walked in. Has the beast tide alert been sent to headquarters? The soldier at the console nodded. It's been sent. A large number of red arrows mixed with attack locations appeared. Alert detected multiple beasts approaching Longzhong base city. Estimated beast tide arrival time, 48 hours. All red and green arrows converged on one location. Order issued. Shengguang Base City and nearby base cities with spare capacity immediately dispatch troops to support Longzhang. Longzhang must not fall. A hand gently rested on the soldier's shoulder. Longshan smiled and said, "Good, enough base cities have responded. He's done well." The soldier turned back with a pale face. "Hey, I did what you said." His voice stammered as he begged, "Can you let me go now?" A palm print was stamped into the ground. "The soldier is dead. Too bad I changed my mind after handling things." Longshan looked annoyed. What a waste of time. A person behind him, sitting on a pile of dried corpses, mocked. "Might as well go pick up loot over there." Longshan licked the bloodstains off his face. "Waste of time? Spreading the news that we're attacking Longzhang is the other Shore Lord's order." Holding a dried blood corpse in his hand, "Of course I know the other Shore Lord's order. I'm talking about what's the use of killing these ordinary people with no energy, can't get anything out of it." Longshan raised his hand, brimming with high energy. Hee, is this the power of a high-level strong? A single thought can shatter bones, crush organs, and make blood gush. "Didn't you fantasize about this before?" he replied expressionlessly. "What nonsense are you talking now, even conquering Blue Star?" A scene of a group with tentacles wrapped around their necks, sucking something out of them. "I feel it's no problem at all." Afterward, corpses piled up like a mountain. In another space, a burning building. A C-class base city completely fell 1 hour and 14 minutes after being attacked by the other shore forces. Nearby city buildings were also burned down. Meanwhile, the 44th, 45th, 46th, and 47th C-class base cities suffered attacks of equal intensity, and without exception, all fell. On the screen, a string of cities seemed to be destroyed. The area outside the continent region had already lost contact, unable to monitor the beast tide's movement direction in time. The starving beasts surged madly, racing past burning buildings. A member of the Other Shore Legion snorted angrily. "HMPH, since we're supposed to clear the way for these beasts, can't we just let them fend for themselves?" A senior officer of the Other Shore Legion's Land-Sea Battle Corps sneered. "How can a pile of broken weapons awaken vigilance? The dagger that pierces the enemy's heart should naturally be as sharp as possible." Another senior officer of the Other Shore Legion's Land-Sea Battle Corps spoke up. "The people in the Asian land region must have been terrified by the speed at which the sea-level base cities fell, right? I bet they're now eager to send every available force to Dragon River." His eyes fixed on his palm. "Haha, just as Lord Agai predicted, the gates of other base cities have all opened. I can't wait to execute the next step of the plan." "Where is Lord Othershore? Has it made its move?" In this flame-filled city, everyone occupied a high corner to talk. It was only natural, since Lord Othershore was the key to this decoy strategy. 2 days later, a group of beasts advanced under their leader's command. It was none other than Appy. Covered in wounds, he sensed something unusual through the system. A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Old White, the beast tide is about to reach Dragon River, and we've observed what appears to be a humanoid form of Othershore within the tide. The situation is urgent," Old White ordered. "Report to the entire Dragon River army. Prepare for battle. Orders ready." "Yes." A large number of officers rushed about. Standing before a stern-faced Su Ping, he reported to Legend Su, "The Dragon River Imperial Guard is in position." That officer looked at you for instructions. "Please issue the combat order." A group stood there. They were the Dragon River Imperial Guard, an elite force Su Ping had selected and trained from the Qin, Zhou, Tang, Mu, Lu, Yi, and Gong families. Standing by the building to observe, Su Ping decided to proceed with the original plan. "Orders received." "Yes." His eyes locked onto you. "HMPH human, it seems you've specially prepared a welcome ceremony for me." You met his gaze. "Don't mention a welcome. I've even prepared the funeral rites." The beasts, as if starving, roared incessantly. A massive foot appeared, scattering them in panic. It was a giant elephant charging forward. It was heading straight for Su Ping's command post. Jin Shui watched calmly. "What a savage creature," Shu Kuang, standing nearby, said angrily. "Is that the Beast King?" "Yes, it's a Titan elephant with a Sea Realm bloodline. Legend has it that the descendants of the giant elephant are born with strange powers, capable of leveling a mountain peak." The elephant's foot grew closer. In the distance, a cannon had locked onto its target. It aimed at the elephant and fired. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. He shielded his face from the wind, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Ha, nice shot." Shu Kuang looked back. "It charged straight into our minefield, where 3 layers of anti-beast mines are interwoven. Even a beast king would be roasted well done," but to their surprise, it emerged unscathed. Not only that, but its entire body was protected by a transparent shield. Seeing it unharmed, Jin Sui grew worried. "Unscathed," he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, it's an A-level earth defense skill, ya shou du." As expected, these ordinary methods can't stop a beast king. Watching the giant elephant charge forward like flying, no wonder Othershore sent a Beast King as the vanguard. Because they saw through the Titan elephant's ultra-high defense and massive size, it cleared a path through the minefield. His gaze locked onto it, and suddenly it accelerated even faster. Shu Kuang noticed something off. No, the Titan elephant seems to be speeding up. This confused Jin Shui. What? Is it trying to smash through the wall? Su Ping couldn't help but start channeling his inner energy to teach it a lesson. He reached out as if to do something. From the cannon platform, a dragon-shaped spirit beast spread its wings and soared. Its foot landed, shattering everything around. The dragon glared at its opponent, roaring madly. The two giant beasts collided, neither giving ground. The elephant's eyes suddenly glowed eerily. This forced Su Ping's dragon spirit beast to resist with all its might. The protective shield was shattered by its charge. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon immediately grabbed its tusks. It opened its massive mouth, gathering energy. The energy was released far away by your spirit beast. The elephant's head was pierced by the beam, leaving only half a skull. Seeing this, he was somewhat surprised. Oh, it savored tearing the enemy's body apart, splitting it in two. The sight thrilled Shu Kuang to the extreme. Good, a victorious start, killed the Beast King. Jin Shui, standing nearby, also praised. What ferocious power, the Titan elephant was no match. Has Legend Sus infernal bamboo dragon beast also stepped into the legendary realm? He glanced at the old man boastfully. Hey, it seems my master's purple flame bamboo dragon beast has successfully evolved. Jin Shui's eyes showed surprise. Purple flame bamboo dragon beast, I've never heard of this evolutionary branch. Shu Kuang said. Master said it's a rare evolutionary path formed by fusing the bloodline of the blood sky dragon. Hearing this, he understood somewhat. That's an ultra-powerful ancient dragon beast that went extinct 1,000 years ago, right? No wonder the flames that shattered the Titan elephant were no ordinary power. Your spirit beast continued to gather energy in its mouth, ready to fire. A beam aimed directly at Ai, but soon two monsters appeared to block the attack. Both released energy to counter. Jin Shui was a bit surprised. Fighting two beast kings at once and the flame bamboo dragon beast isn't losing ground. Shu Kuang also found it strange. No. Mayor, look at the beasts approaching. In the distance, a monster army was arriving. He froze. There's an entire group of beast kings, twice the number initially reported. Appy sneered arrogantly. I came out of curiosity to see how much stronger a human-raised dragon beast is than an ordinary beast king. A massive foot crushed the ground and a giant ape covered in flames roared. This was the fourth-ranked fire elemental pet beast, the red soul flame demon ape. With every step, flames spread. The fire grew fiercer, but the dragon didn't flinch. Jin Shui quickly shielded his face. This is the beast king bloodline inherited skill. The red soul flame demon's world-destroying true fire. Shu Kuang exclaimed in surprise. I remember the kill range of the world-destroying true fire is at the 100-mile level, right? This is already at the 1,000-mile level. The old man quickly explained the reason to you. That red soul flame demon ape has likely been empowered by Othershore. Damn, then what kind of ordinary beast king is this? The protective layer created by the spirit beast enveloped the cannon platform. Seeing the fire too intense, Jin Shui worried. World-destroying true fire, even a beast king would have to retreat. Can the purple flame bamboo dragon beast withstand it? Shu Kuang turned back with a reassuring smile. Heh, Mayor, don't be fooled by how ferocious the purple flame bamboo dragon beast looked when it tore apart the Titan elephant with its hands. Its true specialty is actually the bamboo dragon. It immediately received Su Ping's command to execute a divine defensive skill. Suddenly, invisible feet moved, and a massive figure emerged from the cannon platform. Thanks to the protective layer, the city's buildings were unharmed by the flames. The divine iron wall squinted from a height. This strange defensive skill doesn't belong to any known race, yet it surpasses Beast King bloodline inherited skills. Jin Shui looked up astonished. A divine skill. This is Legend Sus unique art. Seeing is truly believing, Shu Kuang laughed smugly. Having been locked in the abyss for so long, don't you feel out of touch with the times? Su Ping stared coldly at them. Do you find it strange? The two were stunned. HMPH, Su Ping recalled. The Titan elephant cleared a safe path through the minefield. This was clearly a perfect combat opportunity, until a group of monsters entered in droves, but the other side didn't command the beast horde to surround the base. When the two fought, Su Ping had already realized that the opponent was only repeatedly provoking the position in front of him. Jin Shui stood outside watching him. Is the other side testing? Suddenly, Shu Kuang understood something. No, the other side's forces don't seem to be here. A group of beasts rampaged below. The city was full of monsters. Where did those who defected to the other side go? Neither understood. Jin Shui's face turned pale at these words. The other side hasn't gone all out to attack Dragon River, yet we've concentrated all the elites from 11 bases here. If they attack other bases now, nearby on the high ground they began to appear. A group of Othershore Legion soldiers emerged from a rift. Brothers attacked that city with full force. Leave no one with any cultivation, men, women, old or young, each rode a spirit beast charging fiercely to kill all. System alert screen. Report Mayor. The 11 bases include Niu Hai, Shuhu Machuan, Shigo Zhu He, Quanxi Yangji, Hu Quan Jiba Hu Lan and Tu Tan. Jin Shui panicked upon hearing the report. That's the Othershore rebel army. He realized that Othershore had targeted the base cities where the legend had set up branches from the start. Was the beast tied at Dragon River just to buy time? I smiled, realizing it now. Too late, humans. From a height he looked down at the chaos below. You can only be trapped in this divine city, watching others become food, unable to leave a single step. Jin Shui fell to his knees. Damn it, how cunning, he clutched his head. There's no way now. In the distance, two men walked over to report to Su Boss. The items you requested are ready. Su Ping smiled. Good, it seems it's not too late. He didn't know what he saw, but his expression shifted slightly. On the second battlefield, countless shells rained from the bases toward the enemy. Someone saw it all. Hey, look at the sky. Then came an airstrike. The massive explosion seemed to be from dibbing core shells. Those relying on the protective layer barely survived. Ah, damn it. It's guard dummies. Guard dummy explosive shells made from unstable cores of top-tier 9th-level beasts. Powerful but scarce. The ace of A-level base cities. Alex was puzzled. How do these B-level bases have such powerful weapons? The base's defensive resources should have all been transferred to Dragon River to stop the beast tide. No retreat. Outside space, a spaceship landed its orbit approaching Blue Star, the starry sky main city. Alex stared at the spaceship in the sky. What is that? One by one, starry ships landed safely, their hatches gradually opening, and an elite force emerged. You're now trapped like fish in a jar. All soldiers disembarked in turn. No way out. Alex and his companions froze. Who are you? On the first battlefield, Jin Shui received the news with joy. Great, it's the elites from all bases. So Legend Su had seen through their decoy strategy all along, deliberately stalling to turn the tables. The entire army's reinforcements have arrived at the starry sky to execute the plan, advancing in secret. Su Ping looked at him with a bright smile. HMPH Appy, I've been waiting for this aerial resupply. What are you waiting for? Appy's face suddenly darkened. All beasts hear my command, level Dragon River. A fire ship sped in, an underground rail logistics vehicle, with a group carrying boxes. The sound was the collective advance of beasts. Ah, they discussed heatedly while checking the boxes. I've never heard such a loud commotion. Don't use your hands. The scale of this beast tide is likely far beyond a level. I can't imagine how brutal the frontline battle is. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, startling everyone. Outside the carriage, cracks appeared in the tunnel. Observing closely, the battle above could affect underground tunnels hundreds of meters deep. This is the destructive power of a beast king. In the distance, another person held their head, speaking with certainty. It must be Othershore's doing. That's a beast king at the heavenly fate realm. We can't win. We're doomed. We'll be drained. The commander quickly calmed the team. I haven't received any retreat orders. Everyone get up. Above us, countless battle pet masters are fighting the beast kings. They need stamina replenishing medicine and ammunition. Our mission is to deliver these to them, not to argue about who's stronger. He raised his arm, rallying everyone. We must win this battle. Think of how many resources this massive beast tide will bring. Spoils of war, everyone works together. That's right. Su Ping and the others will definitely overcome the beast tide. He's the youngest legend-level battle pet master in history. The commander's voice echoed. Right, the proposal's been made. The next battle is about to start. Hurry up and run. The rail car sped forward. But suddenly strange tentacles invaded the area. On the first battlefield, the flaming ape was wreaking havoc. It wrestled with the bamboo dragon, as if trying to tear each other apart. Elsewhere, a dense pack of wolves gave everyone goosebumps. They climbed walls with sharp claws. Despite trying to breach obstacles, a bullet blew one's head off. It turned out everyone had prepared various weapons. A man in the team shouted while operating a machine. Don't even think about getting close. Bullets flew at them like sparks. The number of falling shell casings was also considerable. They kept resisting until the gun barrels glowed red-hot. A patch of ice crystals appeared. Frost Elf cooled the barrel. In the distance, a beast charged at the machine. It raised its claw, about to strike the operator. It's over. But just as the claw was about to touch his head, a foot gently blocked the beast's long claw. The old man kicked it hard. Get back to where you came from. Those below recognized him. Commander Yu. Du Huang stood atop the machine. Watch out. These beasts have all been enhanced by Othershore to varying degrees, making them much stronger than their peers. The subordinate looked at Du Huang. Suddenly, a cry for help came. Du Huang quickly turned to search. Below, a man was being attacked by a monster. Du Huang observed their bodies closely. That thing on the chest is. He immediately recognized the unstable core. Suddenly, the monster's body exploded. He was holding the wounded soldier. Damn! Looking up at Su Ping, Du Huang reported. Othershore has installed unstable cores on some beasts, trying to blow up our cannons and walls. Su Boss, I suggest pulling the line back outside the city walls. Tian Shao, standing behind you, suggested. There are many beasts outside the city. Leaving recklessly is like walking into a trap. Boss, can Su handle this? He ordered the formation. Imperial Guard, hear my command. The soldiers behind responded loudly. A squad formed a formation with Tian Shao, and a cyan dragon headlight appeared. The dragon's mouth clenched a sword, heading toward the base's immortal formation ahead. It held the sword in its mouth, ready to strike. The group of beasts hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. A horizontal slash swept over their heads, carving a huge pit into the ground. The beast, seeing this, retreated in fear. The ape's head had fallen to the ground at some point. The bamboo dragon had successfully defeated its opponent, roaring to display its might. Xu Kuang shouted in exhilaration. Good, another beast king taken down. Jin Shui's face brightened as well. Unbelievable. We've repelled this round of assault. But then the ground suddenly split open and the ape's corpse was dragged down. The bamboo dragon immediately flew into the sky to dodge. Then a massive tentacle flew out of the crack. The few of them were stunned. Xu Kuang, seeing it, immediately thought of his mother. On the second battlefield, everyone felt a disturbance as if something was there. A long, thick tentacle appeared before their eyes. Bursting up from underground, it slammed violently into the ground. Before it could even lift itself, countless people had already been crushed to death. The soldiers on Bian's side were ecstatic. Lord Bian had finally made his move. Haha, this is the power of the heavenly fate realm. Let you be arrogant. Lord Bian will crush you with a single slap. The monster, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, used its tongue like a straw to drain everyone's energy. It lifted people up and dug out that green substance. Several chained individuals cried out in despair. Lord Bian, did you hear that? These people have locked away our energy. Please help us break free. Its head suddenly retracted. If possible, grant us a little more power. The monster's mouth gaped wide, dripping with steady saliva. We can still fight. They finally realized the problem. At that moment, several of its tongues were reaching toward Bian's soldiers. Wait, a man screamed as a tongue coiled around him. No, he spread his arms, his shout shaking the heavens. I don't want to be an abandoned child. My power, the power I worked so hard to obtain. His life ended there. HMPH Bian, don't think you'll die peacefully. Back on the first battlefield, he was reveling, for he was the master of those tentacles. Su Ping's expression shifted slightly. The purple flame bamboo dragon beast immediately turned back. In the air, your bamboo dragon hurried back. It hadn't flown far before tentacles wrapped around its leg. He used the tentacles to strangle the bamboo dragon's neck, intending to finish it off. Du Huang worriedly said, not good, boss sus dragon. Tian Shao quickly summoned, Azure Dragon, go! The Azure Dragon appeared before the spirit beast with a sword, but the blade only left a shallow scratch on the tentacles. Du Huang observed and shouted urgently, the wound is too shallow. Old Zhu suddenly saw a black shadow flash by. Su Ping transformed, swinging his sword. Xu Kuang and Jin Sui were stunned. Su Legend, your blade struck the tentacles, and this blow was even more powerful than that dragon's just now. Sensing something was wrong, he opened his eyes. Su Ping's earlier slash immediately enraged him. He manipulated numerous tentacles to attack Su Ping. Su Ping showed no fear, continuously wielding his weapon. Jin Shui watched Su Ping with concern. Dangerous. Be careful, Su Legend. Bian, Su Ping frowned and delivered the final strike. He slashed fiercely, as if tearing the sky apart. The blade completely severed the tentacles. Open up! The bamboo dragon immediately broke free. Su Ping landed lightly on its head and commanded, Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, let's go. But how could they let you and the bamboo dragon escape so easily? Tian Shao appeared to respond, Boss Su, I'll support you. But unexpectedly, the tentacles shattered the Azure Dragon. Tian Shao clutched his mouth full of blood. Du Huang panicked. Our proud defense line has collapsed in an instant. He looked at the scattered corpses around him. How terrifying the destructive power is. The gap is too great. Looking up at Appy, he was filled with fear. This is the heavenly fate realm, Bian. The tentacles drew closer, entangling him and the spirit beast, seemingly about to touch Su Ping. The system panel appeared. You have entered the sky above the shop area. Su Ping turned back, ecstatic. Finally here. Seeing this, his expression turned puzzled. What's here? He used his magic to repel the tentacles. System prompt. Entered shop protection range. Host gains invincibility effect. Su Ping reminded him. Your time is up. Appy looked at Su Ping in confusion. Time is up? He had the tentacles intertwined slowly, weaving into a monster. That creature looked utterly disgusting. Jin Shui's spirit collapsed. How can we defeat such a monster? Appy declared arrogantly. Now do you still dare to say my time is up, humans? Su Ping returned to his initial state, stood beside the small skeleton and waved his hand to retract it. He taunted, don't believe me, try it, watching him hover in the air. Jin Shui was stunned. Not only had he voluntarily deactivated his fusion state before the heavenly fate realm began, but he had also recalled his battle pet. What is Su Legend thinking? Is he trying to catch the enemy off guard with an empty city strategy? If that guy doesn't fall for it, there won't be another chance. The the monster's feet began to move, its flaming soul stepping onto the base. Xu Kuang quickly pulled Jin Shui. Mayor Shay, it's too dangerous here. Let's go. He laughed foolishly like a lost soul. Haha, where can we escape now? Longzhong base has just been destroyed. No one can escape the fate of being absorbed. Might as well wait to die. The monster's foot stomped down hard, looking terrifying but actually not that impressive. The two were instantly stunned. Xu Kuang panicked. I'm not dead, what's going on? They looked up in confusion at the pitch-black sky. Your hand used its ability to stop the foot from stomping down. Xu Kuang was shocked. It's master, Su Ping smiled. Aren't they just vines? Watch me beat them back to their original form. Appy hadn't expected this. Just a mere human, he commanded the monster that was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The monster increased the force in its hand. Su Ping caught it easily, effortlessly, with a slight smirk. HMPH, useless. A golden light enveloping Su Ping appeared, demon suppressing divine fist. The monster's foot suddenly burst apart. Appy was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? The tentacle monster crashed down in the distance. Su Ping charged at Bian. Take this punch. He punched the tentacles away. The severed tentacles of the monster swayed and fell. The screen showed the monster, its life signal rapidly fading. A subordinate looked at old Bai. Vice President Bian is dead. Su Legend successfully killed Bian, he stammered. Really? That person guarantees it's true. We won. Xu Kuang was ecstatic. Awesome, I knew Master could do it. Jin Shui covered her face, sobbing. Great. Longzhong City is saved, a thought crossed her mind. If I were a woman I'd fly up and kiss Master right now. Looking at Xu Kuang, Su Ping sighed. Good thing you can't fly or I'd be in trouble. Xu Kuang tearfully scolded. Master, you're so heartless. I'm about to cry here. Suddenly, Appy spoke in a voice only Su Ping could hear. What exactly did you do? A mere fake legend realm human. What trick did you use? Su Ping turned back to look for Bian. His action puzzled Xu Kuang. Master, what are you talking about? Didn't Bian just get killed? Su Ping insisted. Bian wasn't dead. It's still talking to me. What? But its corpse is right there. Su Ping kept shouting. Bian, show yourself. Someone walked over to advise. Don't waste your effort. Anna looked at Su Ping. You won't find it. He turned to her. Anna, what do you mean? Anna explained calmly. Literally, her face was full of seriousness. The one you call Bian, it's not here. Su Ping was stunned. Bian isn't here, impossible. I clearly heard Bian's voice just now. Su Ping was even more certain. My instincts never deceive me, he described, a blood-red eye in the dim sky. Someone is staring at me like a tiger eyeing its prey. Su Ping quickly flew to where Anna stood. His feet landed softly. Explain quickly. What do you mean Bian isn't here anymore? She lowered her head and asked Su Ping softly, what do you think is the difference between you and Bian? He was taken aback. Difference? It's a ferocious beast. I'm human. What other difference could there be? Anna widened her eyes. Then let me put it another way. What do you think is the gap between the Heavenly Fate Realm and the 8th rank? Caught off guard, he hesitated. Heavenly Fate Realm, an image of a monster appeared in his mind. It's stronger than me, faster than me, older than me, and has more tentacles than me. Hearing this, Anna covered her mouth with a light laugh. How amusing the thoughts of an ant are. In your eyes, a Heavenly Fate Realm monkey is just an 8th rank monkey with a few more stones? Su Ping looked at Anna awkwardly. Stop beating around the bush. What are you trying to say? Her expression gradually grew serious. Listen carefully. Those in the Heavenly Fate Realm all grasp some kind of law. His eyes glanced downward. A law like the Thunder Dao I've mastered? Anna explained. Your level of Thunder Law is far from mastery. At best, you've touched the threshold. She looked up at the building opposite. And the one you call Bian is a being who has truly mastered the law of space. Anna lightly pursed her lips and pointed at a method. As long as it folds itself up and hides in a spatial dimension, no one will ever find it. In the distance, a stranger eavesdropped on their conversation, looking like he was watching Conan. A black aura was enveloping the two of them. As if with a third eye, Su Ping turned back. The feeling of being watched had vanished. Bian's space law had been seen through by Anna. So it fled in panic. His eyes widened. Wait, Bian escaped, so the corpse I killed outside the city was just a decoy. Bian's true body was hiding in the space law the whole time. Anna turned and replied, exactly. Without law power, no matter how clever you are, you can't even touch a single finger of its true body. Hearing this, Su Ping was furious. Damn it. Anna comforted him from behind. But don't be discouraged. Even though it was just a decoy, her voice was low and slow as she said to Su Ping, the power it absorbed might all be preserved inside. Two sharp claws were digging at something. A tentacle tunnel opened. System notification. Attention all units. Giant network cutting complete. Please queue to exit. No toxic gases detected. Entry permitted. Su Ping and the small skeleton flew in to scout. Stopping before a blue partition, he reached out to sense it. It's here. Su Ping thrust his entire hand into the green wall. Suddenly it parted gently, revealing what was inside. A pile of crystal cores gradually emerged behind him, and the contents of the entire cave poured out in a cascade. Su Ping turned on his flashlight. So many energy crystals. How many people did it absorb? Jin Shui appeared on the screen. Besides the frontline soldiers, it also plundered our subway train loaded with energy replenishment potions. Even the personnel responsible for transporting supplies didn't escape. He looked at Jin Shui. Is there any chance these energy crystals can turn back into those absorbed people? The screen showed Su Ping asking Old Bai, does our science and technology have a way to reverse this? Old Bai shook his head. Dead is dead. At best, we can solemnly mourn those who bravely advanced for us. A series of images of your brothers surfaced. Su Ping clenched his fist, feeling powerless in the face of those silent sacrifices. The person at the keyboard covered their face, sobbing. The old man turned away, suppressing his grief. Du Huang asked, Boss, Mr. Su, please give the order. Every extra second in the wasteland is dangerous. How should we handle these energy crystals? Tian Shao also chimed in to comfort. You personally repelled Bian. No one will have any complaints about your decision. He sat down, picked up an energy crystal, and held the stone in his hand. Su Ping was filled with gratitude. Everyone's sacrifice won't be in vain. Please become the power for me to defeat Bian. The crowd was gathered around the monster's corpse. They were busy harvesting from the monster's body. Putting the spoils into a basket, he said happily. Today's haul almost matches a year's worth for me. Looking back down at Longzhong's people. You won't go back on your word, will you? He shouted from below. Boss Su has said it. All bases that came to support have merit. This is your deserved reward. Harvest with peace of mind. A man slumped to the ground, sighing. Sigh, what use are more rewards? Around him were injured brothers being treated. So many died in a single beast tide. The city has collapsed. Bian has fled. Can we survive the next one? Suddenly a hand gently patted the man's shoulder to comfort him. It was Du Huang reassuring him. Although we paid a considerable price in this battle, he reminded softly. Remember, his eyes were full of encouragement, we stopped the beast tide. Those monsters didn't trample over our corpses to devour our families. Commander Hu helped the man up, Du Huang shouted loudly. And the boss repelled Bian. Alone, he drove back one of the four kings, Bian. Everyone listened in silence. He shouted to the heavens, They're nothing to fear, we have only one thing to do, strive to improve our combat power. Fortify our walls. Du Huang raised his arm. When the next beast tide comes, we'll make sure those damned monsters never return. In the distance, someone observed them. Never return, never return, never return. It was Tian Shao, standing still and watching. A familiar symbol appeared again. The screen showed grass, a pet room, and a hand placing crystal cores. He pondered. Bian's attack this time targeted bases where I have shops. Their goal is undoubtedly Su Ping. He solemnly placed the crystal cores one by one. They want to seize the shop system. Absorb the high-quality resources produced by the shop. He had personally created this place to cherish that sacrifice. Su Ping fell into thought. Back then, it didn't know I was invincible in the shop. I wanted to use that to completely eliminate Bian. He lowered his head for a final farewell to the tower cluster. But I miscalculated. Su Ping closed his eyes. I didn't expect that using my trump card would only trade for its decoy. Images of Appy and his subordinates vividly surfaced in his mind. But if Bian's decoy could easily break the city, why didn't it do so from the start? Clearly, breaking the city and letting the beast tide flood in to slaughter humans. Making the enemy fight on two fronts would be the smartest move. Su Ping suspected. Was Bian's power not that strong back then? He recalled Old Bai saying that the human emperor had once sacrificed himself, using massive energy to suppress the abyss entrance. The cracks were growing larger. If the suppressing energy hadn't completely dissipated, then forcing a breakthrough would surely cause severe backlash. He reasoned along this line. If Bian returned to Blue Star severely injured, it would definitely try to devour other lifeforms to recover. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes were filled with shock. Su Ping looked at the mountain of crystal cores before him. These crystals to Bian are not useless food but vital nourishment for healing. Su Ping began to act. Bian has lost these crystals, it must still be in a weakened state. He entered a meditative state. If I can reach the third layer of the legend realm, the heavenly fate realm, and unleash the power within me, I can kill it. The burst of energy made Su Ping's eyes sparkle. The system notified him that his rank had broken through to the legend realm. Hane realm limit. Skill required to comprehend space law acquired. Su Ping lifted the power from the ground. He raised his arm, brimming with strength, and gazed. Unbelievable. My body feels 100 times lighter, as if I've just broken free from an iron shell. Su Ping lightly raised his hand, his eyes brightening. And the divine eye, with it, even if someone a realm higher than me ambushes me, I'll probably spot them instantly. His eyes returned to a deep black. I didn't expect such a monstrous skill to be just one of the prerequisites for space law. No wonder Joanna said only by mastering law power can one defeat Bian. In the distance, Tian Shao and Ruyan appeared together. Congratulations, Boss Su, on your smooth breakthrough. Su Ping stepped forward and asked, is there something you need? Tian Shao said in a low voice, in this beast tide, we've lost many excellent beast tamers. Even if the survivors receive compensation, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the next wave. Su Ping stroked his chin and asked him, "Old pal, do you have any ideas?" Tian Xiao looked at him meaningfully. "We need to replenish our strength to resist the next beast tide." Ruyan clenched her fists. "Above the occupied base cities, aside from the remnants of the other shore rebels," she said, "there are still several major families with large bases holding out. If we can rescue them, they will surely become our strength." Su Ping placed his hand on his chin, looking at Ruyan. "Subduing the remaining major families is indeed a good idea. But why do you care about these matters?" Her face darkened, and she replied bitterly, "Our Tang family headquarters is surrounded." Looking at her, Su Ping's eyes flickered with golden light. "Oh, who dares to surround your Tang family?" Ruyan explained it was the Situ family and the damned Wang family. She continued, saying they, along with the Tang family, were major powers spanning dozens of bases across the Asian continent. During this other shore rebellion, instead of uniting to resist the enemy, they colluded with each other, joined the other shore forces, and sought to use this opportunity to annex the Tang family. Jen Ruyan knelt on the grass. "I've never begged anyone in my life." She looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "Please allow me to leave the shop and return to save my family." Su Ping looked at her, momentarily stunned. The image of that proud young lady in his memory, Ruyan, who was usually accustomed to being arrogant, was now kneeling before him. This was hard for Su Ping to understand, that she would be willing to abandon her dignity. It was somewhat abnormal. He looked at her as she said the Situ and Wang families were jointly annexing the Tang family. "Even if I allow you to leave the shop, what can a beast tamer without a title do? Can you stop two families that even the Tang family can't stop?" Ruyan hesitated. "Though she couldn't prevent the family's destruction," she said painfully, "at least I have to bring that person out." Su Ping understood her meaning. She wanted to rescue someone. He adjusted his collar. "Anyway, I was planning to do this. You can tell me the list of names and locations." Su Ping asked Ruyan, "Why risk going yourself?" She pouted aggrievedly. "Wouldn't that be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire?" Su Ping laughed heartily. "So that's what you're worried about, making such a mystery of it?" He snorted, pressing his wristband. "If you don't want to say it, fine." The figure of Ling Tong appeared on the screen. "Teacher, you called for me," Su Ping asked. "How's the progress on the contract imprint?" Ling Tong Bao, reading from a chart, replied, "Thanks to the materials you provided, teacher. The research is going smoothly. We should be able to conduct the first test in about 5 months." Su Ping suddenly hesitated. 5 months? I'm afraid the adversary won't give us that much time," Ling Tong Bao said. "Given our current equipment and manpower at Tianlong Academy, this is the fastest we can go." His eyes turned serious. "So, if we had better equipment and more talent, we could speed up the research, right?" In the meeting room of the Breeders' Association in Shengguang Base City, an employee ran in to report, "Old Sir, Old Bai, Su Legend is on the line." Old Bai stroked his beard and answered. Everyone around was discussing Su Ping. "This is the man who led Longzhong to repel the other shore. I heard he's not even 20 yet." Laughter and chatter filled the meeting room. "So young and already able to contend with the heavenly fate realm? It's our fortune that such a powerful beast tamer can be born in this era of declining energy." Old Bai's face turned pale as he looked at Su Ping. "What, you want to use the world's research equipment and personnel?" Su Ping smiled and waved his hand. "Not that exaggerated, just the top-tier ones will do. The ones who are too weak probably won't be of much help anyway. I need them to complete a project within a month." The people around the conference table were petrified. "A month?" Everyone clamored at him. "Legend Su, do you know what it means to halt the world's most advanced scientific research for a month? Even if you're the great hero who repelled the other shore, you can't just act so recklessly." Su Ping pressed his wristband to end the call. Ling Tong chuckled. "Oh dear, what's happening on your end, teacher? Sounds like a lot of people are scolding you." He raised his hand to bid her farewell. "It's nothing, I've already found help for you. Do a good job, I'll have them contact you later." Okay, the call ended. Ruyan was still sitting on the ground. "Hey, you haven't agreed to our matter yet." Su Ping turned back to look at her. "With you like this, forget about saving anyone. It'd be a miracle if you don't get yourself killed. Come on, I'll take you to level up before we leave." Ruyan seemed quite moved. Su Ping reached out and clenched his fist. "Our people can't embarrass us outside." On a steep cliffside path, the exploration time was set for 8 days. 1 day in the cultivation field equals 1 hour in the outside world. "Good luck with the exploration." Su Ping and Ruyan appeared, and she looked around in confusion. "Where is this? It's an illusion created by a secret treasure." He reminded her, "Why do you care so much? Worry about your own safety first." Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Ruyan. Roar! It swung its sharp claws, knocking her down in one blow, leaving her unable to move. A system panel appeared. "Host temporary contract target. Tang Ruyan has died. Do you wish to revive?" Su Ping sat on the cliff, tapping the screen. "Revive?" She slowly opened her eyes, looking at her abdomen in panic. "What happened? Did I just die?" Su Ping lightly tapped her head, his expression serious as he demanded, "I told you it's an illusion. If you really want to save people, don't get distracted. Focus on the battle in front of you." The monster charged at the lying Ruyan again. Seeing it, she immediately sprang up to defend herself. HMPH, got it. Ruyan activated her defense, looking at it. "Isn't it just a 9th rank beast? I'll kill it for you to see." Past memories gradually surfaced, killing one man every 10 steps. This was Ruyan as a child, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Watching Ruyan like this was really cute. Finishing the job, I flick my sleeves and leave. Her supporting leg went weak, wobbling. Hide. As expected, Ruyan fell to the ground. Ouch. Seeing her sister like this, Wooer quickly ran over, covering the wound on Ruyan's knee with her hand. Hiss. She quickly took out a first aid kit, applying a band-aid while comforting. "All the pain is gone." Ruyan wiped away her tears, hugging Wooer gratefully, promising to take care of everyone in the Tang family. The little girl emphasized, "Especially you, sister." Ruyan smiled slightly. Standing on the scarred ground, Ruyan would definitely protect you too." Several monsters charged, and she kept picking up sharp wooden sticks to leap into battle. Ruyan soared high to observe, and when they showed an opening, she quickly jumped onto its back. It immediately struggled to shake her off. Ruyan squinted, raising the wooden stick. "Stay still." She delivered a fatal blow. Several sharp stones flew from somewhere, fast enough to send anyone who touched them to the afterlife. Ruyan dodged just in time. It was another monster controlling them with its power. Its eyes bloodshot, it pounced at Ruyan. It seemed that to save her family she no longer felt fear. "Don't move." A protective barrier appeared, glazed body. Unexpectedly, the stones could penetrate it. But the barrier shattered immediately, and the stones injured Ruyan. Ruyan's hand gripped the wooden stick tightly, stabbing it into the monster's back. Despite the pain, her eyes showed no sign of giving up. "Hey!" The power within her seemed to explode. Ha. The wooden stick pierced straight into its back. The wolf howled in agony. Ruyan had successfully killed a monster. She couldn't fall yet. Though the road was tough, she didn't give up, her gaze as cold as death. Ruyan's eyes sharpened as she looked at the remaining one. Sensing the ferocity of the thing before it, it immediately retreated. The once arrogant monster now fled with its tail between its legs. But Ruyan wouldn't let it escape. "Don't even think about leaving here." The wooden stick flew out, piercing the monster's leg, crippling it and preventing further escape. Seizing the moment, Ruyan charged. To avoid dying, it desperately defended itself. Her small hand decisively pulled the weapon from the dead wolf's corpse. She firmly picked up the wooden stick and charged forward. Ruyan leapt from a height, stabbing straight into its throat. Even after such a ruthless strike, she remained vigilant. She stared wide-eyed at the monster dying in her hands. Only then did this young lady finally breathe a sigh of relief and sit down to rest. Su Ping quietly observed Ruyan's results. He pondered for a while. At the labor contract shop, he had thought Tang Ruyan's skills had also become rusty. Recalling her battle with the monster, he found it was actually better than when he first met her. Even under the observation of the God's Eye, there were no issues. It seemed she hadn't slacked off even in private. Ruyan was now exhausted, and with the death wood frantically tapping into her potential, her rank easily broke through to the 8th rank upper stage. Killing a 9th rank powerhouse across ranks was also effortless, seemingly satisfying him. He took out a treasure. But it's still a bit lacking. Su Ping gently clenched his fist and a beam of light flew out. A spirit essence fruit, an item that could instantly push an 8th rank expert into the 9th rank realm. Those things immediately flew over for Ruyan to absorb. In her dream, she thought of her younger sister, Wooer. Ruyan's body was lifted high, surrounded by golden light. A system panel appeared with a notification. Exploration time ended. Cultivation hall is closing, returning. Ruyan floated high, stammering a name. "Wooer, wait a little longer. Sister is coming to save you right away." After a night in the secret realm, dawn gradually emerged. Ruyan furrowed her brow slightly. Ruyan's eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes, came to her senses and quickly sat up. Beside her, Su Ping stood with his arms crossed, silently looking ahead. Ruyan respectfully knelt on one knee. "How long was I asleep?" Su Ping glanced at her. "Just a moment, sit tight." The two were now standing on the back of the purple flame candle dragon beast. Su Ping reminded her, "This isn't an illusion. If you die, you won't come back." Afraid of wasting time, Ruyan hurriedly asked, "We've already delayed a lot. Where are we now?" Su Ping calmly replied, "Just left the base city. Only one night has passed in the real world, don't worry. Just point the way wherever you want to go." She was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Yedu base city." Ruyan stood up to point the way. "Go in that direction, then turn here. The first A-grade base city we encounter is it." Su Ping casually conjured something. He pulled out a scroll, reached inside and searched for something. He drew out a sharp sword radiating powerful spiritual energy. Looking at the imposing sword, Ruyan felt a bit intimidated. "What are you going to do?" She watched blankly as Su Ping handed the Guangqing sword to her. "Hey," he said calmly. The beast you originally used was already killed by me in the Longtai Mountain secret realm. I can't let you go empty-handed, can I? Ruyan focused on the sword before her, thinking, the sword's pressure is overwhelming. Even the area around the blade produces a strong tearing sensation. Her hand had barely brushed against it when it started bleeding. Just the sword's aura alone could easily break through the immovable glazed body she had cultivated in the illusion. She suddenly recalled her uncle's weapon. Such sharpness she had only seen in her uncle's Phantom Sea Divine Hunting Umbrella, a legendary secret treasure capable of killing king beasts, coveted by many families. Ruyan's cheeks flushed. Hugging the sword, she spoke awkwardly. Such a precious item, you want to? Su Ping immediately dispelled her thoughts. Of course it's a loan. This is an ancient secret treasure seized from the Dion True Dragon King. What are you thinking? Dream on. He quickly summoned his battle pet. Little skeleton, go. It slowly sank into the ground. Ruyan glanced at the little skeleton disappearing into her shadow. She murmured, it's burrowing into my shadow. Su Ping commanded it. Watch her for me. Don't lose the sword. The little skeleton gave a thumbs up. Hey, don't worry, master. A bright smile spread across Ruyan's face mixed with a hint of excitement. So you're agreeing to let me go alone? He sighed in response. Stubborn. Otherwise, why would I go to all this trouble to train you? She hesitated before voicing her concern. I thought you never liked our family. Su Ping looked at the map displayed on his watch and frowned in reply. I've never agreed with your family's ways of the strong preying on the weak and killing for treasure in the secret realms. His tone was cold, making Ruyan slightly sad. Now with a great enemy at hand we need to rally people. That's all. Hearing her beloved say this, Ruyan lowered her head sorrowfully. Suddenly, Su Ping kicked her off with his foot. Looking at the ground from this height her eyes went wide. Su Ping shouted from above, other base cities have also sent out distress signals. It's out of the way, let's part ways here, Ruyan shouted in panic. Wait, I don't have a flying beast, Su Ping. Su Ping waved his hand, focusing on controlling his spiritual power. I'm off, Ruyan frowned. Suddenly recalling how Su Ping had healed her, she understood his words, control your spiritual power. Ruyan closed her eyes, concentrated her spiritual power, and a golden light gradually emanated. She placed her hands over her chest and began to channel her spiritual power. Finally she succeeded. Her body maintained its balance. Ruyan was so overjoyed that tears welled up in her eyes. Flying through the air, I've reached the 9th rank title level. It's not a dream. It's all real. She wiped away the tears of emotion. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the gleaming sword in her hand. Looking at Su Ping, who was gradually fading into the distance, she said sincerely, this kindness Tang will never forget for all eternity. At the Tang family headquarters in Yedu Base City, a massive monster was rampaging, smoke rising everywhere. Wounded soldiers hid behind rocks, talking. Have the Situ and Wong families gone mad, driving a king-rank beast into the base city? If this continues, the entire A-grade base city will be flattened. Suddenly, a staff flew from somewhere. With one strike, a massive accumulation of spiritual power pierced through the beast's body. It crashed down with a huge hole in its body, a deafening sound as it crushed nearby buildings. Standing on the beast's back was a majestic figure. He spoke in a deep voice. Did you think this would be enough to conquer our Tang family? What wishful thinking. Feather Army attack. Behind him were countless flying beasts in the air. It was the patriarch of the Tang family headquarters, Tang Linzhen. Wipe them all out, the Feather Army loudly acknowledged, then took up golden bows, drawing and aiming at the beasts. A sinister laugh rang out. Ha, of course, we're not that naive. Two people rode on a beast's back, gradually approaching the crowd, the two taunted. Did you think just two uncontrolled king beasts could solve the Tang family? But your final trump card, the legendary secret treasure Phantom Sea Divine Hunting Umbrella, has run out of steam, hasn't it? The two were none other than the patriarchs of the Situ and Wong families, the masterminds behind this chaos. Now the real show begins. Tang Linzhen, you're not the only one with a legendary secret treasure. Linzhen exclaimed in surprise. A massive explosion comparable to an atomic bomb occurred in the city center. Ruyan, flying on her sword, was nearly blown off balance by a wind from nowhere. She immediately sensed something was wrong. That came from the direction of Yedu Base City. The shockwave has traveled this far? What exactly happened over there? The two of them poured their spiritual power into the bronze bell, and the sound that came from it seemed like the wailing of countless lost souls. The people around were caught off guard, their bodies weak and their vision blurred. What? It felt like everyone's spiritual power was being drained dry. Linzhen realized that the bell's sound was like a massive black hole sucking away their energy. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to hold on. To suppress an entire clan, that required a legendary-level evil aura formed by absorbing the flesh and blood of 10,000 people. The soul-devouring bell. Situ laughed sinisterly. Haha, old Tang, you really are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Situ looked smug. Otherwise, why do you think we waited until now to come and eliminate you? The soldiers of the two men stomped hard on the members of the Tang family, making them spit blood and fall to the ground. He watched with satisfaction as the family that once held the top position now lay prostrate at his feet. Without spiritual power, you're nothing but a bunch of trash. Lin Zan ground his teeth. A warrior may be killed but not humiliated. Although a lot of his spiritual power had been drained, he still forced himself to use a magical artifact to knock away the surrounding soldiers. Panting heavily, he glared at the two culprits with eyes full of hatred. I swear one day the Tang family will repay this grievance 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The tiger glanced over, his tone contemptuous. One day, today, I'll finish off your entire Tang family and send you all to the underworld. Bring her out. They dragged out a girl and forced her to kneel on the ground. Seeing his own daughter taken hostage, Lin Zan lost his composure and shouted, "Ewer?" The tiger approached, grabbed Ewer by the neck and looked at Lin Zan. Who doesn't know that the Tang family has trained two young masters? One knows everything from astronomy to geography, the other has exceptional talent and is skilled in battle. If we let them be and they join forces one day, where will we stand? He slammed Ewer hard against the soul-devouring bell, threatening, "Where is the other young master? Speak quickly, Ewer's spiritual power is being drained by the bell. If you don't tell me, I'll make you taste the agony of having your blood and bones sucked dry by the soul-devouring bell." She screamed in pain. "Ah!" Impatiently he barked sternly. "Where is she in her days?" Ewer thought of her cousin. "She must be doing well now, please don't come back." Suddenly a sword flew over and shattered the soul-devouring bell, sending everyone flying from the shockwave. The tiger crashed heavily to the ground. "Ah!" Situ fell flat on his back, roaring in fury. "Who is it?" The ancient treasure still radiated spiritual power embedded in the nearby rubble. Lin Zan's eyes widened in shock. A legendary treasure of a major family destroyed just like that? Situ was furious and ordered his soldiers. "Who dares to ruin my plans, go catch them immediately. No need for you to come looking." The sword blade vibrated, and Ruyan's voice rang out, "Don't bother." The sword flew back into the sky, arcing through the air and instantly wiped out Situ's men. A hand reached out and grabbed the sword. "I'm here." Ewer recognized the familiar voice. This voice was. She looked up and saw Ruyan hovering above, shouting joyfully. "Sis?" Ruyan's face showed killing intent as she said coldly, "If you want to destroy the Tang family, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Seeing his most prized granddaughter appear, Lin Zan was overjoyed, flying in the air. "That's the title level." "Ruyan, are you already a 9th-rank powerhouse?" Situ frowned in rage. "Just a title level who doesn't have one in their family," he ordered his entire army. "Capture that arrogant brat alive. I'll have her executed by dismemberment in front of the entire Tang family." They swarmed forward, surrounding Ruyan. She showed no fear. Too slow, with a single horizontal slash, those who overestimated themselves fell to the ground. Painful screams rang out. In less than 5 seconds, Situ's most elite troops were completely annihilated. The tiger's eyes widened in terror, easily breaking a 9th-rank spiritual shield, killing 3 title levels in a row. Could that sword be a legendary treasure? She turned around. "Uncle, the evil bell that limits spiritual power has been destroyed. I'm handing Ewer over to you," Lin Zan replied while cutting down enemies. "Of course." His eyes burned with the fire of hatred. "Ruyan, let's kill those beasts together." Ruyan's expression was cold and stern. "Yes." Ruyan raised her sword, pointing it at the approaching monsters. With a single slash, following the sharp edge of the blade, their limbs were severed. Someone on the other side shouted, "It's not over yet, bitch. I'll show you the power of my strongest battle pet." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruyan was already upon him, her eyes sharp, sword raised. She swung lightly, passing by, and those men were dead before they even reacted. Under Ruyan's sword, a string of people fell. Situ ground his teeth in fury. "Damn it, you've killed so many of my title levels again." The tiger beside him glanced at her impatiently. "Don't get cocky, Ruyan. I'll skin you alive with my own hands." With that, he immediately gave the order. The monsters obeyed and stepped forward one by one. "Come out." They stood behind the tiger, their faces ferocious. Soon the Tang army charged forward. "Don't you dare touch our young master," the monster roared, raising a hand covered in sharp claws. The leader quickly sensed the danger. He raised his staff and unleashed his ultimate move. Blazing sun flash. The light from the move shot straight at a monster's face. "Now's our chance, everyone. Attack together. Kill." The tiger and Situ stood aside, completely unflustered. Because soon, the monster that had been attacked unleashed its own move, kicking the approaching man dozens of meters away with one foot. The leader who had acted first finally began to feel fear. "Why isn't it working?" Lin Zan had already grasped the situation. "Orders? Ignore those evil beasts. Kill the leaders first. Feathered Arrow Army. Directly kill their clan leader." The Feathered Arrow Army began to draw their bows and attack. Yes. Situ refused to be outdone and commanded the demonic beast beside him. "Go to hell." The power of those monsters gradually radiated outward. The Feathered Arrow Army was enveloped by the spiritual light. Taking advantage of the moment when the spiritual power formed a thick fog, the monsters roared and leapt instantly. Ewer warily sensed danger approaching. On the other side, Ruyan was fighting the soldiers and didn't notice 2 monsters creeping up on her. At the critical moment you were shouted a warning, "Sis, watch your 6 o'clock." Ruyan's hand holding the sword moved slightly, and with several quick slashes she cut them into pieces. Seeing this, Yor breathed a sigh of relief. Ruyan smiled in that direction, thanking her. Suddenly, countless tentacles appeared behind Ruyan, trying to grab her. The tentacles wrapped around her tightly like ropes. Still alive, seeing this, Situ laughed contemptuously. Never seen a pet beast turned into a puppet. Even if you cut it into 100 pieces, you can't escape. Trapped in the newly laid trap, Ruyan was irritated. How annoying! The tiger seized the opportunity, raising his blade, staring at her intently. As expected, eliminating your Tang family now is the right choice, he said this while smugly bringing down his blade. Your 8 extraordinary meridians have been sealed. You can't move. Yor below screamed in terror. No! The tiger had no intention of stopping. The blade was already upon her. Die! Just as the blade was about to touch Ruyan, it suddenly shattered. The small skeleton behind Ruyan was the culprit. As the tiger stared in shock, the small skeleton struck down again. The ground below was now a mess. Countless cracks appeared. Situ watched what was happening in horror. What is that thing? The small skeleton stood in front of Ruyan. It helped her break free from the tentacles. An oppressive aura radiated around them. On a vast desert, a figure appeared. Below was the wing of an enormous creature. On Su Ping's side, he stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm. The flying dragon came to a halt. It noticed the colossal being before it, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. The monster's body was entwined with tentacles, gripping some people tightly. Su Ping clenched his fists, furious. Bian, ahead was Bian. Her long hair reached her waist. She wore a crown of spider lilies, and an incredibly terrifying black aura swirled around her. He raised his fist and shouted, "Go to hell!" Su Ping's power condensed into a giant arm shooting straight towards Bian. A voice rang out, "It's useless." His arm passed directly through her. In an instant she was standing behind Su Ping. Su Ping turned, raised his fist again, and shouted, "Ha!" A power of astonishing force appeared instantly and shot out rapidly. The voice rang out again, "It's useless." He frowned and glanced over. Then suddenly, Anna appeared before him, surprising him. She spoke, "Forgotten?" Anna looked at him seriously. "No matter how weak Bian is, without the power of laws, you can't harm it," she explained calmly. "This is the insurmountable chasm between you and the heavenly fate realm." A flicker of bewilderment passed through Su Ping's eyes when suddenly a voice sounded, "Boss Su, can you hear me?" "Boss Su, Boss Su." Only then did he snap awake. The voice was Dian Shao's coming through the tiny screen on his watch. Su Ping slumped on the dragon's head, wondering to himself, was that a dream? Tian Shao reminded him, "It seems you haven't rested since returning to Longzhong. Even for a battle pet master's body it might be," he interrupted the old man. "I'm fine. How is the research plan for the binding contract, which is in charge of Zhang Lingtong, progressing?" The old man immediately replied. "You wouldn't believe it. Doubts and complaints are piling up. I heard the threshold of the Breeder Association is almost worn down by the protesters." Su Ping raised an eyebrow. "That exaggerated. If needed, I'll go back right away." Seeing his urgency, Tian Shao raised his hand to stroke his beard and laughed. "Haha, Boss Su, please let me finish. Your shop is packed with people. The training effects of the pet store are immediate, and we've received an overwhelming response from everyone. Countless customers come to place orders every day, and over time it's built up our reputation." The screen showed scenes of everyone working hard in the research lab. "This is the size of the elite research team you predicted earlier. The numbers in other places are even more countless. This is the actual scale of personnel currently participating in the research project." Su Ping listened attentively to Tian Shao's report. "The binding contract can feed back part of the pet's upgrades to the battle pet master. This is a major event enough to overturn the entire breeding world, and it's also something all battle pet masters have been hoping for. No amount of doubt can stop it. Boss, you just need to wait patiently." He raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction. "Good. It seems my plan to shake the foundation of the heavenly fate realm has succeeded. No need to overthink anymore. What needs to be done now is to rescue the allies who are resisting the forces of the Bian rebellion outside, build up the army, equip them once the binding contract is complete, and ultimately overthrow Bian." Su Ping spoke, "Continue reporting on the rescue matters." Tian Shao quickly replied, "Yes, I've already found the rescue information you mentioned. The initial marker is the Yuan family, the family of Yuan Tianji. He is a legendary level battle pet master in our Asian region. If we can get his help, our team will surely be greatly strengthened." Hearing this, Su Ping sighed inwardly. "It's actually Yuan Tianji." He remembered his meeting with Yuan Tianji. It was truly a small world. However, the fact that Yuan Tianji had acted so domineeringly in the past but hadn't joined Bian's forces did earn his respect. Suddenly, the pet glanced over and growled. Su Ping followed its gaze. The scene below them was now chaotic, with many people and many beasts attacking each other. "Is it up ahead?" Those beasts were huge and ferocious, constantly attacking the innocent and weak. A man was idly gripped by a beast, bleeding profusely, yet he still shouted desperately, don't worry about me, you guys run." Just then, Ling Lu and her pet appeared. Seeing this, the people below were frantic. "Miss," she rushed forward quickly, using her phoenix-level sword to sever the beast's arm. Another slash split its body in two, her sword light like blazing sparks. Moments later, Ling Lu was already exhausted. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her sword, panting heavily. "Huff, huff, ZZ and I have reached our limit. Damn beast, there are just too many of them." Suddenly it pounced from behind her in a flash. A man ran over shouting, "Dodge, miss!" Ling Lu immediately turned around. She froze for a moment, staring at the approaching beast. In an instant, a large hand from Su Ping smashed the beast into pulp, its body torn apart. Ling Lu looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Look up in the sky." Countless fists were falling from the sky at that moment. Countless fists rained down from the heavens like a downpour, scattering the beasts in panic. Suddenly a massive beast wreathed in cyan flames appeared. It tore apart another beast body and roared HMPH, a bunch of trash. Ling Lu tensed up. Brute force massacre level. I can barely cut down a beast with all my strength, yet it can tear one apart with ease. That must be the leader of these beasts. The leader beast roared in fury, its flames turning red. "Roar, I'll handle this myself." Suddenly, a golden fist as massive as Mount Tai blotted out the sky and slammed down towards the beast. It looked bewildered, speechless, and then the fist landed, crushing the beast flat. Moments later, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing countless fist-shaped craters on the ground. Seeing this, the crowd was overjoyed. "Great, reinforcements are here." Ling Lu was shocked. That brute strength in the face of such overbearing fist techniques was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely annihilated. This destructive power, could it be legendary level? Thinking this, she cupped her hands and bowed her head in thanks. "I wonder which senior has lent a hand. Please show yourself so that this junior can pay respects. The Yuan family will remember this great kindness." Just then, Su Ping slowly descended. He asked doubtfully, "Just you few?" Hearing his voice, Ling Lu sensed, this voice sounds familiar." Looking up, her eyes met Su Ping's. She froze. "It's him." Remembering what had happened before, Ling Lu was speechless. "Why is it him?" Su Ping replied calmly. "No need for formalities. Where is Yuan Tianji?" Hearing this, Ling Lu angrily cursed. "Formalities, my foot." Saying this, she rushed forward, swinging her fist to hit Su Ping. "If you hadn't stolen the Dragon King's inheritance, I could have wiped out these few small beasts myself. And don't you dare call my grandfather by his name. He is at the ancestral mansion, holding the line against the enemy." Su Ping blocked Ling Lu with one hand and replied helplessly, all right, stop messing around, take me to him quickly." Then Su Ping said seriously, "Your grandfather might be in danger now." Hearing this, Ling Lu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and replied with disbelief, "HMPH, don't try to fool me. My grandfather is a legendary level powerhouse, and with the ancestral mansion's defenses, it's absolutely safe." Su Ping sighed and activated a device. "If it were truly safe, why would they have sent you away?" As he spoke, an image of Yuan Tianji, injured and unconscious, appeared. Seeing this, Ling Lu exclaimed in shock, "This injury is too severe. What did you do to my grandfather?" Su Ping replied, "A long time ago, he came to our shop to cause trouble over the Dragon Terrace Mountain secret realm. We were just defending ourselves, although Yuan Tianji managed to suppress the news. His strength has indeed fallen from the legendary level now. What do you think will happen to a 100-year-old titled Duluo surrounded by the Bian rebellion forces? Need I say more?" Su Ping's expression was calm, but Ling Lu was left speechless by his words. After a moment, she asked one final question. "My grandfather was the second-ranked legendary level expert on the continent back then. You hadn't even obtained the Dragon King's inheritance yet. How did you manage to injure him?" Su Ping replied, "Doesn't your family have any experts guarding it?" At the same time, he opened a spatial gate, and a dragon's head emerged. In an instant, a massive dragon appeared. Su Ping leaned against the dragon's leg and said, "Someone once came to our door looking for trouble. Every single one of them couldn't handle it. The strength of our shop is clear at a glance. Haven't you been to our breeding base yet?" Seeing Su Ping's group's battle pets, each one with an exaggerated physique, "Isn't that the third-ranked purple flame bamboo dragon beast?" "No, I've seen pure inferno bamboo dragons before. They're usually only half again as big. And its golden horns and purple mane, along with the extraordinary aura emanating from its back. This is a rare breed of bamboo dragon beast." Ling Lu stubbornly replied, "Only a dog would go to you for breeding." Su Ping reached out his hand. "Suit yourself. So are you going or not?" Ling Lu replied, "Grandfather gave me orders. Go to the nearest base city shelter. Absolutely not allowed to return until he agrees. Grandfather's word is absolute. After I was rescued, I was going to leave you and turn away. But now for the first time I've disobeyed grandfather because of you. Can I trust you?" She hesitantly reached out her hand to Su Ping. He took Ling Lu's hand and replied, "I told you, I'm here to save you. You probably understand the situation now." how important a legendary level dragon warrior is. If you want to heal the original Celestial's injuries and restore his strength, take me to him immediately. Hearing this, she replied seriously, I understand. After a while, the purple flame bamboo dragon beast appeared above a ruined city. Observing from a height, Su Ping mused, it seems the defenders here have completely lost control. Ling Lu replied, when I left the city, the base was still intact. It's been destroyed like this in just half a day. Suddenly, several red energy beams shot towards the purple flame bamboo dragon beast. Su Ping tightened his grip on Ling Lu's hand and warned, hold on tight, it's those who sided with the other shore. Don't worry about me. I can summon the flying palace to wait for me. Hearing this, he explained, you mean the purple spirit divine phoenix? Not now, the firepower is too dense and most of it has already reached 9th tier combat power. The purple spirit divine phoenix is a battle pet that excels only at attacking. It can't withstand many hits and will die. Ling Lu asked, then what do you suggest? Below the ground, those rebel forces are summoning battle pets, greedily saying, our anti-air battle pets can't even hit it. Hey, looks like that dragon in the sky is a big catch. Absorbing it will definitely boost our cultivation a lot. Everyone, pull out your battle pets and take it down. With that, they launched a dense attack on the purple flame bamboo dragon beast. At this moment, the Dragon King reminded him, to prevent the dragon dog's realm from becoming too high for you to control, I will seal away 90% of its power with 3 seals. Remember, these seals can only be undone when you are capable. Hearing this, Su Ping thought to himself, the old Dragon King set 3 seals on the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog. If all are undone, the dog can break through to the Starry Sky realm above the legendary level. This is what I plan to obtain through the contract's binding, another key to advancing to the Heavenly Fate realm. Su Ping said confidently, I have now reached the legendary level and can withstand the backlash from undoing the first seal. I'll use these rebels to test whether the dog truly has such immense power sealed within it. Thinking this, he began to open a spatial gate. A massive golden spatial gate appeared above the purple flame bamboo dragon beast. The rebels below exclaimed in shock, how did the sky suddenly change? Stop him, the person above is summoning something terrifying. Above, Su Ping shouted, Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, come out, first seal, release. A golden dragon-shaped beast emerged from the gate, the first seal on its body gradually dissipating. The summoned beast was enormous, far larger than the surrounding beasts. Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, combat power, legendary 2nd tier, void movement, middle rank. Seeing the new form of the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, Su Ping thought to himself, after undoing the first seal, the dragon dog's appearance is closer to the Great Evolution True Dragon Clan than when it first received the inheritance. I wonder about its strength. Ling Lu felt strange. This dragon dog's appearance is completely different from when we last fought. Why does the dragon aura it emits feel so familiar? Meanwhile, the rebels and their battle pets had already gathered energy to attack. A man who had strengthened himself with the power of the other shore with countless tentacles growing from his mouth said, it's just a dog, yet it dares to call itself a true dragon. Let's attack together and take them down. Let me taste what dog meat is like. Immediately, countless energy beams shot towards the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog and the purple flame bamboo dragon beast. Watching these energy beams, Su Ping mused, the strength of these rebels is generally at the 8th or 9th tier. Although the purple flame bamboo dragon beast, as a legendary level at the vast sea 1st tier, can withstand their attacks with its body, he likened it to an adult being poked by a group of children's toy swords. Not fatal, but the pain is still unpleasant. That's why the purple flame bamboo dragon beast automatically used its defensive skills. Thinking this, Su Ping glanced at the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog. As for the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, it was enjoying these attacks as if receiving a full-body massage, leaving him speechless. It's actually enjoying it. Looking at the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog before him, Su Ping again thought of a man comfortably being massaged by beautiful women around him. The rebels' attacks were practically like acting spoiled. Seeing that countless attacks were ineffective against the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, the rebels exclaimed in shock, our attacks clearly hit them, but there's no reaction at all. Strange. What kind of heaven-defying physique is this? The rebel leader panicked and tried to flee. Damn it, could it be legendary level? We've run into a tough one? Seeing Su Ping not acting, Ling Lu angrily drew her sword to do it herself. These beasts have harmed so many people and still want to run? Seeing this, he calmed her down. Don't worry. I was just testing the dragon dog's abilities. I won't let a single one escape. Hearing this, Ling Lu stopped her own impulse immediately. The Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog seemed to be in sync with Su Ping's thoughts. It raised its foot, causing the rebels below to panic. Run, it's about to strike, Scouter, and run. The Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog's foot came down, cracking the ground with countless fissures. The rebels screamed in agony. A shockwave erupted from where the dragon dog's foot landed, spreading for several miles and blasting the rebels away. The leader panicked. "What are you trying to do?" Instantly, slabs of rock rose from the ground, forming barriers that blocked the rebels' escape routes. At this moment, the rebels were surrounded by these rocks, their sharp tips pointing inward like a fence. The rebels were terrified. That dragon dog can change the terrain with a wave of its hand. Seeing this move, Su Ping thought to himself, the initial defensive skill, Sub-Guardian, could only be used on a single individual to enhance defense, but now it can be applied to an entire area, used as a prison-like confinement skill. Good. The power inherited from the old Dragon King not only strengthened the physique but also enhanced the ability to use skills, Ling Lu exclaimed in surprise. So strong, is this the sacred object that defeated me before? At this moment, a leader knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and sincerely begged for mercy. Legendary Senior, please be merciful. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare our lives. Seeing this, Su Ping flew in the air and asked calmly, "Oh, you followed the other shore. Didn't you treat the matter of the entire class back then as routine? When you killed others, you should have been prepared to be crushed by someone stronger, right?" Hearing this, the leader shook his head repeatedly and replied, "The other shore, no, Legendary Senior, don't misunderstand, we were absolutely not wholeheartedly obeying those heretics." He immediately took out a pile of crystals and offered them with a smile. "I only followed them to become stronger. As long as I can get stronger, it doesn't matter who I follow. We are very familiar with this area. As long as Senior spares our lives, whether it's leading the way or fetching treasures, we will not refuse." Seeing those crystals, Ling Lu showed a disgusted expression. "This is what the other shore took from living battle pet masters. Is this why they destroyed the city?" Suddenly, Su Ping commanded, "Put those things down, stand up and walk." Hearing this, she was stunned. The rebels were waiting for these words, immediately putting on fawning faces. "Senior is still kind-hearted. From now on, we brothers will obey your every command." Suddenly, the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog roared and used Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Roar. Where the skill swept, the rebels turned to ashes, leaving only piles of bones. They cried out in disbelief. Why, after a while, all the rebels were dead, their bones turning to dust and blown away by the wind, leaving only a shoe and a shin bone. Those crystals were wrapped in Su Ping's essence energy, flying up from the ground, and then all flew towards him. The crystals gathered in Su Ping's hand, and he said coldly, "Don't think you can cross the line and come back as if nothing happened." Seeing Su Ping absorb those crystals, Ling Lu thought to himself, he refined and absorbed those crystals without changing his expression. What's the difference between him and those who follow the other shore? After a while, Su Ping turned around and said, "Let's go, take me to your grandfather quickly." At this moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations around him had changed, as if carrying the souls of countless dead battle pet masters. Su Ping said, "Only by completely eliminating the other shore can this disaster be fully extinguished." Seeing this, Ling Lu was momentarily stunned. Is he serious? Does he intend to shoulder the heavy responsibility of destroying the other shore? She then replied, "Who knows, this way." Ling Lu wondered to herself, speaking of which, why is the vortex in the sky getting bigger and bigger? Then Su Ping, Ling Lu and their battle pets moved quickly. After a while, Su Ping and his group arrived at the Yuan Mansion. The mansion's plaque was covered in cracks. The Yuan Mansion was burned down desolate, submerged in a sea of fire with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. In the air, Su Ping said indifferently, "It was indeed breached. We were still a step too late." Ling Lu couldn't believe her eyes. "How is that possible? Our home has a defensive formation that my grandfather painstakingly arranged for years. As long as my grandfather personally sits in command, even a Beast King could hold out for a few days. Moreover, those who attacked just now were not at the Beast King or legendary level." Not wasting any more time, Su Ping jumped down from the purple flame bamboo dragon beast and said, "It's useless to just look. Let's go down and see." Ling Lu followed and jumped down, replying, "Okay." The two charged into the sea of fire simultaneously. Su Ping rushed straight down. "Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog, follow me. Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, you take the others and stay in the air to monitor. Come down to support at the slightest sign of trouble." The people on the Dragon Beast acknowledged, "Yes, Legendary Su." Su Ping and Ling Lu landed quickly. She searched everywhere. Grandfather, his body also emitted a strange searching energy. "How come there's not a single person in sight, and I can't sense anyone else's essence energy fluctuations at all?" Ling Lu turned to Su Ping and said, "My grandfather's communicator is turned off. I used essence energy to transmit sound to the secret passage in the hidden chamber, but received no reply. This way," he mused. "Abnormal," Su Ping thought. "Even if the living were all captured, when the rebels broke in, there should have been some casualties. Let alone leaving corpses, there should at least be bloodstains, right? There's only a pile of empty ruins here. Could it be?" He looked at Ling Lu and judged. "After they took you away, did they turn around and join the other shore?" She drew her sword and placed it against Su Ping's neck. "If that's the case, I'll kill you first," Su Ping questioned. "Then how do you explain the original Celestial not allowing you to return? It's obvious there's something he doesn't want you to know, right?" Ling Lu sheathed her sword. "I want to know too." She gently placed the sword on the ground and used it to draw some lines. A formation diagram appeared. Su Ping asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "My grandfather was originally a top expert famous for setting up formations." Ling Lu opened her bag and took out something. "He taught me a soul-seeking formation." She threw a glowing green object high into the air. "Just place a personal item of the person you're looking for on it, and it can locate that person's position in an instant." "Oh, not bad," Su Ping observed and quickly said, "Such a powerful formation, I need to see it closely." Hearing this, Ling Lu chuckled while forming hand seals. "Watch carefully, learn well," she shouted into the formation. "Azure Dragon Head, activate the formation." A green light shot straight into the sky, beginning to rotate and scan various places. Suddenly, Ling Lu's legs gave way and she groaned in pain. Her Azure Dragon Head formation gradually disappeared. Su Ping asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Her soul-seeking formation seemed to have run out of power. Ling Lu said dejectedly, "I've already searched a radius of several hundred miles, but it seems grandfather has gone further. With my current essence energy, I can't track targets over 1,000 miles away." He looked at her. "The original Celestial has gone over 1,000 miles away?" Ling Lu was holding a pen and paper. "That's right. Then what about using my essence energy to control it?" She completely rejected it. "No, this formation can only be powered by the essence energy of the formation setter. I have another way." She wrote down a long list. Su Ping looked at it blankly. This was Ling Lu's suggestion. "I need to maintain the formation here. Help me gather the materials I've written down here." Su Ping picked up the list, looking confused. "No way. I mean, what do you need so many rare materials for?" Ling Lu had never been so confident. "These are the ingredients for the evil soul gathering bottle. Although my essence energy is insufficient now, if I store energy for 2 or 3 days, it will definitely be enough to find grandfather. What do you think? Genius, right?" He stared at the paper in his hand, stunned. "Wait, to help you gather these materials will take at least 3 days, and then another 3 days to charge. By the time we find the original Celestial, it'll be too late." She glared at Su Ping angrily. "I told you not to call my grandfather by his name directly. Do you have a better idea?" "Let's hear it." "Finding a missing person in this chaotic world is harder than finding a needle in a haystack." He didn't answer but gently snapped his fingers. A spirit beast immediately appeared behind him. "Why not let my little dog try?" It approached her, leaving her staring blankly at the dog. System panel introduction. The olfactory sense of canine-type spirit pets is 1,000 times stronger than that of human battle pet masters of the same rank. Whether it's the smell of a sword, the smell of eyes, or the smell of a heart, to them these are as clear as pictures, absolutely unmistakable. Her grandfather's belongings were moved in front of its nose, and the battle skill 100-mile soul chase mastered by the great evolution heavenly dragon dog could enhance the sense of smell. It is 100 times stronger than the original. Coupled with the inheritance of the old Dragon King, the ability to use battle skills has reached another level. His spirit beast took a deep breath. "So it's Miss Ling Lu's grandfather's hairpin. I hope he washes his hair often." The scent began to gradually manifest before its eyes. The airflow passed through the ruins, crossed mountains thousands of miles away, and the scent drifted all the way to an even higher mountain. There, the original Celestial was battling a group of monsters. Su Ping spoke tentatively. "How's it going, old Yuan? Body can't hold up anymore." He frowned and turned his head. "No, you flatter me, brother Gu. I just had an inexplicable feeling. I'm not quite sure what it is." Yuan Tianyang rubbed his neck. "Something pierced through my defense, took a deep breath into my neck and sent a chill down my spine." Su Ping, who was fighting ahead, chuckled. "Interesting. You mean after these ferocious beasts that want to devour us alive found our weakness, they just sniffed?" He wasn't idle either. "It's not these beasts but something further away, because I can't trace its position against the direction at all." He widened his eyes and shouted, "Absurd, this mountain is one of Blue Star's top-secret heavy grounds." Su Ping's hand retracted. "Where did that golden light come from? The entire subcontinent. Only you and I know where the Dragon King came from." "Ride on it," he beamed. "Here it comes. Looks like the little dog didn't lead us astray." Ling Lu exclaimed in admiration. "So fast. No grandfather?" Seeing his little granddaughter, he was startled. "Linger?" Su Ping's eyes widened. "Who are you?" She immediately bowed. "Forgive my rudeness. This junior is Yuan Ling Lu. Paying respects to the legendary senior Dragon Emperor Gu." Su Ping stood still, looking at the two. Su Ping thought to himself, "The original plan was to find the original Celestial as an ally, but I didn't expect an unexpected gain. If 2 legendary-level experts join, it will play a huge role, whether in boosting morale or quelling the chaotic situation caused by the other shore." The spider monsters paid them no mind. Fortunately, Yuan Tian hadn't forgotten his main objective. First, drive back these fierce beasts. Other matters could wait. Siping suddenly fell silent. Ling Lu immediately drew her sword as her grandfather had instructed. Yes, Purple Rat, let's go. Siping looked around and remarked, come to think of it, I don't recall any snow-capped mountains recorded on the Blue Star map. He found it strange. The main peak had no summit, as if it had been sliced clean off by a sword. Moreover, 2 free legends from the Asian continent were personally guarding it. Yuan Tian had even resolutely abandoned his ancestral home to protect this mountain. It was hard to imagine just how important this place was. Ling Lu suddenly had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Such a huge king beast. She was startled when she saw the main ingredient for sashimi. Yuan Tian instructed. Linger, you handle the other beasts. I'll take this one. He readied himself and conjured countless swords that soared into the sky. The small swords combined into a giant blade. Ling Lu shouted excitedly, break evil. Her grandfather had once used this move to slay countless fierce beasts, and many king-level ones were terrified just hearing its name. Yuan Tian controlled his weapon to strike, but this octopus wasn't so easy to kill. It blocked the blade with the force of its tentacles. Yuan Tian hadn't expected his move to be thwarted. What? Suddenly something flew toward him. The octopus's tentacle sent him flying like a ball. Siping immediately rushed over. Old Yuan, you used to pull off this move with one hand, but with your old injuries don't push yourself too hard. He looked at Siping. Young friend, since you found this place, you must have some skills. No need to be modest. Help me out and kill this 1,000-year beast. Siping didn't hesitate and flew forward. He summoned Jindian and grabbed 2 of the octopus's tentacles. Golden Crow Divine Demon Body. Appear. The remaining tentacles attacked him next. With 10 fingers injured, Gaibeng severed 1 finger and got straight to work. Siping used the second form of the demon-suppressing fist, cutting off 2 tentacles in 1 strike. Enough for delicious sashimi. Then Jindian slammed a heavy fist into the ground. Cao Mo Ling Lu watched in awe. Such a domineering fist wind. It tried to hold on, but the massive king beast was nearly knocked flying. After struggling for a while, it still got back up. Siping sensed it. Fighting back, poisonous bones shot from the tentacles, but something else was faster. White burns appeared on Bai Shu's body. Puzzling Siping, it roared in pain and fury, its voice like thunder. It turned out Siping had made the move. Well done, you gave me a big opening, but these strikes weren't fatal. My next move will create an opportunity for you. Yuan Tian struggled to stand. Linger, Ling Lu approached worriedly to support him. Grandfather, you're badly injured, please don't. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take shelter in another base city? Why didn't you listen? Yuan Tian demanded harshly. Answer me. Did that brat Siping force you? She said bitterly. Would the grandfather I once knew have let that beast run rampant like this? He was stunned by her words. What do you mean? Ling Lu explained. It wasn't Siping's doing, nor for some greater cause. Linger just wanted you to rise again. So even if I disobeyed you, I have no regrets. Perhaps that was the real reason. Yuan Tian fumed. Nonsense, are you saying bringing Siping here was to get me hurt? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Ling Lu didn't deny it. Yes, as long as you recover, Linger will accept any punishment. It seemed Yuan Tian was helpless against his beloved granddaughter. He vented his anger by killing a few more beasts behind him. Yuan Tian stood up with support. Let's go. First deal with this group of beasts. Yes. By now, Siping and Siping had successfully cleared the octopus's head. Below, the grandfather and granddaughter hadn't been idle either. After a relentless battle, the group of beasts finally fled. Ling Lu felt satisfied seeing this. They're running. It's finally over. Grandfather, do beasts often attack here in such a cold, remote place? Yuan Tian warned. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Yes, now let's talk business, Yuan Tian said coldly. What business? Siping cut straight to the point. I have a way to heal your injuries. I know, I'm not finished. Ling Lu's face suddenly turned pale with fear at what she saw. The two were so focused on talking they didn't notice the danger approaching from behind. If I'm willing, I can not only restore your cultivation but even make it stronger than before. Before Siping could finish, Ling Lu saved him. Watch out! A flash of light made her eyes widen. A bat of explosions split the snowy mountain in 2 and one part seemed to calm down. Meanwhile at the night fight base city, Situ and Meng Fu raced through the air, cursing angrily. Damn it, damn it! Meng Fu recalled what had just happened. What the hell was that thing? It destroyed 3 substitute treasures to block the damage and nearly killed me. Does Chulu have such a trump card hidden? He turned to the person beside him. Brother Situ, is this the weak one catch Chulu you mentioned? Situ cut him off. Meng Fu, stop complaining. The two landed lightly. Situ said doubtfully, intelligence says that woman named Chulu has been locked up in the Longzhong base city since she was kidnapped. She never left for a second. Meng Fu couldn't believe it. Kidnapped? Her strength is clearly more than 100 times stronger than before. You call that kidnapping? As they argued, a crack gradually appeared, splitting the entire building in 2 and separating them. They quickly flew into the air and looked down. Situ sighed. Such sharp sword energy, Meng Fu added. Most of our main forces were lost to your Tang family, were crippled for decades. Then 2 figures gradually appeared in the distance. Ru Yan and Little Skeleton unexpectedly showed up. Now it's the Tang family's world. Why bother with threats? 2 clan leaders remember saying you'd wipe out all of Chulu. As she spoke, she swung her sword at them. Meng Fu quickly raised his hand to block, but a scream followed. Ah! The sword severed his arm. Meng Fu fell to the ground, cursing, HMPH, ah damn woman. The sword swiftly returned to Ru Yan's hand. She said coldly, this strike is for my sister. Next are the other clan members. Meng Fu glared defiantly. He crawled toward Situ for help. Brother Situ, save me, didn't we agree? He approached Situ holding his severed arm. One family in trouble, the other must support. Just then a sword aura swept past his feet. Meng Fu fell heavily. Situ pointed at him. I'll take good care of your family and tell them you died heroically. Meng Fu looked up at Situ, roaring in fury. Situ, you old traitor, I'll never let this go. Suddenly, Ru Yan's foot stomped on his head. Don't worry. She scanned the people above with cold eyes. Clan leader Situ and his clan. And your clan will all join you on the road. Situ landed on a building, muttering. Good thing I kept a hidden guard. The enemy is retreating. Don't they know to intercept? Ru Yan shouted without hesitation from below. Come out! Instantly, a group appeared on the heights. A foot stepped closer, bloodstains on the ground. A group following Lin Zan and Wu exclaimed, is that the Wang clan leader's body? Did the young master do it? Such a cruel death. I can't imagine what training the young master went through in Longzhong. Wu grew worried. Something's off. Only the Wang clan leader's body is here. We didn't see Situ's trusted forces on the battlefield. They might have a backup plan. If sister falls into their trap, it's bad. Lin Zan frowned. We need to catch up to her. His sister Ru Yan had never been one to back down. Seeing her clan members trampled, she waved her hand to open a space. The people above had already summoned their pets. She might act rashly in a fit of impulse. Meanwhile, Ru Yan was surrounded. Situ declared loudly, I'll give you one last chance to turn back. If you dare step into my Situ territory, even if it costs me my life, I'll drag you to hell. Ru Yan took a deep breath, gripping her sword. Just what I want. She sat down, leaning on her sword, and turned her head. Little Skeleton, hide in the shadows. Little Skeleton tilted its head in confusion. Ru Yan explained as she walked forward, this is my personal grudge. I don't want you to get hurt because of my recklessness. Suddenly, Little Skeleton's bones separated. It flew over and clung to Ru Yan, surprising her. She looked around blankly. Where is this? A strange item panel appeared before her eyes. And what's this? It's growing. Little Skeleton suddenly grew. It pointed at an item. Ru Yan understood. You want me to click it, right? Little Skeleton nodded happily. She gently tapped the virtual screen. Suddenly a massive vortex appeared from nowhere. Situ shielded his eyes in shock. Such strong undead energy, what's going on? What? Then Ru Yan appeared in a beast soul fused form and they panicked. It's a fusion. That Tang woman is a legendary pet master. Ru Yan charged into the crowd, her figure vanishing instantly. They warned each other, careful, can't see her, but she swept through, slashing several times. In a straight line, a white-haired figure flashed by, leaving the crowd stunned. One person looked at his scarred body. What? Blood seeped from countless wounds. Han Ji-yu shouted in disbelief. She can slash that many times in the blink of an eye. The next second the group was cut into countless pieces. This is the chaotic star reincarnation blade. Situ turned and fled in terror. How is this possible? This move isn't from a pet. He stopped abruptly. Just her own strength. She's already a blade master unmatched in the world. A unique skill? Situ's body was covered in wounds. He stood frozen. How can someone so young master such a terrifying blade technique and reach the legendary level? A few drops of blood fell. He shouted, I die with regret. After a moment a pair of black shoes appeared. Lin Zan stood before the crowd. Don't go up yet. Wu asked curiously. Father, what do you all see? In the distance a figure stood atop a pile of corpses. Hell. Wu quickly covered her mouth, pointing. Oh my god, the smell of blood is so strong I can barely open my eyes, she warned everyone. On that pile of corpses there seems to be a figure in the distance, Ru Yan's back, standing in the wind. As she spoke they saw clearly. A girl stood there, 2 tall horns on her head, white hair flowing in the wind. She turned her head, her gaze icy on the crowd. Lin Zan, she noticed us, Wu exclaimed. It's sister. Lin Zan's expression was tense and alert. No, I can't feel any of Ru Yan's aura from that person. Don't let your guard down. It might be someone from the Situ family. She lifted her foot from the corpse pile and walked toward the crowd. Everyone immediately went on alert. She's approaching, such terrifying killing intent. Clan leader, what do we do? Lin Zan replied. Based on the aura, she's likely legendary. If it's really someone from the Situ family, we're in trouble. Multiple space gates opened. He immediately warned everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, suddenly the armor and mask gradually dissipated, revealing Ru Yan's face. She was unconscious, eyes closed. Lin Zan exclaimed in surprise. Ru Yan, the others rejoiced. Great, the young master is safe. The man turned to those behind him. Put away all pets, it's our young master. The Situ family's elites have been dealt with by her. Ru Yan jolted awake. Lin Zan looked at her sternly. Ruyan chasing 2 clan leaders alone was too reckless. If something went wrong, your father would come from headquarters and skin me alive. Ruyan showed an apologetic expression. Uncle, I was too impulsive, he laughed heartily. Haha, just kidding, Ruyan, you did well. Everyone praised her. The young master used the human-beast fusion skill, meaning her strength has broken through to legendary. This is a first for the family in 100 years. Great, our Tang family has a legendary. No one noticed a skull slowly sinking into the shadow behind Ruyan. The rest of the clan continued cheering for her, a pillar of support in chaotic times. Long live the young master, long live Ruyan the legendary. Ruyan panicked, trying to stop them. It's not what you all think, Ruyan cried inwardly. Little skeleton, stop messing with me. Come out or I can't explain this alone. Little skeleton waved goodbye and quickly disappeared. Ruyan glanced behind her, worried. Can little skeleton not handle this either? Or, watching everyone praise her, she suddenly understood. Little skeleton didn't want to ruin the mood. Seeing everyone crying with joy, Ruyan looked at the sword in her hand. But this was all Su Ping's arrangement. Without little skeleton and this legendary Qing Shen sword, a titled level like me couldn't have changed anything, and even that titled level strength was cultivated by Su Ping. I have no confidence to live up to their expectations. Wu rushed over and hugged her tightly, saying happily, I'm so glad you're safe, sister. She spoke her heart sorrowfully. You know, when I saw you come here alone, I was really worried. Ruyan quickly comforted her. I'm sorry for making you worry again, but the little girl kept murmuring. I thought I'd never see you again. Wu closed her eyes, relaxing. Don't apologize. I'm really happy you came. Her voice was soft, but it stunned Ruyan. Don't leave me again, sister. Ruyan couldn't help but recall childhood memories when she played knight to accompany her. Wu's voice continued. Stay here, okay? Like before. Ruyan bent down, opening her arms to hug her tightly. Sister promises, stay, Wu asked again. Really? Sister, Ruyan looked at Wu seriously, but before that, sister has many important things to handle. When they're all done, sister will come find you. Hearing this, Wu was stunned. Ruyan pointed. Anyway, it's a long story. When we get back, sister will explain everything. For now, the priority is to go to the C2 family's treasury and empty it so it doesn't fall into others' hands. The group replied respectfully. Yes, they stood before the C2 family's treasury. The door opened, revealing a massive treasure vault, gleaming with gold. Ruyan and the others entered. Is this the C2 family's accumulated treasures over 100 years? Wu marveled. Magnificent. Lin Zan ordered, take everything. Leave nothing behind. He suddenly looked at the small bonsai on the shelf. Our family's star spirit tree, missing for years, was right here. That old scoundrel C2 had raised it quite well. Suddenly someone called him, reporting that the clan leader had discovered a door hidden by a secret treasure. Ruyan looked over in confusion and blurted out, Secret chamber, Lin Zan, order it opened. The man responded. Yes, he pushed the door open, and the moment it opened, Ruyan was shocked. Inside the secret room were many bound men, covered in wounds, piled up layer upon layer. Who were these people? They looked around and walked in, while Ruyan speculated. It seems this is the C2 family's prison. Torture instruments hung in a row and blood was everywhere on the ground. She suddenly paused. Something was off. Who would design a prison inside a treasure vault above? Countless severed body parts hung suspended by barbed chains. Seeing the eerie scene, Ruyan couldn't help but frown. Moreover, this was a prison. At the same time, there was a sound of movement, but she still spoke calmly. This is too much. Suddenly, a blind old man looking utterly destitute shouted loudly, Who's there, old scoundrel C2? I won't let you off even as a ghost. Seeing this, Yu blurted out, hands, feet, eyes, all crippled. Such ruthless methods. Lin Zan beside her was also extremely shocked, then recognized him as the grand elder of the Zug family. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Ruyan suddenly swung a sharp sword light, cutting the chains. She stepped forward, unlocking them as she said, The Zug family is one of the 4 great families in the Asian region, yet you've fallen to this state. Let's get out first and talk later. The Grand Elder, unable to see, could only guess that the voices belonged to Tang Linzan and Tang Ruyan of the Tang family. Another person behind him heard this and rejoiced. Someone's come to save us, finally. Ruyan quickly supported the old man and replied, That's right. The Grand Elder laughed heartily at her straightforward answer. I never expected to be rescued by the notoriously arrogant Tang family. Lin Zan crossed his arms. Sigh, without Ruyan we might have ended up the same way. Yu said, Senior, let me heal your injuries. Ruyan suddenly asked, The C2 family colludes with the other shore and has the ability to refine people into energy crystals. I humbly ask why go to such trouble keeping so many people locked up here? Hearing this, the Grand Elder answered truthfully, Because we still have value. Then, thinking of the powerful forces, he continued, Our ancestors were deeply skilled in contract spirit beasts. 100 years ago, they created a unique secret method that has allowed the Zug family to stand firm among the 4 great families of the Asian region for generations. The spirit contract soul beast. Lin Zan thought to himself. The spirit contract soul beast is said to be a secret method that uses the battle pet master's own blood and bones as a guide to refine a beast soul. Unlike ordinary crystal pets, as long as the battle pet master exists, no matter what damage the soul beast suffers, it is absolutely immortal and indestructible. Ewer frowned. Spirit contract soul beast, I've heard of it. Could it be that the Situ family wants to imprison the Grand Elder and exploit the soul beast's immortality? To endlessly exploit and refine? The Grand Elder didn't rush to deny it. Indeed, if it weren't for that legendary demonic chi-devouring GU, how would my clan fear the Situ family? What about that young Wang? Ruyan suddenly frowned, listening as the old man continued. Sai, in the end, our clan leader easily believed the old scoundrel Situ's lies and handed over his soul beast, because cooperating would spare our young master's life. The Grand Elder's voice rose. But those beasts humiliated the young master in front of us every day, forcing the rest of our captured pet masters to submit. By now, the old man had completely lost his composure. Our clan leader and young master, catching them off guard, chose death to make their stand, erupting with soul power. They commanded us never to repeat their mistake. The people behind the Grand Elder rose in anger. We've clung to life until now, hoping one day to make the Situ family pay blood for blood. At the same time, a series of pet beasts appeared, roaring with piercing sounds. Ewer quickly tried to stop them. Seniors of the Zug family, your injuries are too severe. Don't overexert yourselves. But they seemed not to hear. Our wish is to see that old scoundrel Situ bathed in blood, and we'll give everything for it. Suddenly, a sword stabbed into the ground with a sharp ring. Ruyan's green sword radiated boundless energy, which they all felt. She looked at the sword, then lowered her voice. The entire Situ family, over 1,200 people, have all died under this sword. The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless. Ruyan said calmly, if you doubt it, go out and see for yourselves. Your injuries will be fully treated by our clan's high-level healers within an hour. If you have any other difficulties, feel free to tell me. The Tang family will handle it. Just focus on healing seniors. As soon as she finished, they immediately kowtowed. Thank you, Miss Tang. We will remember this great kindness forever. In the future, if you need anything, we'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Watching this, Ewer silently marveled. Amazing, sister instantly calmed the leaderless Zug family. Lin Zan thought, after annexing the Situ and Wang families, plus the high-level battle pet masters of the Zug family to bolster our strength, the Tang family now has the qualifications to become a top-tier great family in the Asian region. As Ruyan mobilized people to treat everyone, he praised endlessly. This is an achievement that generations of clan leaders toiled in vain to reach. Witnessing this powerful cohesion, I can only sigh. Ruyan alone has accomplished it. At that moment, Ruyan was thoughtfully staring at her team when someone called her. Ruyan. She quickly turned, looking at him in confusion. Uncle, what are your orders? Lin Zan laughed. Haha, no need to be so formal. Feel free to relax on our own turf. She nodded in understanding. Yes, he then asked. Do you know why our Tang family raised you and Ruyu as two young masters? Ruyan understood and replied. The family hopes we can possess both the iron-fisted means for external expansion and the tolerance for internal management, to complete the great task of ruling the Asian region. Lin Zan looked into the distance and nodded. Correct, but now it seems the ambition for the Asian region is too small. You haven't even taken office yet, and just by coming home for a visit, you've already achieved it. Suddenly, he turned to Ruyan and slowly added, I think it's time to pass the clan leader position to you. In this situation, other contenders are either severely weakened or have been eliminated. Hearing this, she gripped her green sword tightly, while Lin Zan's voice continued to echo. Ruyan, no, clan leader, take charge and lead the family to dominate the other 3 regions of Blue Star. As he finished, Ruyan's face flushed with fervor as she asked, Yes, uncle. Since you've passed the clan leader position to me, does that mean all 3 armies of the Tang family are now under my command? Seeing her intense reaction, Lin Zan paused slightly. Of course, Ruyan, what's your next plan? Ruyan stroked her sword, her voice icy. Gather all forces, eliminate all remaining rebel factions, and quell the chaos of the other shore. Lin Zan was stunned. Ah, Ruyan, wait, Ruyan corrected him. Call me clan leader. Lin Zan hesitated, swallowed, and quickly said, Clan leader, our Tang family isn't a charity. Such a rare opportunity for expansion. Why use it for something so selfless with no return? But Ruyan didn't rush to speak. She simply looked toward the destination she wanted to reach because it was what that person wished for. Something she would give everything for. Whatever that person desires, I will carry out unconditionally. I want to be that person's blade. At that moment, Su Ping was in a chaotic battle amidst a snowy wasteland. He turned to Ling Lu and said, Miss, you saved me again. I'm truly grateful. She denied it. HMPH, don't misunderstand. I just worry that if you die, no one will heal my grandfather. Su Ping observed the surroundings, then cautiously spoke. Kid, you were prepared. Ling Lu behind him looked at the scene, puzzled. Why did Dragon King Senior attack Su Ping? You were working together so well to drive off the beast tide just now. Meanwhile, Yuan Tian suddenly grabbed Ling Lu's arm. This is the highest level secret site on Blue Star. He stared at her panicked face and continued. All intruders must be silenced. That's the rule set by the Wind Tower. The conversation immediately reached Su Ping's ears, sparking his curiosity. Wind Tower, is this mountain connected to the world's most mysterious organization? Su Ping couldn't help but turn back and shout. Hey old man, shouldn't your next line be explaining what this place is called? It feels like you skipped the most important part. Su Ping took the chance to strike. At the same time he said sternly. Enough, no need to explain too much to the soon-to-be-dead. Instantly, the Dragon King moved swiftly, engaging him in close combat. It immediately created a barrier sturdy enough to block Su Ping's attack. His icy energy suddenly stopped on the barrier, emitting a harsh sound. Su Ping watched the battle intently, his eyes sharp, when suddenly a light streak cut through the barrier, causing the Dragon King to groan in pain. Seeing this, Ling Lu grew restless and spoke. Is the Dragon Dog's defense so easily broken? That's a Void Realm attack. Su Ping thought. No, after I unlocked the first seal, the great Yan Celestial Dragon Dog's power also rose to the Void Realm, plus that guy's legendary second layer level. His force just now shouldn't have broken through. Unless, with this thought, he flew directly into the air to confront Su Ping. He possesses an ability I don't know, like the other. Sure. Facing him, Su Ping quickly formed an idea. Since I can't defend, I'll take the initiative to suppress him. Meanwhile, Su Ping swiftly launched an attack. HMPH. I saw through this move during the beast tide. The divine fist collided with the dragon twisting kick. Neither gave way. This move seemed a bit strenuous, forcing Su Ping to inhale to replenish energy. Ha! Suddenly a golden essence source appeared, enveloping the battle space. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Su Ping found it hard to bear, too heavy. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately struck with a direct punch. Ha! The powerful, overwhelming attack caused Su Ping to collapse. Then Su Ping calmly stood with folded arms. Indeed, one blow takes down a whole boat. Just lie there, Ling Lu said to Yuan Tian. Grandfather, we got lost here by accident. Su Ping just did his best to resolve the beast tide. We have no ill intent. Can you persuade Legend Gu to stop? He paused slightly. I can't decide this. Su Ping, as if exhausted, reluctantly spoke. Don't worry, old Yuan has guarded the formation for years. I won't let the Yuan family's line end. Later, I'll erase your memories. But then he regained strength, grabbing Su Ping's attack barrier with his hand. But this kid, Su Ping easily crushed the barrier, gritting his teeth. Only this kid is too much of a threat. He must die. Su Ping frowned and asked. He said this mountain is a formation. The only two legends in the Asian region have been secretly guarding it for years. How important is this formation? Just as he finished, the two sides faced off again. Su Ping showed no fear, chuckling. I didn't expect punishment to have levels. Su Ping one strike. But when the other shore invaded, the Asian region was in dire straits. Yet you two famous legends were here enjoying yourselves. That doesn't match your style at all, Su Ping sneered. You can't provoke me. He stared intently at Su Ping. I won't leak any information. Save your energy for the next attack. Hearing this, Su Ping instinctively frowned. TCH, tough nut to crack because I'm a legend. Suddenly, the Dragon King appeared from nowhere, biting his entire body. Su Ping propped his hand under its jaw, his tone mocking. What a simple-minded, muscle-bound brute. Let me teach you a lesson. With such a good opportunity, Su Ping couldn't miss it. He immediately struck, using the same moves again, breaking through my defensive skills and the shock demon divine fist. Great Yan Celestial Dragon Dog must keep its distance, use long-range moves. One punch, heaven and earth shatter, sending him flying. Unfortunately, Su Ping dodged quickly. Then he summoned a skill, just playing tricks. A brute is always a brute. As he spoke, both unleashed their respective moves. The ground where Ling Lu and Yuan Tian stood was also affected, but they managed to block it in time. HMPH, watching the chaotic battle, Ling Lu thought. So they were holding back during the beast tide. Legend-level battles are terrifying, Yuan Tian observed silently. No, that kid Su Ping hasn't used his full power yet. Ling Lu suddenly realized. What? With their current power, they could destroy a base city. Grandfather says Su Ping is still holding back, Yuan Tian explained. Legends and title-level battle pet masters are divided into 10 and 9 tiers, seemingly close but vastly different. Such a gap comes not only from physical strength and essence source, but also a decisive factor, the fusion technique that legends can cultivate. After human-beast fusion, the battle pet master not only inherits all the fused pet's power and skills, but also gains elemental harmonization based on the pet's attributes. GU-Sis fusion pet is the abyssal dark mudloach, water and poison dual type, with the elemental harmonization ability being the Sea King's strike, Yuan Tian added. It grants water attacks a dissolving property, quickly corroding the enemy's shields, armor, and body. If directly hit, even a legend's body would be shattered to pieces. Ling Lu seemed to understand. So that's why Su Ping's dragon dog's defense failed so badly. Why isn't Su Ping using fusion? Does he have another plan? Despite being 100 meters apart, their words reached Su Ping, who immediately denied it. Not that many plans. I only just reached legend. Yuan Tian was stunned. Just reached legend, he thought. So that wasn't a thunder tribulation earlier. No wonder this kid's essence source doesn't look legend level. He hasn't fully crossed the tribulation yet. Suddenly, Ling Lu said, "Grandfather, can I ask you for a favor?" Before she finished, Yuan Tian quickly said, "I've told you many times with just a legend in name I can't decide this." She immediately called out, "No, you can definitely do this." Yuan Tian retorted, "Ha, what is it?" Ling Lu answered without hesitation. "Grandfather, can you teach Su Ping the fusion technique?" Her words struck like thunder, making him turn and blurt out, "What, you want me to teach that kid?" Countless fists fought back, then were shattered by the red wind. Su Ping was surprised. This kid's fist technique is strange, extremely powerful and domineering, like a 10,000-pound hammer. If caught off guard, even a legend can't withstand it, but unfortunately, he met my Sea King's wind. He dismissed Su Ping. His fists will shatter like debris on contact, whether long-range attrition or close combat. Yeah, it's nothing more than a deathbed struggle, yet the people below haven't given up. Ling Lu turned to her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, can you teach Su Ping the fusion technique?" "What, you want me to teach that brat?" Su Ping, though far away, heard every word clearly. "A variable," Yuanshan quickly explained. "No, I won't agree to teach him. Do your best, don't." He immediately set up 2 layers of defense. The old man had given him a chance before. Luckily, Zhulong arrived just in time to save them. Su Ping said calmly, "Oh, still hiding a trump card?" Ling Lu was shocked to see that Zhulong was a purgatory bamboo dragon beast. It was burning with purple flames. He chuckled lightly. "Ha, what trump card am I hiding? It's just that the purple flame bamboo dragon beast also has a full set of defensive skills with no chance to use them. Without the little skeleton's beast soul attachment, I really don't have the capital to fight a legendary in fusion state. Should I try the legendary fusion secret technique Yuanshan mentioned?" Su Ping looked down. Yuanshan, seeing that he had saved his precious granddaughter, might be moved and could cooperate. He clasped his hands together and said, "Agu, I can't teach anyone, least of all that brat Su Ping. He stole my things and my territory. Why not trouble Agu to kill him for me? Haha, no cooperation possible. Should I find a chance to slip away?" Ling Lu kept persuading, "Grandpa, if Su Ping is killed by legendary GU, your injuries." Yuanshan immediately cut her off. "Don't you get it? Without Su Ping, I'd only need a few years to cultivate back to the legendary realm," he explained. "But if I keep him, even if I could instantly return to my peak, I'd forever be beneath Su Ping with no chance of rising again. I'm not kicking him while he's down now only because I'm grateful he saved you," she asked doubtfully. "Then what about the other shore?" Ling Lu didn't give up. "I heard that the 4 kings, the abyssal lord of good and evil, failed in their duty, and the other shore might escape the abyss. Right now, the other shore alone could instantly destroy half a base city in the Asian region. In a few years, I'm afraid," Yuanshan interrupted. "Nothing to fear. As long as the sealing tower hasn't acted, it means things haven't reached an irreversible point. But drop it. Staying out of trouble is the right path." Su Ping's voice suddenly rang out. "Reasoning won't work. By the time he cultivates back to legendary, he'll already be the other shore's meal." She realized this was telepathic communication. Though busy, Su Ping was still trying to guide Ling Lu. "To convince him, you need a different approach. Do this later," Su Ping pursued relentlessly. "Keep fighting. Where's that fierce energy from before? Why are you just shrinking your neck and running?" He pressed his watch and sent attack coordinates. The spaceship outside received the signal, ready to fire. Its immense destructive power and size targeted Su Ping's position. He dodged easily. HMPH, a space-based weapon, decent power, but only brainless beasts get hit by that. A toy, but then, Su Ping was grabbed by a giant hand. Jiandian controlled him with both hands. Su Ping showed no fear. "This thing can't trap me." The scene was chaotic, indescribable. Ling Lu's teacher risked stepping forward and Yuanshan quickly shouted, "Linger, what are you doing? Come back." Zhulong blocked him with its body. She used her sword to withstand the impact. Su Ping complained, "What's all that noise and trouble below?" Su Ping replied, "It's not trouble. Yuan Ling Lu has a special move that can absorb fire-type attacks to strengthen herself." The heat from the gun barrel was still releasing. Ling Lu used her ability to absorb all the attacks, then swung her sword with all her might, sending a slash straight at Su Ping. He immediately raised his hand to block. Seeing this, Ling Lu didn't back down and channeled her power into the strike. That powerful blow pierced Su Ping's skin. Outside, Su Ping saw this and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Yuanshan, witnessing it, was terrified. Looking at Su Ping, he was still unharmed, having taken the attack. Yuanshan then went to scold Ling Lu, but everything was suppressed under Su Ping's fury. Siping growled, "I'll kill everyone here." Linglu quickly turned to Yuanshan. Why has legendary Gu's appearance changed? He's handed his consciousness over to his main battle pet, so he's showing a beast form. In this state his combat power increases, and he attacks friend and foe alike. Gu Siping really wants to kill us all. Suping looked at him cheerfully. Legendary Yuan, looks like we have no choice but to team up. You brat, no wonder Linger disobeyed me for the first time. You've corrupted her. Really? I think it's just a late rebellious phase. Suddenly, Zhulong approached, confusing the grandfather and granddaughter. Around them, golden divine figures rose from the ground as Zhulong activated its 9th-tier divine skill. The divine iron wall protected everyone. Suping raised his hand and the Grand Yan Heavenly Dragon Dog fully reinforced the wall. He warned, "No time to hesitate. My battle pet can hold them off at most for a few minutes. Either teach me the fusion secret technique or get beaten into pulp by him. Choose." Yuanshan trembled with rage. Infuriating, but at this moment he truly had no choice. "Sigh, I'll settle with you later." Yuanshan took out a chip. "This is a learning device recording the legendary fusion secret technique. Press it to your forehead." In less than half a second, the bioelectronic device transmitted all the content into his sea of consciousness. Suping was surprised. "So advanced? I was just thinking about how to buy more time." "What? Did you think I'd teach you move by move?" But before Yuanshan could finish, Suping charged over. Suping and Linglu couldn't believe their eyes. The speed was terrifying. Yuanshan's arm, along with the chip, fell to the ground. Somehow, Suping had broken through their defenses and taken Yuanshan's arm. The sturdy barrier collapsed instantly. Suddenly, Yuanshan's wound became problematic. To save his life, he didn't hesitate to cut it off with a single slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Suping didn't expect that after beastification, his corrosive ability had evolved to have a transmission trait. He rushed toward his arm, trying to get there before it corroded. Oh no, Yuanshan's severed arm still held the learning device. If it got wet, God, this is tense. Somehow Linglu appeared and decisively slashed down. Aha! She successfully protected the chip from corrosion. Linglu jumped to catch it, but as soon as she landed, Suping appeared again. "Got it, the learning device is fine." When she saw him, her face turned pale. Then a massive bone smoke screen appeared. Despite the pain, Yuanshan still thought of his granddaughter. Linger, Suping thought he had successfully taken down Linglu, but to his surprise no one was there. Suping had saved Linglu at the last moment. She threw the chip to him, and he caught it. Suping still tried to recover, charging madly. The moment the chip touched his forehead, thousands of data points emerged. I see, earlier close combat had been tough, but now Suping could catch him with one hand. He opened his eyes slightly. Fuse. Linglu was overjoyed. "Got it," Yuanshan cursed from below. "Idiot completely. How dare he? How dare he touch it directly?" he growled. "Gu Suping has the Sea Emperor's wind, right? Haha. His moves look like my water gun. Die." But Suping was now in a new realm. "Is that all your attack has?" Suping couldn't believe he was unharmed. "What?" At that moment, Suping successfully fused. His aura astonishing, Suping reached out to push him away, exerting all his strength, roaring. But Suping's expressionless face infuriated him. "It's not over yet." Linglu struggled. "Let me go or you won't have a hand to catch his move." Suping comforted her. "Don't worry, open your eyes and see." Linglu slowly opened her eyes, unable to believe the sight. Blocked, she stared without blinking. Legendary Gu's corrosive power and Sea Emperor's wind were completely blocked by the energy Suping emitted. This energy was pure and sacred, exuding supreme authority, very familiar. After a while, Linglu's memory surfaced. "I remember, the Grand Yan True Dragon King, the old Dragon King from the secret realm." Suping struggled fiercely but couldn't break through his white barrier. The Blood Dragon had always been effective at suppressing demons and evil. The old Dragon King's Demon Dragon clan was said to be top among dragons, which was why Suping had been dodging before but now stood firm. Suddenly Suping withdrew the barrier and grabbed his hand. Gu Suping like a trash bag, too weak. He flew off like a small sapling. The impact was so terrifying that the entire mountain was affected. Only when the smoke cleared did they see Suping lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds. Linglu said happily, "Great, he's unconscious. Let's stop." I get it. At this critical moment, losing any legendary weakens humanity's overall combat power. Take your grandfather back to the base city for treatment. First, put me down, this is awkward. Before they could celebrate, Suping's body suddenly floated into the air. Streams of dark energy were absorbed into him. Yuanshan was alarmed. "Stop, Gu Suping, are you crazy?" Suping found it strange. This mental energy fluctuation is completely different from his previous power." He threw Linglu to Zhulong. "Purple flame bamboo dragon beast, take them far away. Don't get caught in it." "Suping, what are you doing?" Suping said confidently. "Of course I'm going to test him out. I haven't tried this form's combat power yet." The energy ball Suping created grew larger, as if he were charging up. "I can finally fully unleash the power of the Grand Yan True Dragon bloodline." but Seping's energy ball was like a small pebble to the Golden Emperor. Suddenly, a giant dragon coiled around the Golden Emperor's arm. Both sides sensed the time was right and charged at each other. Watching this battle reminded one of brushing teeth too hard, with the result being trees around shaking violently. Suping demanded the Grand Yan True Dragon Demon subduing fist to suppress. His power grew stronger, and it was clear Suping was about to break. He said tensely, "Not enough, I need more." He never expected it to spread beyond the universe. Suping noticed and paused. Suping was ecstatic, thinking he was about to win. "Haha, die!" Their powers were evenly matched. He sensed something off. This guy's mental energy suddenly became endless. No matter how much I consume, it doesn't diminish, Suping suspected. Indeed, the formation designed in this headless snow mountain contains extraordinary power. The scene around them was apocalyptic. Jiu Suping was so bold, not guarding the formation properly but using it recklessly. Suddenly, Suping sensed others nearby. Yuanshan, holding his injured arm, warned, "Get out of there quickly. The ceiling tower's final lockdown mechanism has activated. Even a void cave realm cultivator would be instantly destroyed," Suping insisted. "I'm just eliminating a threat, no selfish motives." HMPH, he glanced at him. Or in the ceiling tower, serving loyally only to end up like this. The world's strongest organization, is this how they operate? Suping immediately flew toward the grandfather and granddaughter. He asked doubtfully, "Yuanshan, explain this snow mountain. What is this formation for?" Yuanshan held his thin granddaughter in his arms. "I don't know. It's a global formation set up by predecessors. I'm just responsible for guarding the Asian region node. I heard it was set up by the guardians of the past just for protection. That's all I can say. For other matters, you can go to the ceiling tower and ask yourself." "Grandpa," Suping didn't hesitate to press his watch. "Go to the ceiling tower and ask, leave a message. Tang Ruyan, it's me. Return to Longzhong immediately and meet me. Zhulong, fly back to Longzhong base city quickly." "We're here." Seeing Suping, everyone ran out to greet him. "It's Boss Su." The residents here were happy to see Suping. "Look, Boss Su is back safely, the great hero who saved our city," he said politely. "Excuse me, Anna." Linglu turned to Yuanshan and said, "Grandpa, look, Longzhong has so many people supporting Suping. HMPH, just a mob proves nothing. All I know is I've been schemed against 3 times. The 3rd time, even my own granddaughter sided with an outsider. Hee, sorry, but I also want you to return to your peak soon," Yuanshan retorted. "Dream on, but that kid's smooth-talking. How do you know he'll keep his promise?" Dawang approached them. "Excuse me, are you the legendary Senior Yuan?" You know my grandfather, of course. Senior's reputation in the ceiling tidal realm is unmatched." "I am Qin Dawang, paying respects to Senior." Yuanshan immediately recognized him. The rage god of Longzhong's Qin family, right? I've heard many tales of your deeds, but I heard you retired years ago. Why are you running a battle pet training shop in this city?" Dawang bowed his head. "Senior misunderstands. I'm just helping Boss Su run the shop and do odd jobs." He was astonished. Odd jobs? The rage god who once killed 3 9th-tier beasts with a single roar and repelled countless beast tides, willingly does odd jobs for a wet behind-the-ears brat? He looked at the resolute Yuanshan. "I hope Senior Yuan will correct his words. Though I don't know what happened between Boss Su and you. Boss Su has not only boosted the combat power of all battle pet masters in the city through training, but also tamed the unruly Starry Sky," Dawang told them. "He also repelled the other shore alone. The city is short on combat power, and Boss Su has been tirelessly going out to find survivors. He's no fraud." Suping said firmly in the past, "Only by dealing with the other shore can this disaster be completely ended." Linglu said happily, "Great, I didn't trust the wrong person this time." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Yuanshan's clothes, startling the grandfather and granddaughter. "Come here." Seeing Anna pull her grandfather into the room, Linglu shouted, "Grandpa, what are you doing pulling my grandfather into that dark room?" Anna bluntly lifted Yuanshan's shirt. "Don't you want to treat this aunt's wound? She can do it here if she wants." Linglu shyly covered her eyes. "No need, sister, just close the door." Suping closed the door. "Don't worry, leave it to Anna. Your grandfather will be fine. By the way, did you bring money? Want to try our shop's training service? It can instantly boost your battle pet's power." Okay. She felt strange, as if some unpleasant sounds were coming from inside. Suping shouted loudly, "Xiao Tang, attend to the customer." "Tang Ruyan," Dawang reported. "Boss, Tang Ruyan hasn't returned yet. Miss Yuan, please hand over the crystal pet you want to train to me." Linglu thanked him. "Then I'll leave my purple sweet potato and green bean eyes to you." Learning that Ruyan hadn't returned, he fell into thought. Still not back? The energy contained within the headless snow mountain, once guarded by the primordial heavenly god, far exceeded expectations, and this was just one of the countless nodes forming the grand array spanning the entire world. It was unimaginable how exaggerated the full activation of the entire array would be. With such power, not even the other shore, but even the four kings, would stand a chance of survival. However, judging by the current situation, the Wind Tower seemed uninterested in using this power against the other shore. So, he had to go to the Wind Tower himself and find out what they planned to do with it. But he heard the Wind Tower was an organization of legendary-level experts. He'd need to wait for Little Skeleton to return before he felt confident enough to go up. Du Huang saw his grim expression. Boss Su, Patriarch Zhou said you haven't slept in days. Please go back and rest. But Su Ping refused to allow himself to rest. This wasn't the time for it. With Little Skeleton's help, Tang Ruyan should be able to resolve her family matters and return here soon. They might have run into trouble. I need to go find them, he reported. As far as I know, Tang Ruyan doesn't have a flying battle pet at all. If they're walking back, even traveling day and night, they won't match your flying speed. Please be patient and wait. But Du Huang pointed to the side. Look, he narrated. Before she left, she did some things. These are the people Tang Ruyan assigned tasks to before her departure. Every employee has received her careful guidance. Boss Su, during the time you were away, they've received all the guests perfectly, without a single mistake. Su Ping remained silent. Du Huang was genuinely worried about his health. I think Tang Ruyan must have made thorough preparations for this trip. Please trust her judgment. You're not fighting alone, Su Ping sighed. All right. If Xiao Tang returns, notify me immediately. Okay, the system prompted. Detected that the host needs rest. Reminder, after upgrading the shop to the next level, the function allowing battle pet masters to enter incubation pods for training, recovery, and treatment will be unlocked. The host's phantom clone can also record and collect low-level pet food behaviors. He agreed. Oh, just what I needed, a pillow when I'm sleepy. Hurry up and upgrade. The host's current shop was already level 4. The energy required to reach level 5 was 1 billion. Su Ping silently stared at those zeros. He really hadn't expected that upgrading the shop to level 5 would cost 100 billion star coins. What kind of astronomical figure was that? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. He remembered that before his transmigration, the world's richest company had an annual revenue of about 50 billion US dollars. The system asked, would you like to upgrade? Su Ping immediately made a call. Ling Yu picked up right away. Brother, I'm in a meeting. What's up? He asked his sister in confusion. No way. Did you rob a bank or something? How did our shop's income get so high all of a sudden? Ling Yu sighed. Brother, you really are a forgetful big shot. Ever since the other shore incident, everyone recognized the benefits of training at our shop. So we opened branches in all the base cities across the country. Those pioneers come every day to spend money training their battle pets. After training, they go back to pioneering and earn more money. With more money, they come back to train even stronger battle pets. Clients improve their combat power and we make a huge profit. It's a win-win, Su Ping was delighted. Ever since the system introduced the Phantom Clone Delegation Management Training function, the training service was practically a cost-free, high-profit business. This money really was falling from the sky. Well done. All good news. Why are you still frowning? Sigh, if only that wretched other shore hadn't destroyed so many base cities, Ling Yu lamented. Then more people could enjoy the training. Our shop's income could multiply several times over. Su Ping's head ached. It seems Tang Ruyan and Patriarch Zhou's proposal to go out and find survivors was indeed the right judgment. Too bad I don't have a clone right now, he reassured Long Yu. Don't worry. Once I'm done with the Wind Tower matter, I'll go bring some people back to boost your performance. Anything else? She reported. Yes, those precious pet foods. Brother, when you have time later, could you bring some more? Many clients say our pet food is very effective, but the quantity is too small. They're urging us to restock quickly. Su Ping immediately agreed. After upgrading the shop to level 5, it would exactly fill the gap in pet food supply. Even if it was only low-level pet food for now, it was still a piece of meat. No problem. All right, that's it. I need to continue the meeting. Bye. Keep it up, he turned and called the system. The system confirmed the shop upgrade, using all remaining energy for upgrading the incubation pods. The system confirmed, deducting energy, remaining energy 2,103 points. The shop upgrade and renovation would be completed tonight. The machines immediately began working. Su Ping walked inside. Wow, an advanced incubation pod. Want to experience being a battle pet for the first time? In the next moment he stepped into another space. Here, the landscape was picturesque and quite relaxing. Su Ping immediately checked. Inside it was a different world. He hadn't expected the view from inside the pod to be completely different from the outside. Something black under the water was wrapping around his hand. Su Ping instantly realized the water was unusual too, containing strange energy that not only eliminated fatigue and replenished energy, but also seemed beneficial for body refinement and improving insight. He opened 2 spatial rifts. Really good stuff. Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, Great Yan Heavenly Dragon Dog. but after days of hard work both were exhausted. I am a bit sleepy, let's take a nap." Suddenly someone urgently woke him up. Boss Su, it was Du Huang. "Boss Su, how was your rest?" "Excellent. Remember to tell clients to come and experience this in the future. It'll definitely be a hit, no problem." "How long did I sleep?" "A week." Hearing this, he was stunned. "What, I've been asleep that long? Where's Xiao Tang?" "She's back outside the city." Su Ping couldn't wait. So something did go wrong on the road, taking this long to return. In an instant he appeared in the sky. He scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Ruyan walking with little skeleton. Not only that, but behind them was an endless stream of people. Su Ping was astonished. Were all these people survivors Tang Ruyan had rescued? Two men holding books were startled. The entire row of people was queuing under the scorching sun. Su Ping's mouth fell open. A voice sounded. "Check hair, pass." The dense crowd before him, and the voice continued. "Check retina, pass. Check brainwaves, pass. Chromosome check complete. Identity confirmed as human compatriots. They are survivors from other base cities." Su Ping watched from above as the slowly opening gates emitted smoke. "Open the gates. Open the entire base city's outer gates. Welcome home." At that moment, Su Ping landed beside Tian Shao. He spoke, "Bringing back so many people again." He pointed ahead. "Boss Su, look. The Zug family, the Qing family, and the Yan family, all renowned experts from other base cities. With their addition, our army's strength can increase by a few points." He replied coldly. "Now that Ruyan has returned, I'm late." Su Ping turned around. She was covered in wounds. She hid her hands behind her back, trying to conceal them. Ruyan clasped her hands and bowed her head, holding a sword. "I didn't expect commanding a large-scale march to be much harder than anticipated. We were blocked by other shore rebels and fierce beasts along the way, wasting a lot of time, but it's all been dealt with. I'm truly sorry." Before she could finish, Su Ping immediately ran over and patted Ruyan's back repeatedly, startling her. "Ah," Su Ping praised. "When did our Xiao Tang become so formidable?" "Well done." Ruyan immediately pushed him away in protest. "What are you doing? You scared me." Su Ping continued. "I'm serious, thank you, you worked hard." Ruyan froze, steam rising from her head due to shyness. Seeing this, he didn't know what was happening. "What's wrong?" She turned her face away. Nothing, here's your sword." Glancing at little skeleton beside her, she remembered. "Oh right, little skeleton was acting a bit strange earlier." As she spoke, Ruyan brought little skeleton forward. "Take a look and see if something's wrong," he asked, puzzled. "What's strange?" she replied. "After that big battle, little skeleton suddenly seemed to lose its soul, not moving at all, and only returned to normal after a while." Su Ping carefully read the information on the system panel. Imperial Bone, little skeleton, attribute, demon type, level, 9, stage limit, combat power, 20, talent. Lower high grade, carried treasure, none, mastered skills, beast soul possession, chaotic star reincarnation blade, undead flash, dragon slayer, puppet technique, undead enslavement, corpse roar, bloodline ability, death crime, eternal life. Su Ping noticed an anomaly. He thought, the undead demon fruit is gone. He was slightly stunned. The undead demon fruit was a rare treasure that could block a fatal attack for little skeleton. Had little skeleton already died once while dealing with the rebels with Tang Ruyan, using up the undead demon fruit? Su Ping walked away, frustrated. This undead demon fruit had originally been snatched from Tang Ruyan's hands. He reached out to touch the system panel. Even if it was precious, using it on her was just returning it to its rightful owner. "It's good that you came back safely." He was puzzled. Bloodline ability, death, crime, eternal life. The system immediately displayed an explanation. The common ability of demon-type battle pets to regenerate severed limbs allows continuous revival as long as the core isn't destroyed. The special ability of the skeleton royal clan, death, crime, eternal life, means that aside from exhausting its own lifespan, no matter what damage it suffers, it can return from the realm of the dead again. Essentially infinite revival. The time required for revival depends on the extent of the injury. Su Ping was momentarily surprised, then delighted. Infinite revival? Could it be that little skeleton's immobility, as Tang Ruyan described, was actually its skeleton king bloodline, absorbing a large amount of corpse energy to refine the undead demon fruit? So much so that it had already awakened the death crime eternal life bloodline talent. From Ruyan's current perspective, she frowned with private worry. Why does Su Ping look so strange? Is something really wrong? Is he angry? He handed the sword back to Ruyan and cleared his throat. Ahem, little skeleton is fine, let's go back, and this sword, if you find it handy, keep it with you from now on. She took the sword, unable to hide her surprise. "Ah, giving it to me, but didn't you say before that this was a precious ancient secret treasure of the great Yan True Dragon King?" Su Ping flew off, turning back to say, "I did say that, but I didn't tell you that treasures like this, someone gave me an entire warehouse of them. Keep it without worry." Then he vanished in a flash. Ruyan called after him from below. "Hey, where are you going?" He instructed her. "Wait for me at the shop. I still have something I want to give you later." By then, Ruyan had returned to the shop. She waited idly, glancing at her watch in confusion. There are more customers in the shop. What is Su Ping doing being so mysterious? Just then, a man appeared and called out to her. Clan leader Ruyan. She quickly turned around. Behind him, Lin Zan reported respectfully, as per your orders, the wounded soldiers sent back have been arranged. I've also brought the battle pets that need training. Who should I hand them over to? Ruyan extended her hand. Just give them to me. Register the identity information with me too. Lin Zan was astonished. What? He hurriedly reminded her. Ruyan, you are the clan leader of the Tang family. Someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of the entire Asian continent. How can you do something like this? She replied seriously. Outside I am the Tang family clan leader, but in the shop I am Boss Sus employee. Is there a problem? The people behind them listened to their conversation, whispering among themselves. Lin Zan said in a low voice, everyone followed you through life and death without a single complaint because they look up to you. Please don't shatter their dreams like this. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared beside them and his voice rang out. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ruyan was surprised to see him. Su Ping appeared quickly. It took a bit of time to select the collection actions for the phantom clone and check Little Skeleton's new abilities. Lin Zan, standing nearby, was puzzled. Breaking through space without warning. Are you the famous Su Ping, and what's this about input? Ignoring him, Su Ping tossed something to Ruyan. This is our shop's business. Don't worry about it. Anyway, from now on, every training session will produce low-level pet food for sale. Xiao Tang caught it. She looked at what Su Ping had thrown to her. This is, at that moment, the object in Ruyan's hand immediately lit up. A series of battle pet phantoms appeared. The people present cried out in extreme terror. It's this aura, no mistake. That's something the Tang family will never forget for a lifetime, everyone exclaimed. Wow, such a strong oppressive force. King beasts. Lin Zan stood frozen, staring at the things before him. No, these aren't ordinary king beasts. A series of king beasts appeared. Dragon, marsh, demon, crocodile beast, one in the form of a scorpion, storm, venom, scorpion king, another exuding an aura of death, pan, demon, stone, high peak. He gaped in astonishment. As far as I know, these are all legendary, extremely ferocious creatures. Once they start fighting, they won't stop for 10 days and 10 nights until they bite through the enemy's throat or their own blood runs dry. Even with the Phantom Sea Divine Hunt umbrella, I'm not entirely confident I could defeat them. At that moment, Su Ping glanced at the three king beasts. They trembled in fear and immediately knelt before Su Ping. Ruyan was surprised. From a distance, the Tang family members whispered, those king beasts were so arrogant before and now they're kneeling. The group of king beasts stared intently at Ruyan. They were seeking the clan leader's permission. Su Ping turned to Ruyan. I ran into them while collecting pet food earlier. Their talent seemed decent, so I grabbed them on a whim. You don't have any usable battle pets yet, do you? They're yours. Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at him. The group couldn't help blurting out in surprise, giving away king beasts. Although a title-level limit cultivator could indeed form a contract with a king beast one rank higher, it was nearly impossible for a title-level cultivator to capture a king beast on their own. The conditions for a king beast were a distant dream for them. They immediately became excited, but this person gave away 3 at once. Was this the legendary owner of the Roju shop? Just how deep were this shop's foundations? Lin Zan chuckled foolishly, thinking he had almost missed something major. And I was foolish enough to doubt Ruyan's decision. Truly short-sighted, he looked at Ruyan, still stunned with her mouth open. What a far-sighted move, clan leader. The next day, Su Ping stepped onto the snow-covered ground. Ruyan's voice rang out. You're leaving again? He laughed. How should I put it? Ruyan had returned to her usual self, clearly stingy enough to only have canned food in the shop. Yet today you gave me so many things at once. Is this trip very dangerous? Su Ping replied coldly. The vision you're imagining in your mind isn't enough yet. We need to be stronger, indeed. The formation laid out on this headless snow mountain contained extraordinary power. He spoke up. Wind Tower, I must go and investigate the root cause. Su Ping said with a steady step, adding that he might also deal with a few people who had taken others' belongings, and told her to mind the shop well. She replied earnestly, I understand, Wind Tower. She watched his retreating figure. Please return safely. Suddenly, Su Ping's knee touched a barrier here. He stopped in confusion. Was this the mountain ceiling barrier Old Bai had mentioned? In an instant, a surge of power released from his palm. Su Ping looked up and shouted, Suppress the demon. Another voice rang out. Who goes there? What business do you have? Su Ping quickly replied. I am Su Ping, and I have urgent matters to discuss with your tower master. Before him stood an old man leaning on a giant gourd wine bottle. He was none other than Drunken Immortal, a legendary palace master of Purple Mushroom Palace, with combat power at the mid-level of the Boundless Sea Realm. At this moment, Drunken Immortal spoke. Su Ping, never heard of you. He took a sip from his cup, waved his hand and said, Please leave. Let alone the Tower Master, all the legends on Wind Tower are busy with countless affairs. We're too occupied to bother with an unknown nobody. Hearing this, Su Ping's expression turned extremely grim. Suddenly the barrier shattered. In an instant he rushed forward and tightly grabbed Drunken Immortal's face. His eyes were now radiating golden energy light. At the same time, the giant gourd wine bottle burst apart. "I've caught you, Drunken Immortal, not to invite you for a meal." Su Ping pushed hard, sending Drunken Immortal crashing down the mountain. His face darkened as he released his grip and stood up. The surrounding mountain suddenly vanished, replaced by crystals. Su Ping then said, "So the mountain was just an illusion." He glanced at Drunken Immortal, who lay unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Su Ping quickly stepped into the barrier gate in the air. He snorted coldly. Waste, he observed that the interior had actually set up its headquarters on another planet, connected through a spatial rift. No wonder even old Bai, a peak cultivator, couldn't send for help. So mysterious. Today he had to investigate. After a while he arrived in another space. Here mountains rose and fell, with lush green grass below, creating an extremely beautiful scene. As soon as he stepped in, he exclaimed, "Oh, truly a paradise beyond the world, even the purity of the air is twice as dense as blue star." Gazing into the distance, he suddenly noticed something. Before him many houses appeared faintly visible within the thick clouds. The tower at the top was emitting a strange light. Su Ping pondered these buildings inwardly. He scanned a sign reading Palace of Killing, a house below with a sign Palace of Lust, another with Palace of Arrogance, then a house bearing the sign Purple Mushroom Palace, and finally a sign for Palace of Peace. At that moment the tower was radiating golden light, gradually curling inward. He fell into thought again. Almost every palace exuded the pure aura of legendary level experts. Were they members of Wind Tower? Su Ping leapt toward the nearest house, looking up at the sign Palace of Killing hanging in the center. Su Ping stepped onto the stairs, thinking to himself. The killing intent permeating the air in the Palace of Killing was extremely dense, as if solidified. With every step he took, he felt closer to the gates of hell. Likely at least hundreds of thousands had perished here. Su Ping stopped at the door, deciding to summon all his battle pets first. Suddenly, a horrifying scene appeared before him. A burly man was pulling something out of a beast. Witnessing this shocking sight, Su Ping's face darkened with a hint of fear. The man wielded a large blade, chopping a bone in two. Su Ping observed them. He asked in a low voice, "What is this?" At that moment, a voice rang out. Battle pet masters were gifted individuals, extremely rare among all people. They were strong, agile, and quick to react, even able to form contracts with various rare beasts and drive them to fight. The gap between a battle pet master and an ordinary person was like that between an adult and a child. The hierarchy within battle pet masters was extremely strict. From level 1 to 10, the higher the cultivation, the slower the growth. Usually, around age 20, they would leave the apprentice stage, with cultivation between levels 1 and 6. By 30, they would enter the professional stage, mainly at level 7, making a living through teaching or pioneering. Many battle pet masters could step into level 8 in their lifetime, which was normal. Only a rare few geniuses among geniuses backed by immense financial resources could reach level 9 and earn a title. But for those who had just stepped into the level 9 titled level, everything was only beginning. The titled level was a vast realm. The gap between the strong and the weak here was like that between level 9 and the initial level 1. Only by continuing to exhaust resources, connections, and effort, until bankrupt, until completely isolated, until the last drop of blood in the body was drained, could one step onto the highest peak in the eyes and hearts of all battle pet masters. Becoming a city lord guarding a region, facing thousands of beast tides alone, known as a true hero, the titled limit. This was all the knowledge Su Ping had before stepping into Wind Tower. Now those heroes, once regarded as the pinnacle of human combat power, went on expeditions to hunt fierce beasts, protecting their homes and country. Su Ping stepped inside where many chefs were busy preparing a grand feast. The sound of knives cutting food rose and fell, everyone working tirelessly, some cooking, some plating, all extremely focused. Finally they spoke. "The food is ready." Gluttony sat on the throne. Beside him stood the steward, always in attendance. Before them was a large table of dishes, with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. The steward of the Palace of Killing began to read. "This banquet is a tribute from the Asian region. Over 1,000 experienced pioneers spent months hunting and gathering on different planets. The appetizer is thunder silver snake eggs, paired with 7-colored divine deer liver, blended with century-old fine jade wine." Before the steward could finish, Gluttony had already smelled the aroma of the tribute banquet. He interrupted the steward. "Enough." The steward quickly responded, "Yes." Understanding his intent, the steward immediately ordered the chefs who were about to bring more dishes. "Stop everything. Throw all these dishes away." The chefs were thunderstruck. "But you haven't even tasted these yet," Gluttony replied. "I've already eaten them last year." He was the palace master of the Palace of Killing, the legendary Gluttony. Gluttony said with some annoyance. Have all these titled ones been so forgetful lately? At that moment the chefs knelt and begged. We've changed the preparation and cooking methods, they pleaded with Gluttony. Please just take one bite, just one bite we've put so much effort into. Before they could finish, the steward glared at them with murderous intent. Legendary Lord Gluttony said, if I'm tired of it, I'm tired of it. If you can't do it, find someone else. At that moment the door opened, and many people stood outside rushing in to snatch the chefs' hats. The chefs hurriedly begged, Lord Gluttony, please give us another chance, we won't let you down. Move aside, there's a line of titled ones waiting to serve Legendary Gluttony. If you get the chance, what about us? The previous chefs were stripped of their clothes, still struggling. No, I don't want to leave Wind Tower. Seeing them kneel, the steward finally spoke. Since you don't want this, why force yourselves to stay? That door over there, no one forced you to choose, they whispered in plea. We chose to stay voluntarily. Even a little guidance from a legendary lord benefits cultivation far more than risking our lives in the outer wastelands, the steward snorted. Good that you understand this truth. He was also merciful. This time you'll be demoted to the lowest menial tasks. Work hard, and in a few years you can return to serve the legendary lord. Having just been given a chance, the chefs bowed in thanks. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Lord Steward. The steward gave them time. Prepare the next feast within half an hour. Same ingredients. Must be the best in the world, he reminded them. Only those who satisfy legendary Lord Gluttony are worthy of guidance. If you don't want to work, get lost. There are plenty who do, they all replied in unison. Yes. At that moment, Su Ping stood outside observing, clenching his fists. The steward noticed him and asked, standing at the door, are you new? Newcomers report to HR for assessment. If your strength doesn't meet the standard, even a titled one won't be hired. Suddenly, a giant fist attacked the steward. HMPH. The steward took a deep breath, clutching his chest, gasping. I was just alive a moment ago. It's an illusion. The steward grew more puzzled. How is this possible? Who is it? Su Ping rushed forward, his voice still echoing. How dare you reveal killing intent in the Windlaw domain? He passed through the palaces in turn. Palace of Lust, Palace of Arrogance, Palace of Peace. Su Ping landed below and a voice stopped him. Halt! Su Ping recognized the voice in the sky. Lightning suddenly gathered violently. The voice continued, well, Su Ping, you're audacious, neglecting the formation's defense and daring to use it without permission. Su Ping had already guessed the voice. It was the one who had triggered the thunder mechanism on the headless snow mountain. You even abandon your subordinates casually. He was none other than the Deputy Tower Master of Wind Tower, with combat power at the upper level of the Void Cave realm. He questioned Su Ping, where does this ignorant brat come from, causing chaos everywhere? Su Ping declared without hesitation, I'll say it straight, your Wind Tower is a pile of dog shit. Su Ping's words infuriated the Deputy Tower Master. He couldn't believe his ears and retorted, what did you say? Su Ping's single sentence stunned all the legends in Wind Tower. The four great legends immediately moved to where the Deputy Tower Master and Su Ping were. They appeared swiftly, looked up at the sky and said in unison, that's the Deputy Tower Master summoning his pets, all extremely fierce and powerful in appearance. At that moment the Deputy Tower Master wasted no time, quickly chanting a transformation. A strong killing intent enveloped his entire body. Instantly his appearance changed, merging with his pet. He called Su Ping a brat. The Deputy Tower Master demanded, who are you really? Why come here deliberately to provoke Wind Tower? Su Ping answered his doubt. Let's talk about the formation. The Deputy Tower Master was surprised. Oh, an audacious madman. You're the one I'm looking for. He tore open a spatial rift and pulled out a giant sword with an extremely rugged appearance. Skulls surrounded the blade as if containing the soul of death. The moment the Deputy Tower Master gripped the giant sword, its aura was so immense that an image of a deity appeared behind him. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. The Palace Master of the Palace of Killing, Gluttony, was astonished by this sight. The 10,000 soul-devouring void sword is truly rare. The Deputy Tower Master is actually serious. The Palace Master of the Palace of Arrogance also clicked his tongue in admiration. Tisk, tisk, too bad the Deputy Tower Master's aura drowns out all sound. Can't hear what they're saying. I wonder which unlucky fool made such a mistake that the Deputy Tower Master is using his strongest technique to punish them. Another among them spoke. I think he might have been forced into it. This remark made the other two turn back in confusion. Ha! Gluttony still had full confidence in the Deputy Tower Master. The Deputy Tower Master is the undisputed second strongest in the world today, the Palace Master of the Palace of Arrogance agreed. Right, you mean not only is there a fool trying to kill him, but someone with equal strength, the Palace Master of the Palace of Lust thought. Have you lost your mind, or did you bet it away long ago? Today, the one guarding Night 2 Mountain drunken immortal hasn't shown up. I guess he drank too much and went to relieve himself. Gluttony was utterly speechless at such an offense. What? The palace master of the Palace of Arrogance also grew angry. You, a green tea bitch who talks about obscene things in broad daylight, who are you calling brainless? The palace master of the Palace of Peace pointed at the sky and asked the other three, is it him? Her finger pointed at Su Ping. That young man in black pants. Su Ping's figure finally emerged from the hazy smoke. He quickly summoned his own pets. Come out. His 3 fierce pets finally appeared. Su Ping then touched them. Great Flame Sky Dragon Dog. Merge, his body transformed instantly. Su Ping himself became like the Deputy Tower Master. A half-beast form emerged. The Palace Master of the Palace of Arrogance was surprised. He can even merge? I didn't expect someone so young to reach the legendary level. Gluttony remained dismissive. HMPH, just first-level merging ability, proving his strength is at the first legendary realm, Boundless Sea. Meanwhile, the Deputy Tower Master has already stepped into the second legendary realm, upper-level Void Cave, capable of second-level merging. The Deputy Tower Master raised his giant sword, seemingly intending to end the fight in one blow. The Palace Master of the Palace of Killing added, and the Deputy Tower Master's terror doesn't stop there. The Deputy Tower Master's sword slashed, tearing part of space, causing the dark energy within the giant sword to continuously leak out. Su Ping immediately noticed the sword's path. The blade can actually tear space. Su Ping quickly moved away from the area. Can't clash head-on with this sword, must keep distance. The chefs of the Palace of Killing saw Su Ping running and shouted, that guy is escaping, Gluttony mocked. Fool, how could he possibly escape? Then he reminded the chefs, don't look at things you shouldn't. By then, the Deputy Tower Master had already severed a large section of space beneath his feet. Su Ping walked while looking back. Strange, he wondered. Why isn't he chasing at all? The severed space was no longer just an ordinary crack. It had expanded into a massive black hole, now right in front of Su Ping. The black hole kept expanding, the skulls inside seeming ready to break free. Su Ping exclaimed in surprise. Can't dodge it, he commanded. Little skeleton, purple flame candle dragon beast, use full power, divine suppression light. A dazzling golden light emerged from the attack. The 2 attacks collided, producing extremely violent destructive force. The chefs were sent flying. The chefs' eyes were severely damaged, bleeding profusely. Everyone cried out in pain. My eyes. Wah. Gluttony appeared very confident. Although the Deputy Tower Master's cultivation is at the second legendary layer, Void Cave, his 10,000 soul-devouring Void Sword has reached the threshold of the Heavenly Fate realm, already possessing a hint of rule power. A strike is sure to hit. The Palace Master of the Palace of Arrogance stood aside. In my view, there's no need for the 10,000 soul-devouring Void Sword at all. A beginner legendary at Boundless Sea, only capable of first-level merging, trying to challenge an old legendary who can do second-level merging, utterly overestimating himself. At that moment, Su Ping was still struggling to resist the 10,000 soul-devouring Void Slash. Though his body was nearly breaking apart, Su Ping was giving it his all. Who says I can only do first-level merging? Little Skeleton's beast soul possession looked similar to the merging secret technique practiced by legends, but it was actually from 2 completely different systems. He frowned. In other words, no matter which level of merging I've mastered, it can attach to me. The 2 below couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. Gluttony doubted. Could this kid be doing second-level merging? The person beside him quickly denied. How is that possible? Second-level merging is a skill only achievable with Void Cave cultivation. The choices before Su Ping were far more than that. When Su Ping merged with the small skeleton, he chose the beast soul possession skill. As soon as the skill activated, Su Ping's body underwent a noticeable transformation. A black, baleful aura enveloped him. Thunder roared across the sky, dark clouds blotted out the sun, and nothing could be seen clearly in the world. Even the Vice Tower Master wore an expression of disbelief. Su Ping's hands after the change were covered in armor. It was the hardness of this armor that had cracked the Myriad Gods devouring Void Slash. The Myriad Gods devouring Void Slash was gradually destroyed. The darkness dissipated, revealing the light emitted by Su Ping's power. The second fusion caused his body to undergo a completely different transformation. Looking at the armor and the terrifyingly immense power, everyone present stammered out the words, second fusion. They wondered, could this guy be at the Heavenly Fate realm? Su Ping controlled massive boulders. They obeyed his commands, flying straight towards those houses. Their speed didn't diminish at all, as if they intended to smash the place to pieces. Just one boulder caused a house to collapse. The crowd was astonished. 3 fusions, and he could block the Vice Tower Master's Myriad Gods devouring Void Sword with his bare hands? Absolutely impossible. This guy must be at the Heavenly Fate realm. Sparks flew from the grinding blades. The Vice Tower Master collapsed to his knees in exhaustion. Sir, what is your name? Why have you come to my wind tower to cause trouble? Su Ping leaned close to his face. Spare me your nonsense and stalling tactics to recover your strength. He had no intention of letting this guy off. He snapped his fingers, summoning a sword. Su Ping swung down to strike, but the Vice Tower Master narrowly dodged. Though he fought back desperately, his words remained defiant. "Don't get cocky, you're still too green to duel swords with me." The Vice Tower Master pushed Su Ping away with all his might. Su Ping landed lightly on a nearby rooftop. He was determined to charge in and take his life. The Vice Tower Master could only parry, unable to counterattack. The few chefs managed to escape from the pile of rubble just in time. "Lord Teoti, that guy named Dan actually dared to destroy the Shachi Palace. He is truly guilty of heinous crimes. Please assist the Vice Tower Master in eliminating this damned bastard." To save his own skin, he simply fled. "What nonsense are you spouting? That sword strike from the Vice Tower Master just now was comparable to an attack from the Heavenly Fate realm. If that guy Dan couldn't withstand it, it wouldn't have been our turn to act." But not only did he block it, he handled it with ease, just like that. Teoti was as fast as the wind. "This is no longer a matter for us guys at the Hane realm to meddle in. Besides, even if the sky falls, there's still that lord. I don't want to die here." The remaining few looked grim, exchanging glances, speechless. The three of them vanished simultaneously, leaving the place just like Teoti. Su Ping questioned, "HMPH, back when the other shore attacked the Holy Light Base City and you were asked for help, weren't you also cowardly, hiding your heads in your nests and enjoying yourselves like this?" The Vice Tower Master retorted, "Don't act so noble. Not everyone can be like you and that other shore, possessing such powerful Heavenly Fate strength. Going would only have added a few more souls to the dead." Su Ping couldn't listen anymore, and kicked him directly in the face. "Shut your mouth." The Vice Tower Master flew straight into a nearby building. "What about that formation? Why didn't you use it against the other shore?" He stood up with difficulty, his attitude resolute. "The formation cannot be used." Su Ping asked directly. "Why can't it be used?" He clenched his fist threateningly. "If you don't tell me, I'll smash your tower." The Vice Tower Master grew afraid and confessed, "It's a rule set by the Wind Tower, and I won't tell you anything about that formation either." Su Ping was enraged. "Fine, then today I'll smash your rules." A blinding flash of light passed. Perhaps the author got tired of drawing. He couldn't hold back anymore and threw a punch. "From now on, the Wind Tower is mine." The chefs lay scattered on the ground. That was. Su Ping sensed something was wrong. He felt something had just blocked his demon god fist. From somewhere a foot gently stepped onto a lotus. This old man just stepped out of a spatial rift. "I was only gone for a moment." Yuan Feng caught a few falling wall fragments. "How did it become such a mess? You've come out of seclusion." The old man saw him and lamented bitterly. "Woo-woo, my house." The Vice Tower Master was overjoyed. "It's been 400 years since our farewell. I finally see you again." Su Ping couldn't move his fist. What was going on, although he couldn't sense his spiritual energy fluctuations? "I can't lift it even a fraction." "Old man, who are you?" His accomplice, the old man introduced himself. "My name is Qi Yuanfeng, the current Tower Master of the Wind Tower. Little friend, what business do you have making such a big commotion? Zui Xian just woke up now." "Eh?" He looked bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. It took a while for Zui Xian to realize the problem. He stared nervously at the passage. That kid not only attacked a legend, but even charged straight into the Wind Pavilion, and smashed the Yemu Mountain, the symbol of the Wind Tower's nobility and sanctity, to pieces. "Vice Tower Master, I'll skin you alive." Zui Xian said angrily. "It's called Su Ping, right? Don't let me catch you." But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ping flew out from inside. He glanced lightly at Zui Xian, but the latter's momentum from a moment ago vanished completely. Turtle breath technique, head shrinking art. Su Ping ignored him and flew away. "HMPH, that kid named Dan, who is he putting on airs for?" Zui Xian thought confidently. "Why the rush to leave? Looks like he got a good beating, so he's running away with his tail between his legs." On the way, Su Ping recalled the previous conversation. "Master, I have absolutely no enmity with that madman," he said without changing his expression. Su Ping's recollection. The Vice Tower Master was stubborn, but he suddenly charged into the Wind Tower, biting everyone he saw, destroyed a branch palace, causing countless injuries, and likely killed the legend Zui Xian as well. He was like a mischievous child, even trying to meddle with the formation. This person, relying on his high cultivation, has committed heinous crimes. I beg Master to intervene and eliminate the root of future trouble." Su Ping's arm was still uncontrollable. Yuan Feng didn't say much, just waved his hand. HMPH, the movement seemed extremely gentle, but it shattered his fist into hundreds of pieces. Even Su Ping's armor couldn't withstand it. Thus he was forced back into the distance, but fortunately, he could still control himself. Su Ping straightened his clothes. Even the divine eye couldn't see the old man's movements clearly. And he wasn't just the Tower Master of the Wind Tower. He was even the Vice Tower Master's master. "Tisk, can't win this fight. Looks like I need to find a way to slip away." Yuan Feng scratched his head. "You say Zui Xian? He's just fainted outside." Besides, didn't the myriad gods devouring void smash the Shachi palace? The Vice Tower Master cried like a child. No, Master, listen to me. No, I won't listen. I'd rather hear what that young man has to say. You speak first, facing this situation. What kind of master-disciple relationship is this? Forget it, whatever, I can't be bothered. Su Ping stepped forward and explained, one of the 4 kings of the other shore has descended to slaughter the mortal world. The other 3 kings could descend to Blue Star at any moment. I asked them, but you just stood by and watched. We had no choice but to fight to the death, and we temporarily repelled the other shore, but at a heavy cost in casualties. A few days ago, I discovered a formation in the far north containing an extremely vast amount of energy. Su Ping proposed a solution. If the wind tower is unwilling to act, that's fine. Just hand over the formation. I'll do it using your. Yuan Feng said calmly, Ah, you mean the 10 directions locking heaven formation, right? Meanwhile, that disciple was going crazy. Master, how can you casually blurt out such an important matter? 10 directions locking heaven formation, Su Ping asked directly. What does this formation do? Yuan Feng waved the fan in his hand. Suddenly, some luminous particles flew into the sky, forming planets in outer space. Yuan Feng explained, See, this big one is the old Blue Star and this small one is the current Blue Star. Su Ping was puzzled. It's related to Blue Star? Then I'll hear him out first before deciding. If things look bad, I'll make a run for it immediately. How did Blue Star get smaller? Where did the missing part go? Yuan Feng answered him. In the formation, Su Ping almost understood his meaning. The enormous energy source of this 10 directions locking heaven formation was the land it had devoured from Blue Star. Why do this? But his answer was terrifying. Of course, for survival. Su Ping could no longer remain calm. Nonsense, a simple for survival is enough? Sounds so righteous. Do you know that the entire Blue Star is now a desert? Do you know we are forced to live cramped in bases like chicken coops? We don't even know when or where the other shore will pop out and crush us flat. The Vice Tower Master retorted, Madman, watch your attitude, Yuan Feng pondered. Alas, the boundless desert of Blue Star is indeed somewhat barren, he thought. But compared to volcanoes erupting all day, 100-meter tsunamis that strike easily, not to mention earthquakes and methane gas filling the mountains, could people even live there? Su Ping couldn't believe his ears. What are you saying? The Vice Tower Master reminded him. Don't forget, our Blue Star was abandoned by the Galactic Federation precisely because it was dilapidated, desolate, and barren. To have a place like this to shelter from the wind and rain, you should be grateful. Su Ping pointed at his face and said, Don't you dare put on this act of being moved by the scene and worrying about the country and the people. Where were you when the other shore was slaughtering everywhere? You still haven't explained why you didn't use the 10 directions locking heaven formation against the 4 kings. Yuan Feng conjured a model. That realm was sealed by the 10 directions locking heaven formation. The essence accumulated over time nurtured a fruit. Soon, this fruit would ripen. Eating it could help a heavenly fate realm expert break through to a higher realm, the starry sky realm. Using it now would be a waste. Su Ping hadn't expected it to be so simple. Becoming a starry sky realm expert, easily crushing the 4 kings who were at the heavenly fate realm. But Su Ping was still suspicious. Why did he suddenly become willing to tell me such an important thing? Is it a trap, or does he want to silence me? Yuan Feng reached into his pocket. Does it matter? Some people scramble for it, others avoid it. He took out something. Of course, most people at this time are playing dumb and turning a blind eye. It all depends on how you think. As for me, I was just too bored and wanted someone to chat with. As for the entrance to the formation, it is located at the center of the 5 highest peaks in the world. Su Ping observed quietly. Returning to reality, someone suddenly called him. Boss Su, a voice sounded from his watch. The location you want to reach? The central point is between the 5 highest peaks in the world, right here. Su Ping stopped in a desolate and remote place. He thanked Du Huang. Thank you, chairman of the organization. Why say such polite words? As long as you give the word, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Ping took out the item Yuan Feng had given him from his pocket. Suddenly his tone hesitated. But could this be a trap? Su Ping stood before a strangely constructed place. Su Ping retorted, if it were a trap, with Ji Yuanfeng's strength as Tower Master, he could have dealt with me on the spot. Why bother setting it up like this? If it's not a trap, then according to Qi Yuanfeng, the harshest, most dangerous and lethal zones on Blue Star are all fused into this formation. The danger level is probably no less than a trap, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, whatever. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anyway, as long as I pick the fruit, I can easily deal with both the other shore and the 4 kings. Space twisted and gradually expanded, forming a crack. Su Ping walked out from inside. He looked around. There was light in only one direction. The end of the path was the exit. He wondered if he could find the fruit there. The ground shook violently. Explosions rumbled from deep underground. In the darkness, a huge iron chain suddenly shot out, tightly binding Su Ping's hand. then 2 more extended from there trying to tie him up. Su Ping snorted lightly, waved his hand and pulled hard. Skulking around, the pulling force snapped the chain and the attacker immediately revealed itself. He curled his lip. "This is no way to treat a guest," the monster roared angrily, its whole body emitting a raging aura. Despite this, he remained calm. Mingshou Ghost Refining Beast. Just after entering the formation, he encountered a few fierce beasts with cultivations around the Void Cave realm. Su Ping turned gently, and the small skeleton slowly emerged from behind him. It flew up, swung its blood blade, and slashed fiercely at the Mingshou Lian. The blade aura was dense, aimed at breaking the monster's defensive chains. The 2 forces collided, producing a loud noise that echoed through the space. The small skeleton suddenly released an exceptionally sharp blood blade, breaking the balance. This slash tore through the defense, inflicting a fatal wound on the monster. It suddenly roared, erupted with full force, and summoned the Netherlock Spring Vortex. Facing the terrifying pressure, Su Ping retreated. Not good. This is the Mingshou Gui Lian Beast's ultimate move. The Netherlock Spring Vortex can devour everything around it. Instantly, a huge vortex appeared in midair, sucking everything up. The small skeleton flipped to avoid the airflow and reached out to grab the green peach. Seeing this, Su Ping shouted, "Small skeleton, destroy the center of the vortex." Chains flew out from the monster, twisting into a terrifyingly powerful vortex. Faced with such a formation, external attacks seemed ineffective. It suddenly released many fine chains entangling the small skeleton. Some chains flew over to bind Su Ping. He struggled to break free. Not good. The monster waved its hand to retrieve them, and both were drawn into the energy vortex. It released more chains, forming a huge sphere, locking both tightly inside. Suddenly, the chain sphere expanded and streaks of crimson light pierced through. Blade light filled the sky. Su Ping burst out, shattering all the chains. In this fused state, his power doubled. Su Ping swung his sword, pointing at the monster, and roared, "Chaotic Star Reincarnation Slash." In just a few moves, he killed it, its body no longer intact. Su Ping dispelled the fusion. "Small skeleton, continue hiding in my shadow and support me anytime." He looked around warily. "This place is very dangerous. I can't be careless." Su Ping rushed towards the light at the cave entrance, planning to go out and observe first. Outside, the earth and mountains were pure white, the cold biting to the bone. He stopped to observe. Since the Tower Master called it a fruit, it should grow in the place with the richest spiritual energy within the 10 directions locking heaven formation. To confirm, Su Ping waved his hand and summoned the great Yan Heavenly Dragon Hound. He turned to it and whispered, "Your perception is the sharpest. Find the place with the densest spiritual energy nearby." In an instant, Su Ping used the dragon form technique and both flew in one direction. After a while, he found groups of monsters in the valley below, each with fierce eyes, roaring and marching in a line. It was a beast tide composed of dozens of king beasts. Su Ping stopped to observe further. On the ground, 3 or 4 king beasts were prowling together. That was already terrifying enough. What exactly was going on here? Suddenly, a loud shout came. "Kill, don't let them get close," he pondered. "There are other people in the 10 directions locking heaven formation. Who are they? Maybe they know about the fruit." Below, hordes of king beasts surged forward, launching a fierce attack on the other party. Seeing the shield gradually cracking, the person shouted, "Damn it, too many king beasts, we can't hold on." Suddenly, a golden fierce beast charged from behind, breaking through the shield and attacking from the rear. He yelled, "Ambush!" His teammate immediately rushed to support. "Don't panic, I'll help you." Manhua swung his blade, slashing forward with all his might, but it left not a single scratch. He turned to counterattack, sending it flying. Ba Shui spat blood, his expression panicked, unable to harm it even with his Hane Jingtao sword. The beast turned around, looking quite proud, and charged with full force, instantly knocking down the group. Witnessing such power, Su Ping frowned. The ambushing beast was exceptionally ferocious. If things continued like this, they were in grave danger. He had to save them. Gathering strength in his hands, he leaped down, silently shouting Divine Suppression Fist. Mid-air, 2 massive fists appeared, firmly suppressing the beast. Under the pressure, it revealed its true form, a bloodthirsty golden cicada with a void realm bloodline. Seeing he had the beast under control, Feng Shao approached and said, "Hero, the bloodthirsty golden cicada's weakness is its wings." Su Ping's eyes were confident. "I know, now I'll cripple its wings." With that, he channeled power into his hands and began manipulating the 2 giant fists. At the same time, the massive energy hands grabbed the beast's wings and tore them apart. It twisted its body, suddenly split apart, and flashed a blue light. The beast used its molt escape technique to break free. Before anyone could react, it shot upward at full speed. Feng Shao shouted angrily, "We can't let it escape, its body is strong. It would soon recover into its golden winged form." Su Ping reassured him, "Don't worry, it won't get away." He then turned, waved his hand and shouted, "Little skeleton, strike like lightning, cleave that beast in 2. Seeing its kin killed, a swarm of beast kings surged forward to attack. Su Ping's eyes sharpened, surrounded by killing intent, and he coldly ordered, Great Evolution Celestial Wolf, the battle pet, was summoned and immediately unleashed the thunderous sinister domain to block all attacks. It kicked off and flew up, its claw shattering the beast before it. Witnessing absolute power, the people below were stunned. What skill is that? That person's battle pet is incredibly strong. The remaining beasts, intimidated by the pressure, trembled and retreated, turning around in panic and bolting toward the Snake Valley to flee. Afterward, he looked at his battle pets with satisfaction. Little skeleton, Great Evolution Celestial Wolf, well done. The man, still shaken, stammered as he looked at Su Ping. After a moment the group came forward to greet him. Thank you for your help. How should we address you? The young man beside him said excitedly. Your battle pet is truly formidable. The middle-aged leader smiled and said, We've gained such a young and handsome teammate this time. Hearing this, Su Ping pondered. Teammates? Could they have been sent in by the Tower Master too? The aura of these legends was indeed different from those parasites in the Wind Tower. They were all very approachable. Su Ping asked in confusion, Are you trapped here? Feng Xiao replied, Mr. Su, you misunderstand, we're not trapped, we volunteered to guard this place as legends. Ba Shui's expression was somewhat dejected. From what Mr. Su says, could it be that you're not the new reinforcements sent by the Wind Tower? He sighed, his tone weary. The Wind Tower has no authority to command me. He took out a token and raised it. But the Tower Master did entrust me to find something here. Feng Xiao confirmed, Captain, this is indeed the Tower Master's token. Wu Shu stepped forward to greet him. I am Wu Shu, captain of the Ice Prison Border Guard team. Su Ping thought to himself, is Ice Prison Border the name of this place? His expression was resolute, his tone serious. May I ask, Mr. Su, what is it you're looking for? He met the other's gaze directly, his tone decisive. Have you ever heard of the solid fruit? The group exchanged glances, asking each other. Have you? No, Wu Shu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, I've never heard of it either. Su Ping's eyes turned cold, a flicker of suspicion passing through. How could they not have heard of it? Could Yuan Feng be deliberately hiding it? Brother Su, I might know something about what you're asking. He raised his hand toward the remaining corpses after the battle. Behind this beast tide, there seems to be a secret no one wants to know. I've been trying to uncover its mysterious veil. A few days ago, I happened to encounter another wave of beast tide and went to check it out. Right in front of the surging tide I saw a jade tree standing tall. On it hung a crystal-clear fruit, shining with a brilliant light like stars. But just as I was about to touch that mysterious fruit, the jade tree vanished before my eyes like a phantom. Su Ping looked puzzled. Can that jade tree teleport? Before Yuan Feng could answer, Wu Shu frowned. Old Li, do you mean the beast tide was attracted by the fruit of that jade tree? He sighed, his tone helpless. I'm just guessing, I have no evidence yet. Yuan Feng turned to Su Ping, his tone excited. But Brother Su, in all my time on the front lines, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Could it be the fruit you're looking for? Su Ping glanced at him, his expression calm. Honestly, I have no idea myself. I'll just have to take a chance on this clue. Wu Shu, standing nearby, asked softly, Brother Su, do you know why the Tower Master is looking for this thing? Su Ping's face suddenly darkened, his eyes icy. One of the 4 kings, the other shore, is wreaking havoc in the human world. And the other 3 kings, also at the Heavenly Fate Realm, are about to reappear on Blue Star. Only by eating that fruit can one break through to the Starry Sky Realm and defeat them. Hearing this, he froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could something so serious be happening on land? Observing the expressions of the group, he said in surprise, Isn't this common knowledge, everyone stationed here? Hasn't the Wind Tower been in contact with everyone? Feng Xiao looked confused. The environment inside the 10 Directions Locking Heaven Array is extremely harsh, and the Wind Tower can't communicate with us often. Su Ping's gaze gently fell on the man's empty sleeve. That severed arm must have been from an attack they couldn't heal. He frowned slightly. How long have you all been here? Ba Shui revealed. I've been serving here for over 300 years and I'm considered a latecomer. Old Chen was the first to arrive. He's been here for over 800 years. Su Ping scanned the group. But why have you all been serving here for so long? He sighed. According to Wind Tower rules, after joining, you only need to serve in the 10 Directions Locking Heaven Array for 50 years before you can leave. Feng Xiao added, But you've seen the situation here. There are countless beasts impossible to kill, and the number of legends the Wind Tower sends in decreases every year. If we just left, who would guard this place? Zi Ming spoke up. If no one guards it, once these beasts break through the array, the entire continent will fall into catastrophe. By then, the families we protect will also suffer. Su Ping's expression showed sympathy. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Have you ever considered that the Wind Tower has never lacked legends? They just don't want to set foot here. Gloom and exhaustion enveloped the group, and no one spoke. Wu Shu lowered his head and mused. Anyway, we've been here for so many years. What does it matter how many legends are behind us? We all know what those legends outside are like. Whether they come and go or dodge their duty by not entering, that's their choice. He suddenly clasped his hands, his demeanor steady. And staying here is our choice. Legend isn't just a title, it's an honor, a dedication. As legends, we should also bear the responsibility of being legends. The atmosphere around suddenly stirred, and everyone echoed in unison. He smiled slightly, his voice trembling a little. You all are the true legends. Old Chen approached and placed a hand on Su Ping's shoulder. I hope you find that fruit and stop the four kings from bringing disaster to the human world. Our families outside are counting on you. He gave a bitter laugh tinged with self-mockery. But after so many years, I don't even know if our families still exist. Su Ping clenched his fist firmly. Once I find that fruit and return to the continent, I will take good care of your families on your behalf. Wu Shu immediately spoke up. Old Li, since you discovered that fruit, please take Brother Su to find it. Yuan Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He turned and urged, Brother Su, we shouldn't delay this any longer. Let's set off. Su Ping nodded lightly. All right, the two immediately summoned their battle pets and flew away. After a long journey, they saw dust and smoke rising in the valley below. Yuan Feng stopped, stroking his beard, and sighed inwardly. 2 days. Finally found a decent beast tied below. Every beast's eyes gleamed with hunger. Seeing this, he frowned. Brother Su, look, don't their expressions look exactly like starving beasts catching the scent of food? Su Ping smiled slightly, his expression excited. Let's go, let's fly ahead of the beast tied and take a look. He and his battle pet sped forward, and Yuan Feng's voice came. I was thinking the same. Su Ping suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance, shouting, Old Li, is that the jade tree you saw before? At that moment a swarm of beasts was surging toward the tree. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, Brother Su, the beast tide is coming. We have to stop them from getting close to the jade tree, or it might disappear again. Su Ping immediately waved his hand and summoned, Purple Flame Candle Dragon Beast. The battle pet growled, spewing rolling purple flames. The dragon fire sprayed and the beast trembled. Any that touched even a trace of the dragon fire were scorched. Before the beast could react, Su Ping clenched his fists. The divine suppression fist descended from the sky, scattering the beast tide. The force of the attack sent every beast flying, spitting blood, and severely injured. Yuan Feng charged in from a distance, channeling power. Brother Su, let me help you. Spike Tyrant Dragon Fusion. His eyes lit up, wings sprouted from his back, and his entire body was covered in dragon armor. Yuan Feng struck down the nearest beast with one blow. Suddenly another beast lunged at him from behind. But before it could get close, it was knocked down by Yuan Feng's spiked tail. In this state, he could sense every movement around him. At the same time, the little skeleton Su Ping had summoned sent blades flying, leaving only motionless beast corpses all around. In the distance, a beast king charged, folding its wings and gathering strength. Suddenly, the beast king used frozen wings, creating thousands of sharp ice pillars. There were too many, and caught off guard, the little skeleton was trapped. Seizing the opportunity, it roared, releasing a violent shockwave. Instantly, the frozen little skeleton's body shattered into countless pieces. Yuan Feng, watching from afar, worried inwardly. Not good. Brother Su's battle pet is an undead pet and does have resurrection abilities, but shattered like this, it's likely doomed. Suddenly, the fragments were pulled together, accompanied by the shout of activating a bloodline talent. In an instant, Undying Sin activated, and the little skeleton reformed its body. Seeing this, he couldn't help but admire. It seems to recover instantly. That vitality is monstrous. Without hesitation, the little skeleton kicked off and swung its blade, striking like lightning, instantly felling the beast before it. Its body crashed to the ground, causing tremors that made the surrounding beast tremble in fear. He waved his hand and commanded, Great Evolution Celestial Wolf, Great Evolution Celestial Howl, press the attack. The counterattack sent down thousands of blade strikes. Yuan Feng frowned in thought. I was going to share some of the pressure, but it seems I was overthinking. There's not even enough for Brother Su to kill. He turned a questioning gaze to Su Ping. Brother Su, even though the beast tide problem is solved, this jade tree disappears when you get close. How do you plan to pick the fruit from this tree? After a moment's thought, Su Ping still channeled power into his palm. His eyes confident, he shouted, Purple Flame Candle Dragon Beast, Great Evolution Celestial Wolf, Little Skeleton, fuse now. The multiple forces merged, releasing a pressure that enveloped the entire space. Yuan Feng couldn't believe his eyes, stammering inwardly, Triple fusion, isn't that a skill only those at the heavenly fate realm can control? Brother Su's strength is truly unfathomable. Su Ping infused power into his legs, using the momentum to sprint, aiming for a quick victory. His body turned into a streak of light as he charged forward, the ground beneath him sinking and cracking. The surrounding space trembled. Witnessing such power, he was dumbfounded, silently exclaiming, Too fast. Spotting the fruit, Su Ping immediately accelerated to full speed and reached out to grab it. Yuan Feng held his breath, silently praying, will it work this time? Suddenly a vortex appeared in the sky and a pair of blood-red eyes filled with ferocity emerged. A vanguard charged out from within, swinging its weapon at him. Seeing this, he was startled, his mouth wide open as he shouted, "Who is it?" Su Ping dodged the previous attack, his face jolted back, and only Yuan Feng's anxious call reached him. "Brother Su," he rushed over in panic. "Brother Su, are you all right?" Su Ping steadied himself and replied softly, "I'm fine," the beast landed, its tone angry. "You almost ruined my master's fruit, you monkey." He grew alert inwardly. "It can speak human language. This monster's realm is far above the previous beasts. I can't be careless." Then Su Ping replied coldly, "Did your master plant this fruit?" It clenched its fist into a hammer, spewing fierce energy from its mouth. "What my master sets his eyes on is my master's." Su Ping's expression didn't change as he probed, "Who is your master?" Suddenly, the vanguard charged forward, swinging its hammer, and roared, "Too much talk." It attacked with all three hands. Roaring, "Die!" The sudden attack forced him to sidestep. The vanguard used the surprise assault to launch a relentless series of attacks. Despite its massive body, each strike was fast and precise. "I won't let you two catch your breath." The vanguard attacked wildly. Yuan Feng dodged with difficulty. "What's wrong with this monster? It's just flailing around with brute force." Sensing something off, Su Ping suddenly stopped. "No," he turned his gaze, scanning around. "The monster disappeared, and I can't even sense a trace of spiritual energy." Suddenly, from behind it appeared with a smug look, charging with its weapon for a fatal blow. He turned and struggled to block. Seeing this, Yuan Feng charged from behind. "Brother Su, I'll help you." In an instant, the vanguard spun around and slammed down a deadly strike, roaring in fury, "Get in the way!" The attack was too fast. Yuan Feng took the hit and immediately spat blood. Su Ping, struggling to get up from a distance, shouted anxiously, "Old Li." To his surprise, Yuan Feng still clung tightly to the spiked hammer, his eyes showing unwavering determination. "Don't think knocking us down will get you an easy win." Spiked Tyrant Dragon Bloodline inherited skill. Countless scales on Yuan Feng's body flashed, turning into steel spikes. The moment he activated Piercing Storm, the vanguard froze and shouted, "What?" It roared in fury. "Let go." Seizing the opportunity, he quietly rushed in. Perfect timing. Su Ping drew his blade, infused it with a trace of undead dragon fire, and struck with a single fatal blow. In an instant, the vanguard's head was severed from its body. Its massive form collapsed, and a sinister deathly aura seeped out. Yuan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, his tone excited. "Finally took down that big guy." But suddenly a hoarse voice came from the vanguard's body. "Bastard, you damned monkey." He immediately became alert. "What's going on? Still alive?" The space trembled violently, and a hoarse, mysterious voice sounded, "You don't think you can escape?" The Heavenly Eye Raksha stepped forward, his voice brimming with authority. "Who exactly are you? How dare you kill my vanguard?" Yuan Feng looked up, his voice tinged with fear. "So you're the Heavenly Eye beast guarding the abyss?" He waved his hand dismissively. "A mere beast daring to insult me with such a lowly title. You deserve 1,000 deaths for this." But the imposing aura didn't intimidate him. Su Ping asked calmly, "You're here for that fruit, aren't you? Legend says it can help one evolve to the starry sky realm, right?" The Heavenly Eye grinned smugly. "Foolish monkey, you know nothing and still dare to steal my treasure. And today, the fruit is almost ripe." He suddenly leapt into the air, threatening, "You two monkeys, prepare to be its fertilizer." Su Ping immediately coated his blade with the soul dragon flame. So it really was that fruit. It must never fall into the Heavenly Eye's hands. He struck with force, his blade's power not to be underestimated. But the Heavenly Eye paid it no mind. Casually flicking a finger, a massive spiritual barrier enveloped him, and all of Su Ping's attacks dissipated upon contact. Gritting his teeth, he slashed several more times, all in vain. Su Ping froze for a moment. His own blade had vanished. Suddenly, a killing intent surged from behind. He paused, startled. This was his own attack. Witnessing such power, Yuan Feng could no longer stay calm. Could it be the law of distorted space, only attainable at the Fate realm? The Heavenly Eye channeled his spiritual energy, his smugness evident. "You have some discernment. To me, crushing you two monkeys is as easy as snapping my fingers." In an instant, Su Ping was pinned by the pressure of a massive spiritual hand, its aura rendering him completely immobile. Su Ping's heart raced. "What's happening? By all logic, I should have been able to dodge that. Why is my body still frozen in place?" The attack landed fiercely, shattering the surrounding ice into large chunks. His triple fusion state was forcibly broken, and all four of them were severely injured. Yuan Feng rushed forward, shouting anxiously, "Brother Su!" He then threw a punch at the Heavenly Eye, trying to buy time, urging urgently, "Run!" The Heavenly Eye sneered, disdainfully grinning. "How ridiculous! Your move couldn't even beat my vanguard, and you think you can defeat me?" Space rippled, and Yuan Feng was struck from behind by his own attack. Seeing this, Su Ping, having just regained some strength, immediately gave an order. "Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, boost Senior Li's defenses." Without a moment's hesitation, the beast cast Rock Barrier, Vine Armor, Hardened Skin, Icebone Shell, and Flame Coat on Yuan Feng. The Heavenly Eye glanced at his blocked attack, snorted lightly, and with a flick of his finger his spiritual energy erupted, piercing through the armor. The terrifying force sent Yuan Feng flying. Su Ping quickly looked at him, his voice full of concern. Old Li, are you okay? Pale-faced and breathing heavily, Yuan Feng replied, this Fate Realm's distorted space ability is absurdly strong, we have no way out. Suddenly, Su Ping's expression turned cold as he condensed his spiritual energy into a fist. Since we can't escape, let's end it together. Yuan Feng panicked, trying to dissuade him. What, Brother Su, you still have a long road ahead. How can you sacrifice yourself here? Su Ping frowned, calculating inwardly. His space ability isn't as refined as the other shores, there must be a limit to his control range. I have to gamble. Seeing this, the Raksha laughed, his tone mocking. A mere little monkey can't even touch a single hair of mine, he waved his hand. Don't dream of power, demon-suppressing fist. Massive spiritual energy coalesced into a fist, suddenly veering toward the tree. My target is that fruit. From afar, the heavenly eye looked contemptuous, flicking his finger. Have I not made myself clear? You can't touch a single hair of mine or that fruit. He manipulated space, reflecting the attack back at Su Ping and his group. Yuan Feng panicked. Oh no, Brother Su, your attack's been bounced back again, but Su Ping was confident. That's exactly what I wanted. He placed his hand on Yuan Feng's shoulder, secretly ordering Great Evolution Celestial Wolf Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, boost both our defenses quickly. The Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast cast Rock Barrier, Vine Armor, Hardened Skin, Ice Bone Shell and Flame Coat on Su Ping. The Great Evolution Celestial Wolf cast Wind God's Protection, Hardened Shell, Storm Thunder Armor, and Dragon Blood War Armor on Yuan Feng. Within the protective barrier, he waved his hand to recall his battle pets. Great Evolution Celestial Wolf, Little Skeleton, Purple Flame Bamboo Dragon Beast, you all go back first. At that moment the reflected attack collided violently with the barrier. As Su Ping had predicted, both were sent flying. The heavenly eye watched from afar, a hint of amusement in his voice. Interesting. Smart enough to use your own reflected attack to escape? Seeing the distance from the Raksha grow, he sighed in relief. Old Li, look, we made it out. Suddenly Yuan Feng coughed up blood. Su Ping quickly reached out to support him. Old Li, what's wrong? Yuan Feng wiped the blood from his lips, breathing heavily. It's nothing, just that your punch was too strong. He frowned, pulling out a talisman. I have something that can help us leave here. This is the 10-direction escape talisman given by the Tower Master when we entered the formation. It can teleport someone out of the 10-direction locking array. It'll ensure we completely shake off this heavenly eye threat. Su Ping's eyes lit up with joy. That's perfect. Then his expression darkened. But it consumes half of the user's remaining lifespan. Honestly, I really don't want to use it. Su Ping was stunned, his voice shocked. What? That's too great a cost. Before he could react, Yuan Feng had already crushed the talisman. His body swayed, nearly falling, and Su Ping rushed to support him. Senior Li's body was weak and he murmured softly. You're still young. How can you die here with an old man like me? This is a good chance to go back and see my descendants. Space trembled as the heavenly eye stepped out, his voice oppressive. Did you really think you could escape my grasp? He channeled dark red spiritual energy, concentrating it at his claw tips, and lunged forward, shouting, Die? At the same time, Little Skeleton appeared, swinging its blade to block his claw. Su Ping was slightly startled. Little Skeleton, Yuan Feng froze. It can fight on its own without being summoned by its master. How deep must that bond be? But with a single punch from the heavenly eye, its form was shattered. Then I'll start with you. Instantly, its talent activated. Undying Sin without pause. And Little Skeleton slashed at the heavenly eye again, but with a mere flick it was repelled. Seeing the talisman about to close, Su Ping shouted, Little Skeleton, come back. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng sighed beside him. It's resisting your recall command. A battle pet defying its master's will suffers immense mental strain, even risking its life. It knows that if no one stays to hold off this heavenly eye, the escape talisman will be destroyed immediately, and none of us will escape. Su Ping's gaze turned cold, his voice firm. Little Skeleton, wait for me. I'll come back for you as soon as I can. Space rippled, spiritual energy dispersing around them, and the two safely escaped. Yuan Feng looked exhausted, his voice low. Brother Su, leaving your beloved pet behind, I feel deeply ashamed. Su Ping shook his head, asking with concern, Old Li, don't feel guilty. Who could have predicted a Fate Realm expert would suddenly block our path? How are your injuries? He coughed, wiping away blood. My vitality is severely damaged. I need to find a safe place to go into seclusion and heal. Su Ping, still worried, suggesting, Senior Li, you've been fighting in this desolate place for 800 years. It's time you rested. Where is your family? I'll take you back. Suddenly Yuan Feng clenched his fist, his voice bitter. Brother Su, once I'm healed, we'll go back together to save Little Skeleton. Su Ping's eyes sharpened and he nodded. All right. The two recalled their battle pets and soon arrived at the Dark Claw Base City. He let out a light sigh. We're here. Ahead is my family's residence. Yuan Feng turned, his gaze distant. Su Ping, as they say, the closer to home, the more nervous. I wonder what my family looks like now. Let me walk the rest of the way alone. Su Ping nodded slightly, his tone firm. Senior Li, rest and recover. I'll quickly improve my strength to fight the heavenly eye. Then I'll come find you. Afterward he recalled his battle pets and sped toward the city gate. Suddenly, Su Ping's eyes turned cold as he ordered, "Erguzi, return to Longzhong at top speed." The two shot off, leaving only a blur. Longzhong was as peaceful and lively as ever. Suddenly the air vibrated as Su Ping landed, thinking, cancel dragon form. The crowd gathered, exclaiming, "Look, Boss Su is back. Boss Su, thanks for helping train my battle pet. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? Boss Su, long time no see. Thanks to you, my battle pet has gotten much stronger lately." One person noticed Su Ping's odd behavior. "Hey, why isn't Boss Su acknowledging us?" Ignoring the chatter, he coldly pushed open the door and walked straight in. Seeing his gloomy expression, she asked, "Why do you look so bad? Encountered a tough enemy? Need my help?" He frowned, pondering. "Ask her for help. Joanna has limited uses and this enemy isn't invincible. For now, I'll handle it myself first. If not, I'll ask her." He turned to leave, his voice puzzled. "To deal with a fate realm, do I need the same level of space power?" She followed, her expression calm. "If the enemy is like the other shore, able to trap you in a low-dimensional space easily, then yes. But if it's just some ants with a few tricks, it's much simpler." "How exactly? Give me 30 points first, and I'll tell you." Hearing this, Su Ping mused, "Dream on. The Heavenly Eye's space control range doesn't exceed 100 meters, and it can only manipulate one thing at a time. It must have just entered the Fate realm. If I can train the Golden Crow Divine Demon body to the 3rd level, I'll have the physique of an adult Golden Crow, possibly able to counter its space ability head-on. But some materials, I wonder if I can gather them on Blue Star. Wait, why do I have to look for things like deep sea gold sand for the Golden Crow Divine Demon body on Blue Star? There's one place where I can find all the materials in the shortest time." Decision made, he secretly commanded the system, "Open the training area list." Windows appeared before him. "Search for locations related to the Golden Crow Divine Demon body." Instantly, a crimson spiritual screen appeared. "Chaotic Heavenly Sun Star destroyed in ancient times. Entry fee 1 million energy day. Purchase death count 10,000 energy time." Su Ping's eyes lit up and he clenched his fist in resolve. "As expected, you get what you pay for. Before I wouldn't even dare look, but now with multiple branches my energy income has soared. I can splurge freely." System, enter the Chaotic Heavenly Sun Star. This planet with intense volcanic and magma activity was the Chaotic Heavenly Sun Star. A portal appeared and he stepped out. As soon as his foot touched the ground, Su Ping felt the heat. Lava fire clung to him. "So hot, why is everything on fire?" Su Ping crouched and shouted, "Activate Star Shield." A few strands of star energy provided decent heat insulation. But suddenly a system prompt appeared. "Host has died. Would you like to revive?" "Yes, no." He looked surprised, raising his hand to select. "Yes, I came prepared for this. But I didn't expect to die so quickly without even seeing an enemy. Revive after returning." Su Ping calculated. "The Golden Crow is a native creature of this planet. Let me try switching to the Golden Crow Divine Demon body and see if it works." Instantly, golden spiritual energy surrounded him, lifting him up. "It actually works. I can only last 10 minutes at most, but at least I can move freely." Su Ping didn't hesitate, opening a portal and calling softly, "Come out, Erguzi." As soon as the battle pet appeared, it yelped from the heat, deactivating dragon form and casting Icebone Shell, its body instantly covered in ice. "You just came out, and I already feel much cooler." He raised his hand and a small sprout appeared. "Erguzi, your nose is the sharpest. Sniff around and find a place with golden crowgrass." Then it shot into the sky. Below, Su Ping kept calling out. After a while, both spotted a patch of golden plants in the distance. He was stunned by the quantity. "So much golden crowgrass, perfect. On Blue Star I nearly went blind searching and only found one." Suddenly, Su Ping leaped down. He hadn't come to the wrong place, but as he reached out to pick one, a deep voice came from somewhere. "Bold ant, how dare you trespass into this Emperor's herb garden and steal divine grass?" He looked up, his breath catching in midair. Before him was a massive spiritual bird, covered in dazzling golden light. "That's a golden crow." Facing absolute pressure, Su Ping immediately ordered the system to install the Golden Crow language pack. His tone grew more respectful. "My apologies, sir. I didn't know this was your garden. I coincidentally cultivated the Golden Crow Divine Demon body, making me half a Golden Crow clansman. I beg your mercy." Then Di Chong transformed into a beautiful woman. "Stealing my herbs and learning my clan's techniques, double the crime." She stepped forward, arms crossed, her tone threatening. "You can't escape death." His heart raced as he quickly explained, "What? Wait. If I die once, will that settle the debt?" Di Chong immediately raised her hand, condensing spiritual energy into a dazzling light ball, golden arcs radiating outward. "Of course it settles it. Otherwise, how many times do you want to die?" Suddenly, he spread his arms in a defiant pose. "Then bring it on." She soared into the air, unleashing 10,000 spiritual flames at Su Ping. "Die!" Instantly, he was engulfed in flames, his body reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Di Chong chuckled smugly. "All that big talk and you're burned to death in an instant. Well, at least you took responsibility." Then, Su Ping activated his revive in place. his form gradually reappearing in pale green spiritual energy. "I've turned to ashes just now, are you satisfied, Senior?" Seeing this, she was momentarily stunned. Still alive, what trick did he use to escape this kid? Dichang frowned, anger rising. "You outsider ant, dare to mock me?" He waved his hands frantically, panicked. "I have no intention of mocking you. We agreed that one death would settle it. Please keep your promise, Senior." She stepped back slightly, her gaze cold with a hint of disdain. "I agree that you must die to atone for your sins." This time, Dichang struck with full force, a massive spiritual orb radiating pressure appearing in her hand. "But since you're not dead yet, of course we must continue." She waved her hand, unleashing the imperial flame. A surge of fiery energy tore through space as it shot forth. Struck by this move, even a fully grown golden crow would be melted by the imperial flame. Su Ping stood motionless, taking the blow head-on. Where he stood, the ground turned into a massive pit of molten rock. "You can consider yourself honored to have forced me to use this imperial flame." Then Su Ping reactivated and revived on the spot. His tone grew impatient. "Don't waste time." He lowered his head, his gaze turning cold. "You can't kill me." Seeing this, Dichang's face darkened. Strange, the imperial flame didn't even leave a scratch. She snorted coldly, and spiritual power in her hand formed a cubic barrier which she thrust toward Su Ping. "Since I can't kill you, I'll hand you over to the elders for judgment." Instantly, the sphere of spiritual energy expanded, enveloping and trapping him. Su Ping tried to attack the barrier's walls but couldn't break them. "Where are you taking me?" Dichang transformed into her golden crow form, her claws gripping the barrier block as she spread her wings and soared high. "To the Golden Crow Ancestral Hall, your burial place." "Where else?" "Inside," he mused to himself. "The Golden Crow Ancestral Hall sounds interesting. Maybe I can find even more precious cultivation materials in there." A colossal tree stood between heaven and earth, its crown towering into the clouds. Before him lay the Golden Crow Ancestral Land. Beneath the dense foliage, a majestic and ancient hall of elders came into view. Dichang landed lightly on the steps before the hall, where three dignified middle-aged elders sat with calm expressions. She knelt on one knee, clasping her fists in salute. Dichang pays respects to the elders. Her face was stern as the great elder of the Golden Crows spoke. "Chang'er, where did you get this thing?" Not daring to be careless, she replied respectfully. Reporting to the great elder, "This foreigner stole my celestial herb and secretly learned our clan's techniques. I couldn't kill him, so I brought him back for the elders to judge." The second elder of the Golden Crows frowned. "Even the imperial flame couldn't kill him?" Dichang clasped her fists. "Yes, not a scratch." The third elder clenched his fist, slightly indignant. "Even the most resilient offspring of the spirit clan can't resist the imperial flame forged from the inherited fire in our ancestors' bloodline, let alone emerge unscathed." Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Wait, this foreigner's appearance, isn't he a descendant of the human celestial venerable? In my youth, I followed the true water ancestor on campaigns and saw the celestial venerable." Then the three elders relaxed their brows, their tones softening. "So he's a descendant of the celestial venerable. No wonder even the imperial flame couldn't harm him. Dichang, a distinguished guest has arrived. Don't be rude. Release his restraints immediately." "Descendant of the celestial venerable. May I ask your name and your purpose here?" Glancing at Su Ping, she thought to herself, "What? He's actually a descendant of the celestial venerable?" Then Dichang clasped her fists and said, "Yes, third elder." The barrier was removed. He bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. "My name is Su Ping. I've come to find the materials needed to cultivate the third layer of the Golden Crow divine demon body, so I can grow stronger and save my companions." The great elder stroked his beard, pondering. "So it's the divine demon body. Our clan has ties with the celestial venerable, so allowing you to learn this is no issue. The divine body awakening trial begins tomorrow. All young Golden Crows of our clan will participate. Given your current cultivation level, you're still in the young Golden Crow stage, fully qualified to join. If you pass, you'll obtain the cultivation materials you need to grow." He looked up, his eyes brightening. "May I ask what the trial specifically entails?" The great elder looked directly at Su Ping, raising his voice slightly. "It's divided into 4 stages. The first 3 test your strength, soul, and comprehension. The final stage is a comprehensive test, fully assessing your combat ability." Su Ping smiled, his face full of confidence. "So as long as I pass, I'll get the cultivation resources right. Then thank you, elders." Su Ping looked around curiously, surprised by how many participants had come. Dichang, hands behind her back, replied calmly, "Half are here to watch the excitement, and the other half are your opponents." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Don't opponents just need to meet the conditions to pass the trial and get cultivation resources?" She shook her head gently. "If the rewards were all the same, how could we distinguish geniuses from mediocrities? Only the first place gets special rewards from the elders, the rest only get ordinary ones." Dichang pointed to the opponents in the distance. "Over there are Jin Ranyu and Yan Kei from the 3 royal clans. Their strength far exceeds ordinary young Golden Crows." Su Ping nodded and murmured, I see, since it's 2 of the 3 royal clans. Then what's the third? She blinked, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Of course it's the D clan. The D royal clan, D Chang. He stood frozen, dumbfounded. So she was just guessing. He suddenly lowered his head and thought. But this D Chang is really strong. For their families to be compared to hers, their strength must be considerable. Suddenly space split open, and the great elder's figure appeared, his voice echoing through the space. The awakening trial is about to begin. The disciples below looked up in unison. Look, the great elder has appeared, his voice rang out again. All participants, enter. Su Ping turned around, his face full of confidence. Di Chang, I'm off. She nodded and waved. You'd better not get eliminated in the first round. Instantly, all the disciples turned into spiritual shadows, entering the teleportation space. They emerged one by one at the trial site, hidden behind the canopy of the ancient tree. In the distance, the great elder appeared, holding several glowing divine stones. The first test is a strength test. Choose one of these divine stones, numbered 1 to 10, and carry it to the finish line. That's how you pass the first stage. Of course, if you want the highest evaluation, pick the stone with the maximum weight you can bear. Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Now the trial begins." The disciples rushed forward at full speed. As soon as he arrived, Su Ping wondered, what's the weight unit for this first test? Let me gauge the weight of this divine stone first. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his strength and shouted, making the ground tremble as he lifted it instantly. Su Ping glanced at it, calculating silently. This stone weighs about 10 tons. Lifting it is pretty easy. He set the stone down on tiptoe, reminding himself. But the spiritual energy inside the trial ground is very thin. If I want to carry this heavy stone to the finish line, it will definitely consume a lot of spiritual power. This is bound to be a severe test of endurance. I wonder what number stone the other participants will choose. Let me observe first before deciding. In the trial ground, the non-participating disciples watched through spiritual projections, gathered in groups and chatting. Look, the Yan clan is challenging the Yan royal clan. Another named Yan K shouted excitedly, "Number 8, it's the number 8 divine stone," and he lifted it in one go. "Amazing," then another voice chimed in. "The Jin royal clan, Jin Ranyu, oh my god, the Jin clan is even more terrifying. He can even lift the number 9 divine stone. This is truly our clan's prodigy." Seeing this, Su Ping pondered and made up his mind. Wow, none of them are pushovers. It seems if I want the best body tempering resources, I have to choose that one. Watching him through the spiritual projection, a disciple grinned. What? That human dares to challenge number 10? Even Yan K and Jin Ranyu from the 3 royal clans don't dare to challenge number 10. That's just wishful thinking. Suddenly, Su Ping raised his hand and summoned, "Great evolution, heavenly dragon dog, come out," at the finish line of the trial ground. The elders sat calmly observing. Is this a summoning technique? Yes, it's the one created by that celestial venerable, a combat system completely different from ours. But Great Elder, does this count as a violation? If he only summons one, it's fine. But if he summons hundreds, then a fusion sound rang out. 2 horns grew on his head and his body was wrapped in dragon armor. Su Ping spoke soothingly. "Please rest assured, I'm only summoning this great evolution heavenly dragon dog." Instantly, he exerted force, his dragon claws gripping the divine stone tightly. As spiritual power exploded from his hands, Su Ping shouted, "Rise, get up!" The ground beneath his feet sank as he lifted the entire boulder over his head. Observing from afar, the second elder praised, "This combat system is quite interesting. A group of small creatures rely on it to connect, sharing life and death, thereby unleashing power that would otherwise be impossible." At the same time, immense pressure tore at his shoulders. Su Ping gritted his teeth and persisted. "Without little skeleton here, I can only use the first layer of the boundless sea to fuse. It's too heavy. It feels like every muscle in my body is being stretched and torn. But this pain is nothing. Little skeleton is still in the hands of that heavenly demon Rakshasa beast. The pain it's enduring must be hundreds or thousands of times greater than what I'm feeling now. This is a test for both me and little skeleton. No matter what, we have to get through this and become stronger." From above, Yan K of the Yan royal clan glanced over and mocked. "Yan K, that human brother, don't do something so stupid. Your strength has reached its limit. Put down the divine stone or you'll die." His gaze cold, Su Ping gritted his teeth. "Die right now, death is the thing I fear least." The divine stone crashed down, shaking 2 nearby disciples. "Damn, I'm glad I didn't get any crazy ideas, or I'd be in the same mess as him." "Exactly." Seeing this, a female disciple glanced at Di Chang, her tone mocking. "I thought the descendant of the celestial venerable you brought back was something special, but it turns out he's nothing much." She didn't bother to reply, just slightly curled the corner of her mouth. "Just keep watching." Suddenly, from beneath the divine stone, streaks of spiritual light flickered. Seeing this, the disciples grew alert. "What?" Then the divine stone was slowly lifted by Su Ping, stunning everyone. "How does he look completely fine?" Not far away, another group of disciples exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be resurrection? I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but such an incredible ability must come at a cost." Either it has limited uses, or it consumes a huge amount. Now he's probably exhausted and can't go far. There's a mountain ahead, and beyond it, a raging torrent. Even if you can come back to life in the end, it's like drawing water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. Then he sighed. This test was designed specifically for the Golden Crow clan. Foreigners don't even have wings. How can they carry a divine stone over a high mountain? Suddenly he stopped, placing the massive divine stone on the ground. Su Ping's strange behavior sparked discussion among the watching disciples. What's he trying to do? Giving up? Strange, he's cultivated our clan's Golden Crow divine demon body, so he should have Golden Crow blood. Why doesn't he transform and fly? That human has only just stepped into the second layer of the Golden Crow demon body, close to the physique of a newborn Golden Crow. He won't be able to transform into a Golden Crow and use our clan's innate divine abilities until the 5th layer. The demon-suppressing fist is a domineering technique created by the Golden Crow ancestor with earth-shattering power, but it also has immense backlash. For a foreigner, one punch would be enough to shatter their meridians. Only the Golden Crow's robust physique can withstand it. He swung his fist, channeling power, and shouted, "Great evolution, true dragon demon-suppressing fist." At that moment, Su Ping pushed the power and backlash of this punch to the limit. Sacrificing his own life to deliver this strongest blow, wild spiritual energy shot from Su Ping's hand, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Then he coughed repeatedly, blood spewing from his mouth as his muscles split. The system's voice rang out. "Host has died," a nearby disciple mocked. "It's like an ant trying to shake a tree." But instantly, he activated and revived on the spot. Spiritual power gathered in his hand, his gaze firm. Su Ping continued to throw punches. The disciples in the stands were dumbfounded, looking at each other. What exactly is that human trying to do? The great evolution true dragon demon-suppressing fist was unleashed repeatedly. In the distance, the great elder stroked his beard, a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, the mountain before him shook violently. A dazzling light bursting from its center, followed by a spiritual explosion. Rocks flew, space trembled, and the mountain ahead was blasted away, leaving a massive crater burned by molten rock. The nearby disciples stared wide-eyed, their mouths trembling. "Oh my God, this isn't a trial anymore. He's smashing the trial ground to pieces." Not far away, 2 other trial disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I never thought he'd use this method to forcibly carve a path through the mountain. Yan Ke, haven't you noticed? His actions aren't just about breaking through the mountain. He's also using the rolling boulders to create a path to walk on." Su Ping continued to channel power, gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Instantly, the massive divine stone was lifted by him. The terrifying weight made Su Ping spit blood, and the system's voice rang out. "Host has died." Every time he fell, he struggled to activate and revive on the spot. Meanwhile, other trial disciples took the opportunity to surpass him. "The mountain blocking the way is gone. Good chance, hurry up." With every step forward, the system's voice repeated, "Host has died," reviving on the spot. His eyes lit up and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Charge through." At the same time, Su Ping threw down the divine stone with all his might. His body had exceeded its limits. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a spiritual ranking board appeared in the air. First place, Su Ping, number 10 Divine Stone. Second place, Jin Ranyu, number 9 Divine Stone. Third place, Yan Ke, number 8 Divine Stone. In the stands, the disciples were stunned. "That foreigner actually got first place," another said in a trembling voice. "Dying and coming back to life, living and fighting again. What kind of monster is he?" Then a low voice spoke softly. "Number 10, I never thought he'd actually do it. It's been centuries since anyone achieved this result." Through the spiritual projection, Di Chong smiled slightly. "Using this method to defeat a competitor with royal blood, isn't this what it means to be a descendant of the celestial venerable?" Suddenly, spiritual energy trembled, and a dragon with purple eyes appeared, radiating a fierce aura. The great elder waved his hand and shouted, "The strength test is over. The second stage, the soul trial, begins now." The demon dragon, surrounded by purple light, appeared in the air, laughing smugly. "Hey you bald bird, did you let me out just to scare these little birds?" The crowd below looked up at him, their faces pale, trembling with fear. Since the dawn of chaos, the Dark Star Demon Dragon had been locked in a blood feud with the Golden Crow clan, preying on each other and destroying one another. The young of both clans harbored deep fear for each other, just as humans fear lions and lions fear hunters wielding shotguns. The Grand Elder pointed sternly at the massive, drooling mouth of the demon dragon and said, "This trial is to enter its mouth, and within the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, kill a yin blood soul worm parasitic within its body to meet the requirement. The more yin blood soul worms you kill, the higher your score." Su Ping stood to the side, watching the crowd raising their hands in noisy discontent. How can this soul trial require entering a demon dragon's mouth? Oh heavens, I give up, and we still have to destroy dark blood soul worms. What matters most? Myself comes first. I cherish my life, so I request to withdraw. He raised an eyebrow warily and said, "Is this dark-blood soul worm really that terrifying?" Yankei gritted his teeth and answered angrily. The dark-blood soul worm parasitic within him could emit a vicious demonic sound that directly attacked the soul of the listener. If your will was weak and your soul fragile, at best your mind would be damaged, at worst you'd be driven mad by the demonic sound. Su Ping clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "It's fine if they give up, but I must take first place and exchange for the highest quality body-tempering resources to have a chance to save little skeleton." Filled with determination, his face solemn, he flew straight toward the demon dragon's massive mouth and shouted loudly. From the stands came mocking, jeering laughter. "Who would have thought that guy still dares to compete for first place? How dare an outsider be so arrogant? Arrogant and conceited, just wait and watch him get his mind crushed by the demon dragon." Watching from elsewhere, Di Chong sighed inwardly. "This kid's will is 1,000 times stronger than those pampered young masters and ladies of the entire clan. I wonder how Su Ping will get through this." Ran Yu flapped his wings in protest. "Don't be too arrogant. First place must be mine." Yankei, his face tense and worried, chased after the others, glaring contemptuously at Su Ping and saying, "How did such a lowly insect sneak into this group?" The demon dragon roared angrily, releasing dozens of purple dragon-shaped spiritual bodies. The energy surged downward, striking the ascending crowd and eliciting cries of pain. Ren Yu, pale-faced, clenched his hands and fully activated his armor to resist the magic. Seeming to exhaust a great deal of energy, he gritted his teeth and hissed, "That damn demonic thought is so hard to deal with." Seeming to reach his limit, Ren Yu suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth. With a great roar, his entire body was enveloped in gold, and behind him appeared the phantom of a sacred bird spreading its wings, unleashing all his power. Seeing this, the blonde woman pointed forward and spoke in surprise. "Yankei, look, do you see the domain power behind Jin Ran Yu?" He chuckled with interest. "He's comprehended a domain too? That's the ability to materialize one's will and aura, using a domain to suppress and annihilate all beings. This skill is profoundly mysterious, only comprehensible by peerless prodigies, and its power is terrifying." Su Ping, facing the spiritual energy current surging toward him, said calmly, "I'll just see how terrifying this demonic thought really is. At worst, I'll die a few more times." He didn't prepare any defense, and was directly struck by the demonic energy. Su Ping's face twisted in pain, his entire body emitting a sharp purple light. He gritted his teeth in anger, blood streaming from his forehead, seemingly severely injured. Su Ping recalled past memories and said to himself, "Little skeleton and I have seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This thing won't stop me for a step." He erupted with powerful momentum, his eyes blazing, his entire body shrouded in dazzling golden light. Someone shouted in surprise, "I never thought he could resist the demon dragon's pressure without using a domain." The demon dragon angrily released more spiritual bodies ahead, roaring, "That ant-like thing disappear with your soul." Su Ping replied angrily, "Though I don't know what a domain is, I have my own methods." Suddenly, a massive golden scripture stood majestically behind him. He raised one hand and roared, "Demon-suppressing fist." He swung his enormous arm, punching straight into the center of the demon dragon's body. The demon dragon squinted in pain, thinking to itself, "What is this, such strong momentum?" It looked at Su Ping and the golden scripture behind him, disdainful. "Besides those few old bald birds and the 3 golden crow elders, they almost tricked me. This must be a direct descendant of some heavenly venerable sent to your golden crow clan to gild his resume. He says he doesn't know what a domain is, but he's clearly playing the fool to borrow a knife to kill a dragon." Sitting in the stands, the 3rd elder raised an eyebrow and said, "This person's domain is actually dozens of times larger than Jin Ran Yu's nascent domain." The 2nd elder added, "What's more surprising is that the scope of this domain is clearly stable, indicating it has entered the mature stage." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and smiled. "A descendant of a heavenly venerable. Indeed, there is something unusual." The demon dragon squinted, calculating. "Such a vast domain stands right before me. Do you think I'm blind? But to deal with such a freak, this dragon still has a trick up its sleeve." It withdrew all its energy, suddenly transforming from a great demon into a benevolent appearance, hands clasped together, eyes flickering, making Su Ping wary and thoughtful. How did the demon dragon's pressure and killing intent suddenly disappear? It opened its massive mouth opposite him, as if welcoming him in. In the distance, Yankei couldn't believe the demon dragon would willingly open its mouth to let that human in. Ren Yu shouted angrily, "Damn it!" In the end, Su Ping got ahead. He erupted with momentum, flying toward the demon dragon's mouth, thinking, "I don't know what's going on with this demon dragon, but I'll just go in and kill those soul worms first." Su Ping, enveloped in golden light, charged straight into the demon dragon's deep mouth. Inside, he warily looked around. Suddenly, a soul worm appeared from the side, lunging straight at Su Ping. He frowned slightly, channeled his power, raised his hand and punched forward, shouting, Demon suppression. The punch hit the head, causing the evil soul to scream in pain, its teeth flying. This greatly surprised Su Ping. Ren Yu didn't understand what was happening. He looked at it and thought, how did it shatter like this before I even used any force? The demon dragon squinted, smiling cunningly. Good thing I can still control these soul worms to self-destruct. Doing this won't offend that heavenly venerable's descendant, and might even curry favor. A sharp screech sounded, and 3 more soul worms appeared one after another, approaching Su Ping. He struck at their heads again. Demon suppressing fist. Su Ping's expression changed as he understood. Indeed, though I don't know why, I'll just go with the flow. Ran Yu's eyes blazed with fire, gritting his teeth and thinking, damn it, there's clearly no power fluctuation in his fist. How can he kill those soul worms as easily as drinking water? What kind of sinister technique is this? Caught off guard, an evil soul suddenly appeared and bit his hand. He grunted softly. Ignoring his pale face from pain, Ran Yu still concentrated power in his hand and said solemnly, no, I am a prodigy of the Jin royal clan. How can I lose to an outsider like this? He swung his fist at the soul worm and shouted, I can do the demon suppressing fist too. Seeing the strange spirit unharmed, Ren Yu was stunned. Why is it as hard as stone? These bugs' defenses are indeed extraordinary. Startled by the pain, he widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, raised his hand to use spiritual power and thought, I have to use my trump card. Dian. His entire body was enveloped in golden light and small electric sparks emerged from the bitten hand. He roared, unleashing his power, and the evil soul only had time to scream before being destroyed. Ren Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. He hadn't expected to expend so much energy killing just one soul worm. Looking to the other side, his mouth fell open. How on earth did that guy do it? On the other side, Su Ping laughed heartily, swinging his fists wildly. Die, all of you, die. Time passed, and the incense on the stand was nearly burned out. The Grand Elder stood up and announced loudly, the time for one incense stick has ended. All participants in the trial must withdraw immediately. The crowd flew out of the demon dragon's mouth like shooting stars. Su Ping landed lightly first, completely unharmed. In contrast, Yan Ke and the others were heavily injured, panting painfully behind. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light appeared, and he spoke calmly. The soul trial is over. Announcing the results, the scoreboard immediately unfurled high above. First place, Su Ping, 128 dark blood soul worms. Second place, Jin Ran Yu, 27 dark blood soul worms. Third place, Yan Ke, 24 dark blood soul worms. Fourth place, the onlookers buzzed with discussion. 128, that gap is simply heaven and earth apart. It's him again, that outsider topping the list twice in a row. How can this be? This is truly unprecedented. The face of the Jin royal clan has been trampled under his feet today. The Grand Elder calmly raised his hand to use his magic and a small cage slowly appeared. The demon dragon was gradually drawn into it, roaring and shouting unwillingly. Damn it, used up and then locked away again. Those 2 damned bald birds, they only know how to exploit dragons. Utterly shameless. Once fully imprisoned, it stomped its feet angrily and said to the elder, next time you let this dragon out, see if I don't smash all the eggs in your golden crow nest. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and smiled faintly. That's a good spirit. Keep it up until next time. Suddenly, countless fierce lightning bolts illuminated the entire sky. From the light formed by the lightning, an object slowly descended. A massive stone pillar appeared, suspended in the air, covering half the stands. He continued calmly, the third trial tests comprehension. You need to activate the Tao patterns engraved on this stone steel. Activating 3 qualifies. The more you activate, the higher your evaluation. The crowd below listened intently to the Grand Elder, each face filled with seriousness. The stone steel touched the ground, causing a considerable tremor. The Grand Elder stood to the side and said, when the steel senses Tao intent, the Tao patterns will light up. Lighting 3 qualifies. The more patterns you light, the higher your ranking. Next, groups of 10, begin the test. First group, step forward. 3 people calmly walked up with heads held high. One of them focused on the winding patterns on the stone pillar. That man extended his hands forward, channeled power to transform spiritual energy, and watched as 3 lights emerged. A voice announced 3 Tao patterns lit. Qualified. Next. The next person began to inject power into the steel, and the voice above continued. 2 Tao patterns lit, unqualified. 4 Tao patterns lit, qualified. 3 Tao patterns lit, qualified. The last 3 members of the group finished testing with only 2 qualifying. They stood together and chatted. I passed with 3. How did you only get 2? 4 Tao patterns as expected of me. Su Ping stood in the distance watching the crowd testing their comprehension, deep in thought. Yan Tao is indeed the golden crow's innate skill. Look at those massive Tao patterns. It seems a young golden crow can usually master around 4 Tao patterns. When it was Yan Ke's group's turn to go down, everyone wore calm expressions. The voice sounded again. Second group countdown begins. First Ran Yu. He erupted with powerful force, cracking the ground with streaks. Massive energy shot straight into the steel, sending fine stone chips flying. The Tao patterns lit up one by one, illuminating 10 patterns. Qualified, the onlookers gasped in surprise and shouted, Heavens, he lit 10 Tao patterns at once. Ran Yu smiled smugly. Too easy, another person nearby said curiously. Now let's see how Yan K and that human kid perform. He curled his lips, radiating divine power. That guy is nothing special. Yan K channeled powerful energy into the stone pillar and roared. Light up, the mechanical voice boomed. 12 Tao patterns lit. Qualified? A male cultivator screamed in terror. Ancestor of the Golden Crow clan, he actually lit 12? Su Ping sighed, worried. Earlier I only comprehended a single Thunder Tao by borrowing Joanna's heavenly tribulation. It seems this level is the hardest for me. On the system panel, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Not necessarily. This third level should be the easiest for you. Skills are the carriers of Tao. The skills you possess are enough to get you through this level. Su Ping frowned, raising his hand to stroke his chin in thought. Skills are the carriers of Tao? Does the system mean that the skills I possess have a chance to condense into Tao patterns? Then it was finally his turn. The voice rang out loudly. Last group. Su Ping took a deep breath, stamped his foot, and simultaneously reached out to touch the steel. He concentrated power into that arm. And with a loud shout, a layer of blue spiritual energy slowly transmitted into the stone pillar. From where Su Ping's hand touched, the first pattern lit up. Thunder Tao, 1 Tao pattern lit. Having used up his signature moves, he worried inwardly. The first Tao pattern is already lit. Now the only skills I have left are strength enhancement and speed enhancement. Su Ping's hands glowed blue and red simultaneously as he continued to unleash his techniques. The two forces caused the Tao patterns to light up one after another at the same time, and a voice announced, Strength Tao and Speed Tao have lit 2 Tao patterns. Total 3 qualified. The third elder suddenly raised his hand and frowned. Wait, I've never seen such thin and weak Tao patterns. If this counts as qualified, it might affect the motivation of other Golden Crows to comprehend the Tao. The second elder said softly. But the rule is to compare the number of Tao patterns. Although that heavenly venerable's descendants' Tao patterns are indeed weak, he has still met the minimum standard for condensing Tao patterns, the grand elder said slowly. Correct, there are countless Taos. It's not just the fundamental great Taos that can light up Tao patterns. The fundamental great Taos encompass countless minor Taos. When a minor Tao is cultivated to mastery, it becomes great achievement. He looked at Su Ping and said calmly, Come, descendant of the heavenly venerable, have you used all your skills? Su Ping replied politely. Have I used them all? His gaze was firm, his heart full of desire. Indeed, not yet. I must surpass Yan K's 12 Tao patterns and take first place. Only by obtaining the best body-tempering resources can I have a greater chance of saving little skeleton. I have already merged with the Taiyan heavenly dragon dog, so the dog skills are my skills. But I still have many pet beast skills I haven't used. I wonder if they can condense into Tao patterns. Countless beams of light shot forward from the great dragon's mouth. Taiyan heavenly dragon roar, Taiyan heavenly dragon shield, 100 miles soul chase, wind god's protection, gale's guard, hard shell, storm thunder armor, dragon blood war armor. The stone pillar received the light, and suddenly several more Tao patterns lit up. A group of people widened their eyes, puzzled. How did Nantong suddenly gain 5 more out of nowhere? Su Ping raised his hand in celebration, smiling smugly. Great, though not all skills can light up Tao patterns, some others can. Seemingly still unsatisfied, he reverted to his original form and continued to roar, Taiyan heavenly dragon dog, demerge purple flame candle dragon beast, it's your turn. The massive dragon beast appeared majestically, and Su Ping shouted again, purple flame candle dragon beast, merge from him. Terrifying soul power shot straight into the steel. Dragon roar mountain, divine iron wall, dragon might, rock armor, climbing armor. Hardening ice bone shell, flame coat, dragon flame radiation. Seeing the Tao patterns continuously changing color, the voice sounded again, 4 Tao patterns lit. Total 12. Yan K's tone was filled with worry. Already 12, is he going to tie with me for first place? Ren Yuzi swallowed and replied, looking at his eyes, it's probably not that simple. On the other side, Su Ping was immersed in thought. I've used all the skills I can. Is there any skill I haven't used? Seeing him motionless, the crowd murmured in confusion. What is he thinking about? Already 12, isn't he satisfied yet? Did he still have some ultimate technique he hadn't revealed? Su Ping took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes, pursed his lips tightly, and slowly extended his hands forward, crossing them together. Zhang Kuo felt the power surging from all directions within his body. What was that stance he was taking? Spiritual energy emerged from his hands, taking the shape of a sword, with many red flames blazing behind him. The cultivators grew restless. Was it the way of the sword again? Su Ping's gaze was sharp as he prepared to unleash his power. If he used the skill of merging with his pet beast, he could light up the Tao patterns. Then, the skill he had learned from the little skeleton. He recalled the moves, imitated the actions, and pondered silently. He should be able to do it too. Su Ping slashed forward with a stream of spiritual energy and shouted, Chaotic Star Reincarnation slash. A prompt sounded, and the blade path had lit up 1 Tao pattern, totaling 13 Tao patterns lit. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, ecstatic. 13 he had succeeded. Yang spoke with a face full of disappointment. He had originally thought he could win the championship with this Dao trial, but who knew he would still end up second best. Di Chang blurted out in surprise, having thought that aside from the Path of Thunder he only knew some trivial tricks, but he actually mastered such a solid great Dao. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Truly worthy of being the descendant of a celestial venerable, he does have some talent for deification. After the test ended, the scoreboard appeared again, listing: first place, Su Ping 13 Dao patterns, second place, Yank 12 Dao patterns, third place, Jin Ranyu 10 Dao patterns. In the stands the crowd was stunned and some clenched their fists in anger full of resentment. What? 13 Dao patterns? Why did this outsider take first place? If that outsider wins first place in this comprehensive trial, wouldn't our Golden Crow clan lose all face? The Grand Elder raised his hand and pressed it on the stone pillar, which gradually disappeared, and he spoke solemnly. Then suddenly, a golden light appeared as if tearing through the sky shrouded by dark clouds. The light slowly expanded, forming a door. His voice remained steady. This is the gate to the comprehensive combat trial. The Grand Elder reached out in that direction and said softly, "Children, go in." All the disciples had already assumed their stances and responded in unison. Yes, Su Ping watched as everyone flew in and said softly, "All right, just finish this one battle." As he was about to enter, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a voice said, "Descendant of the Celestial Venerable." Wait a moment. Su Ping turned around and saw it was the Grand Elder. "For this final trial part, you don't need to participate anymore." Su Ping asked in confusion. "What do you mean? I can still fight. Please let me continue." The old man stroked his beard lightly and smiled, saying, "Don't misunderstand too quickly. This final battle is an internal fight among our Golden Crow clan. If you participate, you'll inevitably be ganged up on. That would be too unfair for you. Your performance so far is already sufficient." But inwardly he thought, with your heaven-defying resurrection ability, which of these juniors could defeat you? Better to leave them some confidence. Su Ping thought of Yank and Ranyu, rubbed his chin and pondered. Indeed, the Golden Crow clan is naturally powerful. Even at this young stage, they already possess strength that our clan would need a lifetime of cultivation to achieve. And those two prodigies might have even more terrifying hidden cards. The Grand Elder is really good to me, he spoke frankly. Then I'll follow the Grand Elder's arrangement. I just wonder about the materials for my body refinement. The old man put 2 fingers to his mouth, channeling power, his hands and eyes glowing gold. According to the rules of our Golden Crow clan, the first place in the trial, the Grand Elder raised his hand, and the source of divine power shot straight into the black sky, reaching the place of the sun where red and yellow light flickered continuously. He looked up and continued calmly, "Will receive a drop of heavenly blood." Golden spiritual energy enveloped the heavenly blood, with many tiny red flames around it, slowly moving in front of the two. Su Ping was extremely shocked. Even the heavens can be slain, then this drop of blood must be incredibly precious, and the Grand Elder is willing to bestow it on me? He cupped his hands and bowed slightly, thanking solemnly. "Thank you, Grand Elder." The old man handed it to Su Ping and said softly, "You have already cultivated our clan's technique, so you can be considered to have our clan's bloodline. This drop of heavenly blood can activate the potential within you. If you have the potential for a divine body, you can also awaken it through this." The heavenly blood touched his abdomen, and the power gradually spread, enveloping his body, causing Su Ping to cry out in pain. It was like a ball of fire, burning his body. Su Ping fell to the ground in agony, and a huge green energy appeared behind him. The Grand Elder was very surprised, his eyes wide open. He had originally thought that this drop of heavenly blood would at most help him activate our Golden Crow clan's blazing sun divine body, but he didn't expect it to awaken the Wu clan's body instead. Su Ping endured the pain and asked intermittently, "What exactly is that race? Is their body really that powerful?" The old man looked into the distance and slowly explained, "At the dawn of heaven and earth, before the birth of the divine race, the earliest beings to emerge were called Wu." Su Ping gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead to his cheeks, thinking, "The Wu clan seems even more powerful than the Golden Crow clan, so their body must be a level higher than the blazing sun divine body." The Grand Elder looked at Su Ping and said calmly, "The hidden body has also been fully activated." He turned his palm upward and summoned many body-refining fruits. These are the body-refining resources needed to cultivate the third layer of the Golden Crow divine demon body. Then he sent them to Su Ping. "Based on your performance in today's trial, these are for you." Su Ping looked down at the dazzling golden light and took the items with both hands. The Grand Elder spoke again. "Now I'll take you to undergo body refinement." Su Ping's gaze was firm, and he silently recited in his heart, "Little skeleton, you must wait for me." At that moment in Longzhong, as Anna was diligently cleaning, Su Ping walked out of the magic door and said softly, "I'm back. I have to go out for something else. Please continue watching the shop." With that, he flew out the door with force as fast as the wind. She watched Su Ping's retreating figure, lost in thought. His appearance was more steady and imposing than before, as if he had broken through another major realm. But what was even more striking was that there seemed to be a higher dimensional power within him that she couldn't fully probe. So the place he came to was the Han group in the Dark Claw-based city. Su Ping felt something was off and said in confusion, "This is the address Yuanfeng the legend left me, and it's indeed here. But why does the group name say Han instead of Li?" He walked into the store and said to the staff, "I'm Su Ping, and I have an appointment to meet Yuanfeng the legend here. Please inform him." The female clerk replied briskly, "Yuanfeng the legend? Sorry sir, we don't have anyone by that name here." He blurted out in surprise, "No, how is that possible?" Nearby, Jingzong, who was crouching down polishing young Master Han's shoes, couldn't help but ponder upon hearing his question. "Yuanfeng, he accidentally knocked over the water basin, spilling water and wetting the other shoe." Young Master Han pointed at the wet shoe and cursed angrily. "Jingsong, I called you here to polish my shoes, not to dirty them." He stood up and stomped hard on Jingsong's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Ignoring the stares of others, young Master Han continued to curse loudly. "Since you don't want to keep that arm, I'll help you get rid of it right now." Su Ping asked, "Who is that person? Why is he so arrogant?" The female clerk's face turned pale. "That's the young master of our Han family." He turned around and said softly, "Young Master Han, I'm Su Ping from Longjiang Base City, and I have an appointment with the Li family. But why do I only see the Han family here?" The man put down his foot and curled his lip. "In our Dark Claw-based city, many legends have been born, and indeed there was one surnamed Li. Unfortunately, that legend died 100 years ago. His family also encountered misfortune and has long since vanished without a trace." Jingsong, clutching his painful hand, said through gritted teeth, "Legend Li is only missing. As long as his body hasn't been found, we can't conclude he's dead." Young Master Han waved his hand and sneered mockingly. "Stop dreaming. This is a dispersal order issued by the Feng Pagoda." Su Ping's eyes were deep and he said seriously, "A few days ago I personally escorted Legend Li back here. How could he have died 100 years ago?" Jingsong turned his head in shock. "What? Are you saying that our family's Legend Li, the old man, is still alive?" Young Master Han angrily raised his foot to kick Jingsong and roared, "What do you mean, your family? Now you're surnamed Han, a servant of our Han family?" Jingsong nervously closed his eyes and raised his hand to block, but suddenly a light shield appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. He didn't feel any pain. Jingsong opened his eyes, stunned. "This is—" Young Master Han's expression changed, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape. "Crystal shield." Su Ping raised his hand to channel spiritual energy, forming a shield, and said loudly, "You must explain to me clearly why he's now called Han. And where have you hidden Legend Li?" Young Master Han waved his hand angrily. "Some madman who came out of nowhere. Do I need to explain to you when I discipline my own servant, and that Yuanfeng you mentioned, who knows where he died in some desolate wilderness?" Su Ping closed his eyes and said calmly, "If you don't want to talk, fine." He waved his hand, and suddenly the great evolution heavenly dragon dog appeared behind him. He frowned and said, "But today, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will definitely find him." Then he stepped forward and grabbed young Master Han by the collar. Young Master Han was a bit scared but still stubborn. "What do you think you're doing? This is Han family territory. If you dare to act recklessly, don't blame me for being rude." Su Ping effortlessly lifted him up, jumped onto the dragon dog's back and said to the dragon dog, "I once fought side by side with Legend Li. Just sniff and see if he's here." The dragon dog's eyes were bright, as if silently agreeing to his request. It rushed out swiftly. Each leap was surrounded by green spiritual energy. 100-mile soul chase. The dragon dog focused ahead. Each step was long and powerful. It seemed to have caught a scent. It crashed through the glass and flew into a room. There was a door here, leading to a secret base, or perhaps hiding something. Su Ping quickly asked, "Is it here?" At that moment, young Master Han suddenly shouted, "8 guardians, save me!" A group of masked figures flew out from all around. They were the Han family's elite shadow guards, all at the peak title level combat power. One quickly threw a punch at Su Ping. "Madman, release the young master immediately." Su Ping stood with his eyes closed, his body shining with a layer of shield-like light. When the shadow guard's hand touched his energy, he cried out in pain. Su Ping angrily swung his fist forward. "I don't have time to waste on you." With just one punch, he easily knocked down the group of shadow guards, sending blood splattering everywhere. This made young Master Han break out in a cold sweat and think fearfully, "What kind of monster is this bastard?" He took out 8 title-level guardians with just his physical strength alone. He raised his fist, looked seriously ahead, and threw another heavy punch straight at the door. The door couldn't withstand the immense force and shattered, revealing a faint figure inside. He frowned, his gaze sharp and wary. Inside was an old man, wrapped in many threads like a cocoon, about to break out. And that person was none other than the one he was looking for. Legend Li. Su Ping hurried over. "Senior Li, I'll get you down right away." Seeing the visitor, the old man asked, "Brother Su, how did you get here?" Yuanfeng was being untied when he noticed an attack coming and exclaimed, "Watch out!" Su Ping couldn't react in time and was hit, both hands tightly bound. Looking at the attacker, Su Ping shouted, "Who are you?" The other party didn't answer, but instead said, "That should be my question to you." Standing on the spider's head, he continued, "Silver Spider, head of the Han family, who are you to dare trespass into the Han family's forbidden ground?" Su Ping burst out with energy, tearing through the spider's silk. "You're not worthy of knowing, then." Energy exploded from his hand as he charged at the opponent. "Take this punch." The silver spider remained calm. "You can even release flames to burn through my spider silk bindings and escape? That's a fire-type technique, isn't it?" Su Ping didn't bother to answer. He threw a punch, but it was blocked by a magical beast's teeth. Seeing this, he said in surprise, "Knowing my technique is fire-type and you still don't dodge?" Su Ping intensified the power in his hand. "Watch me burn you to ashes in one go." But at that moment, the spider's body suddenly changed, becoming enormous. The silver spider stood calmly with his hands behind his back and said contemptuously, "Fool, my flame-devouring beast not only fears no fire in the world, but specifically absorbs fire-type energy. Your flames are nothing but nourishment for it to grow." Young Master Han, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Let me tell you, although my father looks like a peak title level, he actually stepped into the vast sea realm some time ago." He laughed triumphantly. "He's a legendary beast tamer above 10,000 and below 1. This is what happens when you mess with our Han family." Hearing this, Su Ping gathered more power into his fist and smiled slightly. "Was that so?" Energy gathered behind him, manifesting a huge phantom, and with one punch it devoured the magical pet. The magical pet immediately shook all over, and cold sweat broke out on the silver spider's face. "What kind of flame is this? It's making the flame-devouring beast so full it can't take it." The magical pet couldn't bear it anymore. Cracks appeared all over its body, and finally, the spider directly exploded, splitting apart. The silver spider was also sent flying. Young Master Han, seeing this, screamed in disbelief and terror. "Dad!" Countless blood and magical pet remains fell, splattering the ground. The silver spider steadied himself but couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He clutched his stomach and said, "What exactly is this flame? Even the flame-devouring beast, tempered by all the fires of the world, can't swallow it." Su Ping said, "The primordial fire of the golden crow. How could mere mortals like you devour it?" The silver spider was terrified. Golden crow. At that moment the spider's silk was untied, falling to the ground and forming winding lines. Su Ping helped Yuanfeng up and then asked, "Legend Li, how did you end up imprisoned here? How are your injuries now?" He listened and replied, "I never expected the Han family head to be so ambitious and set a trap in advance." He looked at the silent silver spider and continued, "He wanted to use the pretext of treating my injuries to lure me into a dark place and kill me there. Fortunately, I still had a secret treasure on me, and was somewhat on guard. He couldn't do anything to me, so he locked me up here, waiting for the secret treasure's energy to run out before making his move." Yuanfeng placed his hands on his chest to regulate his breathing. "I've been resting and healing over the past few days, and now I've recovered about 70 to 80% of my power. I was just about to break out of the cocoon. I never expected Brother Su to find this place." The silver spider knelt on the ground, shouting in disbelief, "How is that possible? This is a death trap, full of toxic gas and venomous scorpions. Forget healing. Even if you had a life to spare, you couldn't survive here." Yuanfeng put his hands behind his back, walked forward slowly, and then said, "You call this a death trap? Compared to the place I guard, it's as comfortable as a retirement home." A moment later, at the Dark Claw Company headquarters, the walls were dyed gold, creating a majestic and stern atmosphere. Su Ping and Yuanfeng stood on the stage, looking at the gathered crowd. On one side were the kneeling group, led by the silver spider and young Master Han, numbering over 1,000 from the Han family. On the other side stood only a few people. The Li family had only 12 people left. Yuanfeng stared blankly ahead, muttering to himself. One person lowered his head and replied, "Ancestor, this is the last surviving descendant of our Li family." He seemed to have aged many years in an instant, murmuring to himself, "Once, our Li family was so prosperous, with countless descendants and boundless wealth and honor. How could it have declined to this state?" Jing Song clenched his fists, trembling all over as he said, "Ever since we held your funeral and sealed the tower for you, the Li family lost its support. The Han family took advantage of the situation to seize our estate, forced us to change our surname to Han, and reduced us to their servants. Most of the Li family were either killed, driven away, or assimilated by the Han. In the end, only a few of us children were left to persist in reviving the Li family." With that, he knelt down. "We descendants are incompetent, unable to protect the family estate. Please punish us, ancestor." Yuanfeng helped him up. "The sealed tower promised to protect my clan, which was why I could leave without worry to desperately block that calamitous beast." He closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. But no sooner had I fallen into trouble and lost contact, than the sealed tower, without verifying anything, hastily held my funeral. Even if I had truly died in battle, could the sealed tower just wash its hands of the matter and no longer protect my family? Yuanfeng stroked their heads, comforting them. I willingly answered the sealed tower's call, also to ensure my clan could live a stable life. Yet now you have suffered so much, what meaning is there in my 800 years of battle? Su Ping, who was nearby, spoke up upon hearing this. You brought firewood to warm everyone, so how could you let them freeze to death in the blizzard? Those beasts at the sealed tower have gone too far. Once this matter on the other shore is settled, I will definitely go settle accounts with them. Yuanfeng turned his head and said, Let's set aside the sealed tower for now, but today your Han family must give me an explanation. Yinzu, pale-faced, stood up and explained, That's not how it is, we have records left by our ancestors. It is clearly written that the Li family you wiped out before was absolutely not our Han family. He ran to Yuanfeng, knelt down and hugged his legs. We were just caught up in it. Even if it weren't for the Han family, there would have been another family. Despite her deep anxiety, Yinzu continued to explain, Moreover, if it had been another family, the bloodline of the Li family might no longer exist by now. Yuanfeng's energy erupted, and he said angrily, Still unrepentant, his eyes blazed, and he pressed down with his palm, Today I must settle this account with your Han family once and for all. Energy coalesced into a giant hand, and its terrifying pressure crushed the Han family to the ground. Feeling her power fading, Yinzu cried out in alarm, My spiritual energy is draining. Elder ancestor of the Li family, please show mercy. I barely managed to touch the threshold of the legendary realm. I beg you not to waste my cultivation. Seeing this, the young master of the Han family thought in terror. With just one palm he has suppressed the entire clan. My father, who is usually invincible, is now as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, completely losing the ability to resist. Is this the true power of the legendary realm? Yuanfeng ignored the Han family and said to the people beside him, Jingsong, you have suffered to keep our family's lineage alive. Hearing this, he replied, As long as you, ancestor, can return, that's all that matters. He addressed the crowd. All members of the Li family, hear my command. From today onward you will restore the surname Li. The crowd knelt down in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Yes, ancestor. Yuanfeng's expression turned grim, and he continued, As for the future, just as our Li family once had to swallow our pride before your Han family, today your Han family must bow and obey the Li family. The Li family will be the masters and the Han family the servants. The crowd was shocked, and Yinzu said, We obey the command of the Li family's elder ancestor. Jingsong then smiled and said, Ancestor, your room is still kept as it was, with nothing touched. Let me take you to see it. He shook his head. No need, Brother Su and I have more important matters to attend to, the two then urged. Ancestor, if you leave like this, many more changes may arise in the future. Yes, Senior Li, let me go alone. You have worked hard all your life. You should stay and enjoy your well-deserved rest. He spoke. Brother Su, I have already decided. Besides, my comrades are still fighting day and night below. How can I rest easy? Let's go together, settle all these matters and then come back. Su Ping said, All right, in that case, I'll have someone open another branch of my shop at this Dark Claw base to help your Li family grow stronger. Each person can choose 10 top-tier pet beasts above the 9th rank. And I'll cover all the training costs. He glanced at Yinzu and the others. We'll also keep an eye on every move the Han family makes. At the slightest sign of rebellion, no mercy. Upon hearing this, Jingsong clasped his fists and said, Could you be Su Ping, the owner of the Little Mischief Pet Beast Shop? Su Ping asked, Do you know me? He explained, Because you just mentioned the Pet Beast Shop. Although the beast tides have often disrupted communication between bases, Senior Sus Shop is famous far and wide for its incredible training standards. Countless people would pay a fortune for a single training slot, let alone for those ancient pet beasts. Yuanfeng lowered his head and said, Brother Su, I am deeply grateful. Before he could finish, Su Ping said, It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Senior Li, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your lifespan to save my life. No matter how much I give in return, I still feel it's not enough. He was deeply moved. Indeed, I, Li, did not misjudge you. If only all the legends in this world were like you, Brother Su. Yuanfeng turned around and said, The heavy responsibility of reviving the Li family is now in your hands. Jingsong and the others shouted in unison, We swear to revive the Li family, even at the cost of our lives, and never disgrace the glory of our ancestors. Then he stroked Zhao's beard and mounted his pet beast. Brother Su, family matters are settled. Let's set off now to rescue the little skeleton. Su Ping replied, Good. Passing through the space gate, the two entered the interior of the 10 directions locking heaven array. Yuanfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking ahead. Finally back in this damn place. What met their eyes were countless snow-covered, bone-chilling icebergs, a world of ice prison. Su Ping waved his hand to summon his pet beast. Dog, sniff out where the little skeleton's aura is. It immediately began to use the 100-mile soul tracking skill, and then its entire body emitted energy as it began to transform. Dragon form technique. Watching the pet beast fly away, he said, "Over there? Senior Li, let's head that way," Yuanfeng replied. Good. After a while, they saw several dark figures in the distance and wondered. Over there is. Below, a large crowd was shouting in panic. Beast tied. Su Ping jumped down from Yuanfeng's pet beast, blocking the way. He shot a beam of light at the beast tied, blasting them apart in all directions. The energy struck a bone demon, shattering it directly. Seeing this, Yuanfeng was stunned. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, Brother Sus' progress is astonishing. In just a few days can he now destroy a wave of Hane-level king beast tides with just the power of his fists?" At that moment, Dog flew down to a cliff base, cancelled the dragon form technique and used its claws to dig away the snow beneath. Revealing some bones, Su Ping landed back beside Yuanfeng and seeing this said, "Dog, what are you doing? Wait, that is," looking at the familiar sight under the snow, "it's the little skeleton's hand bones, right?" He gathered energy in his palm using spiritual power to move objects, and the thing flew up as a streak of light. Looking at the bone floating in Su Ping's palm, Yuanfeng exclaimed in surprise. "This is," Su Ping said. "Traces of space being torn apart cover the entire bone. I can't imagine how many times the Sky Eye Beast tortured it," Su Ping ordered. "Great Evolution Sky Dragon Dog, retract it into storage space and continue searching for the remaining parts of the little skeleton." The two pet beasts flew in the sky with countless roars below. At that moment he jumped down, his hands covered in energy. A pillar of fire was burning the air and the stone walls cracked under the terrifying heat. He roared, his eyes glowing, and a force gathered in his hands. Countless beams of light fell from the sky, striking the ground. Some bone fragments, wrapped in energy, floated slowly in the air, reflecting a faint light. Su Ping gently raised his palm, lifting the remaining severely damaged remains on the ground as well. Yuanfeng watched from the side and after the assembly was complete said, "Only the most important skull part is missing, right?" Just then, a violent crack suddenly appeared in the air, surrounded by swirling energy vortices. The Sky Eye flew out from within holding a skull. "Long time no see." It had curved horns and a pair of blood-red wings, smirking sinisterly. "Looking for this, aren't you?" The two of them now had serious expressions and said in unison. "Sky Eye," it said confidently, "this thing is really boring. No matter how much I crush, tear, or burn it, its face shows no change in expression, and it keeps reviving like an annoying fly." The Sky Eye squeezed the skull in its hand. "But luckily, there's a new toy delivered now. You want this, don't you?" Finally, it crushed the skull and said, "Then take it back." Su Ping rushed over immediately. The little skeleton behind Yuanfeng urged, "Brother Su, don't be impulsive. It's deliberately luring you into its domain range." The Sky Eye smiled, gathering power in its hand. "That's right, that expression. Don't even think about escaping my grasp again." Su Ping, heading toward the falling bones, calculated the distance in his mind. "This distance is enough." Spiritual power object control. A giant hand suddenly descended from the sky. "You've already entered the range of my spatial ability. Netherworld annihilation palm. Take this palm strike obediently." A earth-shattering explosion erupted and blue-purple energy burst forth violently. Sweeping everything around, Yuanfeng shouted in terror. "Brother Su," he thought to himself, "the Netherworld annihilation palm is a skill inherited in the Sky Eye's bloodline with unparalleled power. Moreover, this monster's cultivation has already surpassed the early stage of the Heavenly Fate realm. That palm strike previously broke Brother Sus' fusion state. Now, without fusion, he's likely in grave danger." The smoke cleared and Su Ping stood unharmed, saying, "Done yet?" Seeing this, the Sky Eye thought in disbelief, "What? How is he still unscathed?" Su Ping leapt up, gathering energy in his hands, and said, "Then it's my turn now." The Sky Eye unleashed countless energy giant hands and roared, "Don't be too arrogant, Ant." Giant palms covered in blue-purple energy descended from the sky, and the heavy pressure made Su Ping clench his fists, ready to fight. He threw a punch, and the burst of energy sent the giant beast flying. The Sky Eye said in panic, "His physical body is really tough, able to withstand my Netherworld annihilation palm with his body. But don't forget, as long as you're within the range of my spatial ability, you're no different from a bug I can slaughter at will." Su Ping instantly appeared before it. "Your spatial ability can no longer restrict me." With one punch, he directly blasted the Sky Eye apart, exploding it into countless blood chunks. Seeing this, Yuanfeng said, "Brother Su, why is the spatial ability of this Sky Eye Rakshasa beast ineffective against you?" Su Ping glanced at him and explained, "Whoever reacts faster wins." While gathering the skull fragments, he continued, "A senior once taught me that every spatial ability, once activated, requires the user to infuse power into the target to be teleported. I just need to leave the position before the Sky Eye tears the space where its target is located, and it can never catch me." He thought in shock, It's easy to say, but to compete in speed and reaction with a heavenly fate realm opponent and win means that Brother Sus' physical strength is at least comparable to, or even surpasses, the Sky Eye at the early heavenly fate stage. Moreover, a senior who can casually guide a battle at the heavenly fate level must have a cultivation far beyond that. Where on Blue Star could one find such a senior? As he spoke, Su Ping finally finished his work and said, "Assembled." Then he spoke softly, "Little skeleton, wake up quickly." Time passed, but there was no movement. Su Ping frowned slightly. "Strange, no reaction at all, and I can't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation," he continued. "King Sin immortality is the top-tier regeneration ability of the undead. No matter how severe the injury, it can recover completely. But why hasn't the little skeleton revived?" His face was now full of worry. "Is there a limit to the damage it can endure, or has the Sky Eye placed some sealing curse on it?" he said in confusion. "Or have I missed some key step?" Yuang Feng patted Brother Sus' shoulder to comfort him. Purple lightning tore through the sky, and terrifying energy erupted as if to crush everything, converging into one point from which a voice came. "Is that so?" A huge fearsome figure appeared. Yuang Feng's voice was terrified. "Luo Tianmu? How is it still alive? Did it use spatial ability to dodge that fatal blow just now?" Su Ping also spoke at the same time. "Is this the true form of the Sky Eye? Its size has doubled, and its spiritual energy fluctuation is much more ferocious and violent than before," the Sky Eye said contemptuously. "How ridiculous. For a worthless piece of trash, you willingly came back to my territory to die." He gently placed his hand on the skull and called out coldly, "Little skeleton," then he said, "you are my companion, born to live and die with me." Countless beautiful memories of their shared experiences slowly surfaced in his mind like an old film. Su Ping stood up, gathering energy around him, and shouted, "I will never abandon it." A heavy darkness gathered around them, and the Sky Eye laughed. "Interesting. Once you fall into my hands, I'll crush you inch by inch, making you wish you were dead but unable to die." Just as everyone was still in shock and doubt, a loud rumble shook the entire space. Yuang Feng wondered, "Is the ground shaking?" Su Ping seemed to sense something and said, "No, this sounds like..." The sound rang out repeatedly, but he continued, "Like a heartbeat." A huge pulse sounded, and a heavy sound spread out, enveloping the three of them, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. The Sky Eye's blood-red eyes widened, and it roared in shock. "What?" The little skeleton's eyes suddenly ignited with a flame. It stood up and shouted, "Don't hurt my master." Seeing this, Su Ping was overjoyed. "I knew it, you could pull through." Yuang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "What a deep bond this must be. Even this shattered skeleton, purely by the will to protect its master, could forcibly recall its soul and revive like this." The Sky Eye said angrily, "Don't celebrate too early. Even one more monkey won't change your fate of being trampled by me." Su Ping raised his hand and summoned, "Ergo, purple flame candle dragon beast, little skeleton, let's go." The three merged into a skeleton-shaped creature holding a sharp sword with golden wings on its back. Seeing this, the Sky Eye said contemptuously, "Even if you complete 3 more fusions, so what? Last time I was slower to react, but that was just a moment of carelessness on my part. After all, I was someone who cut through the heavenly affliction realm in a single slash, but he couldn't even react in time. I said today I would show you the gap between me and you monkeys. The result was that my arm was severed in one blow, blood gushing everywhere." Su Ping didn't stop. He immediately swung the next sword, ferocious and fierce, cleaving Tianmu's body in two. Tianmu groaned. "Too fast," he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Thinking that both speed and power were incomparably stronger than before, being attacked continuously without being able to counterattack filled him with rage. "Am I, the venerable one, being completely suppressed by a monkey like this?" At that moment the accumulated wounds made a sound. "Can you dodge my spatial ability?" A massive vortex of energy erupted and churned violently in the sky between Tianmu's eyes. Tianmu continued, "But other things might not be so easy to avoid." Su Ping stopped and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The space suddenly trembled, and the snowy ground below cracked open. Yuan Feng shouted, "Not good." He spoke in terror. The 10 directions locking heaven array is collapsing. Brother Su, quickly stop it from breaking the formation. Tianmu's head was severed, but he still spoke. "Too late. The mechanism I set to break the array has already been activated. If I can't get what's inside it," blood filled the sky, and his voice echoed, "then you won't get to learn it either." Elsewhere in the ice prison world, someone ordered, "The array is about to break. Notify the wind tower, quickly." The subordinate responded. The Blue Star world began to tremble everywhere, countless disasters occurring simultaneously. The ground split open, and magma as red as blood erupted, swallowing massive structures one by one. Inside the Holy Light base, someone looked at a screen and said, "Old Bai has discovered that the structure of Blue Star's crust is undergoing massive changes. with its volume expected to increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Old Bai's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "What?" Inside the wind tower, two people looked at their disciple's image and said, "How could this happen? The 10 directions locking heaven array has actually been broken. Master, could it be because of that kid? I said we shouldn't trust him." At this moment, Yuan Feng also spoke. "Then it's bad." The fierce beasts in the array had grown stronger by absorbing the spiritual energy of the jade tree. They were several times more powerful than those on Blue Star. "I'm afraid humanity will face an unprecedented and most brutal beast tide in the future." The ground cracked, and orange-red streams of fire flowed like awakened veins through the mountain's core. The volcano roared violently, magma spewing out, thick smoke and raging flames churning, devouring the burning sky. The earth was torn apart, and massive fire streams rolled in the deep valleys, their crimson glow seemingly about to burn through space. Yuan Feng and Su Ping appeared on the ground. His wristband suddenly emitted a blue light, filling the entire space. Two figures appeared on the projection. Old Bai spoke. "Su Ping, Blue Star's volume has suddenly increased several times. Do you have any clues?" Ling Yu, standing nearby, also shouted, "Brother, several massive waves of beast tides are rapidly approaching our base area." "It looks bad," he replied. "It's a long story. I'll go back to Dragon River first and explain later," Yuan Feng exclaimed. "It's the fierce beasts from the array. That means our base is probably in danger too." The two summoned their battle pets. He said, "Brother Su, let's part ways here and each return to defend our hometowns." He clasped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." In the Dragon River base area, everyone was engaged in fierce combat, fighting without end. On the city wall, Emperor Qin Du shouted, "Hold the line, don't let the demonic beast break into the base and harm the people of Dragon River." Tang Ruyan swung her sword, sending out a beam of light that tore through space, and the fierce beasts roared. Zhou Tianlin stood on a green dragon circling above the city wall, a giant sword held in its mouth. In the distance, a massive black shadow appeared. A colossal monster descended like thunder, easily crushing the majestic city wall. Countless falling rocks crushed people to death. Tian Shao looked up at that moment, and a terrified voice rang out. "A six-spring celestial snail beast, how is that possible? Its size is 10 times larger than normal." Emperor Du took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. He stepped into Dragon River and charged at the demonic beast, unleashing a violent burst of power, the furious god roaring. The six-spring celestial snail beast was sent flying directly, crashing heavily beneath the city wall. At that moment, a mischief tail swung over violently, tearing through the air with power and ferocity. Under the fierce sweep, the two were sent flying far away. Ruyan propped herself up with her sword and said, "Uncle Qin." "Uncle Qin, are you all right?" Emperor Du replied. "I'm fine. But this demonic beast is much stronger than an ordinary boundless sea realm king beast, and it can even speak human language." The six-spring celestial snail beast snarled hideously. "Too weak. Facing it feels like facing a heavenly fate realm being. Bury your master here." As soon as it finished speaking, it attacked again. Su Ping swung his sword, severing the tail in one stroke. Seeing this, Ruyan shouted, "Su Ping," Emperor Du also said, "You've returned just in time." Su Ping flew through the air and said, "Everyone go deal with the other demonic beasts. I'll lure this one away." Emperor Du ordered, "All soldiers, follow me to slay this group of demonic beasts." The others replied, "Yes." He immediately flew straight toward the six-spring celestial snail beast, which was roaring ferociously. In an instant, countless massive tentacles simultaneously released green energy, attacking like a violent storm. A shield materialized around Su Ping, blocking the explosive green attacks. He unleashed his full power, a powerful pressure shattering all the surrounding energy in the air. Then he charged forward at lightning speed, flying toward the six-spring celestial snail beast, and struck with his sword, cleaving the entire beast in two. Seeing this, the 7 demonic beasts panicked, roaring in terror, huddling together and scattering in all directions, trying to flee the area. Emperor Du spoke with a face full of joy. The six-spring celestial snail beast was eliminated in a single blow. The beast tide is retreating. Amidst the dust and smoke, the remaining soldiers raised their weapons, shouting in victory. "Great, we won." Seeing Su Ping return, Emperor Du stepped forward and said, "Boss Su, you came back just in time. This beast tide was terrifyingly fierce. If you had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable." He asked Uncle Qin, "With such a large beast tide, didn't the Wind Tower send any legends to support us?" He shook his head and replied, "The Wind Tower claimed they had a limited number of legends and didn't send support to Dragon River." Su Ping continued, "No legends, then what support did they give us?" Tian Shao spoke, "All other bases received supplies of energy-restoring water, pills, secret treasures, and various important resources, and so on. But Dragon River got nothing. Not only that, any base where Boss Su opened a branch also didn't receive any allocations. Do you suspect someone in the Wind Tower is targeting us?" Emperor Du saw a newly received message. "The Deputy Tower Master just issued another new order in the name of the Wind Tower. requiring people from surrounding small and medium-sized cities to relocate to central cities for centralized protection. Su Ping asked, "Did the order specify which major city the Dragon River base city should relocate to? Did the Wind Tower send anyone to escort us?" He replied, "We're to move to Dragon Whale base city." Emperor Du continued, "But the Wind Tower said they're short-staffed and told us to organize the migration ourselves, giving us only 3 days. Any consequences after that are our own responsibility." Ruyan stood in the twilight, a hint of sadness on her face, but her eyes remained resolute. Her voice rang out, "Only 3 days and no escort team. There will definitely be beast tides along the migration route." Below, medics supported soldiers, the two walking slowly and wearily. Severely wounded soldiers lay motionless, being hastily bandaged. The voice continued, "How can we protect so many civilians?" In the raging sea of fire, a little girl clutched a teddy bear tightly, tears streaming down her face filled with fear. Seeing this, Su Ping's expression was calm, but his eyes held sorrow. He stamped his foot on the city wall in anger and shouted, "To hell with the order, I'm not listening. We'll stay here and defend this place. We're not going anywhere." At Dragon Whale Base City, smoke and dust billowed across the battlefield. Cannons roared, firing fiercely. The flashes of shells tore through the smokescreen. A soldier on the city wall fired a machine gun, shouting, "You monsters, go to hell!" The monsters roared as they charged through the dense hail of bullets, claws raised high, eyes red with ferocity. At that moment, someone on the city wall spoke. "The reconnaissance unit has detected an extremely massive wave of beast tides nearby. They could attack us at any moment," another person ordered. "Understood. You may withdraw." The mayor of Dragon Whale Base City, he clasped his hands and said worriedly, "Commander-in-Chief, as people from other base cities continue to flood in here, the beast tides targeting this place are also increasing. At this rate, even if our Dragon Whale Base City has an A-class defense line, I'm afraid it won't hold." As soon as he finished speaking, someone questioned, "Are you doubting the Deputy Tower Master's strategy?" The mayor lowered his head, not daring to speak. "The Commander-in-Chief of the Asia Region Wind Tower Operations, Deputy Tower Master." He stroked his beard, listening to the person beside him speak. "The Commander-in-Chief has already ordered the mobilization of over 100 title-level powerhouses from the entire Asia region. With 4 legend-level powerhouses from the Wind Tower stationed here, how could we possibly fail to hold?" Then he glanced toward the direction of the fierce battle. Below, the Blade Venerable turned angrily to look at the group of people on the city wall. He blocked the demonic beast in front of him with his sword and then said, "Hold steady, don't let the beasts enter the city." The Deputy Tower Master said, "As for that super-large beast tide outside the city you mentioned, don't worry. Today I will go out of the city to deal with them. I will never let them harm a single hair on anyone inside the city." A smile appeared on the mayor's face. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." The Deputy Tower Master changed his tone, "But dealing with those beasts will inevitably wear down the durability of my secret treasures and divine artifacts." The mayor said, "I understand. The elderly, women and children in the city have pulled together a small tribute. The major families also have many rare treasures, which will be presented to you, sir. I assure you, your trip will not be in vain." A subordinate whispered, "Deputy Tower Master, are you really going to risk going out of the city for these commoners?" Upon hearing this, he said, "Why do you think I summoned so many title-level powerhouses from this region?" Looking at the Blade Venerable and others fighting below, the voice continued, "Naturally, to have them take action. Protecting their homeland is their duty." The Deputy Tower Master said disdainfully, "As for that tribute, those commoners voluntarily offered it to me. I didn't force them," another person said. "But the number of legend-level powerhouses assigned to escort the migration to other base cities is already small. Now we've also transferred all the title-level powerhouses guarding their cities here. What if it leads to the complete annihilation of those base cities? Won't the Tower Master blame us?" He spoke with a sinister grin. "My master is only responsible for the 3 regions outside the Asia region. He doesn't have the leisure to bother with matters here. Besides, the world is already this chaotic. Isn't it normal to sacrifice a few base cities?" On the other side, at Dragon River Base City, the roads were clogged with vehicles and arguments were incessant. In front of a shop, a middle-aged man said, "How much longer do we have to wait in line? If I don't get my battle pet back from boarding here soon, I won't make it out of the city in time." A young man nearby heard this and said, "Leave the city, there are beast tides everywhere outside now." "Where are you going?" the other replied. "Haven't you heard the official broadcast? We're evacuating to Dragon Whale Base City for refuge." Another person chimed in, "Yeah, I'm planning to take my whole family there too. I heard that several nearby base cities have no supplies or support left. Now that all the title-level battle pet masters have left, are we supposed to stay here and wait to die?" The young man said, "You trust the government so much, but don't you trust Boss Su? I saw with my own eyes how he repelled wave after wave of beast tides. Even the 4 kings of the other shore couldn't get the better of him. The middle-aged man recalled a painful memory. Judging by your clothes, you must be from the upper city, right? Last time the other shore broke through the city, they chased all the way inside. Nearly a third of the lower city was affected. My wife and child also. He lowered his head and walked away. Never mind, I have to go. Another person also said, me too. Boss Su is nothing to me. I don't have that much money to keep buying battle pets or participating in the shop's training programs. I wouldn't dare bet that he can protect every single one of us. Besides, this time it's not just Dragon River. Several nearby base cities also have little naughty branches that he needs to manage. I think we can only rely on the government's arrangements. At that moment on the city wall, Emperor Du asked, Boss Su, what exactly do you mean by defend to the death? Su Ping replied, exactly what it sounds like, he continued. When the beast tides are relentless, the Wind Tower not only refuses to provide resources but also orders a full city evacuation. It's clearly a move to kill us. Later, they can pin the blame on us for failing to protect the people, or use someone else's knife to finish us off. It's better for us to rely on the resources of our battle pet shop and fight back to the end. Tian Shao asked, what about the people? The city is already in chaos. We need to find a way to convince them to stay. A golden light radiated around him as he flew up and said, let me handle it. Su Ping stopped in front of the crowd. The people shouted, it's Boss Su, Boss Su. He took an item out of his space and then said, I fully understand everyone's concerns, but leaving the city now is walking straight into death. For those willing to stay and defend the city with us, a scroll unfurled in the air emitting a brilliant and mysterious light. Countless weapons appeared. Su Ping said, every family with a battle pet master can receive a divine weapon to wear. Rows of dazzling swords hovered in the air. Everyone was in an uproar. They looked so high grade. At least they're top-tier secret treasures from the Kong level and above, right? Are they really free for us? How can there be such a good deal? Su Ping replied. That's right. Moreover, during the recent beast tide attacks, anyone who participates in defending the city and kills a fierce beast will receive, in addition to the crystal coin reward from the government, an equivalent amount of crystal coins as a personal bonus from me, Su Ping. The crowd grew excited. In other words, if you kill one beast, you get double the usual bounty. I'm suddenly a bit tempted to stay. Me too, he continued. That's not all. The 3 great families, Tang, Qin, and Zhou, will provide free cultivation techniques and battle pet master training services, and will organize programs to help everyone quickly improve their strength and earn more money. Moreover, you can come to me to train your battle pets and increase your power. At this point, a voice raised a question. But Boss Su, people with battle pet master bloodlines are a minority after all. What about those of us who aren't battle pet masters and don't have money? What should we do? Su Ping said. Don't worry. I've also considered everyone's situation. All ordinary families from the lower city and the slums will be relocated to the relatively safer upper city in the city center. He continued, the various industries controlled by the 3 great families will provide everyone with places to live and work. In this time of crisis we must survive, but to survive, fighting alone isn't enough. Logistics and daily production are also indispensable parts. Su Ping placed his hand on the other person's shoulder. Everyone here is very important. I will lead you all through this crisis. If you trust me, please stay. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, smiled, and nodded gently. The crowd spoke, I believe you, Boss Su. You are truly benevolent. I will follow you to the death. I'm not going anywhere. Just stay here in Longzhong, Du Huang remarked from the city wall, admiring the scene. Boss Su truly has guts, but for someone like him, who already holds the entire city in his grasp, he certainly has the strength to pull this off. I have to admire it. Tian Shao beside him added sincerely, if you ask me, I definitely couldn't bring myself to suffer such a huge loss. But once this succeeds, everyone's strength will improve significantly, and our funds will increase. Then big business will come pouring in without end. Ruyan looked a bit worried, but in the end, this was just a last-minute scramble. Although using vast resources to rapidly build up strength was Su Ping's usual style, forcing so many people to make significant progress in such a short time was indeed an extremely difficult task. Su Ping leapt onto the city wall and said, we don't need a broad, significant improvement. The key is to boost morale and make them serve as a buffer shield when the beast tide hits. You explain your idea. I can teleport between the shops in various cities and act as a freelancer. Once I find out which city has a powerful beast, I'll teleport there to eliminate it. The remaining small fry can be handled by the city's defenders. Du Huang spoke up, that makes sense. I didn't expect Boss Su to have planned so meticulously. Beside him, Su Ping's wrist let out a faint sound as he checked his messages. His expression was grave, worry etched on his face and sweat trickled down his cheek. Seeing this, Du Huang asked with concern, what's wrong? Did something happen? Su Ping replied. A dragon whale-based city has been breached and needs urgent support. Blade Venerable is defending it. The deputy tower master and his group were flying away in tatters through the sky. On the ground, people being slaughtered saw this and cried out for help. Legendary sirs, please don't leave, we beg you, save us, aren't you here to protect us? Why are you abandoning us here? The old man spoke up. To stop this beast tide, we paid the price of our secret treasures. We lost 5 battle pets and have fulfilled our duty to protect you. A subordinate beside him added, That's right, these lowlifes aren't worth us risking our lives. Amidst the smoke and fire in the sky, 3 giant beasts led the horde of monsters in an earth-shaking roar. Another subordinate asked, Blade Venerable, even the deputy tower master and those legends from Wind Tower have all retreated. Dragon Whale City's fall is inevitable now. Why are we still here defending it? He planted his sword on the ground and said wearily, Precisely because those legendary high-ups ran away with their tails between their legs, we titled warriors should stay, otherwise, what will happen to the city's people? Blade Venerable continued, Hold on a little longer. He will definitely come, the subordinate asked. Who is he? Just then a beast He instantly raised his sword and fought with all his might to block the beast's fierce assault. A subordinate noticed it trying to sneak an attack and shouted, Blade Venerable, watch out. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, instantly severing the monster's head. From the air, countless red blade-like lights crisscrossed down, forming a destructive array covering the entire battlefield. Chaotic Star Reincarnation / The subordinate was stunned. Isn't that Blade Venerable's Chaotic Star Reincarnation blade? He smiled. He's finally here. Blade Venerable saw the familiar battle pet ahead and said, Skeleton. Su Ping descended calmly from the sky. Brother Su, he said. Blade Venerable, where did the legends sent by Wind Tower go? Hearing this, he replied, The deputy tower master and those legends all abandoned the city and fled with their tails between their legs. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Su Ping asked, They ran away. Then what about the city's people? Energy gathered in his hands. Let's deal with the beasts in front of us first. Su Ping charged forward, golden flames blazing on his fists, his momentum exploding like thunder. With a single strike of the divine suppression fist, he sent all the beasts flying. Someone approached Blade Venerable and asked, Who is this battle pet master? How is he stronger than those legends who ran away? He introduced him. This is Su Ping, the battle pet master who once repelled the other shore, Du Huang added. With him here, Dragon Whale City still has hope. Everyone don't give up now. In the darkness, massive tentacles surged out, tightly coiling around the building. They contracted violently, and the entire structure shattered instantly, dust and debris flying everywhere. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth, making space itself tremble. A man raised his sword to block a falling boulder, sparks flying in the air, and said, It's here. The giant beast appeared. The long-whiskered giant mountain king beast at the peak of the void cave realm madly absorbed the swirling green energy around it from its massive mouth. It let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing violet energy that shook the air. Seeing this, Su Ping spoke. We can't let it harm any more people. Little Skeleton's eyes blazed with flames, its long sword gleaming as it swung, sending a sharp energy straight at the monster. Tentacles swept wildly, instantly shattering the attack. Then they lashed fiercely at Little Skeleton with thunderous force. It was tightly bound by the tentacles, unable to move. The purple flame candle dragon beast opened its mouth, purple energy gathering madly into a terrifying point of light. When it raised its head and roared, the accumulated energy burst forth in an instant, turning into a earth-shattering pillar of purple flames that shot straight at the monster, purple blood heavenly dragon flame. The long-whiskered giant mountain king beast swung its tentacles to stab, triggering a dazzling purple flame explosion. Then it struck down hard, slamming into the top of the purple flame candle dragon beast's head with astonishing force. Seeing this, Su Ping jumped up. If we only rely on Little Skeleton and the purple flame candle dragon beast to deal with an enemy of this level, it's not enough. He tore the tentacles apart and said to both sides, Let's merge. The three charged together at once, instantly fusing into a powerful form. Golden flames shot into the sky, covering skeletal hands, burning fiercely as if to incinerate everything before them. Unleashing countless rays of imperial flame light, its whole body erupted with dazzling golden flames, letting out a piercing scream. The monster roared in despair, its entire body burning in a violent sea of flames. Screams echoed as if trying to burn down the entire sky. Its massive body trembled, cracking open with red wounds that spewed boiling magma. It shook violently, its breathing became heavy, and the flames on its skin gradually extinguished. Suddenly, countless huge tentacles emerged from the black smoke, writhing violently, shooting out from the monster's body, tearing through the air with furious force. The ground shook, and the tentacles, like black spears, instantly pierced the surrounding beasts. They trembled all over, their flesh rapidly drying up, turning into withered skeletons in the blink of an eye. The monster's body gradually recovered, surging with renewed vitality, layers of new flesh quickly regenerating. Su Ping muttered to himself. Its beast skill can also absorb the energy of other beasts. It seems my imperial flame alone isn't enough to completely destroy it. His fist was wrapped in surging energy, tearing through the air, charging at the monster with overwhelming force, turning into a pillar of fire that struck the long-whiskered giant mountain king beast. Imperial flame divine suppression fist. It was enveloped in dazzling golden light, opening its mouth to roar in pain and anger, its voice echoing through the sky. It was sent flying by the terrifying force, crashing heavily into the buildings behind, shattering large sections of walls. The monster's body was torn open from the inside, revealing a group of people. A voice rang out, commanding Su Ping, "Stop." He pulled back slightly, his eyes shaking, and said, "Deputy Tower Master." Blade Venerable beside him asked, "Why are the Deputy Tower Master and his group inside?" He begged, "Brother Su, save us." Su Ping said, "Deputy Tower Master, you sure know how to run. How did you end up running into the beast's stomach?" HMPH. Blade Venerable and his companions were relieved they were still safe. It seemed the long-whiskered giant mountain king beast had ambushed them outside the city, catching the Deputy Tower Master's group. But being alive was already a stroke of luck. Saving them would increase our chances of winning. Su Ping didn't speak. "That's right, Brother Su." The Deputy Tower Master's group desperately begged Su Ping, "These 3 legends are at the vast sea realm, and I'm already at the void cave realm. That's right, if you save us we'll fully help everyone fight the beast tide." He returned to normal, then coldly questioned, "Blade Venerable, what did the Deputy Tower Master and his group do during this beast tide?" Blade Venerable commented from below. At first a wave of beasts outside the city kept occupying and growing stronger. The mayor wanted to eliminate them early to avoid future trouble. He recalled the old Deputy Tower Master's dirty deeds. The Deputy Tower Master then extorted a huge sum of benefits from the entire city's people. Who would have thought he'd hide in the city drinking? Sending us over 100 titled battle pet masters who came from all over to support, out to fight to the death. Blade Venerable angrily accused, "Brother Su just saw these beasts' devouring ability. Our brothers were constantly devoured." The situation spiraled out of control. And finally, the Deputy Tower Master and his group slipped away when things looked bad. The Deputy Tower Master's group desperately defended themselves, refuting everything and slandering, "We fought with all our might at the time, otherwise this place would have been leveled long ago." "That's right, I think it's you, Blade Venerable, who commanded poorly and fattened up these beasts." "Exactly. A titled warrior dares to slander legends." This completely enraged Su Ping, who could no longer stay calm about the Deputy Tower Master's dirty deeds, not only taking bribes but also being a deserter. "Blade Venerable, how are deserters on the battlefield usually dealt with?" He panicked and quickly explained, "Wait, Brother Su, I was wrong. Previously I withheld your base city's life-saving supplies out of short-sightedness. I'll atone. My storage ring has the secret treasures and crystal coins I've accumulated over the years. I'll give them all to you. Please let bygones be bygones and spare my life. What they did deserves punishment. According to old rules they should be executed on the spot. Killing 4 legends at once would cause a huge loss of combat power on our side." Su Ping asked Blade Venerable with a sinister look, "Blade Venerable, you don't understand. At this moment, the dead are more useful than the living." Su Ping ordered Little Skeleton to prepare for execution. "I'll make them serve the country obediently." Suddenly, the beast unexpectedly revived. Knocking Su Ping away, it hadn't been eliminated. Instead it revived and regained its strength. Su Ping blocked with a boulder and the beast fled in terror. Su Ping didn't understand why it could revive and wasn't dead. Had it absorbed the power of these legends to survive? "Little Skeleton, let's chase." Su Ping and Little Skeleton quickly pursued the vanishing Mountain King beast. The Deputy Tower Master's face changed, and he shouted, "That Su guy, we were the ones fighting this devourer all along. That beast couldn't beat you. Since you want to wipe us out, I'll give all my energy to this king beast to help it kill you." Hearing this, Blade Venerable was furious. So despicable, not only does he flee, but he also helps the enemy. He truly tarnishes the name of legends. The Deputy Tower Master's group then resonated their own power with the beast, helping it gain a tremendous surge of strength. The Mountain King beast changed form, its body covered in spikes, becoming exceptionally ferocious. It shot its spiked tentacles at Su Ping's group. It emanated a sinister, terrifying power, plunging the entire surrounding space into darkness. Everyone panicked. What's going on? Suddenly so dark. Is it Brother Sus ability? Suddenly, a huge blood-red eye appeared in the sky. What's that eye in the sky? The Deputy Tower Master was also bewildered. Can't see anything. Is it some kind of domain that deprives vision? Little Skeleton took the opportunity to directly cut off those tentacles. Then it severed 3 of the Mountain King beast's legs, causing it to lose balance and kneel in agony. The Deputy Tower Master panicked. What's happening? This beast is being attacked but doesn't react. Has it been completely deprived of its 5 senses? Before they could finish speaking, they were slain and deprived. The Mountain King beast was knocked down and the darkness disappeared. Is the battle over? The long-whiskered giant Mountain King beast is dead. Su Ping withdrew his eye, restoring light. He took away the bodies of the Deputy Tower Master's group. Brother Su, what technique did you use just now? You killed that Peak Void Cave Realm beast like it was nothing. I've never heard of anything like it in my life, Su Ping replied calmly. This is the Witch Clan divine body I recently awakened. Everyone rejoiced at the end of the battle. Witch Clan. Another name I've never heard, but it sounds both ancient and mysterious. It must be some powerful race from ancient times. Blade Venerable never expected to know someone so formidable. But the joy was short-lived. Other beasts were still rampaging in the city. Blade Venerable and his group had to return to battle. Damn it, don't let your guard down. This beast tide isn't over yet. Su Ping approached and placed his hand on Little Skeleton's head. Little Skeleton, Beast Soul Possession. He opened his system space. When using Beast Soul Possession to merge, he could choose one of Little Skeleton's pet skills and enhance it to twice its original power. Su Ping carefully studied the skills on the system panel. Initially, when Little Skeleton first learned the puppet technique, it could only enslave one target. Later, as its combat power increased, it could enslave 2, puppet technique. Create 2 corpses with combat power not exceeding its own as tireless puppets, with unlimited duration. After thinking for a moment, he decided to choose the puppet technique. If I use Beast Soul Possession to enhance it now, I can precisely enslave the Deputy Tower Master and his 4 people. Su Ping immediately transformed, his Beast Soul body manifesting with overwhelming momentum. Everyone was astonished by Su Ping's different forms. What is this exalted one going to do? Did he just say the dead are more useful than the living? Is he about to use the puppet technique right now? The souls of the Deputy Tower Master and his group were instantly ripped from their bodies. You little beast, you'll die a miserable death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Su Ping then absorbed the souls of the Deputy Tower Master's group and incinerated them all on the spot. Still thinking about becoming ghosts? You're just puppets following orders now. Don't dream on. The soulless bodies were now under Su Ping's control. Now you are servants of the people, fighting only for humanity until your bodies rot away. The beast horde crazily charged at the crowd, each with mouths full of sharp teeth, lunging at them with claws bared. Blade Venerable beside him was so scared his legs went weak, and urgently asked Su Ping, Brother Su, are you sure this will work? Su Ping dispelled the ghost form, returning to human form, and answered decisively, I'm sure. It didn't take long for Blade Venerable to worry. The Deputy Tower Master's ghost borrowed strength to leap high. From the air, the Deputy Tower Master pulled out a long sword that looked fearsome at first glance. The hilt was covered with beast heads. He swung his sword straight ahead, and a single slash was enough to demonstrate its formidable power. This strike was called his ultimate technique, the 10,000 Gods Devouring Void Sword. With just one slash, the ferocious beast horde that had been so menacing lay scattered on the ground. This was the legendary Deputy Tower Master's secret technique, the 10,000 Gods Devouring Void Sword. He had never been willing to use it against beasts before. The ghosts of the other 3 legends were also no pushovers. One charged forward, using magic fist to beat the beast horde into a mess. One manipulated sharp cards to slice off the beast's heads one by one. One electrocuted the beast horde. The titled mages pointed in surprise at the legends who had been so imposing in life. Yet now he was easily manipulated by Su Ping. Blade Master, the savior you invited is truly miraculous, able to refine a legendary powerhouse into a puppet. I can hardly believe that Deputy Tower Master would obediently work one day. The Blade Master pondered. That group actually hid so many trump cards only caring to protect themselves. Truly arrogant in their achievements, not worth regretting their deaths. Su Ping added fuel to the fire. It's a pity they severed their connection with their battle pets when they died. If each puppet could control 3 or 4 king beasts, the effect would be even more explosive. The people below, unaware of the truth, only praised the Deputy Tower Master. Look, it's the Deputy Tower Master. He didn't abandon us after all. He's so powerful. Truly a legendary. He quelled this beast tide in an instant. What a sense of security. Some recognized Su Ping and shouted, I recognize that guy in black. He's Boss Su from Longzhong Base City. He must have persuaded the Deputy Tower Master, who was about to leave, to turn back. That's really impressive. A fierce beast sprayed blood and fell before the Deputy Tower Master and his group, while in the distance lay Luo Liaoyuan and other fallen beasts. Staining the base city's ground red, the Blade Master and the crowd cheered with joy. We finally won. The Blade Master walked up to Su Ping and bowed respectfully in gratitude. Brother Su, on behalf of the entire city, I thank you. Resolving this beast tide is all your credit. You saved us all. Su Ping waved his hand modestly. Don't mention it. Your little skeleton's teacher. Isn't it only right for the student to save the teacher? The people of Longjing Base City should thank you. It was your persistence to the very end that saved their lives. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Longjong. I can't be away too long. The purple flame bamboo had already flown to his side, ready to send him back. The mayor rushed over and shouted, "Boss Su, please wait." The Blade Master was surprised. Su Ping asked curiously, "Mayor, is there something you need?" The mayor quickly explained, "Boss Su, I saw everything. Thank you. I'll never tell anyone about you killing the Tower Master and his legendary group, but now Longjing Base City has no commander. How do we handle the next beast tide?" Su Ping replied, "I thought it was something serious." "That's not hard." He extended his hand toward the Blade Master. "Blade Master, you led the team to hold the line during this beast tide. In terms of responsibility and leadership, you're the perfect choice for the new commander." The Blade Master waved his hand shyly in refusal. "Brother Su, you're joking. I'm only at title level. My experience and strength aren't enough." Su Ping reached out toward the souls of the Deputy Tower Master and his group, and dazzling golden light emanated from them. All converging into Su Ping's hand, he handed the 4 floating rings to the Blade Master. "These are the Deputy Tower Master's storage rings. The legendary treasures inside should boost your combat powers significantly. I'm also giving you control over these 4 legendary puppets. They should be enough to handle the coming crisis." The Blade Master's mind flashed with images of the Tower Master's group and the wealth they had extorted from the people. "Please also hand that over to the people of Longjing City." The Blade Master took the 4 rings. "Thank you, Brother Su. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down." The mayor awkwardly asked Su Ping, "Boss Su, you're giving us all the benefits. Don't you want anything for yourself?" Su Ping sighed helplessly. "Of course I want everyone to live. If everyone dies, who will come to me to train battle pets?" Seeing he wanted nothing, the Blade Master and mayor felt a bit guilty and suggested, "Brother Su, why not open a branch in Longjing City? The whole city can support you. It'll also speed up the formation of the Battle Pet Guardian team. The mayor and I will handle everything here. You won't spend a cent." Su Ping found this agreeable. "That makes sense. If something goes wrong here, I can teleport over." He waved goodbye to them. "Then I'll have Su Langyue contact you. She'll handle the branch operations. I'm off." The people below waved at the purple flame bamboo soaring in the sky. "Take care, Boss Su." The scene shifted to the Wind Tower, the headquarters of Night Tomb Mountain. The space here was pure white, with a Federation starship hovering in the sky. Above, a slightly displeased voice came from the Wind Tower headquarters. "Where is your Tower Master?" The displeased person was Star Realm Mentor Fang, who was left with only 2 Ocean Realm legends to entertain him. Yuan Tian reported truthfully, not daring to hide anything. "Mentor Fang, the 4 major regions of Blue Star are currently suffering a massive beast tide calamity. The Deputy Tower Master, stationed in the Asia region, and the Tower Master are busy with defense in the other 3 regions. They simply can't get away." Drunken Immortal sat nearby, pouring tea with a smile. "Mentor Fang is right, our hospitality is lacking." He humbly invited Mentor Fang to drink tea. "This is Star Dew I brewed during my 3 years of atonement." Mentor Fang didn't speak, only snorted coldly. He took the cup and sipped. "Though it can't compare to the wine from our planet, it's rare on this barbaric star." Yuan Tian stood up and gestured toward the door. "Mentor Fang, the selected seeds have all arrived, waiting for your choice." As he spoke, Yuan Tian followed behind Mentor Fang, who was carefully examining the seeds before him. He stopped in front of Yuan Linglu and fluently reported, "Bone Age 18, 9th level initial cultivation. Possesses the power of blazing sun within, a living seed of the natural battle body flame vein. Excellent aptitude. Barely qualified for admission." He glanced at the young man beside her. "This one, Bone Age 20, 8th level peak cultivation, possesses cold ice energy. A living seed of the natural battle body ice. Average aptitude, needs further potential testing." Mentor Fang continued reporting. Others, Yuan Tian stood at a distance, quietly asking about the Deputy Tower Master's news. "Didn't I tell you to notify him to return immediately? We have an honored guest here." His subordinate whispered, "Sir, latest news. The Deputy Tower Master and 3 accompanying legends were killed by a Void Realm beast at Longjing Base City." Hearing this, Yuan Tian was shocked beyond belief. He quickly confirmed, "Killed by a Void Realm beast," the subordinate affirmed. "That's right, but the beast was killed by Su Ping, preventing greater disaster." Yuan Tian stroked his beard, frowning. "Su Ping with the Deputy Tower Master's cultivation, he couldn't have been killed by an ordinary Void Realm. Could it be?" Mentor Fang had somehow appeared behind them and asked, startling them both, "That person you mentioned who killed a Void Realm beast, how old is he?" Yuan Tian quickly reported. "Mentor Fang, he's 18 years old," Mentor Fang asked in surprise. "Only 18 and able to kill a Void Realm? This is definitely a good seedling." He smiled broadly and immediately ordered, "Quick, contact that person for an interview." The scene shifted to Su Ping. As soon as he returned, Du Huang greeted him cheerfully. "Boss Su, you're finally back. How did it go in Longjing?" Su Ping landed lightly. "Solved," he asked Du Huang. "Uncle Qin, you seem anxious. Did something bad happen in Longjong Base City?" Du Huang didn't hide it. "There's bad news and good news," Su Ping said. "Tell me the bad news first," Du Huang began. "After you left, several branch-based cities near Longjong with our stores were hit by beast tides. But coincidentally, a few legendary battle pet masters passed by and repelled the beast tides," he pointed inside. "Those legends are resting in the store waiting for you." Su Ping joked. "Such good news counts as bad, then how good can the good news be?" Du Huang happily told him. "The good news is that the Wind Tower notified us that a top-tier academy from the Interstellar Federation is recruiting on Blue Star. They've taken a liking to your aptitude and specifically requested you to attend an interview." Su Ping was puzzled. "Isn't Blue Star an abandoned border planet? Why would a Federation Academy come here to recruit? And what cultivation level are the recruiters from the Federation Academy? Are there any Heavenly Fate Realm experts among them?" Du Huang gestured excitedly as he explained. "This time it's Samia Academy, a top-tier academy in the Federation. I heard the lowest recruiter is at the Heavenly Fate Realm, and there's a mentor Fang whose cultivation is even higher than the Tower Master, a legendary Star Realm expert." Su Ping couldn't hide his surprise. "Star Realm," he thought happily. "With these Federation experts helping, we can easily solve the beast calamity caused by the 10 Directions Locking Heaven Array. This is perfect timing." He eagerly instructed Du Huang. "Uncle Qin, quickly contact Mentor Fang for me. I want to meet him." Du Huang didn't keep him waiting and immediately contacted Mentor Fang. "All right." He raised his hand and pressed the communicator on his wrist, and Mentor Fang's image appeared before them. "You're the Su Ping who killed the Void Realm beast in Longjing City?" Su Ping replied. "Correct," Mentor Fang said to him with satisfaction. "Young man, your aptitude is excellent. Are you willing to join our Samia Academy? If you agree, you can freely choose resources after enrollment, and I can personally guide you to help you reach the Star Realm sooner." Su Ping didn't agree immediately, but asked, "Since you're a strong expert from the Interstellar Federation, and Blue Star is currently suffering a beast tide with countless deaths worldwide, could you please step in and save Blue Star?" Mentor Fang replied seriously. "According to Article 300, Clause 1000 of the Interstellar Federation Agreement, we are only responsible for recruitment and cannot interfere in planetary internal affairs." Su Ping frowned. "I don't understand those rules and clauses. Can you please step in and save Blue Star?" Mentor Fang cited another regulation. "According to Article 300, Clause 1000 of the Interstellar Federation Agreement, we are only responsible for recruitment. We cannot interfere in planetary internal affairs." Su Ping, hearing him drone on about principles, grew indignant. "So many of our compatriots are dying in the beast tide, and you don't care at all. A Star Realm expert could quell the beast tide in an instant." Mentor Fang still recited the regulation without any humanity. "According to Article 300, Clause 1000 of the Interstellar Federation Agreement, we are only responsible for recruitment and cannot interfere in planetary internal affairs." Su Ping could no longer hold back, and furiously pointed at Mentor Fang's nose, cursing, "Is this bastard only capable of saying that one line? What kind of damn Star Realm expert is this? Picking good seedlings and inviting me? I'm not going. This kind of damn mentor, damn academy, even a dog wouldn't go." Tian Xiao and Ru Yen hid outside the door, watching Su Ping curse Mentor Fang to his face. Daring to, both thought in shock. He actually dares to insult a Star Realm expert. The Star Realm requires breaking through the Heavenly Fate Realm, the last layer of the legendary level. Just imagining Mentor Fang getting angry made their legs weak. A single wave of his hand could destroy an A-level base city. The consequences of angering him might be no less severe than being besieged by the 4 kings. At the Wind Tower, Mentor Fang looked at the suddenly black screen and raised an eyebrow. "What does this mean?" Drunken Immortal looked up in fear. "What? This Su Ping kid?" He and Yuan Tian were stunned. Mouths agape. He dared to hang up during a call with Mentor Fang? Did he even know Mentor Fang's identity and strength? Unbelievable. Countless people spent vast resources just to get a single meeting with Mentor Fang, and this Su Ping kid hung up after a few words. Yuan Tian quickly defended Su Ping. "Mentor Fang, please forgive him. It might be a signal issue due to the beast tide causing the disconnection." Mentor Fang waved his hand impatiently. "That's why the countryside is the countryside. Such a great opportunity, and he doesn't know how to cherish it. Forget it. The seeds have chosen. Come aboard the ship." The starship continued its journey, swiftly cutting through the sky. Soon, the modern starship flew out of the atmosphere, leaving Earth behind. Yuan Linglu stood by the window looking into the distance. "Grandfather, I'm going to a bigger stage to see a wider world." She made up her mind. "Su Ping, I will surpass you." You stay on Blue Star and wait for my name to spread back. Back with Su Ping, it turned out it wasn't him who hung up but Du Huang. He had pressed too hard, shattering the communicator's screen. Tian Shao walked over from behind, fanning the flames. What a coincidence, their signal wasn't good over there. Du Huang and Ru Yan exchanged secret glances. Tian Shao glanced at his own communicator. Seemingly receiving a notification, he quickly opened it and saw the news. The Nordic region has been wiped out. Su Ping asked in shock. What? Tian Shao stared blankly at the image before him. The news is confirmed. All 1 billion people in the Nordic region have been devoured by the beasts, Su Ping said urgently. I heard that region was guarded by the Wind Tower's Tower Master, and it was completely annihilated. This shows the next beast tide will be even fiercer. If we don't quickly upgrade the defense level of the entire base city, we might end up the same way. Du Huang understood his meaning. I'll go back and notify the major family's experts to be on alert. Su Ping racked his brain. Previous beast tides rarely had king beasts, but after the 10 directions locking heaven array was broken, every beast tide has several king beasts. While we humans only have title level 9th rank combat power at best, the gap is too wide. He turned and called Joanna. Do you have a way to help title level experts break through? Joanna replied, of course. What you call legendary isn't some impressive realm. It's just the first step from the mortal level onto the path of cultivation. She added, though I've never thought about it. I immediately recalled dozens of divine fruits that can help the weak shed their mortal constraints and break free from their mortal bodies. Su Ping was overjoyed. Dozens, I was right to ask you. He eagerly asked Joanna to elaborate. But she coldly glanced at him, wasting words. Even if you knew, what use would it be? She raised her hand to the sky and said to him, your planet currently lacks enough spiritual energy to grow those fruits. Then she slyly winked at Su Ping. But I, a god, have one of those divine fruits on hand. It can help a title level upgrade to legendary. However, the cost is great. He swallowed and asked, what cost? Joanna said to him. This fruit will make the cultivator skip the heavenly tribulation, resulting in a much lower final aptitude than peers, forever stuck at what you call the legendary realm. Su Ping exclaimed in surprise. The cost you're talking about is being stuck at the legendary realm and not having to go through the heavenly tribulation? Joanna nodded. That's right. Eat it and you'll be a trashy legendary that everyone points fingers at for the rest of your life. She teased him with interest. What? Afraid of losing face? But Su Ping couldn't be happier and snatched the divine fruit from her. Thanks, rich lady. How many more do you have? Joanna rubbed her temples helplessly and asked. Are you insulting me? How could I carry much of this trash? And didn't you hear what I just said? Su Ping said to her. What you call trash is a height most people can't reach in several lifetimes. There must be plenty of title-level experts who can't become legends, and would treasure this as a gem. I can auction it off later, Joanna asked him curiously. I recall you often enslave other creatures for battle. If they upgrade to legendary, won't they be worthy of battle pets of corresponding cultivation? My shop does have king beasts from the Boundless Sea domain, Su Ping replied. I'll sell them to them once they reach legendary rank, Joanna said. You misunderstand. What I, a deity, refer to are not those inferior goods. Su Ping's eyes lit up like two searchlights, and he quickly asked, you have better goods, show me. Joanna naturally wouldn't give them away for free. She set a condition, 1 void cave realm beast and 1 employee merit point. Su Ping immediately understood. I knew there was no such good deal. So this is where you were leading me. The system panel appeared before him, displaying the task issued by the shop owner. Issue a task to employee Joanna to help the shop owner obtain 40 void cave realm beasts. Reward 40 employee merit points. For the greater good, Su Ping had no choice but to give the order. The system teleported them to the demigod fallen ground, and Joanna happily clicked to accept. A spatial gate opened, and the two walked in together. Crossing the threshold, they arrived at the demigod fallen ground. A massive angel appeared behind them and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the one awaiting the deity has arrived as ordered. Joanna commanded him. Take us to the divine abyss to select 40 void cave realm beasts. The subordinate raised his hand to open a dazzling golden portal. As you command, Your Highness. He led them to the divine abyss and introduced it to Su Ping. This place is called the Divine Abyss, the largest prison in the demigod fallen ground, and I am its warden. Not only are deities imprisoned here, but also extremely ferocious beasts. The beasts selected here are outstanding in combat power among their peers, so you won't need to train them further. Su Ping focused on the fierce beasts locked behind iron bars. That's right. The beasts I painstakingly caught in other breeding grounds are far inferior to these in both combat power and talent. These merit points are well spent. Joanna ordered her subordinate. Bring them out. The angel obeyed. Yes, he raised his hand forward, and a dazzling light burst forth, enveloping the dark space of the divine abyss. Countless beasts of various forms immediately appeared before the three of them. Please take a look. Su Ping was very satisfied and thought to himself, as expected of the divine race, even Joanna's servant can so easily control so many fierce void cave realm beasts. Joanna seized the chance to show off and happily asked, "So, are you satisfied with the talent of these void cave realm beasts?" Su Ping immediately made the decision, "Not bad, I'll take these." Su Ping walked out of the pet shop and said, "The 4 void cave realm king beasts from the divine realm that Joanna arranged are all inside." He scanned the interior and commented, "I didn't expect that once a pet loses its will to resist, it can be easily captured even with these cheap capture rings." At that moment the system panel displayed, "Employee Joanna has completed the task and received 40 employee merit points." Su Ping showed a satisfied smile, and then opened the chat window. "The pets are ready. Time to contact the customers." Li Yuanfeng answered the call and asked urgently, "Brother Su, are you facing a beast tide over there?" He calmly reassured him, "Senior Li, don't panic, it's good news. At the Longzhong shop I've just received a batch of Void Cave Realm King beasts. Hurry up and bring star coins to grab them. If you're late, they'll be gone." Hearing this, Li Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, as long as you're okay. Recently, beast tides have been coming wave after wave, each with several king beasts appearing. The defensive pressure is just too great." Li Yuanfeng declared firmly, "If we can really get a few Void Cave Realm King beasts to help, it would be a timely blessing. I'll have people prepare the money immediately." The scene shifted. Several dragons soared high in the sky, with a crowd gathered below. He descended from the sky, causing surprised murmurs among the crowd. "It's a legendary, senior legendary. Please go ahead." Li Yuanfeng looked around, stroked his beard, and commented, "As expected of Brother Su's business, so many people have come to snap up battle pets." He spotted Captain Yi in the crowd and slowly approached to strike up a conversation. "Captain Yi, what are you doing here?" Wutu was surprised to see the newcomer. "Old Li, you're here too," he spoke with a look of shame, lowering his voice. "It's embarrassing to say, after the 10 directions locking heaven array was broken, our group got separated and encountered endless beast tides on land. Although these beast tides aren't as vicious as those in the array," Wutu recalled the past and hesitated as he spoke, "their numbers were astonishing. We fought for days and nights, but in the end we couldn't kill them all." He looked at Li Yuanfeng and concluded, "In the end we had to find a nearby base city to take shelter. I didn't expect to find Brother Su's shop there. After that we were invited here." Li Yuanfeng listened and suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." Just then Su Ping walked out of the house. "Since everyone is here," he announced loudly, "the Void Cave Realm Battle Pet Sale officially begins." Su Ping began to introduce. "There are a total of 40 Void Cave Realm King Beasts inside," he calmly explained one by one. "All you need to do is touch the corresponding capture ring, and you'll feel the King Beast's aura. The device will also display the corresponding pet's information." At that moment someone quickly said, "Let me take a look at this one. It's called the Fisher Earth Armor Beast." Then Su Ping took out the pet, stunning everyone. "The aura is so strong. Is this a Void Cave Realm King Beast? Even through the screen, it can radiate overwhelming power at any time." He smiled kindly and said, "That's right. If you're interested, it's cash on delivery." Everyone responded. "You need at least a Boundless Sea Realm Battle Pet Master, the first realm of Legendary, to control a Void Cave Realm King Beast, the second realm of Legendary. Boss Su, we're just here to broaden our horizons." Just then, Li Yuanfeng and his group walked in, and everyone present bowed respectfully. Wudu judged silently. "Even the Void Cave Realm Legendaries of the Wind Tower each have at most 1 or 2 king beasts of the same rank. The rest are Boundless Sea Realm." He scanned the room and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Su actually brought out 40 at once to sell. Unbelievable." Meanwhile the panel displayed information. Name, Fisher Earth Armor Beast, Bloodline, Divine Realm Armor Level, Early Void Cave Realm Skills, Armor Charge, Earth Fisher Claw, Rock Barrier, Price. Wen Wei's voice rang out, "Divine Realm Bloodline, I've never heard of it, but this beast's aura is several times stronger than an ordinary king beast. I can't imagine how powerful it would be in actual combat." Li Yuanfeng looked at the stats and was startled, "And it's a king beast at the peak of the Void Cave Realm." Just then Wutu and Wen Wei said in unison, "Boss Su, I'll buy this one." "How much?" Su Ping glanced at them in surprise. "You've already decided? Why not pick a few more? Some of these king beasts' attack methods might not suit your abilities. The prices are all listed at the end of the information." The two were shocked when they saw the numbers. "What?" The panel displayed uniform price, 300 million. They exclaimed in disbelief. 300 million? Boss Su, a late Void Cave Realm King Beast for only 300 million? Did you forget to add a few zeros when setting the price? Su Ping calmly assured them, "No mistake, that's the price. Although 300 million isn't expensive, you've been in the array for hundreds of years and just returned to Blue Star. Can you really come up with that many star coins at once?" Wen Wei smiled calmly and said, "Boss Su, don't worry. We killed fierce beasts in the array, and the Wind Tower paid us for it. Over hundreds of years, everyone has saved up quite a bit in their accounts. When we need money, the bank under the Wind Tower's name will automatically pay us. Wutu also interjected seriously. King beasts aren't solitary. To capture an ordinary boundless sea realm king beast from a beast horde, you need at least 3 boundless sea realm legendary experts and same rank battle pets. Add in the cost of legendary grade secret treasures and top tier combat gear, and the total won't be less than 300 million. But this one here is not only Void Cave realm but also has a rare bloodline. How is this any different from giving it away for free? He cautioned with concern. Boss Su, you deliberately set such a low price because you want us to use these king beasts to deal with the next wave of beast tides, right? He stated his resolve. That's right, the beast tides from the 10 directions locking heaven array will soon spread here. Every bit of extra combat power we can add is a good thing, Wutu suddenly announced loudly. Boss Su, rest assured, we will defend humanity's last territory to the death. We will definitely not let Brother Su's kindness go to waste, he said to his subordinates. Let's quickly pick our pets. Just then, Li Yuanfeng interjected. That's exactly why we came today. The subordinates smiled happily as they selected their pets. This Thundercrow beast is mine. I'm calling dibs on this Ice Soul Fox. Don't fight me for it. Su Ping looked at the crate and sighed a little. There are still 8 king beasts left. He stepped forward and hesitantly explained to Su Ping, Brother Su, although we can control Void Cave Realm king beasts, each of us can only contract 4 or 5 at most. Any more and it's easy to lose control, which could cause even greater losses. Su Ping replied, I know. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him, catching his attention. Boss Su, a group of people walked over. Ruyan spoke up. Buy a few for us too, De Wong added. That's right, even though we can't control them now, we might have a chance to reach legendary rank in the future. Consider it preparation in advance. He nodded in satisfaction and took out a gem. That's true. Since everyone's fighting spirit is so high, I won't hold back. She looked at it curiously and asked, What treasure is this? He answered and explained its effects. It's 2 divine fruits that can directly elevate 2 titled experts to legendary rank. Upon hearing the name, everyone became excited. Legendary, I want one, Boss Su. I want one too. Don't you know to respect your elders? Give them to us. But Su Ping's voice suddenly turned dangerous as he warned, however, the price of reaching legendary rank with this fruit is sacrificing future potential. Your cultivation will forever remain at the boundless sea realm. They were startled, and fearful sweat trickled down their cheeks as they said in unison, Boundless sea realm. Su Ping raised his hand to his chin and said, This is a perfect opportunity to reach legendary rank, isn't it? Isn't anyone tempted? I was planning to sell to the highest bidder, De Wong said reverently. Recently in battle, I vaguely sensed the bottleneck for a breakthrough. With a few more years of effort, I might be able to reach legendary rank through my own strength. Ruyan was moved and added, I'm still too young. I want to step into the peak of the starry sky realm in the future. If I put a stop to it now, it would be such a waste, even Tianlin and the second elder said in unison. Same here. Su Ping's face gradually darkened at this attitude, but he still kept a smile on his lips. Then he couldn't help but roar loudly. As for you 2 old geezers, forget it. The 2 swallowed hard, their bodies glowing as they erupted with new power, after Tianlin sensed the surging power. The eyes of the others were filled with admiration. They broke through directly to legendary rank. This divine fruit is truly miraculous, as expected of Boss Su. Li Yuanfeng laughed heartily. Brother Su really has a lot of treasures on him. Wutu sighed. I remember back then, we went through countless life and death trials. I never thought that now, just by eating a single fruit, we could cross such a huge threshold, Ruyan added. Congratulations to the 2 seniors on reaching legendary rank. I am truly envious, De Wong added. We rely on you 2 legendaries now. I'm confident we can hold back the beast tide, Tianlin scolded. You really dodged a bullet there. The speaker was so moved he was almost in tears. My fate realm, Su Ping interrupted. Tianlin said tearfully, now you can pick your king beasts. 4 each, just right. This black abyss python has a strong physique and a domineering aura, I'll take it, the speaker continued. This blood crystal sand beast, offensively, it can stir up sandstorms, defensively it can devour energy to heal itself, is mine, he sighed in satisfaction. Now they're all sold out. Amid the chaotic scene, black smoke gradually drifted in and fierce beasts injured the crowd. A weak, terrified voice sounded. Run, someone shouted a warning. The boat is already docked ahead. These fierce beasts can't swim. Once we're on board, we'll be safe. The crowd hurried toward the boat. Get on the boat quickly. But just then a huge wave struck and someone fell into the sea. Looking at the fierce beasts before them, someone recognized them in panic as sea beasts. They struggled on the water's surface, leaving only lost screams. How terrifying! How can there be so many fierce beasts at sea? In the end, blood filled their space. Damn it, we're surrounded. Don't eat me. The scene shifted. Warm sunlight bathed the Wind Tower headquarters. Someone looked at a spherical model and commented, "It's been less than a day since the Nordic region fell, and the West Sea region has already suffered a heavy blow. How could this happen?" A major region personally defended by the Tower Master has ended up like this, someone replied. After the 10 directions locking heaven array was broken, Blue Star's star energy has become several times denser than before. The strength of these fierce beasts is now unprecedented. Add to that the alliance of sea and land beasts. Even the Tower Master can't fight against so many. Shuang couldn't help but curse. Damn the Sea Emperor region. 1,000 years ago, it signed a pact with the first Tower Master, promising never to invade the land. How dare they break their word, finally, they said in unison. Tower Master, how should we respond? Finally, Yuan Feng's voice sounded on the screen. Immediately send orders to gather all legendaries here. Just then, Su Ping and his group appeared before them. Wutu spoke respectfully. Tower Master. He cupped his hands and asked, "Why have you summoned us from base cities thousands of miles away?" Li Yuanfeng added sympathetically, "Yes, we train soldiers every day and strengthen defenses. We really can't leave." His gaze turned coldly to the rear. "What's the use of being proactive now?" Yuan Feng's steady voice rang out, startling him. If the 10 directions locking heaven array hadn't been broken, would the beast tides be this strong? His voice continued, "In my opinion, the destruction of the Nordic region and the critical situation in the West Sea region should all be blamed on you." Suddenly, Su Ping spoke angrily. Tianwen old man interjected and scolded. "You old fogey, hiding outside and enjoying yourself, and you still have the nerve to blame us?" He cursed with anger. "We held the line in the heavenly array for hundreds of years, killing so many beast corpses they could pile up into mountains, and we never complained once. If the wind tower hadn't cut support and skimped on supplies every year, the beasts wouldn't have had a chance to take advantage. Don't think we're pushovers just because we keep quiet. You're the ones who should be reflecting." Zuishen drank his wine indifferently, unconcerned. Regardless, the array was ultimately broken. You must take responsibility for that. Wutu clenched his fists in anger and said, "Zuishen, if we hadn't guarded it back then, you'd still be just a titled expert bowing your head and being bullied." His voice dropped, and a murderous aura radiated around him. "What, now that your wings are strong you talk tough too?" The other laughed heartily. "Want to destroy the wind tower on your own? Count me in." Yuan Feng interrupted all the conversation. "I didn't call you here to argue. Su Ping, don't add fuel to the fire. In the current situation, every legendary here bears responsibility." Su Ping frowned and retorted, "It was clearly your defense zone that wasn't protected properly." The exposed old man coughed lightly and said, "That's not important now. There are 2 issues. First, I've sent Zuishan to build a spatial tunnel to transfer refugees from the West Sea region to the Asia continent. But we need a team of legendaries to guard it against land beast tides." Yuan Feng firmly instructed Yi Legendary. "You lead your old team. Su Ping is in charge of this." Wutu respectfully accepted the order. "I will not fail in my mission," he asked curiously. "What is Zuoshan?" The other explained with some trepidation. "It's the Tower Master's mount, also at the Heavenly Fate realm. It's proficient in spatial rules. Though not skilled in combat, it has the power to move mountains and drain seas. If even Zuoshan has to be sent on a mission, the situation is indeed grim," Yuan Feng continued. "Second, the sea beasts in the ocean are constantly attacking the West Sea Zone from the deep sea, so we need a second legendary team stationed on the coast to prevent the spatial tunnel Zuoshan is building from being attacked from both sides. Yuan the legend, Zui Xian, you are responsible for this." Zui Xian accepted the order. "Understood." While everyone was receiving their orders, Su Ping seemed distracted. He received a call from his student. "Teacher, I've successfully restored the binding contract. Using it to sign a contract with a battle pet can share combat power boosts with its master." After hearing this, Su Ping praised, "You've done well. We're about to have a major battle in the West Sea Zone. This is exactly what we need." Suddenly, a scream came from the other end and the phone was snatched away. Wu Shu, who was nearby, sensed something was wrong and asked, "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Su Ping calmly instructed, "It seems something major has happened at the Holy Light Base City. I must go back immediately. Senior Yi, you all head to the West Sea Zone first. I'll join you shortly." Yi Wushou and Li Yuanfeng both agreed. "Don't worry, we're here. Go handle your personal matters." Time passed. Meanwhile, at the Tianlong Academy Research Center in Holy Light Base City, a battle was looking extremely tense. Everything around was engulfed in flames. A dragon-like monster was ferociously biting a person behind Ling Tong. She nervously typed on the computer keyboard in front of her while glancing back at the iron spine land dragon beast behind her. The bitten person used his last strength to urge her. "Run, they're everywhere outside." Ling Tong gritted her teeth and urged, "Hurry up." Then she received a notification, "Binding Contract Technique Replication Progress 89. After finishing off that person, the 3 monsters viciously attacked Ling Tong. She calmly dodged while observing the situation and looking for a countermeasure, thinking she just had to buy time. However, at that moment, Ling Tong tripped and fell. The monster seized the opportunity to bite her slender ankle. Ling Tong propped herself up, waiting for the monster to prepare for another pounce. When the time was right, she decisively shouted, "Beast taming art slumber." A surge of power following the command shot straight towards the monster's head. Its eyes gradually glazed over, and then its massive body collapsed directly in front of Ling Tong. The remaining two monsters, seeing this, were enraged. They opened their mouths wide, crazily preparing to attack. Ling Tong, quick of eye and deft of hand, pulled the corpse of the nearby monster over to shield herself. The spikes on the monster's body directly pierced the heads of the other two monsters. Severely wounded, they fell to the ground, their ferocity gone, replaced by painful whimpers. Just then, the system prompted that the technique replication was complete. Ling Tong, staying alert, trembled as she pushed herself up on her leg. "It hurts so much. My leg has no strength left." She quickly racked her brain, thinking about how to deal with the two monsters that were about to pounce on her again. How could she get past these two iron spine land dragon beasts to grab the USB drive on the computer behind them? Calm down. Iron spine land dragon beasts are 9th grade bloodline ferocious beasts, but these two in front are still juveniles, their combat power probably below the 5th grade. Ling Tong confidently believed she could handle them. She quickly opened the drawer behind her, which contained a mask and several bottles of solution. The two monsters were about to attack. Ling Tong, having just put on the mask, immediately swung her hand and threw the bottles of solution she had taken from the drawer forward. The bottles collided in midair, shattering their shells. The liquid inside flowed out. Eventually, the solution formed a massive explosive force, blasting directly towards the two monsters. As a result, the monsters, upon contact with the explosion, fell stiffly to the ground with abnormal foam appearing on their bodies. Ling Tong took off her mask, satisfied with the messy scene before her. It worked. Mixing these two reagents creates a violent explosion and strong acid, and acid is exactly what iron spine land dragon beasts fear most. They should be immobilized for now. Just as she thought it was over, the two monsters, still covered in wounds, roared again in a frenzy. The piercing sound made Ling Tong dizzy. She frowned and held her head. What are they roaring for? The ground suddenly began to vibrate strangely, making it impossible for Ling Tong to stand steadily. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. A huge, multi-pigmented eyeball opened wide as she looked up. Could they be summoning the mother dragon? Meanwhile, on the other side of the West Sea Zone, at the last evacuation point in the west that hadn't fallen yet, figures of ferocious beasts filled every direction, converging there. A pack of wolf-like beasts led the attack there. Over here, the team led by Yi Wushou had also joined the battle. They quickly cleared the area ahead, creating conditions for the Tower Master's Mount Zuo Shan to build a spatial tunnel. The companions responded in unison. Yes, the ferocious beast following Yi Wushou fiercely spat out a fireball, incinerating the objects ahead. The Lion King Fen Tianba Shao was not to be outdone, having its beast directly freeze the surrounding monsters. Watch this, Ice Soul Mist. Ziming, seeing this, laughed heartily and joined in. I'll go too, Mystic Armor Charge. Jin Shui and Li Yuanfeng, seeing the others stealing the spotlight, shouted anxiously, "Leave some for us." Then both of their beasts appeared simultaneously. Heavenly Thunder, Extreme Earth Convergence Wind. The two beasts joined the fray together, combining to unleash a massive force that swept everything around them. The soldiers observing from the city wall were both delighted and excited. It's the legends from the Asia Land region, so powerful. Even though there are plenty of king beasts in the beast tide, they're no match at all. Great, we're saved. At the same time, the ground below the city wall suddenly bulged upwards. Soldiers fled in panic. Is it an earthquake? Are the ferocious beasts attacking? No, look, a ferocious beast taller than the city wall appeared before it, yawning as if it had just woken up. What kind of monster is that? Is it an enemy? I don't know, but why does it look as cute as a little baby? Yi Wushou took a moment to turn back and reassure the soldiers. Don't be afraid, it's on our side. It will help everyone leave here. The beast, however, was already exhausted and plopped down on the ground. The people around could only look on speechlessly. Just said that and it's already worn out. What's wrong, Mom? On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Wushou decisively slashed his sword into the center of a monster's body. He landed beside the fallen monster, then grabbed one of its spikes tightly with one hand. Finally, he exerted force and lifted it, shouting towards a direction, "Look over here!" As soon as the shout ended, Yi Wushou threw the monster he had just killed forward with all his might. Your favorite thing is here, Zuo Shan. The beast, which had been sitting on the ground exhausted moments ago, quickly perked up. Then it leaped up and caught the monster corpse Yi Wushou had thrown to it. The soldiers panicked the moment it jumped. It jumped. If something that heavy falls from that height, it'll probably level the entire base city. However, none of the terrible things happened. The beast balanced itself with its front legs, without creating any debris or dust. Everyone around was astonished. That 100-ton creature fell from such a height, but it made as much noise as if we just jumped casually. What kind of divine ability is that? The beast happily swallowed the monster corpse. then stood up seriously and cast a spell on the hole it had just dug. The hole began to emit a strange light and power. While everyone was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, Yi Wuxiu came over to explain. "Listen up, everyone." He stood before the crowd like a leader. "This is a teleportation tunnel to the Asia Land region. Line up immediately and enter. Someone will be there to receive you on the other side. At another important location, the eastern part of the West Sea Zone, the coastal defense line, the area near the coast was heavily guarded with steel fences and heavy combat equipment. In a room within the base, whispers could be heard. Zui Xian." Li Yuanfeng frowned and asked the man drinking ahead of him, "What do you know about the Sea Emperor?" Zui Xian's face was flushed with alcohol, and he paused when he heard the question. "Sea Emperor?" His memory drifted back to a past where monsters were nothing but dry bones, just a broken-backed dog that our first tower master defeated 1,000 years ago. "I heard that the sea in that area was completely evaporated by the force of the battle back then. Those monsters were so terrified by that power that they all prostrated themselves before the man standing high above. The entire Sea Clan knelt before the first tower master. They vowed never to set foot on land again and to pay tribute with seabed resources every year." Li Yuanfeng couldn't believe it, and immediately turned to press further. "Then why did they suddenly dare to tear up the ceasefire agreement? Aren't they afraid of the first tower master?" Zui Xian snorted heavily and gave him an extremely terrifying answer. "The first tower master has been missing for many years and is probably already dead, and with the current situation finally." Zui Xian added his own dangerous prediction. "The tower master is in a position where he needs our support. The four kings might have already started acting in secret," Li Yuanfeng exclaimed in horror. "The four kings." Just then, the waves outside crashed with unusual ferocity, accompanied by the appearance of a tail shaped like a rooster's tail. The tail slammed heavily onto the spot where Zui Xian and Li Yuanfeng had just been standing, sending both of them flying backward. Dust filled the air. Li Yuanfeng clutched his chest in pain as he got up. "So they've finally come." The monster that had just injured them had sharp horns on its head, and countless smaller monsters followed it. "Damn Sea Clan!" As soon as the monster appeared, the soldiers quickly entered combat mode, opening fire with all their might. Everyone fired desperately at the swarm of monsters that had crawled ashore, with shells flying in from behind. Zui Xian and Li Yuanfeng pulled themselves together, ready to engage in this dangerous battle. "Combine!" someone shouted. "Don't let your guard down." Wuxu raised his hand and shouted. The beast tide has only temporarily retreated. It could erupt again at any moment. At the last evacuation point in the West Sea Zone, on the land battlefield, check carefully, even among the piles of corpses, for any ferocious beasts that might still be breathing. A team member below called up to him, "Captain, the last batch of refugees has been evacuated." Seeing this, Wuxu praised, "Good." That direction was where Zui Xian and the others were stationed. Suddenly a bell sounded, and he immediately descended. Seeing Wuxu, the team quickly gathered around and called out, "Captain." As soon as he landed, he quickly explained the situation. "We've also received an emergency distress call." Then Zui Xian appeared with a bruised and swollen face, begging for help. The Sea Clan came prepared. "The East Sea coastal defense line is about to fall. Yi Legend, please come save us." Hearing this, the two men's faces darkened. The legend said darkly, "Save you? Weren't you quite arrogant before, mocking and belittling us? How do you have the face to come begging now?" Seeing that they were unmoved, he knelt down humbly and begged, "I know I was wrong. What I said before was nonsense. I was shirking responsibility. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, forgive this ungrateful wretch. Please come and support us one last time. Any later and we won't be able to hold on." However, Wuxu was not moved by these words. "Listen carefully, Zui Xian. This isn't some paradise for you to drink and enjoy yourself. This is a desolate zone where beast tides are always lurking, ready to pounce on you like hungry tigers. Ambushes are waiting to devour you at any moment. It means that in such a dangerous and chaotic environment, even if we didn't notice this distress call, or if we did but couldn't answer because of the fighting, it would be perfectly normal. When you return to report, the Tower Master will reward us for successfully completing the mission. As for you, you'll not only die in the belly of a beast but also carry the eternal shame of a disgraced legend. However, since I've already received this call, it means Yi Wuxiu won't stand idly by." His words left everyone in disbelief. Zui Xian, seeing that he would receive support, was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you." After the call ended, everyone asked Wuxu, "Captain, why save someone like that? Yeah, keeping a useless person like that will only make him a burden." But he simply stroked the beast's fur and replied, "We are helping, not because they are pitiful, but to live up to the name of legend that we carry, and the power that Brother Su has bestowed upon us. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If those Sea Clan ferocious beasts successfully land in the West Sea Zone, They will surely threaten the Asia Land region where Brother Su is. We absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. Hearing this, the team responded with high morale. Yes, meanwhile, back with Ling Tong, she was sweating profusely from the pain. She was at the Tianlong Academy Research Institute in the Asia Land region. Her foot had been bitten by a monster. Ling Tong, enduring the pain, moved towards where the USB drive was because the system had prompted. The binding contract technique replication is complete. Please retrieve the device as soon as possible. But just as she was about to reach for it, a monster suddenly appeared. It stared at her with wide eyes, then roared. This caused Ling Tong to lose her balance and fall. The monster immediately rushed in front of her, baring its fangs, ready to attack. Seeing this, she could only shout, "Teacher?" Immediately, a surge of power appeared, knocking down the monster in front of her. Ling Tong opened her eyes and saw it was her teacher. Su Ping quickly walked over and said, "Sorry I'm late. I didn't expect the Holy Light-based city with its A-grade defense level to be so thoroughly infiltrated by the beast tide." As he got closer, he noticed her foot, but Ling Tong didn't mind and said, "Teacher, the USB drive is still in the computer. It contains the completed copy of the binding contract technique." Upon hearing this, he quickly pulled out the USB drive and then picked her up. "You've worked hard." But Ling Tong said with immense satisfaction, "Being able to help my teacher is the greatest honor for a student." Then Su Ping carried her onto a dragon and headed for a safe place. "Hold on a little longer. We'll be at the Ru branch soon. It'll be safe there." But during the movement he sensed something was wrong. It was the trace of spatial rule power. A monster emerged from that space. As soon as he saw it, he recognized it as the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast. Seeing the smaller monsters around, it continuously grabbed and devoured them to strengthen itself. This scene confused him. This guy was clearly beheaded by him, yet it was still alive. Ling Tong also felt its aura was terrifying. This is definitely no ordinary king beast. Could it have already entered the heavenly fate realm? "Teacher, it's eating the elite battle pets our city cultivated to heal its injuries. We have to stop it." Seeing Su Ping, the monster said displeased, "Ly, you again, you ruined my plans last time. I haven't shown you my ultimate move yet. This time, let you taste the power of the Heavenly Eye evil pupil." Before it could unleash its move, Su Ping engulfed the space around it with darkness. "What is this darkness? What's going on? I can't see anything, can't feel anything. Where did that damn guy hide?" Suddenly, a figure holding a sword appeared before it. The figure slashed the monster dozens of times with the sword, causing it to scream in pain. "Why can't I control my limbs? Why can't I move?" Seeing this, Ling Tong couldn't help but marvel. Incredible! A heavenly fate realm ferocious beast can't even release its rule power. That would be like being slaughtered without resistance. Su Ping explained that it was precisely the little skeleton using the chaotic star wheel to chop the beast into a pool of blood, then absorb its inner core. This time they had to completely eliminate the culprit who had broken the 10 directions locking heaven array, and destroyed numerous base cities. Suddenly, movement stirred within the blood pool, and slowly rising was the crystal of the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast. In an instant, the little skeleton rushed over to seize it. Seeing this, the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast quickly spat fire to block it, but it was too late. The little skeleton destroyed the crystal with its bare hands. Immediately afterward, the little skeleton erupted with power. The system immediately popped up a notification. The little skeleton had devoured the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast, its combat power rising from 19 to 22, and its skill Nether Flash evolved into Rakshasa Flash. Seeing this, Su Ping was astonished. The little skeleton's combat power had broken through from the peak of the Boundless Sea realm to the Void Cave realm, and Nether Flash had also evolved into the unprecedented Rakshasa Flash. Nether Flash was originally a displacement skill used by the little skeleton to instantly close in on nearby enemies. After mastering the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast, it had grasped some spatial rules. Could the little skeleton also utilize a bit of spatial ability? This made him smile with satisfaction. Not bad. Later, at the branch of Guangcheng Base City, Yufeng Ling Tong landed there and had her sit on a treatment chair to deal with her leg injury. "The wound is a bit deep. I haven't studied medicine, so I can only use my energy to stop the bleeding and disinfect. Sit here and wait for me," he said. She replied, "Yes, teacher." After helping her stop the bleeding, he turned and left, deep in thought. I remember St. Light Base City is Old Bai's territory. So he quickly dialed Old Bai's number. The other party answered promptly. Su Ping, just now Tianlong Academy was shrouded in darkness, followed by intense energy fluctuations. "Was that you?" he replied. "Yes. I just dealt with the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast, and now I have an injured person here. Please send someone to my shop to take care of her. I have other matters to attend to." Hearing that Su Ping had dealt with the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast, he and everyone else were shocked. "What? You've already dealt with the Heavenly Eye Rakshasa beast?" Immediately, Old Bai commanded everyone to cancel the Zhang Mu level legendary order in the Asian continent region, ordering all titled experts to set out immediately, seal off the streets, deal with the remaining beasts in the city, and be careful to distinguish between the beast-type monsters from outside and those that had escaped from the city. Also bring plenty of water-type battle pets. Put out the fires in the buildings along the street. The crowd acknowledged the order, saying yes. Seeing that he didn't seem to care about the injured person on his side, Su Ping reiterated angrily, "Hey, did you hear what I said? I have an injured person here." "Got it. I've already sent people from the nearby treatment station to your place. I have to hurry and operate in those areas paralyzed by the beast tide now. I'll hang up first." Seeing that he promised to send someone, Su Ping returned to Ling Tongbao's side. "Medical staff will be here soon. The neighboring West Sea district still needs me, so I have to quickly master the binding contract and boost my combat power." Seeing that he still had things to do, she said, "Yes, teacher, I'm fine, you should go quickly." Since she said that, he quickly pulled out the U-disc and inserted it into his device. The binding contract technique data was being read, progress 95, then dozens of data streams flooded into his mind. This was the binding contract, which allowed a beast tamer to share the boosted combat power of all contracted beasts. After Ergo received the Dragon King inheritance, its level and combat power skyrocketed. To prevent himself from being overwhelmed by its excessive power, the Dian True Dragon King had added 3 seals. Unlocking the first seal, Guzi had risen to the Void Cave realm. Unlocking the second seal, it had stepped into the Fate realm. If the third seal were unlocked, it might touch upon the legendary Starry Sky realm. Therefore he decided to unlock all the seals today. System, open the cultivation ground list. Then the screen displayed various areas and he selected this location. Choosing this Outer Domain Nebula Zone 102, he prepared to enter the Outer Domain Nebula Zone 102 primary cultivation ground, deducting 1 point of energy as an entry fee. Su Ping was then teleported to the designated location. Looking at this place made him feel nostalgic. The first time he came here, danger lurked everywhere, and one wrong move would mean certain death, but now he was no longer what he used to be, and wouldn't die so miserably anymore. Seeing a dragon, he placed his hand on it and signed the binding contract. Sign immediately, a beam of light descended from the sky. They indicated that the contract was complete, and dragon force swirled around Su Ping's body. The signing was done, the second seal, the third released. This contract was on a completely different level from the Star Beast contract that beast tamers automatically mastered when awakening their bloodline. At this moment, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Now is the time. The giant dragon flew into the sky, releasing its power. At that moment, ancient characters appeared on the dragon force. Those characters instantly transformed into power, surging towards Su Ping. By now he had absorbed its power and was overjoyed at his success. This energy was extremely dense, but the system prompted, "Host has died." Host failed to withstand the backlash from the excessively high level of their own battle pet. Dead. Reviving in place, random revival consuming 1 point of energy. After choosing to revive, he gasped for breath, suffocated by the dense energy. This was the first time he had experienced being drowned by energy. Continue. Then followed a long string of Su Ping's repeated deaths and revivals dozens of times. Host has revived in place. Host has died. Continue. Host has revived in place. He repeated this countless times. Continue. After countless repetitions, he lay dejectedly on the ground, lamenting that every time he just revived, he died again, feeling like someone was camping his corpse. Luckily, he had chosen a cheap cultivation ground, so reviving didn't hurt. But after a while he sat up, determined to keep going. He hadn't expected power so close at hand to be so difficult to obtain. "No, I have to think of a way." So he revived, received the energy, and then failed. Host has revived in place. The next time he used a different method, the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body. "I didn't die, it worked." But just as he thought he had succeeded, the system coldly spoke again, and so he was back to square one. Now he was lying on the ground again, thinking, "Damn it, the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body had once helped me defeat countless enemies far above my level, yet it couldn't withstand the fully unsealed Dion Heavenly Dragon Dog." The system continued. The system kept ringing. Host has chosen to revive in place. Then Su Ping said to Ergo, "Later, when I can't withstand your immense power, take it back." After hearing him, it reluctantly withdrew its power. When it withdrew its power, Su Ping felt much more relaxed. Great, the flow of energy was much smaller, so he thought this time he would definitely succeed. But after waiting for a while with no movement, he looked up in confusion, only to see Ergo suppressing itself so much that it couldn't squeeze out a single drop of energy. This made him shout angrily, "Don't suppress it so much, relax a bit." Upon hearing this, it relaxed and stopped suppressing, and the energy surged again, crushing Su Ping to death. Nevertheless, he refused to give in and called out to the system. The system continued. Then he instructed Ergo, when I tell you to take it back, take it back. When I tell you to release it, release it. They immediately complied. When he said release, it did so. Then Su Ping said take it back, and it reluctantly withdrew, after which he used the demon-suppressing divine fist to make that energy shrink back. Su Ping no longer heard the system's voice. Only then did he cheer in delight at his success. Although he could only absorb a tiny bit this time, he could feel every bit of energy within him being consolidated. This was the feeling of cultivation improvement. Ergo continued to switch scenes. Now, in Outer Domain Nebula Zone 192, after 5 days in the cultivation ground, 1 hour on Blue Star, in this desolate land filled with lightning and danger, Su Ping was gritting his teeth, enduring brutal attacks to train his battle pets. His mind churned, and the excruciating pain penetrated to his bones, making him grit his teeth and mutter to himself, "No, although I can revive infinitely, the mental pain I suffer when dying keeps accumulating." He was covered in blood, barely breathing, as if he could die at any moment. Exhausted, he muttered to himself, "I've reached my limit. I've absorbed enough, right?" Just then, a terrifying dragon might suddenly erupted from within the Dragon King, making Su Ping's eyes widen in shock. Has the third seal already begun to unlock? Looking at the creature roaring fiercely before him, he calculated wearily but expectantly. It seems I can only go this far for now, but Guzi is looking more and more like a dragon. I'll fully unlock the seal next time. Immediately after, his body completely shattered under the pressure. The system immediately popped up the familiar prompt. Host has died. Abandoning paid revival. Returning. The space shifted instantly. In Su Ping's room, a blue teleportation light safely sent him back to the familiar room. As soon as he landed steadily, Su Ping immediately called out to the system. System, open Ergo's attribute panel. A virtual screen appeared flashing information. Battle Pet Dion Heavenly Dragon Dog, Combat Power 25, Realm Mid-Fate Realm. Seeing this line, Su Ping couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking regretfully, Mid-Fate Realm. Pity I couldn't fully unlock the third seal. If Ergo stepped into the Starry Sky Realm, wouldn't it be invincible under heaven? However, when he felt the vast energy surging within his dantian, he widened his eyes again, excited. But more importantly, my realm has been pushed to the lower Fate Realm. The sharing ability of the binding contract is truly insane. He clenched his fist, trying to circulate his newly acquired power, analyzing inwardly. Wait, now both the Dion Heavenly Dragon Dog and I are in the Fate Realm. According to what Joanna said, we should be mastering some kind of rule power one by one. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state to comprehend, the communicator beside him suddenly emitted an extremely urgent red alarm. It's Senior Yi. The West Sea District is in danger. Come quickly, it's bad. I've already delayed too long. Su Ping's face changed. He immediately rushed out the window, turning into a streak of light tearing through the sky, muttering worriedly to himself, "It seems I'll have to slowly figure out the newly acquired rule power in battle." At this moment, in the West Sea District, along the East Sea coastal defense line, the air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder smoke. The sea surface was turbulent, and within a huge blue energy vortex in the sky, Sea Clan troops poured out endlessly. The battlefield erupted fiercely, a series of fireball explosions raining down on the dense swarm of water monsters. A huge lion battle pet with a fiery red mane roared wildly, tearing enemies apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Beside it, Yi Wushou's lethal slashes chopped straight into the monster horde, sending flesh and blood flying. He shouted with all his might, encouraging the soldiers to hold on. They must never let the Sea Clan set foot on land. Once the West Sea District defense line was breached, the Asian continent region would be surrounded. Below, a battlemaster covered in wounds, retreating in a panic, reported in alarm. Captain Li Yuanfeng, his face full of scars, was under tremendous pressure in the chaos, resisting. His face was etched with exhaustion and dishevelment. He said helplessly and despairingly, "Everyone's energy is almost depleted. We can't continue the fusion anymore. Even with the battle pets Brother Su Ping gave us, it's useless no matter how strong they are." From above, Du Huang bravely dove down, both hands gripping a giant axe that erupted with crackling, dazzling blue lightning. Flames of anger burned in his eyes as he smashed a force of 1,000 jun into the monster horde. He loudly agreed, his tone filled with bitterness. "Yeah." Du Huang stood on a monster's tentacle, both hands gripping the giant axe wrapped in crackling blue lightning, full of power. Looking at the pitch-black sea in the distance, he gritted his teeth helplessly. "These guys are even more exaggerated than the beast-tide landing. They're simply unkillable." Tian Wen knelt on one knee in a sorry state, one hand supporting the ground, looking powerless within the gradually expanding green spiritual energy shield. The dragon-type battle pet with purple scales and a golden horn behind him also hung its head tiredly after the fierce battle. Looking at the defense line on the verge of collapse, Tian Wen gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." He stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky, calculating inwardly, that vortex, if we could destroy it, we could stop their reinforcements. However, when he saw the huge figure stationed there, his face turned pale as he said, "But the West CC clan general." The West CC clan general stood atop the waves, looking down at the insignificant human race below with a contemptuous gaze, letting out a piercing roar. "These humans are finished. Crush them completely." In an instant, countless ferocious water monsters surged from the deep sea, cutting off the retreat path of the defense line. All the battle masters shouted in terror simultaneously, "No, we're surrounded." From above, a group of disheveled beast tamers gathered together, dodging the red pincers and blue claws extended by the Sea Clan, which swept past with a whoosh. A huge mouth full of sharp fangs suddenly opened, letting out a piercing roar, ready to devour everything. Yi Wuxiu was drenched in sweat, using his last ounce of strength to grit his teeth and raise his long sword, watching death approach, a feeling of extreme despair welling up in his heart. He asked himself, is this the end? Just at the most desperate moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening angry shout, "Senior Yi, command everyone to retreat." This voice had finally arrived. Seeing the familiar figure appear, he wept for joy. He shouted excitedly, "Everyone retreat quickly." The soldiers, as if finding hope for survival, shouted in unison, "Yes." A burning energy fist smashed down from the sky, tearing through the air. Then, one after another, devastating golden beams blasted straight into the ground, causing deafening explosions. They crushed the swarm of sea monsters, and a huge water monster opened its mouth wide, roaring in pain. The Sea Clan general's face twisted, baring its teeth, thinking contemptuously, "This resistance is both laughable and feeble." Immediately after, the huge blue energy vortex on the sea surface spun wildly, and ferocious clouds of water monsters continued to surge towards the land, crazily riding the waves, tightly surrounding the battlemasters who were struggling to resist. He stared into the distance with wide eyes, his aged face showing obvious fear and panic in the face of the enemy's suffocating pressure. He stretched out a trembling hand forward, saying uneasily, "No good, the Sea Clan's offensive hasn't weakened at all." Just then, the near-Earth orbit main city, the 10,000-ton space-based nuclear hunter cannon, target calibration complete. A devastating beam hundreds of meters in diameter blasted straight down from the heavens onto the sea surface. It instantly routed the Sea Clan's reinforcements, and all the beast tamers were attacked simultaneously. A crack appeared on the ground, accompanied by scorching red magma. Some beast tamers, caught off guard, fell into the blazing magma. The terrifying power made the Sea Clan general tremble. It cried out in terror, "Who is it?" From the dazzling light of the nuclear explosion, a figure slowly walked out, its killing intent soaring to the heavens, instilling fear in all deep-sea creatures. A human prodigy, he glared angrily at the deep-sea kingdom, roaring deeply. Su Ping transitions. Now, on the sea surface of the West Sea District, the battle between Su Ping and the Sea Clan general erupted fiercely. Red energy streams shot towards the turbulent sea surface. Below, the Sea Clan general stood proudly, arms crossed provocatively, facing the attack of the blue energy vortex charging straight at him. He stood proudly amidst the waves, contemptuously wiggling his finger. The Sea Clan general suddenly swung his trident, manipulating a huge water vortex to surge up, meeting the scorching attack from above head-on. The terrifying collision produced a strange sizzling sound, and white foam splashed everywhere on the sea surface. From the dazzling light of the explosion, Su Ping appeared with a sharp profile, his golden eyes blazing with murderous intent, locked firmly on the Sea Clan general below. The general used the waves as a perfect shield. Seeing the devastating flames blocked by the massive liquid barrier, several battlemasters frowned. "It's using seawater to block the fire bullets again, the same old trick." Despite this, the system continuously displayed surging power parameters. 150 power, 200 power. The colossal water wall collapsed thunderously onto the turbulent sea surface. Below, raging flames violently bombarded the rugged cliff face, producing deafening explosions. From a high vantage point, Su Ping emerged shrouded in mysterious shadows. He hovered above the dense swarm of water monsters which, like countless black dots, continuously surged ashore, attempting to devour the battlemaster's defensive line below. Yi Wuxiu stood on the shore watching the surging tide of monsters, and loudly rallied everyone for battle, declaring that the sea beasts had already swum here. In midair, Su Ping glared furiously at the Sea Clan leader. He swung his fist, unleashing a brilliant radiance, and roared proudly, "Try this move of mine." He then launched an attack, a massive energy fist imprint crashing down like a divine demon subduing punch. The Sea Clan general standing atop the wave merely sneered contemptuously. "Pathetic shrimp soldiers, how foolish." The Sea Clan general raised a strange trident high with one hand, pointing it straight at the sky. He frantically manipulated the seawater, condensing it into a massive barrier that twisted like a solid city wall, blocking the scorching orange-yellow energy fist imprint crashing down from the air. Su Ping's thunderous strike hit the water surface only to be dispersed by an invisible force. The nearby battle masters were stunned. The fist's power had already been drained by the water currents. Even Brother Su's fist couldn't break through. Brother Su, a direct confrontation is useless. We'll exhaust our energy trying to breach its seawater defense. We must first find a way to deal with that strange trident. This remark immediately struck a nerve with the Sea Clan general. Enraged, it glared and let out a piercing roar. "Shrimp soldier, how dare you!" It roared furiously, calling the Sea Emperor's bestowed divine will a strange trident. It swung this divine weapon fiercely, causing waves to rise thousands of feet high. Iwutu's face turned pale as he panicked. "Not good, our energy is depleted, we can't use the defensive crystal shield anymore." Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted at the critical moment. Su Ping opened his summoning space, and a dragon's roar that shattered heaven and earth rang out. Someone recognized the creature covered in blazing golden red flames and cheered. Seeing the purple flame candle dragon, the Sea Clan general thrust its trident into the dragon's scales, producing a clanging sound. It was secretly astonished. So hard, amidst the chaotic battlefield, Du Huang charged forward with his giant axe, coordinating with Zhu Tianfeng's slashing blade. Their deadly cuts sending monster flesh and blood flying high above. Su Ping stood proudly atop a massive golden dragon pet, his eyes blazing with fury as it opened its huge mouth and let out a roar that tore through the battlefield. Li Yuanfeng saw this and joyfully shouted, "It's Brother Su's pet beast." From the sky, Su Ping shot down like an arrow from a bowstring. "Your opponent is me." The Sea Clan general's eyes flickered with an evil blue light as it frantically condensed massive water spiritual power to envelop its deformed hands. It roared arrogantly, walking right into the trap. It immediately manipulated the water currents to tightly bind Su Ping's body, but he then landed safely, completely unharmed. Instead of panicking, he sneered inwardly, "You want to trap me with water? Do you think I've never swum before?" The Sea Clan general looked at him contemptuously, gritting its teeth and taunting. "Try it." He reached out to touch the water surface, but the next second his expression changed because he couldn't break through the water currents. "What's going on?" Su Ping asked himself in panic, but the water stood as still as a wall. Seeing his flustered state, the Sea Clan general was triumphant. It laughed loudly and mocked. "When there's no command, water is loose so you can enter it freely." It continued smugly, "But under my command the water has condensed into a hole. Now if you want to enter the water, you must possess the power to push the entire ocean." It pressed down with its palm, squeezing the viscous water mass, and roared cruelly, "Shrimp soldier, feel the weight of water." The water pressure from all sides pressed against his flesh, suffocating Su Ping. He struggled in pain, silently lamenting how heavy it was. His hands pressed tightly against the blue-glowing water wall, resisting with all his might. Choking, Su Ping said weakly, "I'm about to be crushed flat." Tang Jianwu temporarily swung his radiant longsword, cleaving at the sea beast's deformed giant crab claw. Seeing Su Ping trapped, worry appeared on his face as he shouted to him, "Brother Su." The Sea Clan general watched Su Ping struggle and sneered leisurely. An ordinary person would have been crushed into meat paste by this million-ton water pressure long ago. But the ocean's characteristic is endurance. Even if it can't crush you to death, it can suffocate you. At the critical moment of life and death, Joanna's words echoed in Su Ping's mind. He thought, "What difference is there between the other shore and him?" he asked back in confusion. "Difference? It's a fierce beast, I'm a human, what other difference could there be?" She looked at him with sharp golden eyes, her face expressionless, and slowly spoke, "Then let me put it another way. What do you think is the difference between the heavenly fate realm and the 8th rank?" Su Ping turned around, his face gloomy as he looked at the wall in front of him. Back in reality, the Sea Clan general was still roaring confidently, "It's useless. No matter what energy or attack, it will be buffered and dissolved by the water. Even if you could evaporate the water, this sea area would continuously replenish it. You're already left with only a dead end." But just as its words fell, a strange wave suddenly erupted from within Su Ping, instantly shattering the condensed water mass. The Sea Clan general's eyes widened in terror as it asked itself, "What's going on? How did the water scatter?" Su Ping raised his head and waved his hand, releasing energy that caused the surrounding space to crack with dense fissures, emitting eerie crackling sounds. Witnessing this shocking scene, Iwutu's eyes bulged as he asked himself in fear, could this be the power of rules? Aren't rules something only those in the heavenly fate realm can comprehend? The Sea Clan general roared furiously, "Heavenly fate realm, impossible." Su Ping ignored it. He raised his head, waved his hand to tear space, and shouted, "Stop playing tricks." Su Ping hovered high in the sky, using his vast power to extend a finger and tear the sky, creating an evil purple spatial rift that emitted a harsh crackling sound. Space instantly collapsed into a massive black hole. tearing the void and generating a terrifying suction force with a violent roar. All the viscous seawater, along with the mud, was swept into the rift, pulling a large number of sea clan monsters floating, swaying helplessly in the destructive vortex that devoured everything. A black rift with terrifying suction force. He clung tightly to the rock in panic, shouting a warning, "The suction is too strong. Space has been broken. Hold on tight. If you get sucked in, there won't be any remains left." Li Yuanfeng looked at Su Ping's back in horror, silently marveling, what kind of rule is that? It can actually destroy space, watching the rift violently devour everything. The Sea Clan general asked itself in confusion, "How is this possible?" It growled angrily. "Damn it." Su Ping withdrew his power. He hovered in the air, looking at the purple energy source in his hand. He lamented inwardly. With his current level, he could only make space crack for a few seconds. Behind him, he looked in shock at this earth-shattering feat, pondering, how many legends did the Sea Clan King Beast force out? We were pushed to such a desperate point. But that kid solved it so easily. When did this Su Ping kid break through to the Heavenly Fate realm? I can't see through his background at all. The sky suddenly turned blood red. From the center of the vortex, an extremely evil giant monster's claw tore through the sky, surrounded by eerie crackling lightning. Below, Tang Jianwu, Du Huang, and Li Yuanfeng widened their eyes. This aura was too strong. It was definitely a higher-level fierce beast. From the mist, a massive two-headed evil creature slowly materialized. It looked at Su Ping with murderous intent, calculating inwardly, I didn't expect a human to have reached the Heavenly Fate realm. If this person isn't eliminated, he will surely become a future threat. Su Ping stood upright, his sharp golden eyes firmly fixed on the newly appeared being. He asked coldly, "And who are you?" The two-headed fierce beast snorted coldly, filled with arrogance. It looked at him from the corner of its eye and replied angrily, "A shrimp soldier, unworthy of asking my name." Seeing the terrifying form of the newcomer, Yi Wutu behind him trembled, his face pale, and he exclaimed in horror inwardly, "A two-headed fierce beast with such power, could it be the legendary one of the four kings, good and evil?" At this moment, in the West Sea area of the East Sea defense line, Su Ping and the others were facing a giant two-headed dragon. One black, one white, representing good and evil. He charged forward without hesitation. "Attack, don't give it a chance." Yi Wutu rushed forward with his sword, and he also said to the others behind him, "Let's go." They responded in unison, yes. Their war beasts were also on high alert, concentrating their power to begin their assault. The white dragon head saw the scene before it and couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. As its words fell, the black dragon head's eyes lit up with a blood-red glow. The power of those eyes pulled Su Ping's shadow backward, causing him to fall downward. "What's going on? Suddenly I have no strength." Not only Su Ping but Yi Wutu and the others were also pinned down by this unreasonable power, unable to move. "Damn it, my body can't move. Is this the rule power of good and evil?" He looked up at good and evil above, and Su Ping felt it was too unreasonable. How could it be such a troublesome controllability? "If you have the guts, let me move and fight you fair and square." The white dragon head heard this and laughed triumphantly. A golden light appeared in its eyes as if it was about to use its power again. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." As soon as the white dragon head finished speaking, everyone, including the war beasts, was pressed down by an invisible force, trembling all over. Not good. At that moment, the controlled lion opened its mouth to gather power. Seeing this, Yi Wutu quickly warned Su Ping, "Brother Su, dodge." The next second, a loud bang rang out. Li Yuanfeng spoke worriedly, "Brother Su, our bodies are out of control. Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, he smiled faintly and replied, "If it were before, taking the full force of so many legends while unable to move might have killed me instantly." Su Ping gathered his divine power, "But fortunately, my cultivation has reached the Heavenly Fate realm, and ordinary legends can't break through my defense." As he spoke, a giant golden divine demon appeared behind him. "This is the third layer of the Golden Crow divine demon body." The black dragon head saw this and merely asked indifferently, "Was that so?" At that moment, Su Ping suddenly noticed that the little skeleton's movements were somewhat abnormal. Being controlled, it leaped from the forehead of the heavenly dragon dog and stabbed its blade fiercely into the shoulder of the Golden Crow divine demon body, causing cracks to appear on the main body. At the same time, the Inferno suddenly opened its huge mouth and condensed a massive energy source. The next second, it released this energy onto the Golden Crow divine demon body, causing cracks all over its body. Su Ping was also significantly affected by this. He gritted his teeth. This guy was too despicable. Seeing Su Ping's technique damaged, the black dragon head continued, "Don't rush. The strongest dragon beast among you hasn't made its move yet," he blurted out in shock. "The Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog." As soon as the words were spoken, the heavenly dragon dog roared and flew over. Thus, Su Ping was alone, surrounded by the little skeleton, the Inferno, and the heavenly dragon dog, all charging straight at him. Yi Wutu and Li Yuanfeng saw this and were extremely worried. Not good. Brother Sus pets have also. Brother Su, just as the little skeleton in the inferno charged forward to strike, they hit the heavenly dragon dog instead. It single-handedly knocked the other two pets away to protect Su Ping. Seeing this scene, he pondered, only Ergo can resist good and evil's control. Could its comprehended rules be working? The white dragon head saw the unexpected situation and exclaimed in surprise. Why? The black dragon head immediately reminded them to deal with it, then said, then let's combine our divine power and strike. Good and evil fused the two divine powers together, creating a massive black hole. The black hole was surrounded by powerful golden divine power. It manipulated the black hole to charge straight at the standing Su Ping. At the critical moment, he suddenly found himself no longer restrained. It seems I can move. Black airflow gathered in Su Ping's hand as he spoke. Ergo, dodge. As soon as he said this, he punched forward. The golden crow divine demon body also punched along with him. This was the move of the demon-suppressing divine fist, which sent good and evil's created black hole flying. The white dragon head saw Su Ping's move and was so shocked that cold sweat broke out. That punch just now contained a rule that could destroy all things. If hit directly, it would be certain death. It quickly used its power. This guy has comprehended such a terrifying rule power. He must be eliminated. The next second he was stiffened all over by a force again. Not good, I can't move again. Su Ping recalled the previous scene. Could it be that he was able to move earlier because the dog's body blocked good and evil's line of sight for Su Ping? Could its rule power only be activated by seeing him? After thinking it through, his entire body was enveloped in dense black airflow. In that case, Wu Clan divine body. The black airflow sprayed out in all directions. Su Ping spoke, now you can't see, hear or sense me. Your move is useless. The white dragon head saw this and sneered contemptuously, continuing to use its power to suppress everyone. Is that so? He was stunned. What's going on? Why can't he still move? Good and evil continued to release its power, creating a black hole as before. Do you think you can escape my rule power just by depriving yourself of the five senses? Die! Suddenly, the heavenly dragon dog flew towards good and evil, and then it swung its tail fiercely. The black dragon head was hit and exclaimed in shock, What? Su Ping was also astonished. He couldn't help but wonder, the great evolution heavenly dragon dog can move again? Su Ping quickly gathered power in his palm. The control is lifted, let's go, but things weren't that simple. Good and evil wouldn't allow it. Don't even think about it, it continued to suppress him with its power. Su Ping's body stiffened again, unable to move. Damn it, I can't move again. The black dragon head condensed black energy in its hand. An ignorant crawling insect. The next second it swung its arm fiercely, swiping a claw at the heavenly dragon dog. I'll crush you to pieces. Seeing this, it quickly gathered its power, its surrounding airflow turning colorful. The Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Dog unleashed the Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Roar. Great Evolution Heavenly Dragon Shield, Wind God's Protection, Thorny Guardian, Hard Shell, Storm Thunder Armor, and Dragon Blood War Armor. Just as that force struck the Heavenly Dragon Dog's head, its surrounding airflow shattered. Then, the black dragon head's fist slammed into the side of the Heavenly Dragon Dog's face, sending it flying far away. It let out a pained roar. Li Yuanfeng saw this and couldn't help but worry. Brother Sus Dragon Dog had so many layers of defense, yet it couldn't withstand a single claw from good and evil. Is this the strength of a heavenly fate realm powerhouse? Su Ping looked at the Heavenly Dragon Dog and said, Ergo, fuse. Soon after, he and the Heavenly Dragon Dog merged into one. Su Ping's entire body was enveloped in a powerful golden airflow. His appearance also changed. He grew horns and a tail, and even his feet turned into dragon claws, his aura imposing. Seeing this, good and evil merely casually created a black hole even larger than before. So what if you fuse? It quickly hurled that black hole towards Su Ping's location, its tone filled with contempt. A shrimp soldier is still a shrimp soldier. The next second a deafening collision resounded. Su Ping's entire body was completely unharmed. He looked at his arm, lost in thought. He wasn't sure if it was because the dog's body had become too powerful after merging with Su Ping, or if good and evil hadn't used its full strength. Su Ping couldn't help but wonder, why did this strike feel much weaker than expected? Could this also be one of the dog's rule-based abilities? His arm trembled, and besides that his body felt heavy, clearly unable to keep up with Su Ping's thoughts. Suddenly Su Ping noticed his own shadow. His body seemed firmly bound by it. The surroundings were too dark to see anything. Su Ping calmly withdrew his move and performed a body technique. Staring at his shadow, he sidestepped, revealing many connected threads between him and it. I see. You use white light to cast a shadow, then bind the body through it to control movement. That's your rule power. Seeing that Su Ping had uncovered the truth, good and evil remained unfazed and began gathering power again. Don't celebrate too soon. So what if you see through it? From above one could see that Su Ping and the others were already surrounded by a massive white circle. Good and evil mercilessly unleashed a powerful move at their location. This attack was so large it was hard to dodge. Can you evade this strike? Yi Wuxiu watched anxiously. Not good, Brother Su. Good and evil intends to merge two main energies. With such a huge talisman array, everything within 1,000 miles will be destroyed. No defense high enough will survive. Hearing this, the Black Dragon admitted frankly, sharp eyes. Though this move consumes a lot of my energy, it's worth it as long as it destroys this guy. Su Ping said nothing. He looked at his feet, then raised a hand to condense a stream of black energy. Lowering his stance, he struck the ground beside him. From his hand a source of power slowly spread. Seeing this, the White Dragon scolded him. You fool, trying to destroy the shadow again. Su Ping just chuckled in response. Exactly. Shadow. It broke out in a cold sweat, seemingly not expecting him to come up with such a countermeasure. As Su Ping spoke, he condensed the black energy in his palm. Shadow and light are symbiotic. Then he created a massive shield. Su Ping used it to block himself. If there's no light shining, he said calmly, then where does the shadow come from? His gaze fixed on good and evil. The next second he leaped and landed where it stood. His other arm was ready to strike. It's my turn to counterattack. As he spoke, he punched good and evil, sending it flying. Immediately, everyone was freed from the shadow's bindings. Li Yuanfeng exclaimed joyfully, we can move. The Black Dragon, hearing this, tried to suppress them with another move. Don't even think about moving. But before it could succeed, Su Ping had already charged in front of it. In an instant, a giant fist descended from the Golden Crow divine demon body. Good and evil was struck. It fell heavily, bleeding profusely. Seeing this, Yi Wuxiu quickly rushed forward with his sword. Let's go too, he said to the others behind him. They replied in unison, yes. How could the White Dragon let this happen? It roared, divine energy scattering, causing waves to crash against the shore. Two pits appeared on the sea surface, one colorful, one dark and deep, making the waves churn endlessly. Seeing this, Su Ping frowned and said, not good. Both of these auras are at the heavenly fate realm. Then, a 7-armed figure emerged from the colorful pit. Yi Wuxiu was stunned when he saw him. 7 arms, it's 7 sins, one of the 4 kings. Not only that, another masked figure stepped out of the dark pit. Li Yuanfeng broke out in a cold sweat. This aura, the other must be Abyss Lord, another of the 4 kings. 7 sins licked his palm and laughed. Interesting, interesting. Good and evil actually lowered its head to ask us for help, Abyss Lord chimed in. It's been a long time since I felt such a strong human aura, the Black Dragon, clutching its wound, replied. Enough nonsense. If we don't kill this guy today, he'll become a major threat later. Yi Wuxiu tightened his grip on his sword. 3 of the 4 kings are here. This is a tough situation. Hearing this, Su Ping turned to them and said, if it comes to it, we'll run. As long as we get back within my shop's range. Suddenly, something jumped out from the ground. It was Yuan Feng. Sitting atop a pet beast, he said, don't run. Yuan Feng looked down at them calmly. Why are you running? Haven't I come to support you? The atmosphere froze as the two sides faced off. The Black Dragon sneered. Gee, what difference does your arrival make? Can 2 small fries shake us 3 kings? Yuan Feng waved his hand, tearing a rift in space, and a bird appeared. He replied, we'll have to try and see. Xiao Yi, Yuan Feng ordered it to attack. Xiao Yi obeyed, flying straight at the Black Dragon. Suddenly, 7 Sins stretched out his arm. Just as Xiao Yi's claws were about to touch the Black Dragon, 7 Sins' arm blocked it. Then he swatted Xiao Yi back. As expected of one of the 4 kings, his strength was formidable, he taunted. Looking for an easy target? Then let me test you. Su Ping looked at Yuan Feng and said, Plan, Tower Master Ji, you hold off 2 kings and I'll deal with good and evil. As he agreed, he touched Xiao Yi's beak, releasing a surge of power. Alright, Xiao Yi, merge. The next second, Yuan Feng's merged form with Xiao Yi appeared. He grew wings, horns, and a bird mask. Yuan Feng spoke confidently. Let me see after all these years. As he condensed a dense golden aura and struck out, have your skills improved? When Yuan Feng's first hand struck, 7 Sins easily blocked it. But behind his back, Yuan Feng's other hand gathered another surge of energy. This energy spun like a small pit, continuously amassing power. In an instant, Yuan Feng directed it straight at Abyss Lord, catching him off guard. Unfortunately, as one of the 4 kings, Abyss Lord's vigilance and reaction speed were extremely fast. He quickly raised his hand to block the energy and sneered. Ridiculous. An attack like this, are you trying to tickle me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ping charged at good and evil like the wind. He reached out, catching the Black Dragon off guard. But just as Su Ping was about to strike with his other arm, another pair of eyes observed his movements. That person was none other than Abyss Lord. He extended one hand forward while the other drained some of Su Ping's energy. Then Abyss Lord sent that energy-infused force straight through Su Ping's body, causing him immense pain. Su Ping gritted his teeth, thinking, he's attacking me with my own energy, and I suddenly feel extremely tired, without any strength. Seeing him about to fall into the sea, Yuan Feng shouted, Brother Su. Thanks to his move, Su Ping was caught just in time. But as Yuan Feng was distracted, 7 Sins in front of him had already condensed a ball of crimson flame in his palm. Daring to be distracted while fighting me? The next second, 7 Sins slashed at Yuan Feng's arm with flaming claws. Touching his burning arm, Yuan Feng panicked. The fire couldn't be extinguished. This was 7 Sins' elemental rule power. Then both of them struck simultaneously, neither giving ground. They clashed fiercely in the air. Meanwhile Su Ping sat up, touching the spot where he had been hit, frowning. No wound. Is its attack not physical? Su Ping pondered. After being struck he felt this wasn't ordinary fatigue, it was likely a mental or curse-type rule. He realized something. This was indeed his first time facing a mental-level opponent. Quickly regrouping, countless memory fragments flashed through Su Ping's mind. His entire body erupted with abundant energy, and he said, "Then let's see whose will is stronger, ours, forged through countless cycles of life and death, or yours." Then he ordered Little Skeleton and Purgatory to merge. In an instant, a brand new Su Ping appeared. He was covered in Purgatory's armor, Little Skeleton's head and wings, and the Sky Wolf Dog's tail. Seeing Su Ping's new form, Abyss Lord sneered. "An ant dares to challenge me." Yi Wuxiu said to the others, "Brother Su is going all out, let's tie down good and evil." They all charged at it. "We must not let it interfere with Brother Su and the Tower Master." Yes, Su Ping's sword was wrapped in a dense aura as he swung it at Abyss Lord. Without a word, Abyss Lord raised his hand and blue energy threads quickly entangled Su Ping. Enraged, Su Ping exclaimed, "Damn it, no strength again." Then he gripped the sword hilt with his other hand. "I won't give up. If one hand isn't enough, I'll use two." The next second, Su Ping slashed at Abyss Lord, sending a powerful aura shooting along the blade. Using both hands he created a new move and said, "You still have the strength to resist? I did underestimate you." As he spoke, Abyss Lord shot that force straight at Su Ping's location. Surrounded by the aura, Su Ping broke out in a cold sweat. "I see this blue light is eroding my mind," Abyss Lord smirked lecherously. "Such pure mental energy, truly delicious," Su Ping replied calmly. "Want to drain my mental energy? That depends on whether you have the appetite." Abyss Lord's smile faded as his horns began to crack. He was stunned by what was happening. "This guy's mental energy is like a boundless ocean. I can't absorb any more. It's reached my limit." Before Abyss Lord could react, he clutched his head in agony, his voice filled with despair. "No, it's too late." Abyss Lord trembled all over, screaming in pain. The next second, Su Ping sliced off his head with a single stroke. Delicious had enough? After dealing with one, he flew toward Yi Wuxiu and said, "Captain Yi, fall back." He quickly ordered everyone, "Retreat." Yes, they all scattered at once. In an instant, Su Ping swung his sword, sending a crack slashing at good and evil, severely wounding it. Not stopping there, he continued, cutting behind Seven Sins, stunning him. "Now it's your turn." Su Ping struck without hesitation the next second. The last enemy, Seven Sins, was also decapitated, unwilling. "Damn it, I haven't even used my full strength." Li Yuanfeng and Yi Wuxiu stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Did we succeed? Snow began to fall. The churning sea suddenly froze and space tore open as if something was emerging. Yuan Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This aura, could it be? Sea Emperor. The air seemed to solidify. Amid the falling snow, a figure calmly stepped out of the rift. It was the Sea Domain Empress at the half-step starry sky realm. Su Ping broke into a cold sweat. This is the Sea Emperor. Such a terrifying aura. With just one epiphany, it could evolve into a starry sky realm beast. Yuan Feng was also worried. Indeed, its true form seems to be a narwhal. But how terrifying it truly is, only the first Tower Master knows. He spoke up. "Sea Emperor, have you forgotten the contract you signed with our first Tower Master?" She replied coldly. "Since he has ascended, the contract is naturally void," Yuan Feng quickly retorted. "No, the first Tower Master isn't dead." Yi Wuxiu was shocked. What? Back then, the first Tower Master was severely injured and retreated into the abyss, never showing himself for years. If he had died, we would have seen his corpse. Li Yuanfeng wondered. Could he really still be alive? Then why hasn't he appeared yet? The Sea Emperor said calmly. "Even if he's alive, so what? A mere piece of paper trying to bind me." Hearing this, Yuan Feng angrily said, "Sea Emperor, you rule countless sea beasts. If you tear up the contract so easily, won't you lose credibility?" The Sea Emperor laughed mercilessly. "Ridiculous. Unlike you hypocritical humans, the sea only respects power. It's best if he's dead. If not, don't let him appear before me again. Otherwise," he broke out in a cold sweat. "Sea Emperor, what do you want by coming all this way? Perhaps we can avoid war, and I can give it to you directly." She flicked her finger. "What do I want?" Instantly, countless ice blocks surrounded Yuan Feng. "That head on your neck isn't bad either." Watching the ice closing in on his neck, he worried, creating ice from nothing. How deep is Sea Emperor's understanding of ice? It seems this battle is unavoidable. She turned to Su Ping. "And you, I'm interested in your rules. If you're willing to teach me, I'll spare your life." Hearing this, he fell silent, thinking. Killing 3 kings has already drained most of my strength, and this Sea Emperor is clearly stronger than them. We probably can't handle her. Weighing the options, Su Ping said, "I can teach you, but you must let everyone here go." The Sea Emperor directly refused. "Impossible," she continued coldly. "I'll be honest with you. That Great One's hatred for humans runs deep. At most I can spare you. The others must die." Su Ping's heart turned cold. "A Great One? Is there an even stronger existence behind her?" "Starry Sky Realm. Ice crystals appeared at the Sea Emperor's fingertips. Unwilling, then, she waved her hand, sending countless ice blocks flying at him. Then die. But things weren't that simple. Su Ping was protected by Yuan Feng's shield unharmed. It's Tower Master Ji's lotus platform. He began gathering power and said, "Is there really no other way?" Then Yuan Feng shouted. Break. The ice surrounding him shattered. Yuan Feng said to Yi Wushou and Su Ping, "Captain Yi, brother Su, here's my plan. I'll hold off the Sea Emperor. You find a chance to lead everyone out of here." Hearing this, he was stunned. "What, Tower Master, you?" As he spoke, he quickly charged forward, both hands already gathering moves. "No need to say more. I'm old and you are humanity's hope for survival." Seeing this, the Sea Emperor formed an ice shield. "No need for such grand words. You'll all die here today." Watching Yuan Feng fight desperately, Su Ping thought of a solution. "Can we really only retreat to the shop? But the shop is too small. How can it protect all of humanity?" Back on the battlefield, Yuan Feng was quickly repelled by the Sea Emperor, spitting blood in pain. Yuan Feng panted, exhausted. "Just the force alone is this powerful?" He had no intention of backing down. Yuan Feng struck at her again. Their moves collided, but the moment they touched, his attack was shattered by her ice. Yuan Feng quickly formed his lotus platform to block the ice flying at him. In an instant, the ice clung tightly to the platform. The next second, his shield was frozen solid. Yuan Feng was stunned. What? His lotus platform was frozen. Before he could react, the Sea Emperor released another massive block of ice, piercing through his abdomen. Yuan Feng collapsed to his knees in agony. This wasn't just the rule of ice, it was an extreme freeze that could even control his space. She spoke coldly, unable to withstand even a single blow. Yi Wushou, witnessing this, was panic-stricken, shocked that she could defeat the Tower Master in one strike. Li Yuanfeng was equally terrified. With such a gap in strength, where could humans possibly flee? The Sea Emperor coldly watched the fallen Yuan Feng, raising her hand to release an ice spike at him. "It's time to end this." Seeing this, Su Ping rushed forward. Tower Master Ji. At that moment, the air filled with smoke. He was astonished to find it was flames. Where did this massive ball of fire come from? Then a figure appeared and stood before Yuan Feng. This person was also enveloped in flames. Su Ping was puzzled. This person could actually block the Sea Emperor's attack. Who was this? Yuan Feng spoke joyfully. "You are the first Tower Master. I knew you were still alive." This person was indeed the first Tower Master, Ni Huafeng. The Sea Emperor was stunned at the sight. "Ni Huafeng, you haven't ascended and you've even broken through to the Starry Sky realm." He frowned in response. "You broke the agreement," she said while gathering her techniques. "That's right, I broke the agreement, but I have upheld it for over 1,000 years. You should be satisfied." Ni Huafeng clenched his fist, also gathering his power. "Is that so? But I remember the term of this contract." Then Ni Huafeng swiftly charged at the Sea Emperor, unleashing the Eternal Fist. As his fist touched her body, the Sea Emperor shattered instantly, and countless ice shards appeared around her. Ni Huafeng was not surprised. It was the same old trick. Her mouth bled and her body was covered in cracks. The Sea Emperor spoke calmly while gathering her power. "So what?" Then she spread her arms and countless ice walls formed as shields around her with significant effect. Ni Huafeng showed a hint of doubt upon hearing this. "Effective? I think not." As his words faded, a ring of fire appeared on her ice walls. Then a torrent of magma engulfed the ice. He was already closing in on the Sea Emperor. Just as Ni Huafeng's fist was about to strike her body, a crack appeared in the space between them. A hand reached out from the crack and then it swung down fiercely, blocking his fist. The Sea Emperor breathed a sigh of relief at her narrow escape. She spoke, "Since you are here, I shall withdraw." The owner of that hand was none other than the demon-refining cursed wing beast at the Starry Sky realm. He replied with a smile, "Good." Seeing the cursed wing beast, Yuan Feng exclaimed in surprise, "That's the demon-refining cursed wing beast." Su Ping asked him, "Tower Master Ji, do you know that big guy?" Yuan Feng confirmed, "Yes, it was the first Tower Master's beloved pet." He was stunned upon hearing the answer. The first Tower Master's beloved pet, then why was the Sea Emperor so respectful to it? Seeing the cursed wing beast, Ni Huafeng spoke happily, "Little Wing, long time no see, you've also reached the Starry Sky realm." The beast remained silent upon hearing this. He continued, "Why aren't you talking, Little Wing? If we join forces, we can easily resolve the human crisis." He angrily scolded, "Enough, shut up." Ni Huafeng was confused. "Little Wing, what's wrong with you?" The Sea Emperor chimed in to remind him. "Ni Huafeng, you'd better stop calling Lord Cursed Wing Beast by that name." Yuan Feng and Su Ping were stunned. "Lord Cursed Wing Beast is the Sea Emperor and accomplice of the first Tower Master's pet," she said calmly. "Still don't understand? I and the four kings all follow Lord Cursed Wing Beast's orders. Back then when the heavenly demon Rakshasa Beast destroyed the 10 directions locking heaven array, it was on Lord Cursed Wing Beast's instruction." Hearing this from the Sea Emperor, Ni Huafeng frowned, stunned. "What? This is impossible." "Little Wing, you." The cursed wing beast's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Ever since you cruelly abandoned me in the 10 directions locking heaven array for 1,000 years under the pretext of training me, I have been plotting all of this." Then the cursed winged beast laughed smugly. "One hand of mine is enough to annihilate you despicable humans." Ni Huafeng was confused. "My original intention was indeed to train you. Why did you suddenly stop trusting me? Have you been bewitched by some demon beast?" he retorted. "Bewitched? I have seen through the hypocrisy of you humans." Hearing this, Ni Huafeng spoke while materializing a weapon. "Can't we talk this over?" The next second, Ni Huafeng conjured a long spear. "It seems I have no choice but to subdue you first." He charged at the cursed winged beast, intending to purify your curse. Hearing this, the beast gathered violent power. The next second they were locked in battle. The collision of their two forces triggered a massive tremor. Seeing this, Su Ping worried. "Not good, the pressure from the starry sky realm is too strong." They then landed on the ground far from the battlefield. Yuan Feng spoke. "Let's avoid the main force here for now." "I agree." Unexpectedly, the Sea Emperor also landed near them, and Su Ping immediately noticed her. "Sea Emperor," he raised his sword and said. "Your opponent is me," she replied coldly. "I won't attack you for now, but you'd better not make any rash moves. If you dare to interfere with my observation of the Starry Sky Realm battle, I will show no mercy." Su Ping calculated. Excluding the two Starry Sky Realm powerhouses, his side was all injured and couldn't possibly deal with the Sea Emperor. Then, Su Ping concluded that perhaps the most important thing now was to recover combat strength as quickly as possible. Having thought this, he spoke. "Fine, you don't attack, and I won't either." Meanwhile on the battlefield, Ni Huafeng flew towards the cursed winged beast with his spear. He decisively swung the spear down. As the spear tip descended, the beast quickly raised its hand to block. "So hot," the cursed winged beast thought to itself. "Can't clash head-on with this kind of flame." The cursed winged beast swiftly unleashed a technique and a red-purple figure appeared. "Try this move." This was the demon refining Devour the World. Seeing it absorbing his flames, Ni Huafeng was stunned. "This ghostly shadow has devoured my flames." Ni Huafeng quickly devised another plan. Condense all the flames into a single fatal strike. Then his spear pierced through the ghostly shadow and stabbed through the cursed winged beast's body. The beast spat out a large mouthful of blood in pain. Ni Huafeng didn't hesitate to use his next move. "My pet." Seeing the contract obey the master's command, a chain of flames flew from the contract towards the cursed winged beast. "Little Wing, time to wake up." The beast grinned sinisterly and grabbed the flame chain. "For the past 1,000 years I have been thinking every moment about how to break the pet contract and take revenge on you." A magic circle suddenly appeared in its hand. The cursed winged beast tightened its grip on the flame chain, and the power of the magic circle took effect, dyeing the flame chain red-purple. "This shoddy contract can no longer bind me." Then the cursed winged beast raised its hand and swung it. Contract next second. Half of the chain had already turned red-purple and was gradually breaking. The moment his words fell, a reversal occurred. The chain shot straight into Ni Huafeng's chest. He was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What's happening?" A feeling of extreme weakness suddenly came from the depths of his soul. The cursed winged beast's gaze was sharp, staring straight at him. Its momentum was overwhelming. "Ni Huafeng, 1,000 years have passed. We are no longer in that master-servant relationship from back then." While the overseas battle temporarily subsided, the atmosphere in Longjiang Base City was unusually noisy. People flocked in from all directions, crowding the entire street in front of Boss Du's store. People shouted, "I have money, let me in first." An old man tried to remind them, "Stop pushing those behind." But as soon as he spoke, he was shoved roughly aside by a young man behind him who said, "So annoying, less talk. Get out of my way." A kind person helped him up. "Old sir, are you all right?" He thanked him and asked what was happening. "Young man, thank you, but what is everyone doing? Why are they in such a hurry?" the person exclaimed in surprise. "What? You don't know?" The screen in the sky was currently showing Su Ping's image. Yesterday, the owner of Boss Du's store, Boss Su, had broadcast live across the entire base city, saying that the large army fighting the beast tide on the front lines had failed and retreated. Humanity was likely doomed. To protect everyone, Boss Su had turned his store into a shelter. Now the whole city was crowding here. The old man was shocked. "What, a shelter? How could Boss Su's store possibly fit the entire city?" The person sighed. "Of course it can't. The spots inside the shelter are probably first come, first served." Just then, Du Huang walked out of the store and spoke. "Please don't panic, everyone. Look, it's Patriarch Qin. Great, Patriarch Qin is here." He continued, "As you all probably know, the beast tide could sweep back at any moment. By then, Longjiang Base City will inevitably become a battlefield against the beast tide. Therefore those who cannot fight, such as the elderly, women and children, will be given priority to enter the store and the cities of the 4 great families for shelter," Du Huang reminded them. "To ensure the safety of more people, we ask everyone to stay calm and cooperate with our arrangements." Several people at the front asked, "What about those of us who can fight but can't survive a beast tide siege on our own?" "Yeah, what about us at the 6th or 7th rank?" He reassured them. "Don't worry. Boss Su has secretly sent people to dig a hiding place outside the base city that can hold hundreds of thousands of people. It's already fully stocked with all the supplies needed for living and cultivation. Du Huang continued. The hiding place will be for those below the 8th rank who volunteer to go. The 4 great families will also send people to the stronghold to protect the people. After saying this, he clenched his fist. But protecting humanity has never been the responsibility of one person or a few. It's the responsibility of all of us. Du Huang laid out the plan. The 4 great families don't have enough people to protect everyone. Therefore I hope that those at the 8th rank and above will step forward voluntarily and protect the people in the hiding place with us. At the same time, I hope warriors from the 5th to 7th ranks will voluntarily go to the hiding place, but give up their spots to the elderly, women and children who need protection. The 2 at the front immediately agreed. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. I happen to be at the 8th rank. Let me contribute to protecting the people at the stronghold. I'm at the 5th rank. I'm willing to go to the hiding place, but please give my spot inside to my family. Then others chimed in. I'm also at the 8th rank. Give me a spot to protect everyone at the hiding place. I'm only at the 4th rank. Please give me a chance to enter the shelter. I'm willing to go to the stronghold and give my spot to the brother in front. Seeing this, Du Huang smiled and replied, Good, thank you all for your cooperation. I believe we humans can get through this calamity. Please line up and go inside to register. Elsewhere, in the meeting hall of Boss Du's store, the screen had just finished playing the previous conversation. Su Ping was discussing matters with everyone. Tian Xiao, after hearing what happened on the screen, stroked his beard and said, It seems old Qin's side is going smoothly, but we should also send at least 2 legends to protect the shelter and teach them combat methods to improve their survival rate. Yi Wushou took a few sips from his water bottle. After drinking, he replied, Captain Chu is absolutely right. Why not leave this task to our team? Yi Wushou looked at everyone and said, I recommend 2 very strong members from our team, who often guide new members in the 10 directions locking heaven array. What does everyone think? The 2 sitting opposite him replied in unison, Captain, we are willing to protect the hiding place. Seeing that everyone had a plan, the legend spoke. Good, then we can focus on discussing the subsequent countermeasures. Currently, the only one who can fight the demon-refining cursed wing beast is the first Tower Master, but he is now. Hearing this, Su Ping fell into deep thought. He recalled that battle. The cursed wing beast looked smugly at Ni Huafeng and laughed. Being backlashed by the pet contract will take at least 3 days to fully recover. Ni Huafeng, what do you think will happen to humanity today? He was sweating in pain. 3 days? Are you kidding me? Where is there 3 days for him to recover now? Ni Huafeng pressed his fingers hard against his chest where blood was seeping out. He thought no choice. When he lowered his hand, a large amount of blood gushed from his chest, causing him to cry out in pain. I'll go all out. Seeing this, Yuan Feng was horrified. That's the first Tower Master, he's burning his heart's blood to use the White Lotus Ember Flame. First Tower Master, he's going all out. Ni Huafeng said to Yuan Feng, Xiao Ji, the White Lotus Ember Flame won't last long. You need to prepare the teleportation array quickly. He quickly agreed. Understood. Yuan Feng immediately ordered his pet, Zuo Shan, activate the teleportation array and be careful to hide the spiritual energy fluctuations. It quickly clasped its hands together. A blue light appeared, and then Zuo Shan created a circular portal for teleportation. The cursed wing beast laughed contemptuously. White Lotus Ember Flame, a dying struggle. Give up. Ni Huafeng raised his hand in response. Then try my attack, you beast. It merely raised a hand to create a shield. Ridiculous. Its pressure isn't even as strong as your peak. This is your all-out move? Then the 2 forces collided, causing fierce winds to howl and waves to churn around them. The Sea Emperor raised her hand to shield her face from the dust, exclaiming in surprise, The attack is too strong. Can this Ni Huafeng actually unleash such power? Taking this opportunity, Yuan Feng said to Su Ping, Brother Su, I've had Zuo Shan prepare the teleportation array. Let's take the chance to leave first, he quickly agreed. Everyone moved towards the teleportation point. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ni Huafeng and the cursed wing beast quickly separated. The beast suddenly turned its head, looking at Su Ping and the others trying to escape. It was indeed very perceptive. Then the cursed wing beast quickly used its bloodline inheritance technique. Cursed wing refines 10,000 souls, it shouted while releasing the technique towards them. Did I agree? Seeing the attack flying towards them, Yi Wushou panicked. Not good, the demon-refining cursed wing beast's attack is chasing us. Su Ping turned around, stunned. At this critical moment, Ni Huafeng appeared and blocked the attack for them. The first Tower Master released thousands of flames to incinerate the attack, then said, My agreement is enough, foolish little wing. Time was short, the teleportation had already started. Su Ping looked at Ni Huafeng worriedly. First Tower Master, what about you? He tore open space, creating a door and replied, Don't worry, such a small trick can't hold me back. In that instant, Ni Huafeng said his last words, Wait for my return back to reality. Su Ping spoke. Before I was teleported, I saw with my own eyes the first Tower Master fall into a spatial rift, he said. Wait for his return, Yuan Feng responded. The first Tower Master must be finding a way to recover his power. We just need to hold on until he returns. And we can fight to the death, Ji confirmed. That's right, this place is more hidden than other base cities. Those demon beasts that don't know much about Blue Star won't find it easily. Su Ping proposed a plan. Our priority is to settle the people, adjust our own condition, and treat our injuries. We cannot let our guard down outside. We must be vigilant at all times. Everyone agreed in unison. He frowned and looked upwards, inexplicably feeling like he was being watched. Was it an illusion? Su Ping's intuition was correct. Somewhere in the ocean his image was currently appearing in something like a water mirror. A voice rang out. I see them. The elderly mermaid chuckled with interest. Your Majesty, I have spotted them. A day later, in the meeting room, everyone was discussing the model when Yi Wushou spoke up. In my opinion, we need to increase patrols at these points to prevent enemy infiltration. Du Huang pondered and replied, Captain Yi is absolutely right. I'll arrange for more personnel immediately. Just then, someone knocked on their door. Su Ping asked Yuan Feng and Yi Wushou, how is everyone's condition? Yuan Feng responded, Ah, it's Brother Su. Thanks to the herbs you gave us, everyone's injuries have improved significantly. Yi Wushou confirmed as well. Aside from me, all team members have recovered and can carry out missions on their own. 2 of them, at the Legendary Realm, escorted civilians to a hidden location, arrived safely, and erased all traces. No incidents occurred along the way, Du Huang added. The 4 major families have also guided their people back to their territories for refuge. All civilians are now settled, Yuan Feng smiled. Good. Now we just need to hold out until the first Tower Master returns. Suddenly, a device on Du Huang's wrist beeped. He turned to the others and said, It's a message from the reconnaissance team. Let me check the content first. Du Huang's expression grew darker as he read. He asked in confusion, Patriarch Qin, what's wrong? The screen lit up and he spoke. We might not make it until the first Tower Master returns, Du Huang continued. The reconnaissance team spotted traces of the Sea Clan army near the coast. Based on their route, their target is likely the Dragon River. The screen clearly shows many fish beasts surfacing on the sea, he added. And leading this Sea Clan army is the Sea Emperor. Yi Wushou was stunned. What? How did they find us so quickly? Yuan Feng looked worriedly at Su Ping. Brother Su, I'm afraid we alone can't handle the Sea Emperor. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Tower Master Ji, your rule power seems related to space. Can you teleport the Sea Emperor some distance away? The old man mused. Given the gap in strength between the Sea Emperor and me, if she doesn't resist the backlash, I could teleport her a short distance. But even if she doesn't resist, what good would that do? Su Ping turned and left, outlining his plan. No matter, just wait for my signal. Tower Master Ji, come with me to fight. The rest of you stay here on standby. Yuan Feng and Yi Wushou agreed. All right. He then said to Du Huang, Patriarch Qin, notify the frontline troops to retreat into Dragon River City. Prioritize protecting the civilians and let the Sea Emperor in. He quickly replied, Understood. Just then, outside Dragon River Base City, the Sea Emperor was leading the beast horde to the city gates. She asked the general who had just returned from reconnaissance, What's the situation? He knelt and replied, Your Majesty, this is exactly where those humans are hiding, he continued. But the city gates are wide open and the city is empty. It might be a trap. The Sea Emperor quickly devised a plan. They can't do anything to me. Block the city gates and don't let a single fly escape. He accepted the order. Yes. She looked at the city before her, thinking, a trap, the Sea Emperor thought arrogantly. Let's see how you struggle in vain. Her gaze quickly locked onto Su Ping's shop. She noticed the dense concentration of essence energy around it and sneered. Such rich essence energy, and you think you can hide it from me. Soon she arrived in front of Su Ping's shop. She called out, Come out, I know you ants are here. He and Yuan Feng quickly emerged. Su Ping stood calmly with his hands behind his back and replied, The Sea Empress is indeed audacious, daring to charge into enemy territory alone. A look of disdain crossed her face. The 2 of you together are no match for me. What is there to fear? He clenched his fist and a golden light appeared on it. Is that so? Then let me test you. The Sea Emperor coldly condensed several ice crystals in her palm, overestimating yourself. Su Ping smirked triumphantly. Bite the hook, then he said. Which body activate? A black aura instantly surrounded him. In an instant the black aura spread, enveloping the area around the shop. Su Ping said to Yuan Feng, Tower Master Ji, now is the time to teleport the Sea Emperor into the shop's range. The old man gathered power in his hand and replied, All right, immediately. The Sea Emperor was surrounded by a golden energy mass controlled by Yuan Feng. She was surprised by the situation. The Sea Emperor frowned in confusion. What's happening? Why is everything suddenly pitch black and I can't sense anything? Yuan Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injury, he quickly shouted, "Teleport!" The next moment, the three of them were teleported inside the shop. Yuan Feng collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Su Ping said, "Tower Master, you've worked hard." He said solemnly, "Leave the rest to me." A system prompt quickly appeared. Entered shop protection range. Host gains invincibility effect. Then Su Ping executed a technique, manifesting the Golden Crow divine demon body. An immensely powerful force surged. He raised his fist and waves of power generated. "For the innocent people you've killed, kneel and atone." The next moment, before the Sea Emperor could react, Su Ping's town demon divine fist struck her directly. She quickly formed an ice shield, her voice filled with rage and arrogance, but in an instant the fist shattered the ice shield into pieces. She was pressed heavily to the ground by the fist, her body unable to bear the force, forcing her to her knees. Her mind was in turmoil. What's happening? I can't even fight back. When did this ant named Su Ping become so powerful? Before she could finish the thought, the fist increased its pressure, her entire body trembled uncontrollably, and blood sprayed from her mouth. This power, it surpasses the master. After a moment, Su Ping calmly withdrew his fist. "Witch body, retract," he commanded. "Stay kneeling there." The beast horde outside the city was terrified. Look, the black mist is gone. Am I seeing things? Is the Sea Emperor kneeling on the ground? The general couldn't help but worry. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Inside the shop, Su Ping was contacting Du Huang. "Patriarch Qin, the Sea Emperor has been captured alive. Immediately gather your troops and surround the Sea Clan army," he said firmly. "I'll make sure these Sea Clan members never return." At that moment, the Sea Clan army was surrounded by the city defense forces led by Yi Wushou and the frontline troops commanded by Du Huang. Du Huang was contacting Su Ping through a communication device. "Boss Su, Captain Yi and I are in position. Give us the plan quickly." "All right, I'll handle a portion first. Everyone, watch out, evade, leave the remaining Sea Clan to you all," he immediately replied succinctly. "No problem." Su Ping ended the call, a slight smile on his lips. With the power of the Golden Crow, the destruction of the Fisher seat will definitely increase greatly. At that moment, in the control center, a voice sounded. "Low Earth orbit, Tianji Lazy Class Main City, break level Wanjun Fisher seat. Target calibrated." The next moment, a beam of light tore through the clouds, revealing itself. The subordinate behind the general spoke up. "General, it seems the Emperor has been captured. What do we do now?" he replied angrily. "Is that even a question? Charge. Rescue the Emperor." The subordinate quickly accepted the order. "Yes," but before they could act, the beam of light had already fallen, completely obliterating the ground. The hit subordinates howled in pain. The general was also struck, filled with rage as he tried to charge out. "Damn it, you despicable humans, give me back the Emperor." The moment his arm extended out of the light pillar, it was severed cleanly. In an instant, the ground hit by the light pillar was gone, revealing a massive pit of molten rock. All sea beasts within the light pillar's range were erased. Some surviving Sea Clan members were frantically fleeing, ignoring their wounds, seeking only a chance to live. "Run, it's terrifying. So many of our kind, gone in an instant." Just then, Du Huang and Yi Wushou gave orders. "All troops, follow me to eliminate the Sea Clan." Su Ping stood on high ground, taking in everything. He thought, "The rest are just remnants. I can safely leave them to Patriarch Qin and Captain Yi." Then he landed behind the Sea Emperor. Seeing Su Ping, Yuan Feng asked, "Brother Su, you're back. What should we do with the Sea Emperor?" He took out an item and said, "Seal her power. She'll be useful later." The next second, Su Ping manipulated the advanced capture ring to rise into the air. Several chains extended from the ring, tightly binding the Sea Emperor. She glared at him hatefully. "Why not kill me? I'd rather die than surrender." Su Ping silently retracted the capture ring, and the Sea Emperor was transferred inside it. He held the small ring in his palm and placed it into his storage space. "Killing you would be too easy, wouldn't it?" Yuan Feng wiped the tears from his eyes. "The crisis is temporarily over. This old bones of mine can barely hold on." Suddenly, Su Ping spoke. "The Sea Emperor has discovered our trail. The demon refining master will likely arrive soon. We must remain vigilant." The old man frowned and asked, "If we can't teleport the demon refining master into the shop, Brother Su, do you have a way to deal with it?" He clenched his fist. "As long as the demon refining master steps into this shop, I will win for sure. But with the Sea Emperor's precedent, the master might not underestimate us." Yuan Feng wondered, "What should we do then? I can't teleport it directly either." Suddenly, Su Ping sensed something unusual. "This aura is..." He quickly looked around and spoke. "I have an idea." The scene shifted to a place where the sky was crimson and lightning struck continuously. A castle stood on the rugged ground. At that moment, in the demon refining hall of the castle, the master was resting. The elderly mermaid staggered forward. "Master, something has happened." He knelt hurriedly to report. "The Sea Emperor has been captured by those humans." The master frowned. "I severely wounded Ni Huafeng, Who else could defeat her? The old man quickly replied. It was Su Ping, sir. For some reason his power suddenly surged, and he defeated the Sea Emperor with a single move. The master was stunned. What? Was there any change before their battle? The elderly mermaid reported in detail. A large amount of black mist suddenly erupted from Su Ping, blocking the view of my crystal ball. When the mist cleared, the Sea Emperor was already kneeling, completely powerless. The master frowned deeper. Black mist? A legendary realm human kid defeats a half-star realm Sea Emperor with black mist in one move? That black mist is probably just a cover for the real killing move. After pondering, the master laughed with pleasure. Interesting, very interesting. Let's see if this killing move that can defeat a half-star realm. Can it defeat me, a star realm? The old man warned worriedly. Of course not, master, but since Su Ping defeated the Sea Emperor, he must have some tricks. Master, please be careful not to fall into his trap. After listening, the master ordered. On my command, gather the beasts and break out of the 10 directions locking formation. The master continued with a sinister smile, then summoned Bian. Come with me to crush those ants. Su Ping was sitting cross-legged in his room, surrounded by faint golden currents. Sensing something, he opened his eyes warily. Here, Su Ping had vanished from the bed. Only faint golden traces remained where he had been sitting. In an instant, Su Ping appeared outside. Something in the sky caught his attention. In the air, countless deep red energy streams fell like a meteor shower. At the direct impact point, the energy erupted, forming a sharp pink-white halo that spread outward. The main structure of the building was torn into large chunks, with bricks and debris flying through the air. An entity resembling a humanoid beast appeared, extremely muscular with gray-black skin. He said in a deep voice, "Why is there no sign of humans?" At that moment, his face gradually became clear. His eyes burned with crimson light without pupils, and 2 blood streaks ran from the corners of his eyes to his jaw. He revealed a ferocious grin showing sharp teeth full of mockery. All asleep, the entity spread huge black wings behind him, a swarm of ferocious beasts. He threw his head back and laughed wildly, filled with arrogance and confidence. "Wake up, it's time to welcome humanity's doom," Yuan Feng behind him said in panic. "Such intense fluctuations, it's the demon refining master." Su Ping's expression turned serious. Indeed, he used the momentum to leap into the air and instructed. "Everyone, do not leave the shop's range." They replied, "Yes." The master looked down at Su Ping from above, his expression arrogant, yet Su Ping showed no fear in the face of the overwhelming presence. The familiar blue framework appeared again. Within the shop's protection range, the host continues to gain invincibility. A defiant smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, his amber eyes sharp as he looked ahead. "Mie Feng, is that all you've got? I'm standing right here. Can you even hit me?" The master's face twisted with rage at his attitude. He extended his muscular hand forward, condensing a blazing pink energy in his palm. "Preparing to attack. You insignificant ant, daring to provoke me. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Appa quickly reached out to stop him. "Wait, master. Don't fall for his provocation." The master paused. "Bian." Appa gritted his teeth, glaring ahead as he continued. "I've fought this man before. At that time his combat power was inferior to mine." He recalled the same sturdy base and the long encircling wall. Directly above in the sky, a huge circular object was descending, giving the feeling of a massive seal about to crush everything. Appa added, "I ordered the puppet to chase him deep into the base city, but for some reason his combat power suddenly surged. The huge object was hit head-on and patches of light marks burst across its dark surface." He continued indignantly, "One blow directly killed my puppet." Appa clenched his teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. And at that time the puppet's position was exactly where he is standing now. After listening, the master turned and asked, "So you're saying I can't step within a certain range around him?" Appa replied, "Exactly." Su Ping's lips curled into a provocative smirk. "Ridiculous. A Star Realm Beast King afraid of a mere Destiny realm like me." A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. "This demon refining master brought Bian along. It seems I can't use the shop to suppress it." The master let out a wild laugh, raising his huge hand to the sky, red power surging forth. "Afraid? I said I won't let you off." He thought since he couldn't get close he'd attack from a distance, not letting them get near. Countless crimson skulls flew out from his body. Su Ping raised his hand, forming a bright golden hemispherical energy shield that covered his area. As the skulls charged down and hit the shield's edge, they were immediately blocked, exploding into patches of light. A few of them crashed directly into buildings, causing severe damage. Su Ping smugly picked his ear. "That's it, where are you aiming?" The winged beast gnashed its teeth in fury. "You little shrimp," Su Ping smiled faintly. "Seems like you're not putting enough force into it." The ghostly heads continued howling toward him but couldn't pierce the golden barrier. The entire base city lay in full view. Many buildings were blazing fiercely, white smoke and battlefield dust spreading everywhere. His amber eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth curled into an extremely smug grin. "Is that all the strength you've got? Haven't you eaten?" Su Ping glanced back at the devastated scene behind him. He thought to himself, what a shame he couldn't fully block the attack. Many areas had already been destroyed, though luckily the civilians had been evacuated in advance. Yuan Feng, Yi Wudao and Huang stood below watching the scene, exchanging awkward smiles. Yuan Feng spoke up. Brother Su is truly a young hero. To face a Star Realm opponent with such momentum, Wudao replied. Indeed, behind him, Ah seemed to sense something and quickly urged. Lord Winged Beast, please calm down. This kid might have some special ability. We need to think of another way. The winged beast recalled the scene just now. There was no sign of life here, and he felt something was off. The silence he had sensed from the start was indeed suspicious. None of the destroyed areas showed any casualties. Those little shrimps had all been evacuated, so he let out a sinister laugh. Most of the human presence here has long vanished. They must have fled long ago, right? His voice remained steady. I bet the range of your special ability is limited, and you can't protect all humans, so you moved most of them elsewhere to minimize losses. Su Ping was startled by his words, a hint of panic flashing across his face. Damn, he saw through it. The winged beast turned to face his subordinate and coldly commanded. I've already boosted your power. Go find those little shrimps for me. Yes, Lord Winged Beast. The subordinate raised his hands to cast a spell and said, Once I find those little shrimps, I'll kill them one by one until you come out. Huang spoke with determination. The hiding place is installed with numerous arrays that block mental waves and detection effects. There's absolutely no way they'll be found. The commotion from the subordinate caught his attention, and he smiled with satisfaction. Lord Winged Beast, a green orb above his head displayed an image of another city where signs of life seemed to exist. The subordinate spoke respectfully. I have found them. The winged beast smirked triumphantly. So that's where those little shrimps were hiding. And just like that, the unimaginable journey of a small shop owner rising to become the absolute boss of the battle pet world comes to a close. From shattering all expectations and turning the ultimate trash pets into world-ending deities, to those incredibly satisfying moments of face-slapping arrogant elites, this was truly a story that delivered pure, overpowered satisfaction, wasn't it? With that being said, our recap video concludes right at the events corresponding to Chapter 218 of the original source material. If you guys enjoyed this video, please don't hesitate to smash that like button, hit subscribe for BALA Manhua Recaps, and turn on the notification bell. Every single interaction from you guys is the greatest motivation for our team to keep grinding and bring you tons of other epic top-tier manhwa and manhwa recaps on the channel. Thank you so much for watching until the very end. Goodbye, and I'll see you in the next epic story.